Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1 to Chapter 62. I'm finally going to start a new book. I'm very excited, but I'm more nervous and perturbed. The start of a new book also means the start of a new journey. The quality of the new book and whether the readers, old and new, like it, are the factors that make me the most nervous and perturbed. In order not to disappoint me, and in order to make my old and new friends like it, Goldfish has been struggling since the moment Rune Emperor finished his book. She has been planning the outline of the new book, collecting materials, designing the setting, and planning the plot of the story. This process is long and tortuous. It's destined to be painful and happy at the same time. However, everything is worth it as long as I can satisfy myself and my readers. The theme of the new book is an Oriental fantasy theme with a flavor of Xianxia. It has inherited the brilliance of Rune Emperor's novel. However, the structure and worldview of the new book will be novel and different. If Rune Emperor's novel is a story about abiding by one's conscience and fighting for the top, then this new book is about a young man who rises from insignificance, grows up in battle, rises up in the chaotic world, and overcomes all obstacles in the face of adversity. In the end, he strives for the top and looks on with a smile. Goldfish is confident that she can write a wonderful story. However, the success of a book is inseparable from the reader's judgment and support. Hence, Goldfish is very excited, nervous, and perturbed about the release of the new book. She can't calm down. At this moment, Goldfish wants to shout, "Brothers and sisters, the new book is starting. Fight side by side with me and break through the wind and waves. Let's create a new glorious chapter that belongs to us." Today, the new book, Records of the Battle of the Heavenly Prodigies, will be published. Time passed so quickly. Before I knew it, I had already written more than 300,000 words. Today, I would have to undergo the test of life and death. It really made me nervous. Whether a book was good or bad depended on the number of subscriptions it received. This was the most important standard to measure a book's performance. If the results were bad, not only would their passion for writing be affected, but they might also not be able to continue writing. Even if Goldfish was very confident in her new book, it was inevitable that she would be worried about the gains and losses. Goldfish hoped that everyone would support her as much as possible. The cost of a subscription was less than 20 cents a day. That was about 5 renminbi a month. However, this was the key to measuring the quality of Goldfish's new book. Therefore, to those who liked Goldfish's books and were willing to support Goldfish, please support Goldfish's new book. In the online literature industry, the author might look glamorous on the outside, but in reality, the amount of hard work and effort that they had put in was not something that anyone could imagine. Writing books was a hobby, but if the royalties could not guarantee a living, then no matter how much they loved writing online literature, they could only quietly leave the industry. This was life and reality. I only hope that while everyone enjoyed reading books, they could take out a few RMB a month to support the author. Don't let things like pirated or free copies completely destroy an author's hard work and effort. Nowadays, Alipay, WeChat, and bank cards could all support topping up online subscriptions. The steps to subscribe were also very simple. One just had to register for a vertical and horizontal account, top up vertical and horizontal coins, open the Records of the Battle of the Heavenly Prodigies, and click on the VIP chapter. Finally, Goldfish would like to thank everyone here. The first chapter would be published at 10 a.m. sharp, and there would be 5 chapters released on the same day. In the southwest border of Xiao Empire. The mountains here were as dense as forests. Since ancient times, it had been known as 3,000 mountains and natural moat. The sunset glow was like fire. Far away, a wisp of smoke could be seen curling up. Lin Sun's eyes brightened. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and exhaled deeply. Finally, I see a place where people live. He'd already been trudging through this barren land for 7 days, and he'd slept in the open while eating wild fruits for food. He'd experienced many dangers and tribulations along the way, and he'd almost lost his life in the mouths of ferocious beasts on many occasions. At this time, he could see a wisp of smoke. Although it was far away, it still cheered him up, and his exhausted body was refreshed. He kept moving forward. Soon, a neatly cultivated spiritual field came into view, which made Lin Sun further confirm that there should be a village nearby since there was a spiritual field. The spiritual grains planted in this spiritual field were about to mature. The grains were heavy, and when a gust of wind blew, the green spiritual grains rose and fell like waves, mixed with the fragrance of grass and wood. According to this growth, the spiritual grains can be harvested in less than 10 days. Something's not right. Lin Sun seemed to find something. He came to the spiritual field by the roadside and carefully looked at it. As expected, the spiritual grains were growing well, but they didn't look optimistic. The spiritual field was moist and fertile, and there was no lack of spiritual energy. However, the verdant stems of the spiritual grains showed faint signs of withering, which were hard to be found without careful observation. Lin Sun pulled out a spiritual grain, put it in his hand, and looked at it for a moment. Then he gently lifted the green skin of the stem with his fingertips, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Inside the stem, there were many white insects, only the size of gravel. They were wriggling and nibbling away the vitality contained in the stem. Sandspot worms, this spiritual grain was suffering from a disaster of insects. According to Lin Sun's judgment, if these sandspot worms couldn't be removed in time, the spiritual grains that were about to mature would wither and lose all their spiritual energy. At that time, even if they could be harvested, they would suffer heavy losses, or even no grain could be harvested. It seems that there should be no spiritual tattooist in this village. Otherwise, the spiritual grains that were about to mature wouldn't be in such a bad situation. Lin Sun thought for a while and then shook his head. No spiritual tattooist would be willing to live in this barren land. After all, as far as Lin Sun knew, spiritual tattooists in this world were very honorable people. Suddenly, a sigh came. Lin Sun turned his head and saw a sigh. Not far away, a strong and tall middle-aged man in animal skin sat on the edge of a spiritual field, staring at it blankly and sighing. The middle-aged man was frowning, and his dark and rough outline was full of worries. Lin Sun thought of something and walked up to him, saying, "Uncle, are you worried about the spiritual field?" The middle-aged man seemed to be depressed for a long time, so he said immediately. Hearing Lin's words, Lin of Lin, Lin of Lin, he said. But when he turned his head and saw Lin Sun's face clearly, he was surprised and asked, "Little guy, where are you from?" In his eyes, Lin Sun was dressed in white coarse linen clothes. He was thin, with a touch of paleness on his slightly childish face. In his eyes, Lin Sun was wearing white coarse linen clothes. His body was thin, and there was a touch of paleness on his childish face. Lin Sun looked so weak that he couldn't even stand a gust of wind. He was carrying an old mottled wooden box on his back. Lin Sun didn't know what was in the box, but it made him bend a little. Judging from his age, he was no more than 12 or 13 years old. It was really strange that such a young man suddenly came to Feiyun village. There was only one Feiyun village within a radius of thousands of miles. Apart from that, there were only rolling mountains and few people. In the middle-aged man's impression, there hadn't been a stranger in Feiyun village for more than 10 years. But today, a thin young man of 12 or 13 years old suddenly appeared in front of his spiritual field. How could he not feel strange? "Uncle, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you solve this problem," Lin Sun said with a smile. He knew very well that if he told his name, the middle-aged man would inevitably ask him more questions, which would waste too much time. Besides, he was too hungry to walk. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and asked, "What did you say?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "I said I can help you solve this problem and make the spiritual grains have a bumper harvest." The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Lin Sun's slightly childish, thin, and pale face. He asked suspiciously, "Little guy, you're not bluffing, are you?" When these words came out of the mouth of a thin and weak youth that seemed to be extremely weak, it seemed to be too absurd. Lin Sun smiled and pointed at the spiritual grains with their stems peeled off. He said, "Look, uncle. The spiritual grains you planted are not because of lack of rain, but because they are infested with insects. These insects are called sandspot worms. They eat the stems of the spiritual grains. If you don't get rid of them in time, the spiritual grains you planted will be ruined." The middle-aged man was startled. He stared fixedly at the white sandspot worms in the stem, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it, no wonder it didn't work even after I watered them with so much river water. It's all because of these damn pests." But he suddenly looked distressed and scratched his head. "These pests are distributed inside the stems of the spiritual grains. I don't know how to kill them. Lin Sun smiled without saying anything. His eyes squinted, and his smile was as clean as sunshine. The middle-aged man sighed for a long time with a sad face. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and seemed to realize something. He shouted, "Little brother, since you know these pests, you must have a way to get rid of them, right?" Lin Sun nodded, with a trace of calmness in his clear eyes. "Great!" The middle-aged man's face turned red with excitement, and his doubts about Lin Sun had dissipated a lot. Seeing that the middle-aged man was tempted, Lin Sun seized the chance and said, "Uncle, if I help you, can you promise me one thing?" The middle-aged man said without hesitation, "As long as you can help me, Taizhan, I'll promise you 10 things, let alone one." After saying that, he suddenly realized that he had said too much, so he said embarrassedly, "Of course, all your conditions must be within my ability. If I can't do it, there's nothing I can do." Lin Sun said with a smile, "My condition is very simple. I just want to find a place to live in the village." Taizhan was surprised, "You want to settle down in Feiyun village?" Lin Sun nodded, his eyes clear and clean. He was not joking. When he needed to be serious, he would never show any frivolous expression, which was a habit he had developed since childhood. Taizhan hesitated at once. He scratched his head and said, "Wait here. I'll ask the village head. I can't make the decision, but I don't think it'll be a big problem." As he spoke, he turned around and ran swiftly towards the village in the distance, and he seemed to be moving swiftly and decisively. Lin Sun was speechless, and then he realized a problem. He shouted, "Uncle, remember to bring me some food when you come back. I can't help you without enough strength." "Okay." Tieshan's rough voice came from afar. What a simple and honest uncle. Lin Sun smiled, put the shabby wooden box on the ground, and rubbed his sore shoulders. Then he turned around and walked into the spiritual field to observe carefully. Spiritual grains were an indispensable food for cultivation. They contained wisps of spiritual energy, but it was not easy to grow them. From the moment the seeds were sown, one had to be on guard against pests and natural disasters at all times. Weeding and maintenance were also necessary. Once there was any mistake, the quality of the spiritual grains would decline, and even lead to the complete loss of spiritual energy. For example, the spiritual field in front of Lin Sun had encountered pests. If they couldn't be completely eliminated, the consequences would be dire. But for Lin Sun, this problem was not difficult to solve. It didn't take long for Taizhan to return from the village in the distance, with a large group of villagers following him. The setting sun dyed the vast Song Mountain red. Taizhan and his entourage came in a mighty manner, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Sun was startled and shrugged, knowing that the situation had changed. P.S. New book set sale. Thanks to Brother Jiuyue, Xiao, exclusive, Dao Yao, Daikong, Shuyu 171-2847, and other old friends, Chapter 2 Inch Taizhan, where's the great master you mentioned? Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the great master. From afar, there was a hubbub of voices, full of excitement and curiosity. Lin Sun glanced around and fixed his eyes on the leading old man. The old man's hair and beard were white. Although thin, he was tall and strong, and his every movement was dignified. Eh? When he saw Lin Sun standing in the distance, the tall old man suddenly stopped. The excitement between his eyebrows froze and was replaced by a touch of doubt. It seemed that he didn't expect that the master mentioned by Iron Mountain turned out to be a slightly childish and thin teenager. Where's the great master? Taizhan, where's the great master you mentioned? How come there's only a little guy standing here? When they saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly, the villagers who followed Taizhan also looked suspicious. Taizhan felt embarrassed and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, the great master is this little brother in front of us." It would have been better if he didn't explain. Once he did, the scene immediately became chaotic. What? You said this little kid can help you harvest spiritual grains? That's nonsense. Haha, Taizhan, you've obviously been cheated by this little guy. He's just a 12-year-old boy. How can he be a great master? He can even kill sandspot worms. I think he can only help you water your spiritual fields with urine. Taizhan, now that everyone's spiritual fields are in trouble, how can you still be in the mood to joke at such a time? The crowd was in a mess. Some were dissatisfied, some were mocking, some were suspicious, and some were angry. They all subconsciously thought that Taizhan had been cheated. After all, Lin Sun looked too young, thin and weak, with a touch of paleness on his slightly delicate face. It was hard to associate this image with a great master. Taizhan was anxious and at a loss of what to do. He shouted again and again, "Everyone, I really didn't lie to you. This little brother said that whether it works or not, we'll know after we try it." Unfortunately, everyone felt that they'd been deceived, and they didn't have the mood to listen to his explanation at all. In this chaotic situation, Lin Sun ignored the strange eyes cast on him and went straight to the tall old man, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the village head of Feiyun village, right?" "Exactly." The tall old man nodded and looked Lin up and down with a pair of slightly weathered eyes. He didn't show any emotion and looked very calm. "Then will you agree to my conditions?" asked Lin Sun. The tall old man acutely noticed that this youth before him seemed to be young and clear, yet he possessed a calm and composed bearing that didn't match his age. He nodded and said, "If you can do what you said, I can make the decision to let you stay in Feiyun village." As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the vicinity were stunned, and they spoke successively with doubt. "Village chief, you wouldn't really believe this little fellow, right?" At this moment, the tall old man fully demonstrated the boldness of a village head. He waved his hand and said, "In this world, how can you know whether you'll succeed or not if you don't try?" Lin Sun smiled, knowing that the situation was settled. He turned to Taizhan and said, "Uncle, have you brought the food I asked for?" Taizhan quickly took out a large piece of dried animal meat and handed it to Lin Sun. He also thoughtfully prepared a leather bag filled with water for Lin Sun. Without further ado, Lin Sun squatted on one side of the ridge and wolfed down the meat. Although the animal meat didn't contain much spiritual energy, it tasted good with salt and sauce sprinkled on it. Seeing Lin Sun's hungry appearance, the villagers couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, they became more and more suspicious. Could this little fellow be a little beggar who cheated others for food and drink? Even Taizhan couldn't help but be in a daze, feeling uneasy. If Lin Sun was a liar, he, Taizhan, would be greatly disgraced. Only the tall old man looked at Lin Sun with a little kindness and a trace of surprise in his eyes. This little fellow was either a liar who didn't fear death, or he really had the ability. No matter which one it was, Lin Sun's courage to be so calm and composed was very commendable. Before long, Lin Sun gobbled up a piece of animal meat like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, and filled his stomach with sweet spring water. He felt refreshed all over. "Little brother, isn't it time to move?" Taizhan couldn't help but ask. "Wait a little longer." Lin Sun looked up at the sky and said casually. Time passed little by little, and a touch of night came from the distant horizon. Just when the villagers were about to lose their patience, Lin Sun, who had been silent all this time, finally moved. He opened the old wooden box on the ground at his feet and skillfully drew out a pale cyan dagger 2 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Then, he lifted his feet and walked straight into the spiritual field. At this moment, the tall old man narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that Lin Sun seemed to have a familiar temperament. Calm, and focused, which seemed to be different from the others. It reminded him of a vague memory deep in his heart that he had almost forgotten long ago. The tall old man made a prompt decision and waved his hand to stop the grumbling villagers around him. "Don't make any more noise. Just wait quietly." There was an unquestionable majesty in his voice. In an instant, all the noise disappeared. All eyes were fixed on Lin Sun in the distance, with a trace of suspicion on their faces. Although they couldn't talk, some villagers gave each other a wink and quietly dispersed, guarding around the spiritual field to prevent Lin Sun from taking the opportunity to escape. Lin Sun seemed not to notice the subtle atmosphere around him. He directly took out a piece of golden bone shaped like a fong, which was as thick as a thumb from his bosom. He held the hilt of the dagger tightly with his right hand, exerted strength in his wrist, and scraped the pale cyan blade on the golden bone, making a rustling sound. Wisps of pale golden powder drifted from the broken bone and fell into Lin Sun's palm. Lin Sun didn't stop until his palm was covered with a thick layer of pale golden powder. He carefully put away the golden bone. Then, he took a deep breath, squatted on the ground, dipped his fingertips in the pale golden powder, and sketched on the wet ground. At this distance, the villagers could clearly see what he was doing. Lin Sun's childish and slightly pale face was full of concentration. His eyes were calm and clear, and his fingertips were like a vigorous brush tip, sketching a zigzag and dense texture on the ground. His movements were smooth and natural, pleasing to the eye and mind. All the villagers couldn't help but open their eyes wide and stare at Lin Sun's movements without blinking. They also stared at the embryonic form of the pale golden pattern on the ground with a mysterious aura. Somehow, a trace of shock welled up in their hearts. Even if they were stupid and didn't understand, they could see that what Lin Sun was doing was completely beyond their imagination. Lin Sun's focused and determined eyes, his neat and skillful movements, and the pale golden pattern that was about to be gradually outlined on the ground imperceptibly covered Lin Sun with a layer of mystery. The doubts in the hearts of many villagers disappeared unconsciously, and many people were even conquered by the means shown by Lin Sun. They couldn't understand, but it didn't prevent them from having a pleasing and stunning sense of beauty in the means shown by Lin Sun. At this time, the tall old man's whole body shook imperceptibly, and he finally confirmed one thing. What this seemingly weak and immature lad was inscribing on the ground was actually spiritual tattoos, thanks to all the old friends and new friends for their gifts. There are no highlights in the book review section, but Goldfish will add highlights next week. Inscribing spiritual tattoos was the unique symbol of a spiritual tattooist. Shurao Tianren, the village head, who was also the tall old man, was well aware of this. However, he hadn't seen a spiritual tattooist for many years, so when he saw Lin Sun's movements, he was in a trance and couldn't even be sure. Spiritual tattoos, was this emaciated young man a spiritual tattooist? No, a real spiritual tattooist was a noble and honorable existence. Even in a crowded city, he could be regarded as a person with a high status. The lad in front of him was only 12 or 13 years old, and his plain clothes were a little shabby. It seemed that he had nothing to do with the legendary spiritual tattooist. Shurao Tianren took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and continued to look at Lin Sun. Looking at Lin Sun's skillful movements and attentive and calm expression, Shurao Tianren suddenly had an irrepressible curiosity. Where did this strange lad come from? Could he really solve the spiritual field crisis? The atmosphere was silent. Only Lin Sun bent over the spiritual field, using his fingertips to draw dense and agile traces in the moist and fertile spiritual field. His movements were like a dancing snake, bold and unconstrained. The villagers were stunned, and the doubts in their hearts gradually disappeared. What followed was an inexplicable sense of expectation. Unknowingly, the twilight faded away, and the sky was replaced by a wisp of night that was like ink. Numerous enormous and bright stars emanated chilly starlight, and an icy moon hung high above like a silver plate, causing bright moonlight to pour down in torrents. At this moment, Lin Sun's fingertips suddenly stopped, and then he gently drew on the mysterious pattern. Hum as if it was breathing, the pattern drawn by the golden powder suddenly lit up and shot out a golden light that was as straight as a line. Straight to the sky, the villagers were shocked, and their pupils dilated as if they were possessed. Their gazes followed the golden light and looked up into the sky. In the night, strands of silver moonlight began to gather like a tide, appearing at the end of the golden light as if they were summoned. The moonlight was hazy, gathering more and more. It was like clear and translucent water ripples enshrouding the village. That ethereal and holy beauty immediately shocked all the villagers. They had been living in Feiyun village since they were born and had never seen such magical means. This was a miracle, rumble. When the moonlight that was like clear ripples of water accumulated to a certain extent, it seemed as if it was unable to endure a heavy burden and poured down with a bang. Crash like the torrential rain gathered by the moonlight, it glowed with holy light and descended along the golden light onto the pest-ridden spiritual field. In an instant, the entire spiritual field was shrouded in a layer of dreamlike bright silver. In this ink-like night, it looked strangely beautiful and ethereal. Bathed in the moonlight, the skinny youth standing in the middle of the spiritual field exuded a mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. The surroundings were deathly silent while all the villagers were dumbstruck and flabbergasted. Even Shurao Tianren, the village head, was no exception. His eyes were full of amazement. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to them. After finishing all this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief with a touch of relief in his eyes. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he carefully withdrew from the spiritual field. What should be done had been done. Now, it was time to see the effect. Young man, you're not simple at all. Shurao Tianren, the village head, came to Lin Sun's side, his eyes full of deep meaning. Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior, you flatter me. It's just a primary light-attracting spiritual tattoo carved with the bone powder of gold-eating rats. It's not worth mentioning. Shurao Tianren was a little surprised by Lin Sun's frankness. A trace of imperceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, let's go. Lin Sun was stunned. To where? Shurao Tianren was speechless. To arrange a place for you to live. From now on, Feiyan Village is your home. You can stay here as long as you want. Saying this, he turned around and left with his hands clasped behind his back, even ignoring the changes taking place in the spiritual field. All this slightly stunned Lin Sun. The old man decided to take him in before the matter in the spiritual field was settled, which was out of Lin Sun's expectation. Smiling silently, Lin Sun didn't hesitate to follow them. Feiyan Village was built against the mountain. Bathed in the bright moonlight, it looked tranquil and peaceful. Shurao Tianren led Lin Sun straight to the end of the village, where there was a dilapidated courtyard. There were 3 thatched cottages and a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a strong weeping willow. On both sides of the courtyard were vegetable fields, which were now overgrown with weeds. The thatched cottages were obviously in disrepair, covered with cobwebs and dust. Creak pushing the door open, Shurao Tianren lit the oil lamp, and the orange light lit up the dark room. No one has lived here for many years. You can stay here for the time being. Tomorrow morning, I'll call some people to clean up the courtyard for you. Lin Sun looked around and found that although the room was simple and crude, there was a bed, a table, and a chair. There was even a desk by the window, on which some books were scattered and covered with dust. Thank you, Senior. It's nice here. Lin Sun cupped his hands in front of his chest. You're welcome. Shurao Tianren gazed at Lin Sun with his old eyes and said, Young man, I don't care where you come from or why you want to live in Feiyan Village. Now that you're a member of Feiyan Village, you're not an outsider. I hope you won't do anything to hurt Feiyan Village in the future. Lin Sun nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry, Senior. Shurao Tianren patted Lin Sun's shoulder and turned to leave. After making sure that Shurao Tianren had left, Lin Sun carefully put the old wooden box on the ground beside the bed. Then he opened the window and stared at the starry sky in the night. After a long time, Lin Sun couldn't help stretching himself and murmured, After 3 months of hard work, I finally entered the territory of Xiao Empire. Master Lu, if you can see me in heaven, please rest assured. I'll live well as you wish. A 13 to 14-year-old young man was dressed in coarse linen clothes. His long hair was casually tied behind his head as he leaned against the window. His skinny figure was covered by a layer of faint moonlight. A trace of sadness flashed across his young and somewhat pale face before it immediately returned to calmness. Outside Feiyan Village, cheers mixed with exclamations came from afar. Lin Sun listened attentively for a while and couldn't help but smile. Without further delay, Lin Sun closed the window and came to the bed. In the dim light, he once again opened the old wooden box that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. At this moment, Taishan was squatting in his spiritual field, his rugged face full of ecstasy. His lips trembled and he muttered, Miracle. Miracle. The damned insect disaster is finally gone. Damn it, God has eyes. Old Taishan, it's not God's eyes, but the young man's credit. Someone kindly reminded him. Yes. Taishan patted his thigh and shouted, I told you before that the young man wouldn't lie. But you guys suspected that he was a liar. How ignorant you are. How foolish you are. The nearby villagers instantly felt embarrassed. In the shabby hut, a dim oil lamp flickered. An old wooden box was opened, revealing a pale cyan dagger, a yellowed scroll, and a dark gray inscribing pen. Inscriber was the one who carved and wrote. The so-called inscribing pen was actually a tool for spiritual tattooists to inscribe spiritual tattoos, which was shaped like a brush with a sharp tip. Therefore, the inscribing pen was also called tattoo knife. Lin Sun personally preferred the name of tattoo knife. The homonym of tattoo knife was Dao Seeking. Who could compete with Dao Seeking in the world? This feeling was indescribably inspiring. Lin Sun's eyes rested on the yellowed scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen for a long time, for these two things had a very unusual meaning for him. The yellowing scroll was about 3 fingers thick. It was nameless, and its cover was cut from animal skin. It was already very old, and it was obvious that this scroll had existed for a very long time. Just a glance at it would make people feel the aura of the vicissitudes of time. The dark gray inscribing pen was also quite unique. It was quite different from the common inscribing pens. It was more like a sword, with a dull surface, branded with mysterious patterns of clouds. The tip of the pen was like a sword blade, and it gave off a chilling aura that went straight to the depths of one's soul. These were the two most important mysterious treasures Lin Sun had. In addition to the dagger, scroll, and inscribing pen, there were also some bones, animal skin, plant stems, and ores in the wooden box. All of them were spiritual materials, which could be used to refine spiritual weapons. After being smelted in a special way, they could also be used as spiritual ink and materials for inscribing spiritual tattoos. These spiritual materials were all collected by Lin Sun during the long journey. If they were sold, they could also make a lot of money. In the corner of the wooden box, there was a pile of rough, jade-like hardwood with the thickness of a thumb. This wood was called lycopodium silverwood, which had no value. Its only characteristic was that it was as hard as a stone. For spiritual apprentices who learned to inscribe spiritual tattoos, lycopodium silverwood was an excellent material to practice. Lin Sun carefully took out the thick yellowed scroll and sat in front of the desk by the window. Looking at the scroll quietly, Lin Sun did not open it. Instead, he fell into contemplation. In a trance, Lin Sun's thoughts flew as if he had returned to the past. It was a mine prison, where many prisoners were locked up. It was isolated from the outside world. As far as Lin Sun could remember, he had been staying in the mine prison, where the sky was dark, gloomy, and damp, and there was never sunshine. The atmosphere there was also very depressing. Prisoners died every day, and new prisoners were sent in every day. In Lin's memory, no one had ever been able to escape from the mine prison before it was completely destroyed. Strictly speaking, Lin Sun was not a prisoner, but an abandoned baby. When he was found, he was almost eaten by those ferocious prisoners as food. Mr. Deer had told him that. Of course, Master Lu had saved Lin Sun's life. No one knew Master Lu's background, but he had a special position in the mine prison. Both the prison guards and the prisoners were very respectful to him. It was all because of Master Lu's other identity, a spiritual tattooist. Lin Sun had been following Master Lu since he was a child. Master Lu had ordered him to do all kinds of things since he was sensible. Learning to read, identifying spiritual materials, learning to make ink, practicing carving, memorizing spiritual tattoos. At the same time, he had to serve tea, pour water, wash clothes, cook, and so on. Lin Sun thought he was Master Lu's disciple, and so did the guards and prisoners in the mine prison. But Master Lu had never acknowledged Lin Sun as his disciple. According to Master Lu, he never intended to accept any disciple in his life. Lin Sun could only be regarded as an errand boy, nothing more. Lin Sun was depressed about this for a while, but he gradually forgot about it. Deep in his heart, he had always regarded Master Lu as his master. Life in the mine prison was dull and dark. As Lin Sun grew up, he gradually learned that there was a wider world outside the mine prison. When Lin Sun was 9 years old, Master Lu took him out of the mine prison for the first time. But only 3 days later, they came back again. In these 3 days, Lin Sun was greatly shocked. He saw the appearance of the outside world. He saw the sunlight, the azure sky, and the white clouds. From then on, Master Lu would take him out every once in a while, for as long as 10 days, or as short as 3 days, and then they would return to the mine prison. The purpose of the trips was simple. Master Lu needed to collect more spiritual materials to inscribe spiritual tattoos. As he went out again and again, Lin Sun finally got a better understanding of the world. The only thing that puzzled Lin Sun was why Master Lu would rather stay in the dark mine prison than the outside world. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't get a definite answer until the mine prison was destroyed and disappeared. The mine prison was destroyed. At the thought of this, Lin Sun, who was sitting at the desk, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The tragic scene 3 months ago came to his mind uncontrollably. That day, he was practicing inscribing a greenwood spiritual tattoo while Master Lu was smelting a furnace of spiritual materials, murmuring something inexplicably. Outside the room, a group of guards were waving the blood-stained iron whips in their hands, constantly lashing the prisoners who did not work hard. Their curses and howls reverberated under the dark sky. Such a day was no different from the past. Lin Sun had long been accustomed to it. He even didn't sympathize with those prisoners who looked pitiful but were actually extremely vicious in their bones. But on that day, Master Lu was the only one who seemed a little different. Lin Sun knew that Master Lu was bad-tempered, irritable and impatient. He had been scolded by Master Lu many times since he was a child, so he had long been accustomed to it. Although Master Lu scolded people, he never beat them. And when he scolded Lin Sun, it was usually when Lin Sun made mistakes. But on that day, Master Lu was particularly irritable. He smashed many things in the room, even his favorite inscribing pen, green sky blazing gold, was broken by him. Just when Lin Sun was puzzled, Master Lu took out an old wooden box and threw the yellowing scroll, a pale cyan dagger, and a dull inscribing pen into it. Then he handed them to Lin Sun, who was still in a daze. Lin Sun could still remember that Master Lu's expression at that time was extremely complicated. There was hatred, helplessness, and unwillingness on his face. But in the end, all his emotions turned into seriousness and solemnity. Lin Sun had never seen such seriousness and solemnity on Master Lu's face. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. At that time, Master Lu grasped Lin Sun's shoulders tightly. When Lin Sun felt that his bones were about to be crushed, Master Lu opened his mouth. "From now on, you must learn to survive alone. So, you must live well." At that moment, Master Lu's voice was hoarse but firm. His eyes were bloodshot, full of madness as if he was about to die. "Remember, it took me a lot of effort to save you. You can't die." Then, Master Lu pointed at the yellowing scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen, and said in an unprecedented solemn tone, "Take good care of them. Whether you can cultivate smoothly in the future depends on them. Especially that pen, it hides a secret that even I haven't uncovered yet. As long as you can crack it, even if your spiritual vein is taken away, you can still change your destiny. Also, haven't you always wanted to know who took away the spirit vein that originally belonged to you? Let me tell you, the answer is in Xiao Empire. You have to live to find it, so you can't die. Do you remember?" In his hysterical voice, Master Lu's expression became somewhat ferocious. Lin Sun was completely shocked at that moment and nodded subconsciously. Then, Master Lu dragged Lin Sun's frail body along the way until they came to a tunnel that Lin Sun had never seen before. "Go." The mine passage was as deep as a bottomless abyss. Master Lu pushed Lin Sun into the depths of the mine without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Sun didn't even have time to react. He felt like he was falling down a cliff, and his mind went blank. It was also at that moment that he saw an old hand in his sight, tearing apart the darkness above the mine prison and descending with a rumbling sound. The aged palm was so enormous that it covered the sky. Every single finger was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens, and every single stripe on the palm was like a ravine. Terrifying violet-colored flames suffused the surface of the aged palm, and it was like a violet-colored sea of flames had poured down from the starry sky. It incinerated the darkness, burned the sky, and was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. Lin Sun never knew who on earth could cover the sky with his hands. The big hand covers the sky, and the purple fire destroys the world. At this moment, Lin Sun's mind suddenly became chaotic. The thin figure sitting in front of the desk suddenly trembled and couldn't help clenching his hands tightly. That scene was so shocking and dazzling. A hand covered the sky and the earth, full of the power to destroy the world. At that moment, Lin Sun was also shocked. He never knew that the power to burn the sky and the earth existed in this world. It was like a legendary god descending to the world, who could pick the stars and the moon, refine the rivers and seas, and have the infinite power to turn the rotten into the magical. One day, I will be able to do it. Definitely. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit was burning in his heart. Strength was what he lacked most at present. He longed for strength. Growing up in the dark mine prison, Lin Sun was told that his spiritual vein was taken away from him, which made him have an extraordinary desire and persistence to possess strength. After a long time, Lin Sun's mind calmed down a little. Looking at the yellowed animal skin scroll on the desk, a trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. After being pushed into the abyss-like mind tunnel by Master Lu, Lin Sun completely lost consciousness with a loud roar. When he woke up again, he found himself on a desolate black plain. Then, he spent 3 whole months trekking over mountains and rivers, sleeping in the open, and going through many hardships and dangers, and finally came to the territory of Xiao Empire. Feiyan village indeed belonged to the territory of Xiao Empire. Lin Sun still remembered that Master Lu had told him that the murderer who deprived him of his spiritual vein was in Xiao Empire. Gently stroking the yellowed animal skin scroll with his fingertips, Lin Sun took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he stood up and carefully put away the yellowing beast skin scroll, hiding it back in the old wooden box. This scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen were given to him by Master Lu in a hurry before he left, which meant they were the most important things Master Lu cared about the most. Until now, Lin Sun still remembered Master Lu's solemn words, "Take good care of them. Whether you can successfully cultivate in the future will depend on them. Especially that brush, it hides a secret that even I haven't uncovered until now. As long as you can decipher it, even if your spirit vein is dug out, it'll be enough to defy the heavens and change your fate." Lin Sun had no idea what kind of amazing secrets were hidden in the scroll and the inscribing pen. He had no intention to face them before he was sure whether Master Lu was dead or alive. Blowing out the dim oil lamp in the hut, Lin turned over and got on the bed. Sitting cross-legged in the dark, he began to cultivate. Gurgle the vital energy in his body circulated like a gurgling clear stream, and it guided strands of spirit energy to circulate within his meridians and apertures in a cycle. In the current world, the cultivation system was flourishing, and it had given rise to countless schools and inheritances. Moreover, the books related to cultivation were as vast as the ocean and innumerable. The way of cultivation was divided into 5 realms: Zhenwu, Gang Spirit, Sea of Spirit, Tao Insight, and Reincarnation Development. Among them, the martial realm was the cornerstone of cultivation and the most important. There were so many living beings in the world, but it didn't mean that everyone could cultivate. The only criterion to judge whether a person could cultivate or not was whether he could step into the martial realm. This was the most basic but also the most important condition. The martial realm was divided into 9 levels, namely, Qi Guiding, Inner Strengthening, Mansion Opening, Apertures Clearing, Marrow Cleansing, Blood Burning, Small Circulation, Big Circulation, and Spirit Changing. Each level would bring a new change to the practitioner's power. For example, the first level, Qi Guiding, was to sense one's own vital energy and use it as a guide to circulate spiritual energy through meridians and apertures, so as to achieve the purpose of cleansing the mortal body. Upon reaching this level, the impurities inside and outside the practitioner's body would be cleansed, making his blood, flesh, and skin full of vitality, and he would be able to open stones and capture tigers and leopards alive. In layman's terms, the Qi drawing realm was the first barrier to cultivation, and also the first step into the true martial realm. Whether one could cross it or not was the only sign to measure whether one could become a practitioner or not. After all, if one couldn't even Qi Guiding, he naturally couldn't cultivate and could only be an ordinary member of the world. It was impossible for him to become a practitioner who had the power to fly in the sky, burrow into the earth, and summon the wind and rain. At the age of 10, Lin Sun began to cultivate for the first time in his life. The cultivation method was taught by Master Lu, named Spirit Concentrating Manual, which emphasized on keeping one's spirit in one place and keeping one's mind clear and steady. At the age of 11, Lin Sun successfully stepped into the threshold of Qi Guiding. He guided the spiritual energy into his body, circulated it all over his body, cleansed the impurities, and became a real practitioner. Now, at the age of 13, Lin Sun had just broken through Qi Guiding and reached Inner Strengthening, the second level of martial realm. The so-called Inner Strengthening was to use a special secret method to refine the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the body and strengthen the sense of Qi all over the body. Breathing in Qi like a bull and exhaling Qi like an arrow, Lin Sun's physical strength would last for a long time. Lin Sun had been stuck in Inner Strengthening for 2 years. Compared with others, Lin Sun's cultivation speed wasn't bad, but it could only be described as mediocre. He was far from being comparable with those talented people. But only Lin Sun knew clearly that it was a great fortune for him to still be able to cultivate after losing the spiritual vein in his body, and he couldn't do this without the help of Master Lu. Clatter, the gurgling spiritual energy surged through his body. After 18 rounds, it had reached the limit that Lin Sun could bear. Whoosh! Lin Sun stopped his cultivation without hesitation. He opened his mouth and spat out a jet of white air as straight as an arrow, which shot out 3 feet like a waterfall, shaking the air. Qi guiding could be regarded as the consummation of inner strengthening by circulating the spiritual energy all over the body 9 times. If one wanted to cultivate inner strengthening to the consummation, he needed to circulate the spiritual energy all over the body 18 times. As long as he could do this, he could try to break through to Palace Opening, the 3rd level of Martial Realm. As early as last year, Lin Sun could already circulate the spiritual energy all over the body 18 times through the meridians. But a year later, he was still stuck at this level. There were many reasons, such as the lack of food rich in spiritual energy to supplement the needs of cultivation, the lack of support of abundant cultivation resources, the lack of guidance from a good teacher, and so on. After all, Lin Sun was an abandoned baby growing up in the dark mine prison. It was a great fortune for him to survive. Naturally, he couldn't be compared with others. But the most important thing was that Lin Sun's meridians were sluggish and fragile, and couldn't bear more violent impact. Only when the meridians were refined to a certain extent could he choose to break through the realm. But Lin Sun was not in a hurry. The unique living environment from childhood to adulthood had already honed his extraordinary patience and perseverance. If you wanted to survive in the dark mine prison, you had to learn to endure loneliness first. This sentence was said by the oldest and most experienced prisoner in the mine prison. Lin Sun had always kept it in mind. Early the next morning, before dawn, Lin Sun woke up from his sleep like a conditioned reflex. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the strange environment in the room, Lin Sun was a little stunned, and then completely sobered up. This was not the mine prison he was familiar with. However, years of habits made Lin Sun not feel sleepy at all, so he got up in a hurry. This was Feiyun Village, the first place he settled after entering Xiao Empire. The first thing he needed to do was to integrate himself into the village as soon as possible. And if he wanted to completely integrate himself into the village, he had to prove his value. Like yesterday evening, if Lin Sun hadn't carved the light-attracting spiritual tattoo to help the villager Taizhan eliminate the pests in the spiritual field, it would have been impossible for him to get the approval of the village head Shirao Tianren so easily. This was his value. Lin Sun believed that after yesterday's scene, at least the villagers in Feiyun Village would not reject him as an outsider. After getting up, Lin Sun casually stretched his body. When he was about to wash up, he heard a strange sound in the yard. Curious, he pushed the door open and went out. He didn't know when many figures had gathered in the dilapidated, almost deserted yard full of weeds. Lin Sun's residence was in the east of Feiyun Village. It was a dilapidated and deserted courtyard with 3 thatched cottages and a weeping willow tree. On one side of the courtyard was a vegetable plot, which was now overgrown with weeds. As the first place to live after coming to Xiao Empire, Lin Sun had planned to clean up and repair this dilapidated courtyard after dawn. What surprised Lin Sun the most was that the moment he opened the door, he saw many villagers already gathered in his courtyard. What surprised Lin Sun most was that these villagers were either carrying some freshly slaughtered pheasants and hares, or carrying some pots and pans. Some were busy cleaning the weeds in the courtyard, and some strong men were even repairing the dilapidated walls and eaves of the thatched cottages. In short, the courtyard was a busy scene, but everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding that no matter what they were doing, they kept their voices down, as if they were afraid of disturbing something. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be thoughtful. He faintly understood in his heart, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah, little brother Lin Sun is out. Damn it, old Yang, I told you to keep your voice down, but you woke little brother Lin Sun up all of a sudden. Bah. You resent me. Even a sleeping pig would be woken up by you knocking on the eaves with a hammer, let alone little brother Lin Sun. Ah, little brother Lin Sun, I'm not scolding you. Seeing Lin Sun appear, the villagers in the courtyard immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed over together, as if they wanted to occupy an advantageous position to face Lin Sun. Well, elders, what are you going to do? Lin Sun was also surprised by the enthusiasm of the villagers and asked hurriedly. Little brother Lin Sun, you helped Iron Mountain eliminate the pests in the spiritual land yesterday. It's really amazing. We admire you, a strong man came out and said with a grin. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by a middle-aged woman. Cut the crap. Don't you see brother Lin is a little impatient? While saying this, the woman looked at Lin Sun with a warm smile. Little brother Lin, you are a member of Feiyun village from now on. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to live alone, so we're here to bring you some daily necessities. As soon as he said that, the villagers all nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Mrs. Liu is still the most eloquent. This is exactly what everyone wants to say. A heartfelt smile appeared on Lin Sun's thin and slightly pale face. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, elders." Next, the villagers didn't stay idle. They quickly helped Lin Sun clean up the courtyard and arrange the household items. Lin Sun wanted to help, but he was stopped by the old woman of House Liu. She first fetched some hot water, helped Lin Sun wash up, and then filled a bowl of spiritual grain porridge and a large bowl of marinated animal meat for Lin Sun's breakfast. They were so enthusiastic that even Lin couldn't refuse them, so he could only accept them with a smile. While chatting, Lin Sun had changed the way he addressed her. He called her Aunt Xiao, which made the old woman of House Liu smile. When Lin Sun finished his breakfast, the whole dilapidated and barren courtyard had taken on a new look. The ground was flat and clean, covered with a layer of bluestone. The vegetable plot in the corner was also plowed and some spiritual vegetable seeds were sown. The 3 thatched cottages had been renovated. A thick layer of golden straw was laid on the eaves, glistening with a misty luster in the morning light. In the kitchen, pots and pans were placed in an orderly manner, and strings of dried animal meat and game hung on the wall. In a word, until now, the dilapidated courtyard had a warm atmosphere suitable for living. Lin Sun saw all this with a smile, and he was really touched. This kind of simple and enthusiastic folk custom was something he had never experienced before. Seeing that everything was cleaned up and the villagers were about to leave, Lin Sun seemed to think of something and said, "Elders, please wait a moment." All the villagers stopped and looked at Lin Sun. Aunt Xiao was straightforward and asked directly, "What's the matter? What do you need? If you need anything, just tell me. We'll help you." Lin Sun shook his head with a smile and said, "Elders, please listen to me. You all saw what happened yesterday. I don't have any other skills, but I still have some means to eliminate pests in the spiritual field. If you need help, just tell me." Before Lin Sun finished his words, Aunt Xiao patted her forehead and said with a smile, "I forgot about it. Little brother Lin, to tell you the truth, the spiritual field of my family is the same as that of Tiashan's. Both of them are infested with insects. Seeing that the spiritual grains are about to wither and die, I'm really anxious. Why don't you take some time to help me?" Seeing Aunt Xiao open her mouth, the others were also anxious. The reason why they came to deliver things to Lin Sun and clean the courtyard before dawn was that they wanted to get familiar with Lin Sun, but the most important thing was that they had something to ask of him. Like Taishan, the spiritual grains planted by these villagers were also suffering from pests. How could they not be anxious when their harvest was about to be destroyed? Lin Sun's appearance undoubtedly gave these villagers a glimmer of hope. After all, what happened last night in the spiritual field of the Taishan family was too miraculous. A perfectly straight golden rainbow shot into the sky and brought down the silver moonlight, eliminating all the pests in the spiritual field in one fell swoop. All of this gave the villagers an unprecedented shock. "Little brother Lin Sun, my family's 9 acres of spiritual field is also suffering from pests. The situation is very serious. If you can help me, I'll definitely treat you like a family member. No matter how serious it is, it's not as serious as the pests in my spiritual field. In less than 7 days, my family's 7 acres of spiritual grains will be completely destroyed." All of a sudden, the villagers begged Lin Sun one after another with a bitter look. Lin Sun was a little stunned. He didn't expect that so many villagers would suffer from pests in his spiritual field this time. For a moment, he couldn't help but be hesitant, not knowing who to promise first. According to Lin Sun's current ability, he could only inscribe 1 light-attracting spiritual tattoo a day at most, unless he reached the level of mansion opening, the third level of martial realm. In that case, he could inscribe one more light-attracting spiritual tattoo every day. But it was obviously impossible for now. He had been stuck in this realm for 2 years, and he didn't even know when he could break through. What should he do? Who should he promise first? Looking at the villagers' eager eyes, Lin Sun really couldn't make a choice. At this moment, a deep voice sounded, "You can all leave. I'll help you solve this problem after I discuss it with Lin Sun." An old and tall figure walked into the small courtyard. It was the village head, Shirao Tianren. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Shirao, you came just in time. I'm new here and I'm confused about the situation in the village. I really need you to arrange this matter." Seeing this, the villagers immediately understood that Lin Sun had promised, and it was up to the village head's arrangement. So they all left happily. Soon, only Shirao Tianren and Lin Sun were left in the courtyard. More than 100 years ago, there was also a spiritual tattooist living in this small courtyard. I was only 14 years old at that time. With his hands behind his back, Shirao Tianren paced to the strong weeping willow and stroked its thick trunk with a trace of reminiscence in his old eyes. Shirao Tianren didn't talk about how to eliminate the insect disaster in the spiritual field. Instead, he talked about something that happened more than 100 years ago. Although Lin Sun felt strange, he still listened to him quietly. At that time, this place was barren and nobody lived here. But one day, a practitioner from Donglin town happened to find a small mineral vein of Feiyun fire copper when he passed by here. According to Shirao Tianren, more than 100 years ago, there was a mineral vein of Feiyun fire copper in a mountain called Smoky Mountain dozens of miles behind Feiyun village, which was rich in Feiyun fire copper. It was an excellent spiritual material for making middle-grade mortal weapons and was very expensive. A piece of Feiyun fire copper the size of a baby's fist could be exchanged for 3 imperial silver coins if it was sold in the city. There was no doubt that there was a huge fortune buried under this mineral vein. In order to excavate this mineral vein, some bigwigs of Donglin town set out together and captured many slaves to mine. It took them 10 years to excavate this mineral vein and completely abandon it. All the practitioners of Donglin town returned with great rewards. Because they didn't like the trouble, those bigwigs didn't care about the life and death of those mining slaves. They abandoned them all in this remote mountain village and left alone. Shirao Tianren, the village head, was one of the surviving mining slaves, and the other villagers were all descendants of the mining slaves who were abandoned here. The name of Feiyun village was named after Feiyun fire copper. After hearing all this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. He had lived in the dark mine prison since he was a child, so he naturally knew how miserable the situation of the mining slaves was. It could be said that their lives were as cheap as grass, and their life and death were beyond their control. But Shirao Tianren, the village head of Feiyun village, used to be a mining slave, which surprised Lin Sun and made him admire him faintly. Being abandoned in the wilderness, Shirao Tianren could still establish the present Feiyun village and let the descendants of the mining slaves live here. Not everyone could have such means and courage. Shirao Tianren seemed to know what Lin was thinking. He waved his hand and said in a self-deprecating way, "I'm not as capable as you think. The reason why Feiyun village has today's situation is all thanks to the spiritual tattooist who used to live in this yard." Saying this, Shirao Tianren sighed with emotion. It was that spiritual tattooist who opened up the spiritual field for us and taught us how to plant spiritual grains. Otherwise, all of us in Feiyun village would have starved to death in the wilderness. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Since the environment here is so harsh, why don't we leave?" Shirao Tianren shook his head. This place is located in the depths of 3,000 mountains outside the southwest border of Feiyun village. It's a long time. Since ancient times, it is called natural moat. Just the nearest city is 8,000 li away. Moreover, there are many dangers along the way. Vicious beasts lurk everywhere and poisonous insects wreak havoc everywhere. Without a powerful cultivator leading the way, no one will be able to reach there alive. Lin Sun finally understood that although he had come to the territory of Xiao Empire, he still faced many difficulties and dangers if he wanted to reach the populated city. But Lin Sun was not worried. As long as he was alive, it would come true one day. At this time, Shirao Tianren suddenly smiled and patted Lin Sun's shoulder. "Young man, I know you don't want to stay here forever, But I can assure you that as long as you stay in Feiyun village, we will treat you as one of our own. Lin Sun nodded seriously. Don't worry, Uncle Shirao. I will treat you as my own people. Shirao Tianren laughed heartily. That's good. Lin Sun said, Uncle Shirao, let's not waste any more time. Let's arrange how to eliminate the pests in the spiritual land first. Shirao Tianren nodded repeatedly. That's great. On the same day, under the guidance of Shirao Tianren, Lin Sun came to Lu Dabiao's 6-acre spiritual field and carved another light-attracting spiritual tattoo with the bone powder of gold-eating rats as a guide. The light of the sun was attracted and the pests were eliminated in one fell swoop. However, in this way, the little spiritual energy in Lin's body was completely consumed, and he couldn't continue. He had to wait until the next day to continue to eliminate the pests in the spiritual land. At noon, Lu Dabiao and his wife made a sumptuous meal and warmly welcomed Lin Sun to express their gratitude. After leaving Lu Dabiao's house, Lin Sun walked on the village path and saw from afar that there was a flat field in the center of the village, where more than 10 children were practicing martial arts. The sun was scorching, and the group of children were all topless. Their bronze skin was soaked with a layer of crystal-clear sweat under the scorching sun. But even so, none of them complained. They were all concentrating on practicing a set of punching skills. The moves of the punching skill were simple, but big and powerful. Sometimes it was like the roar of a galloping horse, and sometimes it was like a sudden attack of a tiger or a wolf. Although the children were only 7 or 8 years old, they were quite adept at practicing this set of punching skills. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling surprised. He recognized this punching skill. It was called marching boxing, the most popular basic punching skill among the warriors of Xiao Empire. But Lin Sun didn't expect that the children in Feiyun village could also practice this set of punching skills so well. Obviously, it was not some fancy but impractical punching skill. Lin Sun was weak when he was a child, so Master Lu taught him some martial arts to refine his body, including marching boxing. But after watching for a while, Lin Sun keenly found something different. The marching boxing practiced by the children was indeed well organized, but there seemed to be a lot of flaws in the skills of exerting force. Although the power they exerted was strong, the strength in the moves was somewhat scattered. As the saying goes, the body is scattered, but the spirit is not scattered. So was marching boxing. The strength of the punches should be condensed as one and sent out like thunder. Only in this way could it present a strong and powerful aura of the cavalry trampling the mountains and the army breaking the world. The marching boxing practiced by the children in front of him had some mistakes in the skills of exerting force, so the punches couldn't be condensed as one. Therefore, they didn't have the strong and powerful aura of thunder. If these children kept practicing like this, it would do more harm than good to the cultivation of martial arts, although it could strengthen their bodies. Lin Sun thought for a while and finally shook his head. He didn't know who taught these children how to cultivate, so he couldn't go forward to correct them. What? You know something about marching boxing? Shirao Tianren, the village head, came over and looked at Lin Sun thoughtfully. Yes, I practiced it when I was a child. Lin Sun nodded frankly, for there was nothing to hide. Oh, what do you think of their cultivation? Shirao Tianren asked with interest. He suddenly found that he couldn't understand the young man in front of him. Not only did he know how to inscribe spiritual tattoos, but he was also quite familiar with marching boxing. It was really unexpected. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, if it's just for strengthening the body, it's okay. Shirao Tianren narrowed his eyes and said, what if it's used to fight with fierce beasts or strong enemies? Lin Sun kept silent for a while and then said, Uncle Shirao, to be honest, in my opinion, if these children want to practice martial arts, they will go astray. Shirao Tianren was stunned. His old face changed slightly, and after a while, he took a deep breath and said, Lin Sun, are you sure? Lin Sun nodded. There was no need for him to deceive Shirao Tianren. Seeing this, Shirao Tianren fell into silence again, his face cloudy. At this time, there was a sudden hubbub at the entrance of the village. The ground was shaking, and dust was flying. Uncle Lian and the others are back. Cheers could be heard from afar. Immediately, Lin Sun saw a group of people galloping from the entrance of the village, led by a middle-aged man dressed in animal skin. He had long hair and a dignified look. His skin was as hard as rock, and it was full of explosive power. He sat high on the back of a scaly horse as tall as a giant elephant. His eyes were as cold as a knife, and his power was extraordinary. Following behind him was a group of figures, but they were all riding on deer horses that were slightly inferior. All of them carried spears or swords on their backs, and some of the deer horses were even carrying piles of beast skin parcels on their backs. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun remained calm, but he was a little surprised. Those are the village guards. There are 9 of them, and their leader is Lian Rufeng, who is at the 4th level of martial realm. Shirao Tianren, the village head, led Lin Sun to greet them. The children who were practicing boxing also cheered and ran to them. Not only that, but the other villagers were also alarmed and came out. When they saw Lian Rufeng and the others, they were all delighted and went to greet them. From this, it could be seen how high Lian Rufeng's prestige among the villagers was. All the salt, cloth, and daily necessities needed by our village need Chief Lian Rufeng and his guards to go to the Green Sun tribe 3,000 miles away with the spiritual grains we have harvested. It takes them half a month to go back and forth from Feiyun village to Green Sun tribe. The journey is full of dangers, and they may not be able to come back if they are not careful. It's really hard for them. Shirao Tianren explained to Lin as they walked. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said in a low voice, "Don't let Lian Rufeng know that we talked about marching boxing just now. I'll tell you the reason later." Lin Sun understood and nodded. He could faintly feel that Shirao Tianren seemed to be a little vigilant towards Lian Rufeng. Hiss! At this time, the tall and handsome scaly horse neighed loudly and stopped in front of Shirao Tianren, surrounded by the crowd. Lian Rufeng jumped off the horse and laughed, "Brother Xiao, we are back." This person had a dignified appearance, and his figure was tall and robust like a mountain. His entire body emanated a ferocious and mighty aura that was rather terrifying. Looking closely, his breath was long and steady. His fascia was tough and his joints were full of explosive spiritual qi, which was in line with the characteristics of the 4th level of martial realm, apertures guiding. The 3rd level of martial realm was the opening of the 5 viscera. The 5 viscera were in charge of the 5 elements, which were the foundation of a practitioner's 5 elements. At that time, the practitioner's spiritual energy would run in the 5 viscera and reach the whole body. He would run like a tiger or leopard and have the strength to lift a tripod. In the army of Zhou Empire, he could be a centurion in charge of 100 soldiers. The 4th level of martial realm, apertures guiding, was to open the spiritual acupoints in the limbs and bones. Once the acupoints were opened, the spirit would be concentrated, and the spirit would be vigorous. After reaching this level, the practitioner's qi and blood would be boiling like smoke rising to the sky. He would not be afraid of cold or heat or evil spirits. He could walk in the snow without leaving any trace and be as agile as a flying eagle. Even if he did not eat for 3 days and 3 nights, his spirit would not be weakened. Lian Rufeng was a master at the level of enlightening apertures. To ordinary people, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time, with a strong aura that could hit them in the face. Lin Sun was surprised, not because he was afraid of Lian Rufeng's momentum, but because he felt it was strange to see such a practitioner in the remote Feiyun village. Who is this little guy? At this time, Lian Rufeng also noticed the strange face of Lin Sun. He frowned slightly and his cold eyes were full of scrutiny. This is Lin Sun. He is a member of Feiyun village from now on. Shirao Tianren explained with a smile. When he learned that Lin Sun was a spiritual apprentice, Lian Rufeng just squinted his eyes and was not surprised. But when he learned that it was Lin Sun who helped Iron Mountain and Lu Dabiao get rid of the pests in their spiritual fields, Lian Rufeng was a little moved. Over the years, he had seen a lot of spiritual tattoo apprentices, so he knew more than others in the village. He even knew that spiritual tattoo apprentices were just odd jobs for spiritual tattooists at best. However, it was rare to see a spiritual apprentice who could inscribe spiritual tattoos and help get rid of pests in spiritual fields. That was why Lian Rufeng was so moved. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Lian." Lin Sun stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. "Ha ha ha, we are a family from now on. Don't stand on ceremony. Work hard. If there is a real spiritual tattooist in Feiyun village, it will be a great honor." Lian Rufeng laughed and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. His voice was loud and warm. But Lin Sun was keenly aware that Lian Ruffing always looked at him with a trace of suspicion and scrutiny, which made him realize that this guard leader, who was at the 4th level of martial realm, should be a shrewd person. Growing up in the Sunless Mine prison, Lin Sun had seen a lot of vicious criminals. Master Lu once mentioned in a drunken stupor that if all these prisoners were set free, they would bring endless harm to the whole world. If this happened in Ziyao Empire, it might even cause a turmoil. It was not hard to imagine how powerful those prisoners were. Each and every one of them was a model of the most vicious, cunning, and merciless in the world. Lin Sun grew up in such a dark environment surrounded by villains. Influenced by what he saw and heard, Lin Sun had his own experience in observing people's words and expressions. He even learned a lot of methods to see through people's minds from those prisoners. Therefore, Lin Sun believed that his judgment would not be wrong. Lian Ruffing should be a scheming person. Whether he was good or bad, at least he was not as simple as he looked. With this thought in mind, Lin Sun found something different about Lian Ruffing when he looked at him again. For example, although the man was wearing an old animal skin coat, there was a lavender wooden pendant hanging on his waist. If Lin Sun was right, the lavender wooden pendant should be carved from red sandalwood, which was very expensive and could be worth 10 imperial silver coins. For example, the man wore a pair of gray boots. Others couldn't tell the material, but Lin could tell at a glance that the boots were made of the feathers of the gray falcon, and the surface was engraved with a pair of gale wind spiritual tattoos, which could make the practitioner as light as a swallow and as powerful as a tiger with wings in battle. In terms of value, the boots were far more valuable than the red sandalwood pendant. This was interesting. They were just practitioners in a remote and barren mountain village. How could they afford to enjoy such expensive treasures? This man was definitely not simple. Lin Sun was lost in thought. P.S. This chapter is to congratulate Xia Zhigu Liang on her promotion to Gold Leader. There will be more chapters in the future. This time, Lian Ruffing went to Green Sun Tribe with a group of guards to trade for goods and brought back some urgently needed materials for the villagers. According to the usual practice, these materials should be distributed to the villagers in the village's ancestral hall. Soon, under the call of Shirao Tianren, a crowd of villagers rushed to the ancestral hall. Lin Sun was also warmly invited, but he declined. He just arrived in Feiyun yesterday, so it was not his turn to distribute materials. In the evening, the setting sun shone brightly. Lin Sun sat under a cyan weeping willow in his yard, carving a piece of lycopodium silverwood with a pale cyan dagger in his right hand. Puff, 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 the sharp edge of the blade was like a silkworm spinning silk. With a delicate and precise technique of exerting force, it flowed on the surface of the stone pine silver wood like moving clouds and flowing water. The wood chips scattered like snowflakes, giving off a unique sound full of rhythm. Lin Sun's fingers were slender, broad, and fair. He held a cyan dagger casually, which fluttered like a butterfly flying through the flowers, giving off a pleasing sense of beauty. For spiritual apprentices, before learning to inscribe spiritual tattoos, they must first practice the technique of exerting force, which was inseparable from the exercise of the fingers. The flexibility and stability of the fingers were the most crucial part of inscribing spiritual tattoos. After all, inscribing spiritual tattoos was not as simple as inscribing spiritual tattoos, but also needed to guide the spiritual energy in the body to manipulate and control the thickness, brightness, and brightness of the spiritual ink, as well as the compatibility of the spiritual ink with the spiritual tattoo. For example, to inscribe the most basic greenwood spiritual tattoo, one needed an inscribing pen, a dish of greenwood spiritual ink, and a carrier. An inscribing pen was a tool for inscribing spiritual tattoos, controlled by a spiritual tattooist. Manipulating and using an inscribing pen tested the dexterity and precision of the fingers. It was worth mentioning that there were good and bad inscribing pens. A good inscribing pen had a higher compatibility with spiritual ink and spiritual energy, while a poor one was the opposite. In Lin Sun's memory, the inscribing pen broken by Master Lu, green sky blazing gold, was a precious and invaluable treasure. Spirit ink, on the other hand, was the ink needed to draw spirit inscriptions. Spirit ink was usually made from various kinds of spirit materials, and different spirit inscriptions had different unique powers. Greenwood spiritual ink was the essence of 16 spiritual materials such as greenwood incense, white spirit leaf, spiritual mayfly blood, red warbler tears, etc., which were smelted in the furnace by a spiritual tattooist according to different amounts and proportions, and finally condensed. Using the spirit ink to inscribe the azure wood spirit rune was the best choice in terms of compatibility and success rate. As for the so-called carrier, it was the place where the greenwood spirit tattoo needed to be inscribed. Generally speaking, this kind of carrier must also be a spiritual item. For example, he could carve a spiritual rune pattern on a weapon, armor, or other objects, such as a house, a tea set, a carriage, and so on. For example, when Lin Sun inscribed the light-attracting spiritual tattoo yesterday, he used his fingertip instead of the inscribing pen, and the spiritual ink was the bone powder of gold-eating rats. The carrier of the spiritual tattoo was the spiritual field, which contained a trace of spiritual energy, so it could be regarded as a spiritual object. However, the light-attracting spiritual tattoo inscribed in the spiritual field was too shallow and didn't have a spiritual source, so it could only be used once and couldn't be kept forever. The so-called spiritual source was an object that continuously supplied spiritual energy to the spiritual tattoo, such as spiritual stones, spiritual veins, or other treasures rich in spiritual energy. In short, inscribing spiritual tattoos seemed to only need an inscribing pen, a plate of spiritual ink, and a carrier, but in fact, there were extremely complicated and rigorous steps, which were by no means as simple as imagined. It was even more difficult to become a qualified spiritual tattooist, which was why the identity and status of a spiritual tattooist were so noble. A long time ago, when Lin Sun began to learn spiritual tattoos from Master Lu, he became a spiritual apprentice. Until now, he was still an apprentice of spiritual tattoos. The reason was that Lin Sun could only skillfully inscribe basic spiritual tattoos with his current cultivation and attainments. Of course, except for Master Lu, Lin Sun had never met any other spiritual tattooist, so he couldn't judge how good he was at inscribing spiritual tattoos. In the past, Lin Sun had asked Master Lu this question more than once, but Master Lu's answer was always shaking his head and sighing. Shaking his head was a kind of denial. Sighing was a kind of disappointment. It was not hard to imagine how many times Master Lu's denial and disappointment had caused Lin Sun over the years. Fortunately, Lin Sun had never been discouraged and gradually got used to Master Lu's frustration. It was precisely this kind of frustration that stimulated Lin Sun every time. He kept competing with Master Lu, which made his level of inscribing spiritual tattoos constantly improve. What did it mean to become braver after setbacks? That was it. At dusk, the orange afterglow of the setting sun dyed the green weeping willows in the small courtyard with a magnificent luster. The breeze blew and swayed thousands of willows, making a rustling sound, quiet and leisurely. The pale cyan dagger in Lin Sun's hand danced in the air, and soon a vivid image of an old man was carved. His hair was disheveled, his face was wrinkled like ravines, and his body was as thin as bamboo. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly raised to the sky, and his eyes were full of arrogance and defiance. This was the image of Master Lu. Every inch of this wooden carving was formed by exquisite and precise spirit runes. However, not a single trace of spirit runes could be seen. It gave off a dense, clumsy feeling that seemed to be a hole. Staring at the wood carving in his hand, Lin Sun was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed silently, picked up the pale cyan dagger again, and destroyed the wood carving inch by inch. Then, Lin Sun stood up. His thin figure stood in the setting sun, and a touch of firmness appeared on his delicate and slightly pale face. People couldn't live in memories. But to live, one must always look forward. When night fell, all the villagers of Feiyun village received the materials they needed and returned from the ancestral hall. Lin Sun keenly found that although they had received the materials, there was not much joy on the villagers' faces. Instead, many of them were frowning. Faintly, a quarrel could be heard coming from the direction of the ancestral hall. Lin Sun could tell that it was the village head Shurao Tianren and the chief of the guards, Lian Ruffing, arguing. But soon, the quarrel died down. As the night grew darker and darker, the sound of hurried horse hooves rang out from the village. It gradually disappeared outside the village and into the dark mountains. It seems that Lian Ruffing has left again in the dark, Lin Sun thought for a while and turned back to his room. When he was about to meditate and practice as usual, someone suddenly came to visit. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Sun frowned. He thought for a while, then went out and opened the gate of the courtyard. A thin man stood outside the door, and his gaze flickered with a bright light and revealed a vigilant and ruthless aura. Lin Sun remembered he was one of the guards who returned to the village with Lian Ruffing. But now Lian Ruffing should have left. Why did he stay? What was his purpose for coming here so late at night? I'm Lu Ting, a guard of the village. I have something to ask you. The thin man glanced at Lin Sun and said faintly, with an indisputable tone. Brother Lu Ting. Are you alone? Lin Sun said with a smile. Since childhood, he had learned to wear a smile in front of everyone. It was a sign of respect for himself and could make others lower their vigilance subconsciously. Brother Lian Ruffing has left, but he is worried about the safety of the village. So he asked me to take care of the village, in case of any miscreants. Lu Ting said and stepped into the courtyard without waiting for Lin Sun's consent. His attitude was extremely tough. Lin Sun smiled again. How could he not know that the miscreants in this guy's words were obviously aimed at him? What made Lin Sun curious was whether Lu Ting came here on Lian Ruffing's order or on his own initiative. Lin Sun thought about it and went up to Lu Ting with a smile. Then what do you want to ask me? Then he invited Lu Ting into the house for a chat. Lu Ting waved his hand and refused. Let's talk in this yard. I don't want to stay here for too long. Lin Sun nodded. Okay. Lu Ting frowned. He suddenly realized that from the moment he knocked on the door to the moment he entered the yard, the boy in front of him had been extraordinarily calm and had a smile on his face the whole time, as if he would not panic at all. But the calmer he was, the more Lu Ting hated him. He hated people he couldn't see through the most, especially when it was a boy of 12 or 13, which made Lu Ting even more uncomfortable. Lu Ting said directly, not bothering to exchange pleasantries, let me ask you, what's your background and what's your purpose in coming to Feiyan? Lin Sun smiled, I come from the turbulent wasteland. As for the purpose of coming to Feiyan village, it's quite simple. I'm just passing by. On the way? Hearing that, Lu Ting glared at him and said sternly, little guy, don't play tricks in front of me. If you don't tell me the truth today, don't blame me for being rude. Ka-cha ka-cha, the joints in his entire body emitted a wave of explosive sounds as a ruthless aura surged out from his entire body, causing him to seem like an enraged ferocious beast, and it was rather terrifying. If it was any other 12 or 13-year-old ordinary youth, they would have long been intimidated and obediently obeyed. But Lin Sun didn't respond. He just put away his smile and said with a frown, Brother Lu Ting, what I said is true and I never lie. The village head also knows about it. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Ting's face darkened when he saw that a skinny lad was so fearless. He said, don't fool me with that old bastard Shirao Tianren. Do you think that old bastard can protect you? Old bastard, Lin Sun was sure that Lu Ting didn't take Shirao Tianren seriously at all. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly smiled. Looking at Lu Ting's gloomy face, he said, did Lian Ruffing send you here? How did you? Lu Ting opened his mouth subconsciously, but he came to his senses halfway. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he suddenly reached out his hand to grab Lin Sun's shoulder. Damn you. It seems that you won't know how powerful I am if I don't let you have a taste of my power. This sudden grab was like a goshawk catching a rabbit. It was fast, accurate and ruthless. If this strike hit, Lin Sun's shoulder would definitely be broken. Lin Sun lowered his shoulder and lightly touched the ground with the tip of his foot. He stepped back and dodged this sudden strike with ease. There was still a trace of a smile on his lips, but it was a little cold. It seems that my arrival has made you feel a little uneasy. This is interesting. Could it be that you're planning something and are worried that I'll see through it? So, you've come to test me? Lu Ting was shocked. How could this little bastard's eyes be so sharp? Nonsense, you little bastard. Lu Ting shouted in a low voice. He suddenly changed his palm into a fist, twisted his waist, stepped forward, and punched out like thunder. The strong wind whistled and the air whistled. Marching boxing, strength to break 1,000 troops, this strike was different from what the children had practiced. It was wrapped in a copious amount of spiritual energy, and the swift and violent fist wind whistled through the air. It could smash a 1,000-kilogram boulder into pieces and tear tigers and leopards with bare hands. To be able to do this, Lu Ting was at least at the second level of martial realm, inner strong. Lin Sun's figure spun like a top and easily dodged this fierce strike. Seeing that his two attacks were both avoided, Lu Ting suddenly realized that this 12-year-old boy in front of him was not as simple as a spiritual apprentice, even though he looked thin and weak. Little bastard, you really have many tricks up your sleeve. It seems that Brother Lian Ruffin was right. You must have come to Feiyun village with evil intentions. Lu Ting's face was full of killing intent. He jumped up and pounced on Lin Sun again. At this moment, he had already used his killer move, the marching fists. Strength breaks 1,000 army, white dragon removes armor, tiger roars in the forest, iron chain traversing the river, Sun Ling suppresses the moon, blazing beacon, raging sea destroys mountains, and bloody battle in 10 directions. These 8 moves, one after another. Bang! 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 The fierce wind caused by his fists was like a bloody battle on the battlefield. The fierce and brave spirit spread out, looking extremely terrible. However, no matter how hard Lu Ting tried, he couldn't even touch Lin Sun's clothes, let alone hurt him. Lin Sun's thin figure was nimble and agile at the moment. Although he just dodged blindly, he could always avoid the opponent's killing moves, which was quite incredible. For a moment, the two figures kept fighting. Lin Sun was not hurt, but the clean and tidy yard was damaged. The ground was broken and the soil was flying. After fighting for a while, Lu Ting was shocked and angry that he couldn't even defeat a 12-year-old boy. He almost couldn't believe that he couldn't defeat him. Little bastard, go to hell. Seeing that he had forced Lin into a corner, Lu Ting seized the opportunity and roared. He punched at Lin as fast as a bolt of lightning. Bang! Lin Sun was forced into a corner. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally stopped dodging. Looking at the fist coming towards him, the usual smile appeared on his lips again. At the same time, he made his move. This was the first time Lin Sun made a counterattack. He clenched his right fist, bent his arm, twisted his waist, and lunged. These 3 simple movements were completed in a flash. Bang, he punched. This punch was as fast as the wind and as fierce as fire. It was the 6th move of marching boxing, Prairie Fire of Beacon. Lu Ting was very familiar with this move, for he had used it more than once before. But when he saw Lin's punch, he suddenly sensed a completely different feeling. The fist wind was too fierce and surging, like a wildfire burning in the wilderness, overwhelming and irresistible. Was this also Prairie Fire of Beacon? The thought flashed across Lu Ting's mind. Bang! Their fists collided with each other, producing a dull explosion in the air and a shrill whistle. Dang, 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 Lu Ting felt that his fingers were almost broken. A sharp pain pierced through his heart, and his whole body was thrown into the air. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. If he hadn't exerted all his strength in time, he might have been seriously injured by this blow. How could this little guy be so strong? Lu Ting was shocked. He had thought that Lin Sun, a thin boy of 12 or 13 years old, could easily defeat him. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak boy turned out to be a tough guy? Good boy. I'll get even with you next time. Lu Ting had already realized that the situation was not good. As soon as he stood firm, he flashed away and disappeared into the vast night in a few breaths. Lin Sun didn't chase after him. Instead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ting run away. Then he felt a burning pain in his meridians. Although the blow successfully repelled Lu Ting, it consumed nearly half of Lin's spiritual energy, which was not a big deal. The key was that Lin Sun's meridians became extremely fragile after his spiritual vein was dug out when he was a child, and they couldn't bear the fierce operation of spiritual energy at all. Marching boxing, for example, was a widely circulated basic boxing in the Imperial Army, but it also had its own unique way of operation. This fist was wide open and unstoppable. Its momentum was like rolling thunder, and its movement was like a bolt of lightning. When it was used, it needed to mobilize all of the spiritual energy in the body and circulate it through the meridians and acupoints of the body, gathering it in the palm and fingers. If the meridians were too fragile, they couldn't bear such a fierce operation at all. According to the current physical condition of Lin Sun, it was already the limit of his body to display the full power of Burning Sky of Beacon. For example, the last two moves of marching boxing, raging sea destroys mountains and bloody fighting in all directions, were more violent and ferocious. If Lin forced himself to use them, he would only hurt his body, which was not worth the loss. Few standing in the messy courtyard, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of foul air. Thinking of the battle tonight, he could not help but be lost in thought. It seems that the village guard leader, Lian Ruffeng, and the others don't welcome me. Why do they do this? Lin couldn't figure it out. Lin Sun, can I come in? Shurao Tianren's voice came from outside the door. Uncle Shurao, please come in. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Lin Sun calmed himself down and opened the door to welcome Shurao Tianren. Just now, Lin Sun opened his mouth to say something, but Shurao Tianren sighed and waved his hand. I already know. It's not your fault. Lin Sun frowned and said, Uncle Shurao, I'm new here and don't know much about the situation in the village. What happened tonight really surprised me. I wonder if you could give me some advice? Shurao Tianren stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the mess on the ground, a touch of shame emerged on his face. After a long while, he said, even I didn't expect that Lian Ruffeng would attack you, an outsider. It seems that he has made up his mind to rely on Green Sun Tribe. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Green Sun Tribe? He had heard of this place. All the daily necessities needed by villagers in Feiyun village had to be exchanged with spiritual grain in Green Sun Tribe. Lian Ruffeng, the guard leader, had been in charge of this matter. He led a group of village guards to escort goods back and forth between Green Sun Tribe and Feiyun village. Lian Ruffeng is the one with the highest cultivation in the village and has high prestige in the village. He wasn't like this before, but he changed after his son, Lian Fei, was sent to Donglin City for cultivation. Shurao Tianren said slowly, Lian Fei is very smart and the most talented child in the village. In order for him to go further on the road of cultivation, Lian Ruffeng, as his father, paid a great price. He asked the head of Green Sun Tribe to send Lian Fei to Donglin City for cultivation, where he entered the most famous martial arts club in the city. Lin Sun listened quietly and didn't interrupt. He knew things were not so simple. As expected, Shurao Tianren soon revealed the answer. It's not easy for a child from a poor village to cultivate. The daily expenses are not small. In order to let his son cultivate with peace of mind, Lian Ruffeng began to target the village. As you know, as the guard leader of the village, Lian Ruffeng is fully responsible for transporting spiritual grain to Green Sun Tribe for exchanging materials. A few years ago, the materials exchanged by Feiyun village were worth 300 imperial copper coins each time. But in recent years, the materials exchanged by him have become less and less, and even come back empty-handed several times. Shurao Tianren said with a hint of anger in his voice, if he embezzled some property for the sake of Lian Fei's cultivation, it's understandable. But now he has gone even further and sent fewer and fewer materials, which has begun to threaten the livelihood of the villagers. This is too much. Lin Sun suddenly remembered that when he saw Lian Ruffeng in the daytime, he was wearing a pendant carved from red sandalwood, which was worth 10 imperial silver coins. 10 imperial silver coins were equivalent to 1,000 imperial copper coins. At the same time, Lian Ruffeng was wearing a pair of spiritual tattoo boots, which was much more valuable than the pendant. At that time, Lin Sun felt it was impossible for a poor village in the depths of 3,000 mountains to own such expensive things even if he had reached the fourth step of the innate realm, manor opening. But now Lin Sun understood that Lian Ruffeng must have secretly embezzled a lot of property from the villagers by taking advantage of his position. Shurao Tianren suddenly sighed. I have reminded him many times to restrain himself and not to be too greedy. As long as it doesn't threaten the livelihood of the villagers, I won't interfere. Unfortunately, he has been blinded by wealth and will never come back. Lin Sun asked, is it because of this that you quarreled with him in the ancestral hall today? Shurao Tianren nodded and said, that's right. This time, he brought back the least materials in recent years, which has completely affected the villagers' lives. In the days to come, everyone will have to live frugally to tide over the difficulties. There was a touch of indignation and pain on his old face. It's too much indeed. Lin Sun frowned, but didn't say anything. But what can we do? He is the only one with the highest cultivation in the village, and only he is familiar with the route and connections to Green Sun Tribe. Without him, it will be even more difficult for the villagers to survive here. Shirao Tianren sighed helplessly. Lin Sun pondered, so, Lien Ruffing dares to be so unscrupulous because he knows that Fei Yun can't live without him. Shirao Tianren nodded with a gloomy face. Lin Sun thought for a long time and said, but why did he send someone to deal with me tonight? Does it have something to do with his seeking refuge in Green Sun tribe? That's what worries me. Shirao Tianren said worriedly, I have a feeling that Lien Ruffing must be plotting something against Fei Yun village. If he succeeds, all the villagers will be implicated. Lin Sun confirmed his speculation and said, so, maybe it's because of my sudden arrival that Lien Ruffing has some suspicions, so he sends someone to sound me out in case I ruin his plan? Your guess shouldn't be wrong. Shirao Tianren looked at Lin Sun in surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect a 12-year-old boy to have such sharp insight. That's right. Lin Sun's pale face showed a touch of relief. As long as I know the reason, I don't have to worry about anything. Aren't you afraid that Lien Ruffing will send someone to deal with you again? Shirao Tianren couldn't help asking. I've already known all this, so I'll take corresponding precautions. As long as they don't kill me, one day I'll make them pay an unbearable price. Lin Sun said casually. His eyes were clear and calm, and there was a smile at the corners of his mouth. But the content of his words revealed a chilling cruelty. This was who Lin Sun was. Under his harmless and thin appearance, there was an unimaginable decisiveness and ruthlessness. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive in the dark mine prison. Master Lu taught him the means of survival and an unyielding heart, which was as warm as sunshine. The guards and prisoners in the mine prison made Lin Sun realize the real darkness and cruelty. Shirao Tianren stared at Lin Sun for a long time and said, you really don't look like a 12-year-old boy. Lin Sun shrugged with a smile, but I'm really only 13 this year. Shirao Tianren waved his hand and stopped talking about this. He said, Lin Sun, now that you know the situation in the village, do you still want to stay here? Think about it. If you stay, you may encounter a lot of danger. Lin Sun answered without hesitation, stay. Why not? This is my first residence in Xiao Empire. I won't go anywhere before I'm ready for my next destination. Seeing this, Shirao Tianren said no more. He patted Lin Sun's shoulder and said, you're different from your peers, so I won't persuade you. Now that you've decided to stay, you're a member of Fei Yun village. Though I don't have much ability, I'll try my best to protect you. Saying this, Shirao Tianren turned around and left. Lin Sun watched the old man leave. After a long time, he stretched himself and murmured, it's not my character to be afraid of trouble. That night, Lin Sun didn't meditate and practice as usual. Instead, he sat alone in the dark and meditated for a long time. Finally, he got up and opened the old wooden box again with the help of the dim starlight coming in through the window. Then, he put the yellowing scroll and the mysterious dark gray inscribing pen on the desk in front of him. He took a deep breath and sat upright. The night was dark. When Lu Ting arrived at the top of the hill, there were already many people waiting there. The leader of the group was Lien Ruffing, the leader of the guards of Fei Yun village. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and his eyes were as cold as a knife. How did it go? Lien Ruffing asked when he saw Lu Ting. Big brother, that kid is tricky. I was almost killed by him. Lu Ting said with a hint of shame on his face, as well as a strong sense of unwillingness. Hearing this, Lien Ruffing and the others were shocked. They knew Lu Ting was at the second level of martial realm, inner strong. How could he fail to test the strength of a 12 or 13-year-old boy? Lu Ting told them about the fight and finally said, Big brother, you are right. I think that boy must be a helper hired by Shirao Tianren. Lien Ruffing fell into silence. After a long while, he sneered and said, according to what you said, Lin Sun is just a little thing at the level of inner strong. Shirao Tianren is too stupid to pin his hope on Lin Sun. After a pause, he waved his hand and said, but now that we know this little guy is so weak, it's not worth paying attention to. Big brother, why don't we take this chance to kill this little guy and show Shirao Tianren our strength? Lu Ting said reluctantly. He was defeated by Lin Sun and felt ashamed. Of course he would not. Leave. No hurry, let them live for a while. The most important thing for us now is to completely integrate into the Green Sun tribe and occupy a place in it. In this way, even if we completely abandon Feiyun village, we will have a place to live in the future. Lien Ruffing took a deep breath and said with burning eyes, "This is the top priority. As long as we join the Green Sun tribe, with our means and the power of the Green Sun tribe, we can make a name for ourselves in Donglin City." Donglin City, it was the most prosperous city outside the 3,000 mountains. It was crowded with horses and carriages, densely populated, and prosperous trade. It was known as the trade center of the southwest border of Xiao Empire. It was said that as long as one could establish a foothold there, he would become a qualified resident of Xiao Empire, which was much better than staying in this perilous, barren village. When they thought of this, the nearby guards felt their blood boil, and boundless longing arose in their hearts. "Lu Ting, you and Xianxia stay here. Xianxia has reached the level of mansion opening. You two can defeat anyone in the village. Remember, keep an eye on Shirao Tianren. If you find anything wrong, take him down immediately." Lien Ruffing stared coldly at Lu Ting and another strong middle-aged man. He ordered in a low voice, with no room for refusal. Lu Ting and Xianxia looked at each other and then agreed. Lien Ruffing nodded with satisfaction and shouted, 3 months. 3 months at most. All the wealth of Feiyun village will belong to us brothers. At that time, with the wealth and the identity of the Green Sun tribe, the gate of Donglin City will be open to us. Let's go. After that, Lien Ruffing had already ridden his scaly horse and led his subordinates into the distance of the deep mountain, and soon disappeared. Lu Ting and Xianxia returned to Feiyun village under the cover of night. In the hut, the window was pushed open, and the night wind blew in slowly, making people feel refreshed. Bright starlight poured on the desk, casting a silver luster on the yellowing scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen on the desk with a mysterious color. Lin Sun gently stroked the scroll and the pen with his palm, murmuring, "According to Master Lu, there is an amazing secret in these 2 treasures. If I can unravel it, I will be able to change my fate and get rid of the injuries in my body." Lin Sun knew a long time ago that when he was born, he had a rare spiritual vein named Devourer Abyss in his body, which was an inborn top-notch bloodline. With this kind of aptitude, Lin Sun was definitely a genius in cultivation, 1 in a million. As long as he worked hard, he was destined to become the most powerful man in the world. Unfortunately, when Lin Sun was born, the innate spiritual vein named Devourer Abyss in his body was dug out by someone, and he almost died because of it. Even though Lin Sun survived thanks to Master Lu's rescue, his meridians and acupoints were damaged beyond repair because of the Devourer of Abyss. Because of this, Lin Sun's meridians were so sluggish and fragile, which made him mediocre on the path of cultivation. After many years of cultivation, he was still stuck in the 2nd level of martial realm, inner strong. According to Master Lu, if Lin Sun could not recover from the injuries in his body, he would only be able to reach the level of martial realm for the rest of his life. Fortunately, the book and the stroke left by Master Lu cast a ray of hope on Lin Sun's dark path of cultivation. It was universally acknowledged that all the elixirs, secret methods, and inheritance in the world could not heal the injuries left by the Devourer of Abyss. But Master Lu told Lin Sun that as long as the secret hidden in the book and the stroke was unraveled, he could change his fate and be reborn. The book and the stroke were placed quietly on the desk. Lin Sun collected his chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and opened the yellowing scroll. After leaving the destroyed mine prison, it was the first time for Lin Sun to open this ancient scroll imprinted with the breath of time. What kind of amazing secret was hidden in it? Lin Sun could not help but look forward to it. But when he saw the content on the first page, he was slightly stunned. There were no words on the first page, only a spiritual tattoo, the greenwood spiritual tattoo that Lin Sun was most familiar with. Lin Sun began to draw and practice the spiritual tattoo under the guidance of Master Lu when he was a child. He had long been familiar with the structure and essence of this spiritual tattoo, so he could draw it at will. Clatter Lin Sun thought for a while and opened the 2nd page. There were no words on it, only a spiritual tattoo, the golden thorn spiritual tattoo that Lin Sun was most familiar with. Clatter Lin Sun still couldn't believe it. He turned the pages one by one, only to find that there was a spiritual tattoo on each page. Every spiritual tattoo was so familiar to him that he had been exposed to and practiced them since he was a child. They had long been imprinted in his bones and he could carve them with his eyes closed. How could this be? Could it be that the secret Master Lu mentioned is hidden in these basic spiritual tattoo patterns? Lin Sun read half of the book and found nothing special. He frowned and fell into contemplation. If these spiritual tattoo patterns were rare and of extremely high rank, Lin Sun would feel something unusual. However, these were the most basic spiritual tattoo diagrams, which were widely spread in the world. This made people a little confused. An ancient animal skin book full of the breath of time was solemnly handed to Lin Sun by Master Lu at the moment of life and death. Who could imagine that there was no shocking secret in this book, but some basic spiritual tattoo patterns that were known to the world? Lin Sun didn't give up and continued to read. When he reached the last page of the scroll, he suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes. The last page of the book was very different. What was drawn on it was not a basic spiritual tattoo, but a mottled, incomplete, dim, messy and dense weird pattern that did not look like a spiritual tattoo at all. It was like a doodle drawn by a naughty child. There was no trace of a spiritual tattoo at all. But all this suddenly attracted Lin Sun's attention. Could it be that the shocking secret Master Lu mentioned was hidden in this weird pattern? Lin Sun looked at it carefully and studied the dense, incomplete, dim and mottled patterns carefully. Time passed unconsciously. Lin Sun's eyes were dazzled, but he could not find anything valuable at all. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling disappointed. He stared at the weird pattern and fell into meditation. An ancient book imprinted with the breath of time, in which almost all the contents were basic spiritual tattoo patterns, except for the messy and dense weird pattern on the last page, which seemed a little unusual. What on earth did it mean? If he wanted to unravel its secrets, where should he start? Questions came to Lin Sun's mind. Just when Lin Sun was racking his brains and puzzling over it, he suddenly noticed that the color of the last page was completely different from that of the previous pages. There was a faint red color on it. He picked up the scroll and shone it against the light. On the thin paper made of an unknown material, something that Lin Sun hadn't noticed before suddenly emerged. Handprints, each of them was an extremely dim blood-colored handprint. It seemed that a long time ago, someone had pressed on the last page many times with his bloody fingers. Because of the long time, these bloody handprints all became dim and mottled. And Lin Sun noticed that these handprints were of different sizes and colors. Obviously, they were not made by the same person or at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Sun quietly came up with a bold idea. Could it be that this mysterious scroll had been obtained by different practitioners in different periods a long time ago? In order to unlock the secrets of this scroll, they tried all kinds of methods but made no progress, so they finally tried to use their own essence and blood as a guide in an attempt to get the answer. Thinking of this, Lin Sun immediately bit his fingertip and poured a drop of blood on this mysterious page. Bright red blood beads fell on the paper, spreading a red glow. Suddenly, Lin Sun felt dizzy, and his mind was in a trance, as if he was in another world. The sky was high and the mountains and rivers were picturesque. A majestic figure stood alone on the top of the mountains, with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky. The mountain wind whistled, blowing his clothes and hair, which made him seem to be aloof from the world, as if he was going to ride the wind to return home. Boom! Suddenly, this figure moved. With a flick of his sleeve, the divine radiance that covered the sky transformed into a dazzling pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it fiercely tore through the sky and collided with the boundless space outside the universe. The space in the universe was originally completely empty, yet along with this beam of light colliding with it, it actually forcefully split open a door that seemed like a vortex. The vortex was like a great abyss that swallowed the starry sky. It was deep and terrible, rotating crazily, and the terrible force it released tore the surrounding void to twist and collapse, which was extremely terrifying. One could clearly see countless stars being drawn over, as if all the stars were worshipping them. As the vortex spun and whistled, it emitted rumbling sounds, and a shocking scene played out in the void above the green sky. With one blow, the gate of nothingness was broken, the universe was shaken, and the gate of nothingness was opened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that there was someone in the world who could produce such monstrous power with just a wave of his sleeve? Lin Sun was shocked. This was the second time he had seen such a terrible scene. The first time was when he escaped from the mine prison. He saw an old and mysterious big hand wrapped in hundreds of millions of purple flames, covering the sky and the earth, with the power to destroy the world. At that time, Lin Sun knew that the power of practitioners was so powerful, which made him more determined to cultivate. But compared with the scene in front of him, the big hand falling from the sky seemed to be much inferior. Boom! Before Lin Sun came back to his senses, he only heard a loud noise in his ears, which shook his whole body, made his mind tremble, and made him almost cough up blood. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw an extremely enormous beast claw suddenly stretch out from the depths of the door that was like a vortex, and it tore through space and fiercely stretched out from the sky. The beast's claw was too big. The mountains in this world were like unremarkable grains of sand in front of it. The claw was covered in ice-cold scales and released a fierce and boundless power. The door of stars has already been opened by me, so who in this world can stop me from stepping onto the eternal star road? Get lost. Amidst the cold snort, the majestic figure that stood proudly at the peak of all the mountains flicked his finger, and a ray of light suddenly appeared. Lin Sun didn't see it clearly at all. The horrifying and huge beast claw had already disappeared. He could only see the blood pouring down and staining the earth. It was dark red and horrifying, but this wasn't the end of it. It wasn't long before a mighty figure that emanated brilliant golden light suddenly charged out from within the star door that was established in the universe. That figure was extremely dazzling, supreme like a scorching sun. It was as if it was burning, able to illuminate the world, making it seem divine to the extreme. A divine general of the Star Road? Ha ha ha, even a divine general has been dispatched in order to obstruct my path of seeking the Tao. How extravagant. At the peak of all the mountains, the majestic figure let out a long howl. He was heroic and unruly, and he had a disdainful spirit of looking down upon all the heroes in the world. Lin Sun was shaken by the voice to the point he saw stars, and the vital energy and blood in his entire body were in disorder. His thin and weak body couldn't help but tremble violently. Although he forcefully endured it, his mind was already in chaos and buzzing, and he couldn't see anything. It was like a nightmare, but he couldn't wake up from it no matter what. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun faintly saw the sky shatter like a spider web, revealing expanse after expanse of black holes. Dazzling flames were like a group of falling meteors that ceaselessly descended from the sky, incinerating mountains and rivers, and destroying the earth. This was a scene of doomsday. The sky had fallen, and the flames of destruction descended like a tide, causing the world to seem as if it had fallen into a furnace of chaos, and it was covered in desolation and misery. Landslides. Tsunamis. Plants turned to ashes. All spirits were extinguished. It seemed that doomsday had really come. Only the majestic figure stood alone on the top of that mountain, looking at all this silently with his hands clasped behind his back, giving off a sense of desolation and loneliness. After a long time, a long sigh resounded through the world. Time is not with me. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be infected with complex emotions of despair, dispiritedness, unwillingness, and loss in his heart. It was also at this moment that a bronze coffin appeared beside the majestic figure. It was about 30 meters long, and its surface was engraved with numerous dense and mysterious patterns. The majestic figure stepped forward and opened the bronze coffin. Just when Lin Sun thought the man was going to bury himself, he saw the man take out a scroll and a pen and throw them into the bronze coffin. Then he carried the whole bronze coffin on his shoulder and strode away. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly found that the scroll and the pen were the treasures left by Master Lu. Swish, almost at the same time, the majestic figure who had strode away seemed to notice something. He suddenly stopped and looked back. It was just a glance, but his eyes seemed to pass through the endless time and space and cast over to Lin Sun from afar. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be struck by lightning. A roar sounded in the depth of his soul, and the scenes he saw just now were annihilated like broken glass. At the same time, he couldn't restrain himself from coughing up a mouthful of blood, and his originally slightly pale and young face revealed a wisp of a livid expression. He trembled violently, feeling that his soul was about to be torn apart inch by inch. There was an indescribable pain. The feeling was so strong that it seemed that he would die in the next moment. And the reason for all of this was because he had dripped a drop of blood on the last page of the mysterious scroll. At this time, the scroll on the desk was still turned to the last page, and the dark gray inscribing pen was quietly placed beside it. The blood Lin Sun coughed up just now accidentally smeared on the last page of the scroll, making it a mess. But Lin Sun had no time to care about it now. He could feel that his qi was rapidly weakening, and his soul was about to collapse. It seemed that he would die before long. Why was this happening? Lin Sun's mind was in a mess. Master Lu told him that there was a shocking secret in the scroll and the inscribing pen. If he could solve it, he could change his fate and be reborn even if his spiritual vein was taken away. But Lin Sun didn't expect that such a change would happen when he started to solve the secret. He saw numerous inconceivable scenes. He saw the terrifying method the tall figure used to charge at the myriad star gate. He saw the tragic scene of the heavens and the earth collapsing, everything being incinerated, and it was the end of the world. But because of this, Lin Sun's qi and blood were in a mess, and his soul was like being struck by lightning. He couldn't control the loss of his qi. Why on earth could it be that everyone who saw this would not be able to escape the fate of death? No, Master Lu must have seen this. Since Master Lu could survive, why couldn't he? Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly understood why he was in such a state of dying. It was all because of his poor cultivation and poor physical endurance. In fact, as Lin Sun speculated, in the past years, everyone who got the scroll and the inscribing pen were the most powerful people in the world, with unparalleled power and transcendence. When such a person saw such a shocking scene, he naturally wouldn't let his mind be affected too much. But Lin Sun was different. He was just a teenager at the second level of martial realm, inner strong. His meridians and acupoints were weak and sluggish, with an unerasable scar. When he saw those scenes, it was imaginable how much shock and impact he had suffered. Had it not been for his amazing perseverance, he would have died long ago. But even if he was still alive now, he was not far from death. Lin Sun didn't panic. The habit he had developed since childhood made him calm down quickly. But at the same time, his calm mind made him judge that he couldn't stop the loss of his vitality with his current means. What should he do? Lin Sun's eyes fell on the last page of the scroll. Seeing a weird pattern dyed red by his blood, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This weird pattern was indeed not like a spiritual tattoo. It was incomplete, dim, messy, and dense. It was hard to describe its weirdness with specific words. Could it be that the scenes he saw just now were deduced from this weird pattern? Lin Sun didn't know what was wrong with him. He was obviously on the verge of death, but his mind was still drawn by this weird pattern. If this pattern is really an incomplete spiritual tattoo that I don't understand at all, who drew it that year? Lin Sun thought of the majestic figure standing alone on the top of the mountains, and then his eyes fell on the dark gray inscribing pen on the side of the desk. Was it the same inscribing pen that was used to draw this weird pattern? Lin Sun didn't know whether it was a whim or a flash of inspiration. He grabbed the dark gray inscribing pen, took a deep breath, and forcibly endured the pain and discomfort all over his body. Then he lifted the pen tip and put it on the weird pattern. The tip of the brush was as sharp as a blade, dull and dark in color. When it landed on the strange pattern, it didn't produce anything noteworthy. Just when Lin Sun was a little disappointed, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the blood he coughed on the page wriggled and was quietly absorbed by the dark gray tip of the pen in the palm. Clang, with a clear sound, a sword hidden in the abyss suddenly came out of its sheath after a long time of silence. Lin Sun felt stiff all over. He was controlled by an irresistible invisible force and couldn't move anymore. Dipped in Lin Sun's blood, the dark gray tip of the brush began to sketch along the incomplete part of the weird pattern as if it had a spirit. Qi, a profound line flowed under the tip of the brush like a dragon or serpent galloping, like mercury spilling on the ground, bright red, and filled with an indescribable charm. An ancient yellowed scroll, a weird pattern engraved on the last page, and a dark gray inscribing pen, which seemed to have woken up from silence, formed a mysterious and frightening picture. Lin Sun stared at the scene with his eyes wide open, but he was unable to do anything. His whole body seemed to be controlled, and his palm holding the inscribing pen didn't listen to him at all. It was wantonly sketching on the weird pattern. It was the first time for Lin Sun to encounter such a weird thing, and he couldn't help feeling shocked. He could judge that the cause of all this seemed to have something to do with the blood he coughed up just now. Because of that mouthful of blood, the dark gray inscribing pen was awakened from its slumber, and the weird pattern was no longer as simple as it seemed to be. At this moment, the picture presented in front of Lin Sun seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. With the ancient scroll as the basis, the blood as the ink, and the inscribing pen as the guide, the hand was constantly perfecting the incomplete, dark, dense, and messy weird pattern. Lin Sun could hardly believe his eyes when he saw such an incredible scene. Just a moment ago, he thought that it was extremely likely that he would die this time. Who would have thought that just an unintentional action of his would actually trigger such a mysterious change? What did all this mean? Before Lin Sun could figure it out, he suddenly felt the blood all over his body was drawn to his right palm by a strong force. At this moment, the dark gray inscribing pen in his palm suddenly released a swallowing force, which constantly absorbed Lin Sun's blood through the skin of his palm. Gurgle. Lin Sun could even hear his blood flowing into the dark gray inscribing pen like gurgling water. Damn it! Lin Sun was anxious. The continuous loss of blood would only speed up the process of death. If he didn't stop it, he would die on the spot due to excessive blood loss in a short time. Lin struggled crazily, but he couldn't move at all. The dark gray inscribing pen was like an unshakable mountain, constantly absorbing his blood, and then waving the pen tip to write red traces on the weird pattern. Lin Sun's face became paler and paler, and his lips turned purple and blue. He seemed to have lost his vitality, showing signs of decline. How could this be? Could it be that this pen was going to use its own life as the price to complete this strange pattern? Lin Sun's heart was filled with bitterness. He had thought that Master Lu's book and pen could help him change his destiny and be reborn. Who would have thought that it would take his life? Sitting in front of the desk, Lin Sun was like a puppet being manipulated. Holding an inscribing pen in his right hand, he kept sketching on the last page of the ancient scroll, making a rustling sound. The atmosphere was quiet. But Lin Sun could not make any sound. His face became paler and paler, his breath weaker and weaker, and his consciousness more and more blurred. He could no longer stop all of this. Perhaps he could only wait for death. But Lin Sun had never expected that the shadow of death would begin to fall on him when he just arrived at Xiao Empire, settled in Feiyun village, and was ready to cultivate hard. Was this fate? Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of the shocking scenes he had just seen, and the long sigh of the majestic figure seemed to echo in his mind again. Time is not with me. Then, Lin Sun blacked out and lost consciousness completely. It was late at night, with starlight pouring through the window. The mountains in the distance were boundless and desolate. The thin lad was lying on the desk, without any breath. His right palm, guided by the dark gray inscribing pen, was still sketching on the last page of the ancient scroll. After a long time, the dark gray inscribing pen suddenly stopped, and wisps of dazzling golden flame suddenly drifted out of its body like a sharp sword, illuminating the whole dark room. Then, the whole inscribing pen burned and disappeared in the weird pattern on the last page of the mysterious scroll. Buzz, a strange wave surged from the scroll, and an obscure sound arose, drifting like the sounds of nature. However, in just a moment, the ancient scroll turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lin Sun's body, who had lost consciousness. At the same time, over the vast 3,000 mountains, bright stars hung eternally in the ink-like night sky, circulating in the eternal orbit. However, at the same time when the mysterious ancient scroll disappeared, an indescribable invisible ripple suddenly appeared in the night sky, spreading layer by layer in the sky like a wave board. In an instant, hundreds of millions of stars in the sky trembled violently as if they were startled, and then returned to normal in a flash. Such a scene was impossible to be discovered without careful observation. The same night, Xiao Empire. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, on the top of the observatory which was 9,900 feet high, the night wind was blowing like a dragon. This was the tallest building in the imperial capital. Overlooking from here, one could have a panoramic view of the entire imperial capital. At this time, it was already late at night. An old man in a black robe stood alone on the observatory. He had white hair and a stooped body, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. This old man was the Flamen of the Empire, a wise old man who enjoyed a transcendent status in Xiao Empire. It was said that this Flamen had lived for a long time. When the founding emperor ascended the throne, the old man was already the only owner of the observatory. Like many other days in the past, the old man came to the top of the observatory alone tonight as usual. But today, he didn't meditate as usual, and he didn't observe the stars either. He just stood silently before the railing and gazed at the bustling mortal world in the distance that was covered by the dim light of night. He was silent and seemed slightly abnormal. Sure enough, there will be a vision tonight. After a long time, the old man seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his head. A bright luster flashed in his eyes, which were surging with vicissitudes of life. He looked into the distant night sky. But just a moment later, the old man frowned and murmured, "Why is it gone again? That's impossible. When the heavens are about to descend upon the world, there must be a sign. It might be hidden in the changes of the wind and clouds, or it might be hidden in the circulation of the stars in the sky, or it might be a calamity from the outer realm, or it might be an auspicious light appearing in the mountains and rivers. But why did the vision disappear tonight? Did I make a mistake in my deduction?" In the biting cold wind, the old man's white hair fluttered, and his wrinkled face showed a rare trace of solemnity. He knew that something must have happened tonight, but he couldn't observe it with his own power. Such an abnormal situation had almost never happened in these years. No matter how old the old man was, he was still a flamen. Even the royal family of Xiao Empire had to be in awe of him. It was a vision that even the flamen could not see. The significance of this in itself was enough to shock the world. After thinking for a long time, the old man suddenly let out a long sigh, turned around, and walked down the observatory. That night, a decree from the flamen of the observatory was sent to the imperial study in the palace as soon as possible. Even the emperor, who had been sleeping for a long time, was alarmed. The decree said, "There is a vision coming to the 3,000 mountains in the southwest border of the empire. This vision is mysterious and unpredictable. I can't see through it with my power. I'm afraid that a peerless treasure will appear. Your Majesty, please treat it with caution." A peerless treasure. Perhaps even the flamen didn't expect that the southwest border of the empire suddenly entered the vision of the top officials of the imperial capital because of the 4 words he used, which would cause a great disturbance in the future. Lin Sun was awakened by a rooster's crowing. When he opened his eyes, he was in a trance. Didn't he die? Lin Sun lifted his body lying on the desk and noticed that it was already dawn. A ray of dawn shone through the window, sprinkling warm light. Didn't die. Lin Sun took a deep breath and felt the air flowing around him. Finally, he was sure that he was still alive. He quickly checked his body and found that his qi and blood were vigorous and smooth. There was no trace of injury at all, as if what happened last night was just a dream. But Lin Sun knew it was absolutely not a dream. Last night, he clearly remembered that his vitality was fading away and he was on the verge of death. Even his blood was uncontrollably absorbed by the dark gray inscribing pen. Wait, where was the inscribing pen? Lin Sun suddenly froze. He looked around the desk and found that not only the dark gray inscribing pen but also the ancient scroll was missing. Lin Sun was shocked and hurriedly stood up to look for it. How could he lose the most precious treasure left by Master Lu? But he couldn't find the 2 treasures even after turning the room upside down. Lin Sun frowned and became more anxious. Could it be that someone stole them at night? Lin Sun was not sure. Just at this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a door in his empty sea of consciousness. It was indeed a door, bright red and translucent, as if it had been soaked in blood. The surface of the door was engraved with an extremely complicated and mysterious pattern. Taking a closer look, the pattern was filled with an ancient and desolate atmosphere. Just by looking at the pattern, Lin Sun felt vaguely familiar with it. It was the weird pattern engraved on the last page of the scroll. Suddenly, it occurred to Lin Sun that the pattern engraved on the door was somewhat similar to the weird pattern he had seen before. However, in comparison, the pattern on this door was no longer incomplete, and it gave off a feeling of perfection that was being cycled over and over again. The door was floating quietly in the empty sea of consciousness, indescribably mysterious. Lin Sun's face suddenly became strange. A thought came to his mind uncontrollably. Did the disappearance of the scroll and the inscribing pen have something to do with the sudden appearance of the door? P.S. Today's Ji Fubao password is Xianxia War Season Riding the Wind and Waves, without double quotation marks. When he woke up, the scroll and the inscribing pen on the desk were gone, and a mysterious bloody gate appeared in his mind. Even Lin Sun himself felt it incredible. Was this the amazing secret that Master Lu had told him about? If all of this is true, then this mysterious blood-colored door that has appeared in my mind has become the hope that can allow me to defy the heavens and change my fate, allowing me to be reborn. Lin Sun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, recalling the whole story in his mind. The mysterious scroll, the dark gray inscribing pen. If Lin Sun guessed right, this pair of scrolls and pens should be the treasures left by the majestic figure who once broke the green sky, shook the universe, and opened the gate of stars with one strike. That majestic figure once let out a long sigh of "time is not with me," and then floated away with a bronze coffin on his shoulder. This pair of calligraphy and brush was sealed in that bronze coffin, and later, for some unknown reason, it was spread to the world. In the boundless years of the past, many legendary figures had obtained this pair of treasures, and they tried to decipher the profundities within them. However, none of them succeeded in the end, and the blood-red handprints that were once branded on the last page of the scroll were proof of this. Even Master Lu failed to understand the mystery. Then, this pair of treasures fell into Lin Sun's hands. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly frowned and realized a problem. Could it be that his series of actions last night had accidentally unlocked the secret hidden in this pair of treasures? Thinking about it, it was really possible. At that time, his vitality was fading away and his body was out of control, but the dark gray inscribing pen seemed to wake up from silence. With his own blood as the ink, it kept sketching on the weird pattern on the last page of the mysterious scroll. Lin Sun was very clear that the weird pattern was incomplete, and now the surface of the mysterious door in his mind was also engraved with complicated, mysterious, and obscure patterns, which were exactly the same as the weird pattern. The only difference was that the patterns engraved on the mysterious gate were complete. Does it mean that after I fell into a coma last night, the dark gray inscribing pen fixed the weird pattern and triggered some changes? Thus, the scroll and the inscribing pen together turned into the mysterious door and appeared in my sense of perception. See? Lin Sun vaguely felt that his speculation was reasonable, but even he was not sure about it. If an outsider knew all this, he would be shocked by Lin Sun's meticulous deduction logic, which was not the wisdom of an ordinary 13-year-old boy. It seems that if I want to confirm the answer, I have to figure out what the mysterious bloody gate in my mind is all about. Lin Sun muttered to himself. Lin Sun was lost in thought. His childish and slightly pale face was full of thoughts. "Little brother Lin, are you up?" At this time, a voice came from outside the courtyard, waking Lin Sun from his meditation. He shook his head and temporarily put this matter behind him. Then he pushed the door and went out. A villager was waiting for him in the courtyard. Lin Sun recognized him as Ying Hao, whose family planted 4 acres of spiritual grains. "Brother Ying, sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Sun remembered that it was his turn to eliminate pests in Ying Hao's spiritual fields. "Hey, I just got here." "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go to my house first." Ying Hao invited Lin Sun warmly. "Let's go to work in the spiritual fields first and eat when we come back." Lin Sun smiled, went back to the house to take the necessary tools, and left with Ying Hao. Feiyun village cultivated a total of 69 acres of spiritual fields, which were owned by each villager. Spiritual grains were planted in the fields all year round. If the weather was good, the grains could mature twice a year. The so-called spiritual grains, which contained a trace of spiritual energy, were an indispensable life necessities in cultivation. It was well known that the realms of cultivation were divided into 5 realms: martial realm, gang spirit, sea of spirit, Tao insight, and reincarnation developing. For practitioners, before breaking through the realm of gang spirit, they all needed to rely on spiritual grains to maintain the needs of cultivation. Practitioners who took spiritual grains all year round could not only satisfy their physical needs, but also improve their physique and strengthen their spirit. Generally speaking, spiritual grains were the food needed by practitioners. They seemed to be of little value, but they were indispensable. There were not many practitioners in Feiyun village. Including Lian Ruffing, there were only 9 of them, so they didn't need much spiritual grains. Therefore, most of the spiritual grains harvested from the 69 acres of spiritual fields were sold to exchange for other daily necessities. In the morning breeze, a round sun leaped out from the horizon, sprinkling golden rays of light, shrouding the entire Feiyun village in a layer of tranquility. The mountains in the distance were vast and boundless, with mountain ranges stacked on top of one another. One could not see the end of it. Feiyun village was indeed too remote. Located in the deep mountains with the title of 3,000 mountains, the natural moat, it was like a remnant of the uncivilized world. Perhaps even the current Xiao Empire didn't know that there was such a small village in the deep mountains of the southwest border. After arriving at the spiritual field owned by Yinghao's family, Lin Sun skillfully took out the pale cyan dagger and a piece of gold-eating rat's natal bone and stepped into the depths of the spiritual field. Yinghao stood in front of the spiritual field, waiting nervously. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Lin Sun to finish everything. He carved a light-attracting spiritual tattoo to attract the light of the sun and wipe out all the pests in the spiritual field. Seeing this, Yinghao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He kept saying words of gratitude on the way back to the village with Lin Sun. But he didn't notice that Lin Sun's expression became a little weird after he returned from the spiritual field. He seemed to be surprised and happy at the same time. How could this be? Spiritual vortex? Lin Sun murmured in his heart. At this time, in his body, wisps of spiritual energy ran along the meridians and acupoints in a cycle, no different from before. However, if one were to look carefully, they would discover that when the spiritual energy in the body revolved to the Xuanji, Huagai, Zhigung, and Yutong acupoints in the center of the chest, the spiritual energy would turn into a whirlpool, producing a new circulation method. These 4 acupoints were located in the human heart, forming a straight section of meridians from top to bottom. According to the distribution of meridians and collaterals in the human body, these 4 acupoints were located on the governing vessel in the center of the human body, protecting the heart from top to bottom. Therefore, in cultivation, the section of meridians distributed by the 4 acupoints of Xuanji, Huagai, Zhigung and Yutong was also called heart vessel. When the heart vessel and these 4 acupoints were combined, they were called heart vessel and 4 acupoints. For ordinary practitioners, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints were not very important. They were even common, far less important than the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head, Shenting acupoint on the forehead and Qihai acupoint on the abdomen. But for Lin Sun, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints had a very special meaning, because the spiritual vein that was born when he was born was originally hidden in the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. Since the spiritual vein was taken away, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints in Lin Sun's body had been extremely sluggish and fragile. Every time he cultivated, as long as his spiritual energy ran to these acupoints, it would become difficult, as if he was trapped in a swamp. Most importantly, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints were not only sluggish but also extremely fragile, so Lin Sun dared not to attack them forcibly during cultivation. Once the meridians here were broken, the heart hidden behind would also be affected. In that case, it could be imagined how serious the consequences would be. All these were the biggest scars left in Lin Sun's body after the spiritual vein was taken away, which could not be erased in a lifetime. This situation had accompanied Lin Sun for 13 years, so he had long been accustomed to it. But today, there was a new change in this situation. When he helped Yinghao eradicate the pests in the spiritual field, Lin Sun found something wrong. At that time, he used his fingertip as the inscribing pen and the bone powder of the gold-eating rats as the spiritual ink to guide the spiritual energy in his body to inscribe the light-attracting spiritual tattoo in the spiritual field. As soon as he started, he found that the circulation of the spiritual energy in his body produced a unique new change when it reached the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. His spiritual energy was no longer sluggish as before. Instead, when it entered the Xuanji acupoint, it suddenly turned into a spiritual vortex, which rotated crazily for 1 round before returning to its original state, and continued to circulate along the heart vessel. When it entered the Huagai acupoint, the spiritual energy rotated crazily for another round. In this way, the spiritual energy continued to circulate until it passed through the Zhigung acupoint and the Yutong acupoint, returning to its original state. This way of spiritual energy circulation was so peculiar that Lin Sun had never experienced it before. It felt as if there were 4 abyssal vortexes in the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. When the spiritual energy entered them, it would rotate along with the vortex and then enter the next vortex. In this way, the spiritual energy would not return to its original state until it left the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. At that time, Lin Sun was shocked when he found this change. He thought he had made some mistakes in his cultivation. Fortunately, when he was sure that this change was not harmful to him, Lin Sun was a little relieved. Since Lin Sun was at the critical moment of inscribing the light-attracting spiritual tattoo, he had no time to think about other things until he successfully eliminated the pests. On his way back to the village, Lin Sun focused all his attention on this problem. Spiritual vortex? How on earth did it form? After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could all this have something to do with the mysterious portal that appeared in my mind? It was really possible. The mysterious scarlet portal appeared in his mind this morning, and soon after it appeared, his spiritual energy formed a new and unique way when it circulated into the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. This was definitely not a coincidence. Master Lu said that if I can decipher the secret, I can change my destiny and be reborn in nirvana. Is it already happening? At the thought of this, Lin Sun felt an uncontrollable excitement. He had been waiting for this day for too long. P.S. The ancient scroll, the dark gray inscribing pen, the mysterious portal, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints, the important groundwork was finally completed. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Sun regained his composure. At this moment, he had a strong impulse to go home as soon as possible to study the mysterious portal in his mind. Lin Sun knew that as long as he could crack the mystery of the mysterious portal, he might be able to find out the cause of the changes in the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. However, as soon as he returned to Feiyun village, a shrill cry came from afar. Little Six. Ying Hao's face changed abruptly and he cried out involuntarily. Little Six was his son, Ying Luer, who was only 9 years old. How could Ying Hao not recognize his son's cry? What was going on? Ying Hao didn't care about anything else and rushed over in a hurry. Lin Sun was in a daze and followed closely. In the middle of the village, there was a flat and spacious piece of land. Because some of the children in the village often cultivated here, it became the village's training ground. It was just after dawn. In the past, the children would gather here to practice martial arts under the supervision of the village head, Shirao Tianren. But today was different. A group of children stood there with pale faces and a hint of fear in their eyes. Not far in front of them, Lu Ting was waving a soft whip and lashing a child on the ground. The child's clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was split open. He kept screaming in pain. The group of children at the side were obviously scared silly, probably because they had never seen such a bloody and tragic scene. It was not difficult to guess that the child on the ground was Ying Luer, Ying Hao's son. Stop. What are you doing? When Ying Hao rushed over and saw the scene, he was furious and rushed over like a madman. Ying Luer was the only son of his family. How could Ying Hao, as his father, remain indifferent when he was beaten like this? Crack! Lu Ting glanced at Ying Hao coldly and curled the long whip in his hand. Like a dancing snake, he lashed on Ying Hao's chest with such great force that Ying Hao staggered and squatted on the ground, leaving a burning whip mark on his chest. Lu Ting, what are you doing? Ying Hao roared and stood up, but he dared not to rush forward. He was just an ordinary person, how could he defeat Lu Ting? What are you doing? As a guard of the village, I naturally bear the responsibility of instructing the village children in martial arts. However, when your little Six was practicing martial arts today, not only did he question what I taught him, he also didn't listen to my teachings. Such vile behavior should be severely punished. Lu Ting sneered. As he spoke, he whipped Ying Luer on the ground again. The strength of the whip was so fierce that Ying Luer trembled and screamed in a hoarse voice. Stop. If you go on like this, you'll beat little Six to death. Ying Hao's eyes were bloodshot. The nearby children also couldn't bear to watch, and many of them were so frightened that they closed their eyes. You deserve to be beaten to death. If I don't teach this bastard a good lesson today, I'm afraid he'll cause a lot of trouble in the future. Lu Ting looked indifferent. He swung the long whip and struck it down. As a practitioner at the second level of the martial realm, he had great strength. Even if he had a sense of propriety, Ying Luer would be severely injured even if he didn't kill her. She might even be disabled. Shua, the long whip danced in the air, cunningly and fiercely. Ying Hao roared and threw himself in front of Ying Luer. Obviously, he knew he was no match for Lu Ting, so he could only use his own body to help his son withstand the punishment. However, while the whip was still in mid-air, it was caught by a hand, allowing Ying Hao to avoid the pain of being whipped. Raising his head, Ying Hao saw that Lin Sun was already standing in front of him, holding the long whip with only one hand. Taking this opportunity, Ying Hao held Ying Luer in his arms and dodged to the side. "Little bastard. It's you again." Lu Ting's face darkened as soon as he saw Lin Sun. His eyes were cold and resentful. He would never forget the shame of being defeated by Lin Sun with one punch last night. Without any nonsense, Lu Ting shook his wrist, and the long whip broke free from Lin Sun's hand. He swung it in the air, and with a bang, the long whip flew towards Lin Sun's face. Lu Ting didn't restrain himself in this blow. He poured his spiritual energy into the long whip and let it fly through the air like a poisonous snake, making the sound of breaking the air stinging the eardrums. Fast. Fierce. Accurate. Since Lin Sun showed up, Lu Ting attacked directly, which was incomparably arrogant. However, even though he was fast, Lin Sun was even faster. A clang resounded as a wisp of green light flashed, and the long whip that was coming towards him had already been slashed apart by a single slash. Bang! At the same time, Lin Sun stepped forward and smashed Lu Ting's neck with his right elbow. Lu Ting's body flew out uncontrollably and fell to the ground. His face was covered with dirt and he was in a very embarrassing situation. "You're courting death," Lu Ting roared. He was so angry that his lungs almost burst. He was not reconciled to the fight last night. He thought he was careless and let Lin Sun win. Therefore, as soon as he saw Lin Sun this time, he didn't hesitate to use all his strength. Who would have thought that Lin Sun's saber was so sharp that it broke his whip in an instant and caught him unprepared, which caused all this to happen? At this moment, Lu Ting's neck was so painful that it was almost broken. But he didn't care so much and jumped up to continue the fight. But in an instant, his body froze and he dared not move a bit. A cyan blade was stuck to his neck, and the sharp light of the saber made goosebumps appear on his skin. Lu Ting didn't believe Lin Sun dared to kill him, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He could only stare at Lin Sun with hatred in his eyes and gnash his teeth. "Little bastard. Kill me if you have the guts." Ying Hao was stunned, and so were the other children. None of them expected that this thin lad, who had just come to Feiyun a few days ago, could defeat Lu Ting, who was the bravest in the village. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ting was a cultivator. He had the cultivation of inner strong, the second level of martial realm. In the eyes of all the villagers in Feiyun, people like Lu Ting were beyond the ordinary, and they couldn't afford to offend him. But now, Lu Ting was defeated, and he was defeated in an instant by a teenager of 12 or 13 years old. The atmosphere was silent, and only Lu Ting's heavy breathing could be heard. Lin Sun did want to kill Lu Ting. Growing up in a very dark and cruel environment, he knew very well that no mercy could be shown to the enemy. But in the end, he restrained himself. Although Lu Ting was a practitioner, he was a member of Feiyun after all. Lin Sun had just come to Feiyun for a few days, and if he killed Lu Ting rashly, he would be opposed by all the villagers. Putting away the cyan dagger, Lin Sun suddenly smiled and helped Lu Ting up, saying apologetically, "Brother Lu Ting, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I didn't want to see little Six suffer, so I stopped him. Please forgive me." Lu Ting was stunned. Looking at the teenager who was apologizing to him, he didn't know how to react. But then he snorted coldly, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't pretend to be kind in front of me. Just wait and see." Saying this, he walked away in a huff. Squinting, Lin Sun watched Lu Ting's disappearing figure, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. "Little brother Lin Sun, thanks to you this time." Ying Hao hurried forward and said gratefully. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing and said with a bitter smile, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect brother Lu Ting to be so cruel. Although I stopped him, he seems to hate me." Ying Hao said angrily, "Little brother Lin Sun, we all saw what you did just now. If Lu Ting dares to go against you, he will go against us all." Although the children nearby didn't say anything, they also saw what happened just now. As long as they didn't lie, they would never hurt Lin Sun. Hearing this, Lin Sun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Let's check little Six's injury and treat it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be any sequela." A touch of worry appeared on Ying Hao's face. After saying goodbye to Lin Sun, he left in a hurry with Ying Luer, who was beaten to death. Lin Sun didn't leave, but stood there thoughtfully. As expected, Shurao Tianren, the village head, showed up soon. He seemed to have learned something and said directly to Lin Sun, "It's not your fault. Don't take it to heart." Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Uncle Shurao, I'm relieved." But, Shurao Tianren hesitated and said in a low voice, "You should be careful. When Lian Ruffing left last night, he left Xianxia behind. Xianxia is at the 3rd level of martial realm and is cruel and ruthless. Compared with him, Lu Ting is nothing." Xianxia, Lin Sun chewed the name in silence and kept it in mind. Although he had the cultivation of inner strong, the 2nd level of the martial realm, he could only suppress Lu Ting. If he were to fight against Xianxia, who was at the 3rd level of the martial realm, mansion opening, it would be a little difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. After all, he was too weak. Of course, as long as I'm here, I won't let them do anything stupid. Shurao Tianren patted Lin Sun's shoulder and comforted him. Lin Sun smiled and changed the topic. "Uncle Shurao, if I may be so bold to say, since Lian Ruffing left Xianxia and Lu Ting behind, it means he won't come back in a short time. That's why he sent 2 subordinates to monitor the situation in the village." After a pause, Lin Sun continued, "But after this period, when Lian Ruffing and his people come back, I'm afraid they will." Before he finished his words, Shurao Tianren suddenly understood. His eyelids twitched and he was shocked. This little guy had such sharp eyes that he could see so many things with just one sentence, which was incredible to him. Could it be that he was one of those legendary geniuses with great wisdom that was almost demonic? Shurao Tianren's attitude towards Lin Sun was not only appreciation, but also admiration. A 13-year-old boy was able to turn something rotten into something miraculous with spiritual tattoos and help them eliminate the scourge in the spiritual land. This alone was enough to move people's hearts and respect. But after a few days of contact with him, Shurao Tianren found that this thin and handsome boy was more wise and bold than his peers. To be able to deduce so many things from a single sentence was not something an ordinary person could do. What's more, Lin Sun's fighting capacity was quite good, which made Shurao Tianren feel more and more incredible. It also made him sure that Lin Sun's background was not simple. After thinking for a while, Shurao Tianren sighed, "You're right. When Lian Ruffing and others come back, Feiyun village will be in trouble. So I'll make some preparations in advance." At the end of his words, there was a touch of determination in his voice. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He cupped one hand in the other before his chest and left. But at this moment, a child suddenly said, "Village head, Uncle Lu Ting is gone. Will you still practice martial arts today?" Shurao Tianren was stunned, thinking that Lu Ting would be too ashamed to teach them martial arts after suffering such a blow. Immediately, he suddenly remembered that Lin Sun had said a few days ago that there were some flaws in the marching boxing these children practiced. If they used it to strengthen their bodies, it would be no big deal, but it would do more harm than good to their future cultivation. Thinking of this, Shurao Tianren looked at Lin Sun, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Lin Sun, could you spare some time every day to teach these children martial arts?" Whoosh, all the children nearby looked at Lin Sun in unison, with curiosity and a trace of expectation on their tender faces. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Sun defeated Lu Ting in the blink of an eye. That scene shocked them. Although they didn't know much about martial arts, they could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Since Lin Sun could defeat Lu Ting, it was obvious that Lin Sun was more powerful. Moreover, after witnessing Ying Luer's miserable experience, these children were extremely afraid of Lu Ting. They could not wait to find another master to teach them martial arts. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and said to Shurao Tianren with a wry smile, "I'm just a beginner in cultivation. I'm not qualified to be a teacher." However, he immediately changed the topic. "However, if it's just teaching the marching fist, I can be of some help." Shurao Tianren laughed and said, "That's enough. I won't let you work in vain. You'll have a share of the materials exchanged in the village in the future." The children cheered when they saw Lin Sun agree. Lin Sun was only 13 years old. Not much older than them. Coupled with his formidable strength, these children looked forward to following Lin Sun to cultivate. Lin Sun smiled and gladly accepted the order. After a short discussion with Shurao Tianren, they decided that Lin Sun would be the village's martial arts teacher and guide the cultivation of the children in the village after all the pests in the spiritual fields had been cleared. Without further delay, Lin Sun hurried home. He was still concerned about the mysterious door in his mind and was eager to explore its mysteries. Feiyan village was not a large village. When Lin Sun returned home, all the villagers already knew what happened in the martial arts field today. For a moment, many villagers were angry because they thought Lu Ting was too cruel. If Lin Sun hadn't stopped him, the little six of Ying house would have been seriously injured. At the same time, the villagers had a new understanding of Lin Sun. Not until now did they know that Lin Sun was not only a spiritual apprentice, but also a great martial arts master. At least Lu Ting was no match for him. This caused the villagers to click their tongues in wonder. Only Lu Ting was gloomy, extremely unwilling, and angry. He hated Lin Sun to the core. At this moment, he was drinking at home to drown his sorrows. Sitting opposite Lu Ting was a thin and vigorous man in gray. His skin was dark, but his eyes were as bright as an eagle's. This man was Xianxia, second only to Lian Ruffing in the village. With the cultivation of viscera opening, the third level of martial path, he was sinister and cruel. He cut off your long whip with only one move. So the saber in his hand must be a treasure. Xianxia said in a low voice. Lu Ting's long whip was made of the tendons of the ferocious beast water leopard and refined golden threads. Although it was not a treasure, it was extremely flexible and tough. Common knives and swords couldn't cut it at all. From this, it could be concluded that the saber in Lin Sun's hand was not an ordinary one. Of course I know that. If it weren't for his sharp saber, how could I have suffered such a big loss? Lu Ting said angrily. Thinking of his failure under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he felt like a fire was burning in his heart and he was about to go crazy. It's really weird that a young boy not only knows how to inscribe spiritual tattoos, but also has the cultivation of the second level of martial realm and a precious saber. Xianxia frowned and said, "Have you found out where he came from?" Lu Ting shook his head and said, "Shurao Tianren told me that he came to Feiyan village on his own initiative. No one knows where he came from." Xianxia sneered and said, "Do you believe that?" Lu Ting was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You mean Shurao Tianren deliberately hid the little guy's background?" Xianxia smiled but said nothing. Lu Ting was furious, that old bastard. I didn't expect him to play such tricks on us. Xianxia squinted his eyes like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Don't worry. It's not too late to kill him when Brother Lian Ruffing comes back. The most urgent thing now is to kill Lin Sun. Lu Ting cheered up, that's what I was waiting for. Lin Sun is indeed a hidden danger. When do you plan to kill him? Xianxia drank a cup of wine slowly and said in a low voice, it's not the right time to fall out with Shurao Tianren, in case he will do something desperate. So we have to find a good time to kill Lin Sun. Lu Ting frowned, how long do we have to wait? Xianxia smiled and said, do you still remember the spiritual field of Pockmark Sun's family? Lu Ting answered without hesitation, of course. It's at the foot of the hillside more than 10 miles away from the village. On the other side is the Smoking Mountain. Xianxia nodded and said, yes. As far as I know, Lin Sun will set out with Pockmark Sun in 5 days to help eradicate the pests in that spiritual field. Lu Ting understood immediately and said with surprise, you mean you want to kill him on that day? Xianxia smiled and said, isn't it a good opportunity? We can draw Pockmark Sun away first, and then you and I can kill him together. Then we can throw his body into the abandoned mine under the Smoking Mountain. Who will know we did it? Even if Shurao Tianren asks, we can pretend that we know nothing. Lu Ting grinned hideously, then let's wait for 5 more days. 5 days later, I will bury this little bastard's body with my own hands. In the room, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and regulated his breath until there were no distracting thoughts in his mind. Then he cast his consciousness to the mysterious bloody gate in his mind. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun felt his body tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His consciousness became blurred, as if his body didn't belong to him anymore. When Lin Sun woke up, he found himself in a strange space. It was pitch black and silent, as if he couldn't feel the passage of time. Under his feet, there was a straight road leading to the distance. It seemed to be formed by the gathering of green clouds, which was extremely mysterious. At the end of the green cloud road stood a bloody gate. The gate, which seemed to be created in the void, was more than 30 meters high. It was red all over, as if it had just been fished out of a sea of blood, or a gate leading to hell. It was a ghastly sight. A strange space, a straight green cloud road, and a bloody mysterious gate standing in the void. All of this was so real that it was definitely an illusion. Lin Sun took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Only then did he realize that the bloody gate at the end of Green Cloud Path was exactly the same as the mysterious gate that appeared in his mind. Vaguely, Lin Sun had figured out that the reason why he appeared here must have a great deal to do with the mysterious gate in his mind. So what secrets were hidden here? Was there a law here that could help him change his fate? Lin Sun thought for a long time and finally shook his head. He abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and stepped forward, intending to explore the mysterious bloody portal. But as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a strange wave spreading from the green cloud road under his feet. The wave was so obscure that it swept over Lin Sun's body like ripples, and then disappeared. Immediately, a light curtain appeared 1 foot in front of Lin Sun. The light curtain was round and shining, and a mysterious and complicated pattern appeared on the light curtain. Lin Sun was shocked and dared not go forward at once. He raised his eyes and looked at the light curtain. Right at this moment, a chilly, icy cold, and emotionless voice resounded through this expanse of the heavens and the earth. If you want to get close to the gate to heaven, you need to pass the test of the Green Cloud Road. The first test of the Green Cloud Road is called Spirit Refining. If you pass this test, you can get the meditating magic. Practitioner, do you want to pass the test? The voice was neither fast nor slow, and it sounded empty. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then he woke up. The gate to heaven, the Green Cloud Road, the meditating magic, was this the secret Master Lu mentioned? Lin Sun was so excited that he almost thought he was dreaming. To pass or not to pass, after calming down, Lin Sun had been thinking about this question. All these were unknown to him. He didn't know what kind of risks were hidden in the first test of Green Cloud Path, also known as Spirit Refining, and what consequences he would suffer if he failed. But he knew very well that as long as he made it through, he would get a copy of the meditating magic, and he would be one step closer to the bloody gate at the end of the Green Cloud Avenue, the gate to heaven. To pass or not to pass, at this time, no one could tell Lin Sun what to do. He could only choose by himself. Wait, it suddenly occurred to Lin Sun that if there was no one here, where did the voice come from? May I ask what preparations I need to make if I want to pass this test? Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and saluted to the people in the distance. Although he didn't know who the owner of the voice was, it was the best attitude to humble himself and ask for help. However, Lin Sun waited for a long time, but no one answered. Only the light curtain about 1 foot in front of him was still floating quietly and shining. It seems that I have to make the decision myself. Lin Sun sighed in his heart, but a touch of determination flashed in his eyes. He had never been a hesitant person. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he would not be reconciled if he didn't try it. Pass. Lin Sun spat out a word. It was like a signal. As soon as Lin Sun uttered the word, the cold voice sounded again. The test begins. Comprehend and master the flowing light spiritual tattoo, and you will pass the test successfully. Flowing light spiritual tattoo, was it to test his ability to inscribe spiritual tattoos? Just as Lin Sun was puzzled, the light curtain in front of him suddenly rippled, as if waking up from silence. Immediately, Lin Sun saw a dense, complex, and obscure spiritual tattoo pattern reflected in the light curtain. Each spiritual tattoo was like a flying streamer, dazzling Lin Sun's eyes. Lin Sun's eyes were immediately attracted. He couldn't help stepping forward and staring at it attentively. Since he was very young, Lin Sun had been with Master Lu. Influenced by what he saw and heard, he had a very good understanding of spiritual tattoos. The so-called spiritual tattoo was also called spiritual tattoo pattern. Each spiritual tattoo pattern could exert different functions and powers. According to the difference in power, spiritual inscriptions were divided into basic spiritual inscriptions and high-level spiritual inscriptions. Basic spirit runes were a single spirit rune diagram, such as the Scarlet Fire Spirit Rune, Greenwood Spirit Rune, Gung-Gold Spirit Rune, etc. High-level spiritual inscriptions, also known as spiritual inscription formation, were formed by combining different basic spiritual inscriptions. Generally speaking, spiritual tattooists like to call basic spiritual tattoos and advanced spiritual tattoos spiritual tattoo pattern and spiritual tattoo formation. This name was also related to the classification of spiritual apprentices and spiritual tattooists. For example, in the cultivation world, those who could master 36 basic spiritual tattoo patterns could be called beginner spiritual apprentices. Those who could master 72 basic spiritual tattoo patterns could be called middle spiritual apprentices, and those who could master 108 basic spiritual tattoo patterns could be called high spiritual apprentices. Those who could independently complete a spiritual tattoo formation could be called a qualified spiritual tattooist. Of course, Lin Sun was not clear about the classification of these titles, but he was very familiar with all kinds of basic spiritual tattoos. During the years when he followed Master Lu, Lin Sun's daily life was almost inseparable from learning and inscribing spiritual tattoos. Now, he had mastered more than 1,000 kinds of spiritual tattoos, however, these were all basic spiritual tattoos. With his current cultivation, Lin Sun could only inscribe basic spiritual tattoos. Even so, if other spiritual tattooists in the cultivation world knew that Lin Sun had mastered more than 1,000 basic spiritual tattoos at the age of 13, their jaws would drop. After all, those who could inscribe 108 basic spiritual tattoos could be called senior spiritual apprentices. Such a comparison showed Lin Sun's extraordinary attainments in basic spiritual tattoos. It was a pity that Master Lu did not tell Lin Sun about this, and every time Lin Sun asked about it, Master Lu always denied it. However, no matter how hard Lin Sun thought about it, he had never heard of a flowing light spiritual tattoo among the basic spiritual tattoos in the world. Yes, Lin Sun could tell at a glance that what was shown on the light screen was a basic spiritual tattoo, not a spiritual tattoo formation. But in his memory, he had never heard of the name flowing light spiritual tattoo, not even mentioned by Master Lu. Of course, Lin Sun also knew that there were so many basic spiritual tattoos that they were as vast as the sea. There might be some that he didn't know about. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Sun felt refreshed when he saw that the first test of Green Cloud Path was just a basic spiritual tattoo. He was not good at other things, but he was very confident in spiritual tattoos. Especially when it was just a basic spiritual tattoo to comprehend and control, it was no pressure for Lin Sun. Without hesitation, Lin Sun began to comprehend with rapt attention. When he really began to comprehend, Lin Sun found that he was wrong, extremely wrong. At this time, in his eyes, the flowing light spiritual tattoo was like thousands of dancing streamers, drawing different trajectories and circulating ceaselessly. Each trajectory was so mysterious, but when thousands of trajectories intertwined with each other and rotated continuously, it was not mysterious, but dense, complex and obscure. Just looking at it would make people dizzy and unable to make any sense of it. Looking at it for a long time, it would even make people upset and feel like vomiting blood. Although his body was thin and weak, Lin Sun's consciousness had always been strong, which was the quality that a spiritual apprentice must have. If his soul was not strong enough, it was impossible to comprehend and master spiritual tattoos. Therefore, for practitioners, not everyone was qualified to be a spiritual tattooist, which was one of the important reasons why there were so few spiritual tattooists in the world. However, at this time, facing this flowing light spiritual tattoo, even Lin Sun felt a little dizzy and exhausted after looking at it for a long time. This surprised Lin Sun and made him more aware that he had underestimated this flowing light spiritual tattoo. Although this spiritual tattoo was a basic spiritual tattoo, it was extremely unique, totally different from the ones Lin Sun had mastered before. In the past, each grain and trajectory of basic spiritual tattoos could be followed. Except that the patterns were a little complicated, they were not difficult to understand. Most importantly, no matter what kind of basic spirit runes it was, they were all static. This was common sense, because each basic spiritual tattoo had a unique and fixed grain and trajectory. When inscribing a spiritual tattoo, once there was any deviation or error in the grain and trajectory, it was equal to failure, and no power could be exerted at all. Just like the handwriting on the paper, each word represented a different meaning. If the stroke was wrong, it would be a mistake, and then it would be meaningless. But this flowing light spiritual tattoo in front of him broke Lin's inherent thinking. For the first time, he knew that the static spiritual tattoo could actually move. but since the grain and trajectory of this flowing light spiritual tattoo could run and change, how to inscribe it? After all, once inscribing, there would be a fixed trajectory and grain. The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more shocked he was, and the more he felt this flowing light spiritual tattoo was unusual. If he guessed right, there was probably no basic spiritual tattoo in today's cultivation world that could compare with it. It was so unique that it broke the fixed pattern of inscribing spiritual tattoos and created an incredible brand new school. Could it really be a spiritual tattoo? Lin Sun frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't make a conclusion. He stopped thinking and concentrated on studying. Time flew by unknowingly. After a long time, Lin Sun's head became more and more swollen and heavy, and even his mind was overwhelmed. In front of his eyes and in his mind were filled with flying spiritual tattoos, so dense, so obscure, and so messy. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see streams of flowing light passing through the dark sky. Some were dim, some were bright, some were as long as a ribbon, and some were as short as a feather, but no matter what kind of flowing light they were so fast that they disappeared in the twinkling of an eye like flashing fireworks. Vaguely, Lin Sun seemed to grasp some inspiration. Subconsciously, he raised his finger and gently sketched on the light curtain. Like an inscribing pen, Lin Sun drew a light and graceful mark on the light curtain with his fingertips. As soon as it appeared, it shook its head and danced in the air. As Lin Sun's fingertips frequently sketched, a light and lively trace emerged and danced on the light curtain. Soon, an amazing scene appeared. The tracks of other spiritual tattoos that were flying on the light curtain seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the tracks Lin Sun had outlined. Like a shoal of fish that had found its leader, they moved together. A faint smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. Just as he expected, as his fingertips kept waving, more and more spiritual tattoos appeared on the light curtain. Later, when the light curtain couldn't bear so many spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun suddenly stopped sketching with his fingertips. A strange buzzing sound rang out, and on the entire light screen, countless traces of spirit inscriptions began to converge and fuse together. Finally, they were all integrated into the spiritual tattoo trace under Lin Sun's fingertips. Boom! Immediately, the light curtain turned into a rain of light and disappeared. At this time, Lin Sun withdrew his fingertips. In his mind, he had mastered all the secrets of flowing light spiritual tattoo. The secret was that flowing light spiritual tattoo was not a basic spiritual tattoo at all, but an inherited cultivation method. However, someone had completely integrated the mystery of the cultivation method into the veins and traces of each spiritual tattoo by means of spiritual tattoos. The name of this cultivation method was meditating magic, Lin Sun murmured. It seems that it should be called inheritance spiritual tattoo. But I don't know who on earth created a brand new spiritual tattoo just for the sake of inheriting a martial art. It's really incredible. As Lin Sun marveled in his heart, the cold and hollow voice sounded again. I've passed the test. Do you want to continue? Lin Sun came to his senses at once. Looking at the green cloud path leading to the gate to heaven, he finally shook his head and refused. Spirit refining was the name of the first test of green cloud path, which tested the mastery and attainment of spiritual tattoos. Now Lin Sun had successfully passed the test and obtained the meditating magic. There were 8 more barriers after the God refinement pass, and only by passing through all of them would one be able to arrive before the door to the heaven. But Lin Sun was not confident that he could pass all the tests in one go. Practitioner, the next opening of the heaven accessing place will be 3 months later. The second test of green cloud path is called body refining. That chilly and icy cold voice spoke, and it was completely empty without any fluctuations of emotion. It was utterly unknown where this voice came from. You have 108 chances to pass the test. If you fail, the heaven accessing place will be sealed again until 1,000 years later. Please be prepared for the test. As the voice faded away, Lin Sun felt his vision blacked out before he could react. With a bang, his consciousness fell into boundless darkness. The setting sun shone. In Lin Sun's room, there was a burst of rapid breathing. At this moment, he was like a drowning man who had just been fished out of the water. He was soaked in cold sweat and extremely tired. But Lin Sun's eyes were unusually bright. He silently recalled what he had just experienced until he felt that the inheritance of meditating magic still existed in his mind. Then, He was sure that what he had just experienced was real. The mysterious blood-colored gate that appeared in his mind was called the Gate to Heaven, the mysterious heaven and earth, the straight green cloud avenue, and the clear and cold hollow voice, all came from the place called Heaven Accessing Place. Lin Sun was sure that the Heaven Accessing Place was the amazing secret that Master Lu had mentioned. All this meant that he had finally found an opportunity to change his destiny. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be excited. When he was a child, he learned that his spiritual vein was dug away and he became a loser who could hardly cultivate. It was like a nightmare. No matter how optimistic Lin Sun was, he was often depressed about it these years. But now, it was completely different. He had found hope. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Thinking of Master Lu, whose life and death were unknown, he felt both grateful and upset. Soon, Lin Sun frowned at the stench and found that he was covered with a layer of dirty black sweat. Lin Sun immediately got up and washed himself in front of the well in the courtyard. Only then did he feel refreshed, and every inch of his skin seemed to be full of vitality. Returning to the room, Lin Sun examined his body and immediately found that his thin and weak body seemed to have been washed. His skin, bones, flesh and even viscera were full of vitality. Bang! An idea came to Lin Sun's mind. He took a step forward and swung his fists, striking out the burning sky with fire a beacon. The fist force was condensed, and the pure physical strength made the air give out a dull explosion. My physical strength has indeed changed. Lin Sun was delighted. He roughly judged that the transformation of his body must have something to do with the Heaven Accessing Place. The road of cultivation was inseparable from the refinement of physique. For those who were weak, even if they could cultivate smoothly, they were doomed to not make great achievements in cultivation. The reason was very simple. Their physique was too weak to contain too much spiritual energy. Generally speaking, practitioners in this world would spend a lot of effort to refine their bodies and lay a solid foundation of martial arts at the beginning of cultivation. Some of the scions of the great clans were even soaked in a medicinal soup made of all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines every day from the moment they were born. When they grew up, they would be taught a body-refining method to temper their tendons, bones, marrow, skin, internal organs, qi and blood, thereby improving their physique and cleansing their entire body. All these preparations were for the sake of cultivation. What was a strong man? Those who could go further and higher on the road of cultivation were the strong men. This was the consensus of the whole world. Lin Sun's body was quite thin and weak because his heart vessel and 4 acupoints were damaged at an early age, which couldn't be improved no matter how many elixirs he took. But now, this situation was broken. It was the first time for Lin Sun to feel the power of a strong and vigorous body. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the bed and began to observe his body. Clatter wisps of spiritual energy flowed like gurgling streams, running all over his body along the meridians. What? Soon, Lin Sun was shocked and noticed a trace of abnormality. The spiritual energy in his body was less than half of what it used to be. How could this be? Lin Sun frowned. He was now at the second level of martial realm, inner strong, and the spiritual energy accumulated in his body had already reached a full level. If it weren't for the damage of heart vessel and 4 acupoints, he might have reached the 3rd level of martial realm, viscera opening, 2 years ago. Although his cultivation stagnated for 2 years, Lin Sun's spiritual energy was extremely strong and solid in the 2nd level of martial realm. Few people at the same level could match him. This was an advantage that could comfort him. But now, the spiritual energy in his body was less than half. Having no time to think about other things, Lin Sun immediately ran the Spirit Concentrating Manual and began to regulate his breath. Spirit Concentrating Manual was a cultivation method taught by Master Lu, which emphasized on purity, tranquility, and concealment of spirit and qi. The style of this cultivation method was like the breeze and flowing water, the most gentle and upright. Lin Sun's heart vessel and 4 acupoints had been damaged since childhood, so his meridians were sluggish and fragile. Although the Spirit Concentrating Manual was not the best, it was the most suitable for Lin Sun. As he ran the cultivation method, Lin Sun soon found the reason for the lack of spiritual energy, heart vessel and 4 acupoints. Every time the spiritual energy entered heart vessel and 4 acupoints, it would evolve into 4 spiritual vortexes. and every time the spiritual energy passed through a vortex, it would be refined. After the refining, the spiritual energy seemed to be less, but in fact, it was much more condensed than before, which meant the quality of the spiritual energy was improved. It would be fine if the spiritual energy was only refined once, but the key was that there were 4 spiritual vortexes in heart vessel and 4 acupoints, so that every circulation of his spiritual energy would be refined 4 times. It could be imagined how much the quality of the spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body would be improved by such refining. For example, if the spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body was originally a piece of stubborn iron, after repeated quenching, it would be like throwing the stubborn iron into the furnace for thousands of hammerings. When it finally came out of the furnace, it would inevitably become a sharp sword. No wonder the spiritual energy became less. It turned out that it was refined 4 times, and the quality of the spiritual energy was improved 4 times than before. After the initial shock, Lin Sun's heart was now replaced by excitement. He was very clear that the purer the spiritual energy, the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, and the greater the power it could exert. So it seems that I don't have to worry about the injuries of heart vessel and 4 acupoints when I cultivate from now on. Lin Sun's eyes were clear and bright, full of joy. This was definitely a blessing in disguise. Because the spiritual veins in heart vessel and 4 acupoints were dug away, he was almost unable to cultivate because of the irreparable wounds left in him. Who would have thought that this kind of injury would turn into 4 spiritual vortexes, which would bring about an earth-shattering transformation to his cultivation in the future? Even Lin Sun himself felt a little surprised and even incredible. After a long time, Lin Sun's excitement and joy gradually calmed down. He knew that he had begun to be reborn. From last night until now, too many incredible things had happened. First, the ancient scroll and an inscribing pen triggered a series of shocking scenes, which made Lin Sun peak at a terrible war a long time ago. In the battle, the majestic figure broke the darkness, shook the universe, and opened the gate of stars with one strike. Although he finally uttered a sigh of "time is not with me," the peerless demeanor he exuded shocked Lin Sun. It was also at that time that Lin Sun knew that the owner of the ancient scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen was that majestic figure. Then, the dark gray inscribing pen mutated and absorbed Lin Sun's blood to inscribe weird pictures, which finally made Lin Sun fall into a coma. When Lin Sun woke up, the ancient scroll and the dark gray inscribing pen disappeared at the same time, but a gate to heaven appeared in Lin Sun's mind. From then on, a series of changes began to happen to Lin Sun. First, 4 spiritual vortexes appeared in heart vessel and 4 acupoints, which solved Lin Sun's problem of almost being unable to cultivate. The wounds left by the spiritual veins could no longer hinder Lin Sun's pursuit of cultivation. Then, Lin Sun broke into the heaven accessing place, passed the first test of green cloud path known as spirit refining, and obtained the meditating magic from the flowing light spiritual tattoo. When Lin Sun returned from the heaven accessing place, his emaciated body seemed to have been cleansed and underwent a brand new transformation, becoming strong and full of vitality. All of this happened in such an incredible way. But Lin Sun was clear that no matter how incredible it was all thanks to Master Lu. Defying the heavens, changing my fate, and being reborn in nirvana. The guy who took away my spiritual vein probably didn't expect that the baby was still alive, right? Lin Sun's eyes became cold and deep. His spiritual veins were dug out and he almost died. Until now, he didn't even know who his parents were. How could Lin Sun forget such a deep hatred? Master Lu once said that the enemy who dug out his spiritual veins was in Xiao Empire. Now, Lin Sun was here. Lin Sun had planned to meditate on meditating magic, but his stomach began to growl before he took action. Almost at the same time, an unspeakable sense of hunger swept over him like a tide. Lin Sun rushed into the kitchen and began to cook for himself. It was not until then that he found it was completely dark outside. It was unbearable to go without food for a whole day. The kitchen had been repaired. The enthusiastic villagers brought not only pots and pans, but also pieces of marinated animal meat. Lin Sun cooked a pot of spiritual rice and cut a plate of animal meat. Then he squatted in the kitchen and began to gobble them up. Spiritual grains contained mild spiritual power, which was an indispensable food for cultivation. However, for most of the villagers who couldn't cultivate, spiritual grains were money to exchange for goods and materials, which was extremely expensive, so they wouldn't eat spiritual grains as food. As for the animal meat, it was wild animals in the mountains and could only be used to relieve hunger. It was far from being comparable to spiritual rice. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that after eating 3 plates of animal meat and 10 bowls of spiritual rice, he was still hungry. The sudden increase in his appetite surprised Lin Sun and made him happy. All this meant that his body had become different from before and needed more nutrition to supplement it. The more he ate, the stronger his body, qi, blood, and spirit would be. It was said that in every meal of the practitioners of Xiao Empire, there were not only abundant spiritual rice, but also spiritual vegetables, spiritual fruits, and even some meticulously refined elixirs. As a practitioner, Lin Sun naturally understood this. But when he was full and saw that there were less than half a bag of spiritual rice and 6 pieces of animal meat left, he suddenly realized a problem. If he ate like this and had 3 meals a day, he would have to consume nearly 2.5 kilograms of spiritual rice and 10 pieces of animal meat each day, but the point was that Lin Sun still had to rely on the villagers to supply his daily necessities. It was okay for 3 to 5 days, but not for a long time. I really can't live without food. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. As the saying goes, the poor study and the rich practice martial arts. Children from poor families didn't have resources to cultivate at all. Just the materials needed for cultivation were beyond what a poor family could afford. This also fulfilled the ancient saying that the 4 essentials of cultivation were wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Wealth was number 1, which showed how important it was to cultivation. Not only that, in the future, the pills, techniques, battle treasures, and equipment that cultivators would need would all require a huge amount of wealth to support. Lin Sun was now penniless. Except for some spiritual materials he had collected, he had no other belongings. Therefore, whether it was to solve the problem in front of him or to consider his future cultivation, the first thing he had to do was to earn money. Of course, in Feiyun village, spiritual grains and animal meat were equal to money. It would take a long time to plant spiritual grains, and Lin couldn't afford to wait, so he could only focus on the beast meat. Lin Sun knew that when the farming season was slack, some strong villagers in Feiyun village would gather together and go hunting in the deep mountains outside the village. The fur, bones, blood and flesh of the prey they hunted could not only be used to meet their daily needs, but also be transported to the Green Sun tribe to be exchanged for a lot of materials. Hunting? I can give it a try. Lin Sun had made up his mind that he might not be able to hunt down some powerful beasts with his own means, but it was more than enough to deal with ordinary beasts. In fact, Lin Sun had a more long-term consideration. He was destined to be rich in the cities of Xiao Empire in the future. It was late at night. Lin Sun sat in the room and meditated. Pieces of obscure and mysterious characters were flickering like flowing light. Meditating magic, the method of spiritual cultivation, was divided into 3 realms: star circulation, moon change, and sun glory. The word meditating in the name of this method meant meditation, observing the secrets of spiritual cultivation with one's own consciousness, so as to sharpen one's spirit and strengthen one's spirit. This was definitely an incomparably rare technique, as everyone knew. In the boundless world, the number and types of cultivation methods were as numerous as the Milky Way and as vast as the sea. However, 99% of the cultivation methods were either for cultivating spiritual power or for fighting. There were very few cultivation methods about soul, and almost all of them were distributed in ancient clans and aristocratic families. It was extremely difficult to see them in the market. Generally, this kind of cultivation method was also called secret method of soul, which was a rare thing that every practitioner longed for. The reason was that when one broke through martial realm, gang spirit realm, sea spirit realm, and reached Tao insight realm, he needed to cultivate his soul in order to condense his natal will. Only a practitioner who had condensed his natal will and mastered the power of soul could be regarded as a real strong practitioner of Tao insight realm. At that time, the power of natal will alone could make practitioners below Tao insight realm tremble with fear and kneel on the ground. However, Tao insight realm was too high for 1 in tens of thousands of people to reach this realm in this world. In the Xiao Empire, those who had the strength of Tao insight realm could already stand among the top martial arts experts. It could be imagined how important it was to master a secret method of soul, which was related to whether one could smoothly reach Tao insight realm in the future. And the meditating magic Lin Sun got was a secret method of soul. Naturally, it could be regarded as an unparalleled method. It was no exaggeration to say that among all the practitioners in martial realm in the world, only 1 in 10,000 could comprehend and cultivate the secret method of soul. Lin Sun had been with Master Lu since he was a child, so he naturally knew the value of the secret method of soul very well. He even knew it better than others. Because don't forget that Lin Sun had another identity, a spiritual apprentice. Inscribing spiritual tattoos also required the support of a strong soul, otherwise it was impossible to precisely control the coordination of spiritual power, spiritual ink, inscribing pen, and carrier. As far as Lin Sun knew, the more powerful a spiritual tattooist was, the more powerful his soul would be. This was beyond doubt. Without too much excitement and emotion, Lin Sun began to meditate on the first realm of the meditating magic, star circulation. Star circulation, as the name suggested, meant the circulation of stars. Practitioners used their own thoughts as the basis to visualize the wonderful image of the universe and the circulation of stars, and guided the starlight to temper the spirit by the star orbit. When it was cultivated to the consummation realm, the practitioner's thoughts in the sea of consciousness could evolve into a vast starry sky, shining with starlight, and letting the soul wander in it without being trapped by evil thoughts or distracting thoughts, and finally forming the root of the soul. But for Lin Sun, he had just started to meditate on it, so he couldn't reach that realm. Although there were only 3 realms of star circulation, moon change, and sun glory in the meditating magic, as it involved the cultivation of the soul, each realm was mysterious and profound, and couldn't be comprehended to the consummation realm in a day and a night. As Lin Sun began to meditate on this star circulation, a vast night sky was soon reflected in his sea of consciousness. However, the night sky was deep and unreachable, and the stars hanging in the night sky were dim and blurry. This was the image of star circulation, and what Lin Sun needed to do was to observe this image with his own consciousness, and then think and explore it. This was the so-called visualization. Visualization was like a mirror, reflecting one's own self. This was the only way to cultivate the secret method of soul in the world, but the specific tricks of visualization were different. What Lin Sun was visualizing in his sea of consciousness at the moment was the image of star circulation. When he could use his own soul power to light up all the stars in the night sky in his sea of consciousness and lead the starlight to shine on the world, it could be regarded as the consummation realm of star circulation. The night was quiet, and the moon was shining outside the window. The mountains in the distance were bathed in the clear light, and the insects were chirping and cicadas were singing nearby. It was extremely quiet. In the room, Lin Sun sat cross-legged with no distractions, meditating quietly. His slightly pale and delicate face looked tranquil and otherworldly. Time passed unconsciously, and the night passed quickly. Venus dawn dispelled the ink-like darkness and sprinkled bright light on the world. Birds were chirping outside the window, signaling the arrival of a new day. Lin Sun woke up from his meditation and leaped out of bed. He felt refreshed, his blood and qi unimpeded, and he felt unspeakably refreshed. After a night's practice, Lin Sun felt much more energetic than before, even though he failed to light up a star in his sea of consciousness. His ears and eyes became much sharper, and he could even clearly hear the subtle sound of dew sliding down the grass and falling to the ground outside the house. This was a sign that his consciousness was getting stronger. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that only one night of cultivation could make such an obvious effect, which showed how extraordinary the meditating magic was. Pushing open the door and walking into the courtyard, Lin Sun stretched his body and began to practice marching boxing. He didn't stop until his blood and qi were boiling and he was sweating all over. He washed his face and rinsed his mouth with the cold well water. He felt that both his soul and body were full of vitality and energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. But soon, Lin Sun's body was filled with a sense of hunger like tide. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was indeed worth rejoicing that his body and soul became stronger, but it also doubled his appetite. Nothing in the world was perfect. This also made Lin Sun more determined that he had to find time to go hunting in the deep mountain. Otherwise, the supplies of the villagers couldn't fill his stomach at all. After dinner, Lin Sun went straight to Zhou Zhong's house. According to the plan, he would help Zhou Zhong get rid of pests in his spiritual land today. When Lin Sun arrived at Zhou Zhong's house, he happened to see Zhou Zhong coming out with a longbow and a broadsword on his back. Brother Zhou, what are you going to do? Lin Sun asked. I'm going up the mountain to pick up some herbs to replenish blood and qi and go hunting by the way. Zhou answered casually. Then he noticed it was Lin Sun who asked the question. He patted his forehead and cried, how could I forget that I'm going to get rid of pests with you today? Hunting, the things in this world were really coincidental. Lin Sun's lips curled up into a smile. P.S. Today is Xiaoxia's birthday. Xiaoxiao is a senior beauty in the V group. Goldfish here wishes Xiaoxiao to smile, stay young, be happy and healthy, find a Mr. Right as soon as possible, and get rid of the misery of being single. Outside of Feiyun village, a group of strong villagers, led by Zhou, walked towards the mountains in the distance. Lin Sun was also in the team. He had promised to help Zhou to clear the pests in his spiritual land when he came back from hunting. But the only condition was that Zhou should take him with him to hunt. Zhou agreed without hesitation. Zhou's wife caught a cold a while ago. She had just recovered, but she was very weak and needed to replenish her qi and blood. Therefore, Zhou's main purpose in this trip was to collect some medicines to replenish qi and blood, not to hunt. As an experienced hunter in Feiyun village, Zhou knew very well about the dangers in the mountains. Therefore, even if it was just to collect medicines, he would ask some strong villagers to follow him to ensure his safety. As for Lin Sun, who insisted on joining them, Zhou was not worried at all. He had also heard that Lin Sun had defeated Lu Ting yesterday. In terms of fighting capacity, Lin Sun was much stronger than the villagers. Even with Zhou leading the way, it took them more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountains. Looking ahead, the mountains were so high that they pierced the sky and were shrouded by thick clouds and mist from the mountainside. Faintly, a series of roars of beasts could be heard coming from the deep mountains, which was quite horrifying. Be careful, everyone. It's very dangerous in the deep mountains and forests. There are not only fierce beasts, but also miasma and poisonous insects. Follow me closely and don't wander around. In front of the vast forest at the foot of the mountains, Zhou took off his longbow and held it in his hand, looking around vigilantly. The other villagers also took out their weapons, and their expressions became solemn. They were just ordinary people. Although they were strong and agile, they were not practitioners after all. Facing such a deep forest, no one dared to be careless. Lin Sun thought for a while and also took out his pale cyan dagger in his hand. Once the group was ready, they immediately entered the vast forest and soon disappeared out of sight. This forest was very large, with towering ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves that covered the sky. The air was damp and gloomy. Some of the vines were even as thick as buckets, hanging all over the forest like pythons. Fallen leaves had piled up on the ground, and there were also strange and bewitching flowers and plants growing. They were obviously poisonous. The nerves of Zhou and the others were taut as they moved forward cautiously. No one dared to speak again for fear of attracting the attacks of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Lin Sun, on the other hand, seemed to be very relaxed. He even had time to observe the scenery he saw along the way and squat down from time to pick some flowers and plants. Violet luster flower, jade star grass, three-leafed silver-thread vine, scarlet-tailed bitter root. I didn't expect there to be so many spiritual materials hidden in this ancient forest. Lin Sun felt a little happy. As a spiritual tattoo apprentice, Lin Sun had been dealing with all kinds of spiritual materials since he was a child. Naturally, he could tell which was good and which was useless at a glance. With this kind of experience and eyesight, he saw many spirit materials along the way. Most of them could be used in medicine, and they could also be used as materials to refine spirit ink. Of course, it could also be sold for money. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Sun. Unfortunately, in Feiyun village, even if there were spiritual materials, they could hardly be exchanged for money, let alone filling one's stomach. Lin Sun carried an animal skin bag as high as a man with him, so he didn't have to worry about not having a place to put spiritual materials. Little brother Lin Sun, why are you picking these things? Seeing Lin Sun picking flowers and plants from time to time along the way, Zhou finally couldn't help asking in a low voice. Not only Zhou, but also other villagers were quite curious. Lin Sun didn't conceal anything and told them the value of these spiritual materials one by one. How could the villagers understand these things? They were all confused. But when they heard that these things could be sold for money, their eyes all lit up and they all asked Lin Sun for advice. Lin Sun readily agreed. Then, under Lin Sun's guidance, the villagers began to search along the way. It was indeed not a joke that there was strength in numbers. In just 30 minutes, Lin Sun's animal skin bag was filled up. From this, it could be seen that although this vast forest that was almost uninhabited was dangerous, it was also a good place to hide various spirit materials. Of course, if Lin Sun hadn't followed them this time, these villagers would never have known that these things they regarded as flowers and plants could actually be sold for money. Just as they were moving forward in high spirits, Lin Sun suddenly stopped and waved his hand to signal them to stop. Under the puzzled eyes of Zhou Zhong and others, Lin Sun suddenly grabbed the bow and arrow from Zhou Zhong's hand and climbed up an old tree nearby. Then he took a deep breath and put an arrow on the bow, with the cold and sharp arrowhead pointing to the distance. Seeing this, the villagers immediately understood that a fierce beast must be approaching. All of a sudden, they all tensed up and got ready for a fight. Roar! In just a few breaths, a deafening roar of a beast resounded from afar like thunder, scaring the birds in the forest and scurrying away. Shit! It's a snowspot leopard. Zhou Zhong's face changed. With years of hunting experience, he could tell from the sound that it was a snowspot leopard. The beast was as big as an ox, snow-white and dotted with many black spots. It was ferocious and cunning. Lian Ruffing, the leader of the village guards, was once attacked by a snowspot leopard. At that time, Lian Ruffing had already reached the level of inner strong. Even so, he was almost killed by the snowspot leopard. It was not hard to imagine how ferocious it was. As expected, hearing the name of snowspot leopard, the other villagers turned pale and clenched their weapons nervously. They never thought that the peaceful atmosphere along the way would be broken by a snowspot leopard. It was too dangerous. One careless move and they might lose their lives here. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a snow-white silhouette passed through the forest and pounced towards Zhou Zhong, who was in the lead, as fast as lightning. It was too fast. Even though Zhou Zhong was prepared for it, he was too slow to react. Before he could raise his long saber, a bloody mouth had already swallowed him. Right when Zhou Zhong was about to suffer a calamity, the snow-white figure let out a howl of pain, and its pouncing motion suddenly stopped before it fell to the ground. Only then did the villagers see that it was indeed a snowspot leopard. But there was an arrow stuck in its hind leg, and blood was flowing out. Obviously, this arrow saved Zhou Zhong's life. Roar! However, before the crowd could recover from the shock, the snowspot leopard roared and leaped up, charging at them again with its ferocious nature. The bloody smell that assaulted their faces seemed like the signal of death, and it caused Zhou Zhong and the others to be astounded as they retreated endlessly in panic. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a cyan blade fell from the sky and slashed at the snowspot leopard's neck from a precise angle. Puff! Blood splattered 3 feet high, and the snowspot leopard's head flew into the air. It lost control of its body and fell to the ground. Did it die just like that? Zhou Zhong and the others couldn't believe their eyes. This was a snowspot leopard. Even Lian Ruffing, who had reached the level of inner strong, was almost killed by it. But now it was killed by an arrow and a saber. At this time, Lin Sun came to the body of the snowspot leopard with the cyan dagger in his hand. He stabbed the tip of the dagger into the heart of the snowspot leopard, and blood gushed out. At the same time, Lin Sun took out a leather bag and put the blood into it. The snowspot leopard was not an ordinary beast, but a ferocious beast. The blood essence of its heart was full of energy, which could be used as medicine or by swallowing. Lin Sun didn't stop until the leather bag was full of blood essence. He turned around and said, "Guys, the blood of the snowspot leopard is good stuff. Don't waste it." Only then did Zhou Zhong and the others wake up from their stupor. They stepped forward, took out their water bags, and started moving. "Brother Lin Sun, you're amazing. This is an adult snowspot leopard. Its skin alone can be exchanged for 10 copper coins in the Green Sun tribe, and its meat is also very popular," Zhou Zhong exclaimed. The others also nodded and looked at Lin Sun with admiration. It was beyond their imagination that a 13-year-old boy could kill an adult snowspot leopard by himself. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Let's collect the valuable things of the snowspot leopard as soon as possible. The smell of blood here is too strong." I'm afraid it won't take long to attract other ferocious beasts. Zhou Zhong and the others also understood this. Without hesitation, they dissected the skin, flesh, bones, and tendons of the snow-spot leopard. Then, they wrapped them in a large leaf called fish-blocking grass and put them into their animal skin bags. The pungent smell of the fish-blocking grass could suppress the smell of blood. In this way, other ferocious beasts could not smell the blood and follow them. Before long, Lin Sun and the others moved forward again. After the attack, Zhou Zhong and the others became more cautious. They even stopped collecting spiritual materials and concentrated on moving forward. Lin Sun was the same as before, but he had become picky. He didn't bother to collect the less valuable spiritual materials. Most importantly, the number of beast skin bags they brought was limited, and they couldn't store too many spiritual materials, so they could only abandon a portion of the spiritual materials that weren't of much use. After walking in silence for a long time, Zhou Zhong suddenly frowned and whispered, "Something is wrong." Usually, when we entered this forest, we would be attacked by at least 7 or 8 beasts. But this time, we encountered nothing except a snow-spot leopard. What the hell? The other villagers nodded in agreement. The situation was indeed unusual. At this time, Lin Sun seemed to find something. He quickened his pace and stopped behind a big tree dozens of meters away. Soon, Lin Sun's voice came, "Look here. It seems that someone else has been here before us." Zhou Zhong and the others hurriedly rushed over, and they immediately saw the corpse of a ferocious beast that was shaped like a lizard and covered in dark green scales lying on the ground behind the tree, one-horned lizard. Zhou Zhong and his fellows immediately recognized that the dead beast on the ground was an adult one-horned lizard. There was a very strict standard for the classification of beasts. They were divided into 3 categories: wild beasts, fierce beasts, and fierce beasts. Jackals, martens, foxes, and leopards could only be regarded as wild beasts. Fierce beasts were fierce, but ordinary hunters could hunt them down. Fierce beasts referred to tigers, leopards, wild boars, bulls, bears, and so on. They could even kill practitioners who had just set foot on the road of cultivation. However, ominous beasts were completely different. They were all overlords in the mountains, and many of them had some intelligence. Even the weakest ominous beast could easily kill a practitioner at the first level of martial realm. As for the more powerful ominous beasts, even a practitioner at the 9th level of martial realm had to flee. The snow-spot leopard Lin and his fellows had hunted before was a fierce beast. But compared with the one-horned lizard, it was just an ordinary fierce beast. Therefore, the one-horned lizard could kill practitioners on the 5th level of martial realm. Aperture's opening. Zhou Zhong had been hunting for so many years. Although he knew how terrible the one-horned lizard was, it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Fortunately, the one-horned lizard was dead. Otherwise, they would all die here. Lin squatted down and carefully examined the wound of the one-horned lizard. This beast was shaped like a raging bull. Its 4 hooves were like pillars, and its entire body was covered in dark green scales. There was a crescent moon-shaped horn on its head, but at this time, the horn had obviously been dug out by someone, leaving only a bloody hole. And in its throat, there was also a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist. The edge of the wound was neat. Looking at the posture of the beast when it died, Lin immediately judged that the beast might have been pierced through the throat by a spear-like weapon and died on the spot. Thinking of this, Lin was secretly shocked. The fighting capacity of a person who could kill an adult one-horned lizard with one blow was at least above Aperture's opening, the 5th level of martial realm. Could it be that there was another powerful practitioner in this deep mountain forest besides them? The one who can kill this fierce beast is much more powerful than Lian Ruffing, the guard commander of our village. Zhou Zhong and his fellows were amazed. "We have to leave." Lin made a prompt decision and said quickly. "Leave?" Zhou Zhong and the others were taken aback. "If I'm not wrong, that cultivator must be very powerful. He's not someone we can fight against. He must have appeared in this deep forest to achieve some kind of goal. If we encounter him, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen." Lin Sun said casually, "Of course, it's possible that they won't make things difficult for us. But for the sake of safety, we'd better leave as soon as possible." Zhou Zhong and the others thought about it and understood this logic. They immediately agreed. Before they left, Lin Sun and the others dissected the one-horned lizard's body one by one and put it into their animal skin bags. The one-horned lizard's entire body was a treasure, especially its scales, which were difficult to damage with blades and swords. They were perfect for refining into armor, and if he sold them, he would be able to sell them for a very tempting price. In addition, its bones and flesh were great supplements, while its teeth and claws were excellent materials for forging weapons. Unfortunately, its most valuable horn had already been dug out by others. Nevertheless, Lin Sun and the others were satisfied. It was definitely an unexpected gain to pick up a one-horned lizard's body. As for the herbs that Zhou Zhong had planned to collect, there was no need to do that, because the flesh and blood of the one-horned lizard were much more effective than those herbs for replenishing qi and blood. Without further delay, they went back along the way they came. While Lin Sun and the others were leaving, in the depths of this ancient forest, a series of roars sounded. Towering trees were incinerated and fell down with a loud crash. A giant wolf with a body as red as fire turned into a shadow and fled at full speed. It didn't even have time to dodge. It ran wildly all the way, uprooting trees and uprooting mountains. If Lin Sun were here, he would definitely recognize that it was a lava wolf. This kind of fierce beast not only had intelligence, but also knew how to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate. It could easily kill an overmatch at the 9th level of martial realm. However, at this moment, the lava wolf looked so frightened and panicked, as if there was a terrifying opponent chasing after it. Clang, all of a sudden, a silvery shadow as bright as the stars appeared. Like a rainbow, it tore the air at an incredible speed and disappeared in a flash. How the magma wave that was charging at full speed let out an incomparably mournful roar. Soon after, its entire body violently smashed onto the ground. The flames that were emitted from its body incinerated all the trees within 100 feet radius, and the ground was charred black. The sound soon disappeared. The lava wolf had been killed on the spot. Looking carefully, one could see that a white bone spear more than 10 meters long penetrated its back and nailed its body to the ground. Immediately, a young figure walked out of the depths of the forest. It was a girl of only 6 or 7 years old. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders. Her slim body was wrapped in an old hide skirt, and her bare feet were as white as jade. She looked like a descendant of a barbarian tribe. Her face was clear and white, delicate and pretty. Her eyes were curved like a pair of crescent moons, deep and dark. Her every move revealed a quiet and light spirit that didn't match her age. She went straight to the side of the lava wolf. Compared to the huge lava wolf, her small and slender figure seemed so tiny. But with a single leap, she landed on the back of the giant lava wolf. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently lifted it up. Blood splashed everywhere as she pulled out the bone spear that was more than 10 feet long. The bone spear was completely pure white and flowed with strands of silver light. It was suffused like starlight, and it gave this 6 or 7-year-old little girl a mysterious aura. Obviously, the lava wolf was killed by the little girl. If this scene was seen by some practitioners, it was unknown how shocked they would be. The little girl bent down and searched the wound of the giant lava wolf. Soon, she took out a crimson crystal the size of a pigeon egg. A trace of a smile couldn't help but suffuse the corners of the little girl's mouth when she saw this. At this instant, the smile she revealed was like a flower bud that had bloomed after the rain, and it carried an otherworldly beauty that caused the heavens and the earth to dim in comparison. After the little girl took the fire crystal, she planned to leave. But at this moment, she seemed to sense something. A pair of straight black eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes looked into the depths of the forest. She sensed a faintly discernible, unique aura in a faraway place that made her soul feel a trace of strangeness. It was not repulsion or hatred, but a kind of desire and joy. It was very strange. The little girl had never experienced such a feeling. She was stunned, and her clear and deep crescent eyes were filled with confusion. Dong! Dong! Suddenly, the sky and earth shook. The ancient forest seemed to tremble. The fierce beasts hiding in the forest all crawled on the ground, trembling. The little girl was immediately awakened. She turned her head and saw a huge figure more than 10 feet tall walking over. It was an extremely majestic and burly black bear, but it moved like a small mountain. Along the way, the trees collapsed and the earth trembled. It was extremely terrifying. Yeah. The little girl seemed to think of something. She gestured with her hands and made an incomprehensible sound. The black bear stopped and shook its head, as if it was refusing. The little girl seemed to be somewhat disappointed, but then she gritted her teeth and leaped. Her small and slender body was like a cannonball as she charged in the opposite direction of the forest. But just halfway, the little girl was held in the book by a huge bear paw and could not struggle at all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The little girl shouted, but the black bear seemed to ignore her. It turned its head and walked deeper and deeper into the forest, going further and further away. The little girl was immediately extremely disappointed. She sat in the bear paw and stared blankly at the place that was getting further and further away. Her little face was filled with confusion. On the way back from the forest, a shrill and thunderous roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Lin and the others were shocked and their faces changed abruptly. Lava wolf. God! Did the strong man who killed the one-horned lizard kill a lava wolf now? That strong man must be in the gang spirit realm, otherwise there is no way for him to do this. Gang spirit realm? Impossible. I heard that even in the Green Sun tribe, there is no one in the gang spirit realm. Judging from the direction of the roar, it is the place where we were going just now. Fortunately, we reacted quickly and didn't go there. The crowd burst into an uproar and were all shocked. Lin also felt lucky in his heart. If they had gone there rashly, they might have been killed. But even he couldn't help wondering who the strong man who killed the one-horned lizard and the lava wolf was. And where did he come from? Let's get out of this damn place quickly. Today's action is too unusual. We can't stay here any longer. Zhou Zhong said worriedly. The others naturally wouldn't object. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin and the others walked out of the dense forest. It was noon, and the sun was high in the sky. What a great harvest this time. Let's go. Let's go back to the village quickly. We should make the others happy with such a great harvest. Hey, I think you can't wait to go back and show off, right? What's wrong with showing off? It's the first time in my life that I brought back the dead bodies of a snowspot leopard and a one-horned lizard. Not everyone has the chance to see this. Leaving the dark and dangerous forest, Zhou Zhong and the others were obviously relieved. Looking at the full animal skin bags on their backs, they all cheered up. Lin turned around and looked at the dense forest in the distance quietly. He thought to himself, what on earth is hidden here that attracts a strong man who is strong enough to kill a lava wolf? I must come back and explore again when I have the chance. Shaking his head, Lin stopped thinking and went back to Feiyun village with Zhou Zhong and the others. When Lin and his companions returned to Feiyun village with a bountiful harvest, they immediately caused a great sensation. Snowspot leopard, one-horned lizard, many of the villagers had never seen such a ferocious beast with their own eyes, so when they heard about this, all of them gathered around. Zhou Zhong and his companions were also very proud. They had hunted countless beasts for so many years, but it was the first time for them to bring back a fierce beast's carcass. How happy they were! At this time, in the courtyard where Lin Sun lived, there were all kinds of harvests on the ground, and all kinds of spiritual materials were spread all over the ground. But the most attractive ones were the skin, bones, tendons, meat, blood, and so on from the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard. The villagers' eyes fell on them, their faces full of amazement and envy. Although there were many practitioners in the village, such as Lian Ruffing, who had reached the 3rd level of manner opening in martial realm, he had never hunted a fierce beast like the snowspot leopard, let alone the one-horned lizard, which was even more powerful than the snowspot leopard. When they heard that the snowspot leopard was killed by Lin Sun alone, the villagers' eyes on Lin Sun changed. A 13-year-old lad killed an adult snowspot leopard all by himself. For the villagers, it was like listening to a legendary story. Unconsciously, they were in awe of Lin Sun. Zhou Zhong, what are you going to do with all these treasures? Someone suddenly asked. On the way, Lin Sun had discussed with Zhou Zhong and his companions that the spiritual materials collected would be used as supplies for the village, except for some for Lin Sun's own use. When there was a chance, they would sell them in Green Sun tribe for other supplies. As for the things from the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard, they would keep them for themselves. After all, it was not easy to get such treasures. Who would have the heart to sell them? Zhou Zhong took a look at Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun nodding with a smile, Zhou Zhong straightened his back and said, "Everyone, I have discussed with Lin Sun. Although the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard were brought back by us, we are all villagers of the same village and we are as close as brothers and sisters. Naturally, we should have a share of the flesh and blood of the two beasts." Hearing this, the villagers burst into cheers and beamed with joy. They had never expected such a good thing. Although they were all villagers of Feiyun village, each family's property was private. It was not uncommon for Lin Sun to share his property with everyone, but it had never happened before that he would share the two fierce beasts he had killed with everyone. "Ha ha ha, in that case, give me a share of the skin and blood of the snow-spot leopard and the scales of the one-horned lizard." Suddenly, the crowd was pushed aside and Lu Ting strode in. His greedy eyes swept over the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard, and then he opened his mouth. Behind Lu Ting, Xianxia, who was lean and strong, also came up. He was looking at the scene with his arms crossed. When his eyes occasionally swept over the trophies on the ground, his eyes became scorching. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward, and many people frowned. What Lu Ting wanted were the most valuable parts of the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard. Of course, it was disgusting that he asked for them so directly. Even Zhou Zhong's face darkened. He had made it clear that he would only share the flesh and blood of the two fierce beasts, and nothing else. Lu Ting, however, seemed not to notice the others' gazes. He stepped forward and was about to take them himself. Zhou Zhong couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Stop. They are not yours." Lu Ting frowned and said fiercely, "Idiot. You are not practitioners. How can you use these treasures? Only in my hands can they show their value." As he said, he grabbed the skin of the snow-spot leopard, looking rude and arrogant. Clang, a pale cyan blade stopped in front of Lu Ting, which made his movement stagnate. His cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Then he straightened up and looked at Lin Sun with resentment. "Do you want to beat me?" Before his voice died away, Xianxia, who had been watching from afar with his arms crossed, came up with a cold look. The atmosphere became tense. Lin Sun said with a smile, "These are the beasts I killed. Have you asked for my permission before you take the treasures?" Although he was smiling, the pale cyan dagger in his hand was firmly pointed at Lu Ting. "Yes, these are the trophies of little brother Lin." "Lu Ting, you've gone too far." The others began to talk at once. Since Lin had helped to eradicate the pests in the spiritual field, the villagers had already regarded him as one of their own. Naturally, they wouldn't let him be bullied by Lu Ting. Lu Ting's face suddenly darkened. He shouted, "Shut up. Who gave you the right to interrupt me? If it weren't for Brother Lian roughing and I guarding the village, you would have been dead by now. How dare you help an outsider against me? You must be tired of living." The villagers all turned pale, shocked and angry. But they had to admit that it was Lu Ting and his fellows who transported goods to the Green Sun tribe to exchange for daily necessities. But in the past year, the supplies Lu Ting and his fellows brought back had become less and less, which had already caused dissatisfaction among the villagers. Unfortunately, the villagers could only swallow their anger. After all, if they wanted to survive in the future, they still needed Lu Ting and his fellows to exchange for supplies in the Green Sun tribe. Seeing that no one opposed him, Lu Ting couldn't help sneering. But when he looked at Lin Sun, his face darkened again. "Boy, give me a straight answer. Are you going to give it to me or not?" Lu Ting's tone was obviously threatening. At this time, Xianxia also looked at Lin Sun, his eyes cold and frightening. He didn't want to offend Lin Sun in the village in case of provoking public anger. But when he saw the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard, he couldn't help but be greedy and couldn't care less. If Lin Sun dared to refuse, Xianxia wouldn't mind teaching him a painful lesson in public. Lin Sun also noticed the hostility in Xianxi's eyes. He couldn't help sneering in his heart. These two guys were so arrogant that they could even rob something in such a righteous way. "Do you want it? It's simple. Beat me first." Lin Sun said casually, looking relaxed and calm with a smile hanging on his lips. "You're courting death." Lu Ting grinned and glanced at Xianxia secretly. Xianxia took the hint and stepped up from one side, blocking Lin Sun's way of retreat. Seeing this, all the villagers were furious. Who would have thought that Lu Ting and Xianxia would become so shameless and unreasonable? Zhou Zhong was worried and said to Lin Sun in a low voice, "How about giving some to them?" What he meant was that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. For the sake of his own life, he had to bear with it. Lin Sun said resolutely, "There is no room for negotiation." Good. That's how it should be. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Shurao Tianren, the village head, appeared in the courtyard. Seeing Shurao Tianren, all the villagers were refreshed as if they had found their backbone. Lin Sun also showed a faint smile. If it were any other time, Lin Sun would choose to bear with it temporarily and then find a chance to get even with them. But now it was different. Lin Sun had expected that Shurao Tianren wouldn't just sit back and do nothing, so he dared to confront Lu Ting and Xianxia alone. Lu Ting and Xianxia couldn't help frowning at Shurao Tianren's appearance, but they soon recovered. Obviously, they didn't care much about Shurao Tianren. Shurao Tianren looked dignified. He glanced at Lu Ting and Xianxia and shouted in a low voice, "How dare you two? Robbing in the village, do you think I, the village head, am not here?" After a pause, Shurao Tianren said coldly, "You robbed Lin Sun's stuff today. Are you going to rob other people's stuff tomorrow?" Hearing this, the other villagers were shocked. Lu Ting was so rude and unreasonable. What if he came to their house in the future? What would they do? For a moment, they all looked at Lu Ting with the same hatred for a common enemy. Lu Ting frowned and became impatient. He pointed at Shurao Tianren and said, "Old Shurao, we have always respected you these years. Don't be so shameless." Shurao Tianren's face darkened at his words. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. Lu Ting was really an idiot. What he did would only make all the villagers dislike him. Well, let's stop talking. We really misunderstood you today. Let's go. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth, grabbed Lu Ting's arm and walked out. What are you doing? Don't you want the skin of the snowspot leopard? Don't you want the scales of the one-horned lizard? They can be used to make a good armor. Lu Ting shouted and struggled, but he was dragged away by Xianxia. Seeing this, Shurao Tianren's face was still gloomy, but he was obviously relieved. Seeing the villagers looking at him, he couldn't help feeling upset. He waved his hand and said, "Well, it's all right. You can leave now." The villagers also knew it was not a good time to stay, so they left one after another. Soon, only Lin Sun, Shurao Tianren and Zhou Zhong were left. Without outsiders, Shurao Tianren sighed, "I didn't expect them to be so arrogant." Alas. Lin Sun smiled and didn't answer his question. Xianxia is smart. He knows they won't be able to take advantage of you since you are here. Shurao Tianren shook his head and said, "It's just temporary. They didn't get it this time, so I'm afraid they will find another chance to come to us." Lin Sun nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Uncle Shurao, what would you think if these two people suddenly disappeared one day?" The hidden meaning of this sentence was, if I have the chance to kill Lu Ting and the other two, will you object to it? Looking at Lin Sun's clear and calm eyes, Shurao Tianren's eyelids twitched. After a while, he said resolutely, "It's better if they disappear. It's good for all the villagers in Feiyun." It was noon, and the sun was scorching. But the conversation between Shurao Tianren and Lin Sun sent chills down Zhou Zhong's spine. How could he not know that Lin Sun wanted to kill Lu Ting and Xianxia, although Lu Ting, Xianxia, and other escorts had conspired with Lian Ruffing to plunder the villagers' belongings, which had caused much resentment among the villagers. They belonged to the same village after all. But after all, they were from the same village. Most importantly, if they wanted to live in the future, they had to exchange materials for Lian Ruffing and the others in Green Sun tribe. If they were killed, who would exchange materials for Feiyun village in the future? But Zhou Zhong also knew that Lian Ruffing and his companions had changed. They were more arrogant and nasty than before. They had no respect for the villagers. If they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking it over, Zhou Zhong sighed in his heart. Since it was the village head's decision, there must be a reason for it. After chatting for a while, Shurao Tianren left in a hurry. Zhou Zhong didn't want to stay any longer. After dividing up the spoils on the ground with Lin Sun, he found some strong villagers to work with him and distributed the spoils to each family in the village. Of course, Lu Ting and Xianxia were the only two people who didn't have any objection. After all, what they did just now was too much. In the middle of the courtyard, an iron pot was set up with a bonfire. The blood of the snowspot leopard in the pot was boiling and smoking. Lin Sun stood beside it, quickly throwing spiritual materials into the pot, such as blood coagulation grass, spiritual dandelion flower, red-purple fruit. Each spiritual material was a kind of elixir used to refine bones and flesh. When refined together with the blood of the snowspot leopard, it could bring out the best effect. This was the method of smelting spiritual materials. As a spiritual tattooist, he must be able to identify spiritual materials and smelt spiritual ink. Lin Sun had been learning from Master Lu since he was a child, so he knew the properties and effects of all kinds of spiritual materials like the back of his hand. But this time, he didn't do it for smelting spiritual ink, but for cultivation. 2 hours later, the spiritual materials in the iron pot had completely fused with the blood of the snowspot leopard, turning into a pot of viscous dark red liquid. It was a medicinal soup called spirit-quenching liquid. Lin found a water sack and carefully collected the pot of spirit-quenching liquid. Only then did he smile as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. The spirit-tempering liquid was a good thing. It could refine one's qi and blood, strengthen one's muscles and bones, and was extremely beneficial to the tempering of one's physique. Gulp. Lin Sun poured out a bowl of thick and fragrant spirit-refining liquid and swallowed it in one gulp. He felt a hot torrent rushing to his limbs and bones. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun performed the marching boxing in the courtyard. His movements were vigorous and swift. His silhouette kept moving about in the courtyard, stirring up a cloud of dust and producing a dull explosion in the air. Soon, Lin Sun's qi and blood were boiling, and there were even wisps of white smoke rising from the top of his head. His whole body was burning like a furnace. He felt that there was endless strength in his muscles, bones, and skin, and he didn't feel tired at all. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Sun twisted and swung his spine like a dragon and rushed forward. His fists roared like a raging sea, making a deafening roar. Bang! A hole was punched through the surface of a huge green rock in the middle of the courtyard. The flying debris hit the wall like rain, making a puffing sound. It seemed that Lin Sun's punch was powerful. The seventh move of marching boxing, Raging Sea Destroys Mountains. In the past, Lin Sun couldn't exert the power of this move at all because his heart vessel and 4 acupoints were damaged. But now, he not only exerted it, but also looked calm and breathed slowly, as if it was effortless. On the one hand, it was because his heart vessel and 4 acupoints had benefited from the misfortune and condensed into 4 spiritual vortexes. Not only did he not feel sluggish when he exerted his punches, but the quality of his spiritual energy had also improved. On the other hand, his physique had begun to transform and become much stronger than before. Moreover, he had swallowed the spirit-refining liquid, which had begun to refine his body. Therefore, he could exert the full power of Raging Sea Destroys Mountains in one fell swoop. Lin Sun was overjoyed that such a great change had taken place in just a few days. Without hesitation, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and his fist suddenly changed. His eyes were like lightning. In an instant, he seemed to have become a general fighting on the battlefield. Boom! The fist force was like a dragon as it punched out in the air with a majestic aura. It was filled with a brutal and murderous energy, and one could see the air being shaken to the point of transforming into ripples that spread in all directions. The eighth move of marching boxing, Bloody Fighting in all directions. Lin Sun stood where he was, feeling the power contained in this punch. Although he was slightly out of breath, his eyes were bright. Now, he could finally exert the full power of the 8 moves of marching boxing. Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed his eyes. If I meet Lu Ting again at this time, I can kill him with one punch. This was an absolute confidence. Although Lin Sun's cultivation had stagnated at inner strong, the second level of martial realm, for 2 years, his spiritual energy was extremely strong and solid. Now, after being refined by 4 spiritual vortexes, the quality of his spiritual energy had been improved more than once, which doubled his combat effectiveness. Under such circumstances, it would be a joke if he couldn't defeat Lu Ting easily. Xianxia, Lin Sun's clear eyes flashed with a touch of coldness when he thought of that tough and gloomy man. Xianxia was a strong practitioner at the 3rd level of martial realm. Lin Sun dared not to be careless when facing him. At night, Lin Sun cooked a pot of snowspot leopard meat and ate it with spiritual grain rice. Without wasting any time, he returned to his room and continued his cultivation. He was clear that from today on, Lu Ting and Xianxia would definitely regard him as a thorn in their side. Even if he didn't kill them, they would certainly not let him go. Lin Sun was not one to resign himself to death. Now that he had decided to eradicate these two disasters, he dared not slack off. Lin Sun had mastered few fighting skills, all of which were taught by Master Lu when he was young. One was marching boxing, and the other was six-word saber play. Marching boxing was a basic boxing method widely spread in Xiao Empire, and Lin Sun had mastered it skillfully. Six-word saber play was a bladesmanship, divided into 6 movements, namely chop, coil, spin, shock, stab and peel, each of which had its own secret. When Master Lu taught Lin Sun this bladesmanship, it was just to improve his speed of dissecting spiritual materials. He didn't tell Lin the origin of this bladesmanship. After all, dissecting some complicated spiritual materials required superb bladesmanship. However, since Lin Sun started to practice it, he found that this bladesmanship was not used for dissecting spiritual materials, but an extremely lethal one. For example, the chop of six-word saber play could be divided into 17 movements, such as heavy chop, side chop, straight chop, belt chop, trap chop, and so on. Each movement was aimed at the enemy's vital parts precisely and ruthlessly. Although Lin Sun could master the six-word saber play skillfully with his current means, he hadn't fully understood the mystery and essence of each move yet. He could only be regarded as a beginner of it. But even so, the power of this bladesmanship could not be underestimated. For example, when he defeated Lu Ting in the martial arts field the day before yesterday, Lin used the heavy chop of chop to break Lu Ting's long whip. It was not hard to imagine how powerful it was. Lin Sun had long suspected that six-word saber play must have a profound origin and was definitely not an ordinary cultivation method. Unfortunately, Master Lu had never explained all this to him. All in all, marching boxing and six-word saber play were the fighting methods Lin Sun had mastered now, which were more than enough to deal with ordinary opponents. What Lin Sun valued more was cultivation, which was the fundamental determinant of combat effectiveness. For example, no matter how skillfully a child practiced marching boxing, without cultivation, it was just a fancy boxing with no power to speak of. Only with the support of cultivation could one's combat effectiveness be fully reflected. Clatter like a stream of spiritual energy circulating in his body, Lin Sun's mind was clear and tranquil. With the spiritual energy contained in the meat of the snowspot leopard and the spiritual grains as a supplement, Lin Sun's cultivation, which had been reduced by half due to the condensation of spiritual energy, became full again after the spiritual energy circulated for 18 times. Lin Sun even sensed a sign of promotion. This undoubtedly proved that after obtaining the heaven accessing place, he had gotten rid of the misfortune of being unable to cultivate and started a new life of cultivation. I'll definitely make a breakthrough in 7 days. In the dark room, Lin Sun's eyes were bright and full of confidence. If he could make a breakthrough in 7 days, it would be no big deal for him to fight against Xianxia. That night, Lin Sun continued to meditate on meditating magic, visualizing the star circulation and condensing his spirit after cultivating the spiritual energy all over his body. Until dawn broke, Lin Sun was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all, although he didn't sleep all night. On the contrary, his 6 senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, became more and more sensitive. Outside the window, the breeze rustled willow leaves, the creeping silkworm pupae under the ground, the rustling sound of dew sliding down grass, the fluttering sound of butterflies flapping their wings, and the sound of airflow flowing in the air. All kinds of sounds were like the sounds of nature, forming a lively picture. Such unique and clear sounds reflected in his mind made Lin Sun's state of mind much more tranquil and peaceful. Lin Sun had never experienced the feeling of distinguishing sounds with 6 senses and peeping at the world in the subtleties. And that was the effect of practicing the meditating magic, which made his soul stronger. Soul, this was the treasure of cultivation, which involved the root of understanding and wisdom. It was mysterious and indescribable. Even for the powerful practitioners in Tao Insight realm, they could only explore and understand it little by little. but Lin Sun, who had just entered the second level of martial realm, had already begun to touch the wonders of soul. Bang! The porcelain cup was smashed to the ground, splashing debris everywhere. Lu Ting's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xianxia, why did you stop me just now? It would have been a piece of cake for us to kill that little thing." Xianxia frowned and said, "Shurao Tianren and the others were there. Do you think they would just watch us kill him?" Lu Ting snorted and said, "Those guys don't know how to cultivate. Even if they helped that little thing, so what? I can suppress them all by myself." Xianxia frowned even harder. How could this guy be so stupid to offend Shurao Tianren and the others? Who would help them plant spiritual fields in the future? Xianxia didn't bother to explain and said directly, "Don't forget what I told you last time. In a few days, Lin Sun will go with Pockmark's son to eradicate pests in the spiritual fields more than 20 kilometers away. That will be the time he dies." Lu Ting was stunned, but he was still unwilling to give up. He said fiercely, "Fine. I'll wait for a few days." Xianxia smiled and said slowly, "At that time, as long as this little guy wants, the treasures on the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard will be ours." Lu Ting felt excited and his face became ferocious. "Little thing, I'll let you live a few more days." For several days in a row, Lin Sun spent the rest of his time on cultivation except helping the villagers to eradicate the pests in the spiritual fields. Meditating on the meditating magic, practicing the spirit concentrating manual, practicing the marching boxing and six-word saber play. Lin Sun used almost every spare moment without any slack. Although he had given out a lot of the meat of the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard, the rest was enough for Lin Sun to eat for more than 10 days. With the supplement of the flesh and blood of the two fierce beasts, Lin Sun's cultivation speed was obviously accelerated. Just yesterday, he even had the chance to advance to the third level of martial realm, but he held back in the end. Now that he had 4 spiritual energy vortexes in his heart vessel and 4 acupoints, the amount of spiritual energy he could refine seemed to have decreased, but the quality of his spiritual energy had risen by 4 levels. It had become pure and condensed, thick and solid. According to Lin Sun's idea, it wouldn't be too late to choose to break through the realm when all the spiritual energy in his body was fully refined. The reason for doing so was very simple. It was to go further on the path of cultivation in the future. The more solid one's foundation was, the smoother one's future path towards the Tao would be. This was an irrefutable principle since ancient times. However, there were very few people who could achieve this step, because not everyone could have a spiritual vortex to refine spiritual energy like Lin Sun. Based on the talent of an ordinary Xianxia, their cultivation foundation was already determined and could not be changed. Therefore, it was impossible to forge a solid foundation. Early in the morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. He breathed in and out like an arrow, condensed and long, and the spiritual energy around him flowed energetically and fully. "I'll be able to advance tomorrow or the day after." Lin Sun took a deep breath. Like a whale swallowing water, the air around him turned into a torrent and poured into his mouth, rushing to his limbs and bones. Then he spat out a puff of turbid air from his nose. In cultivation, this phenomenon was called expelling the old and breathing in the new. Swallowing the superior air to temper the whole body's qi and finally spitting out the turbid air in the body. This was also a sign that Lin Sun was about to advance to the third level of martial realm, mansion opening. Mansion opening was the opening of the 5 viscera, which corresponded to the 5 elements. If the meridians of the 5 viscera could be dredged and the spiritual energy could be guided to run in them, it meant that the practitioner had taken another step forward on the road of cultivation. Expelling the old and breathing in the new was the preparation for mansion opening. It cleared away the turbid air in the body and guided the spiritual energy to dredge the 5 viscera. In this way, the practitioner's qi, vitality, spiritual opportunity, and so on would all have new changes. Walking out of the room, Lin Sun practiced marching boxing and 6-word saber play in the morning light. Then he washed up in a hurry and left home. Today, he would go with Pockmark's son to help in the spiritual land more than 10 miles away from Feiyun village. He had to set off early and try to get back before noon. On the road in the village, villagers who saw Lin Sun all greeted him warmly, and Lin Sun nodded to them with a smile. Through his efforts these days, Lin's son had long been integrated into the village and was accepted and respected by all the villagers. "Uncle Lin, when will you teach us martial arts?" On the way, a little boy asked loudly. "Soon, in a few days." Lin's son smiled and touched the little boy's head. Then he walked out of the village with Pockmark's son, who was waiting in the distance. Now, only the pests in Pockmark's son's spiritual land had not been solved. As long as this was done, Lin's son could spare some time to instruct the children in the village in martial arts. Pockmark's son was an honest and dull middle-aged man, and he didn't say a word all the way. After more than 2 hours, they came to a spiritual land, which covered an area of 4 acres. Not far from the spiritual land was the Smoking Mountain. When Lin's son arrived here, he couldn't help but take another look at the Smoking Mountain. The mountain was more than 300 meters high, steep and dangerous, with exposed rocks. Different from the pale cyan of other mountains nearby, this mountain showed a kind of red color, like a burning flame, which was quite eye-catching. More than 100 years ago, a practitioner from Donglin town of Ziyao Empire passed by here and found a small mineral vein in the hinterland of the Smoking Mountain, which was rich in Feiyun fire copper. That was the origin of the name of Feiyun village. However, as time went by, when the mineral vein was dug out, the big shots who worked there left, leaving a group of slaves to fend for themselves. Now the villagers living in Feiyun village were all descendants of the slaves who were abandoned here. Lin's son had heard of this past from Shurao Tianren, so when he saw the Smoking Mountain, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. However, as far as he knew, the place with the mineral vein of Feiyun fire copper was always a place with unique feng shui, and there was a lot to pay attention to. If there is a chance, I'll go there and have a look. If those guys who worked there were blind, I can take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Lin's son made up his mind. Without any delay, Lin's son took out his tools, walked into the spiritual field, and began to inscribe the light-attracting spiritual tattoo. Pockmarked son was waiting not far from the spiritual field. "The little guy is here. Let's do it." At the foot of the Smoking Mountain not far from the spiritual field, Lu Ting hid behind a boulder, with a ferocious and excited look on his face. "Let's wait a little longer. Every time he inscribes spiritual tattoos, he will consume all his spiritual energy. That's the best time to kill him." Xianxia looked calm and composed. He was a cautious man. Lu Ting was a little dissatisfied, saying, "With our cultivation, can't we deal with a little guy at the 2nd level of martial realm?" "Be careful." Xianxia was not moved. Lu Ting was also helpless. He glared at Lin's son with anger. It was hard for him to understand why Xianxia, who was at the 3rd level of martial realm, paid so much attention to Lin's son. Before long, a buzzing sound came from the spiritual field in the distance, and a golden light shot straight up to the sky. This was the silver light spiritual tattoo coming into effect. Xianxia could not help sighing at the sight, saying, "With his ability, if he doesn't fight against us, we can make him work for Brother Lian Ruffin." "What a pity, don't be a hypocrite." Lu Ting spat disdainfully. Xianxia smiled and did not take it seriously. He stood up and walked towards the spiritual field in the distance. "Let's go. It's time to harvest." "You should have done it earlier." Lu Ting had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He suddenly stood up with a giant hammer in his hand and rushed over like a bloodthirsty bull. The light-attracting spiritual tattoo would be able to kill all the pests in a short time. Lin's son did not need to look to know the result. He turned around and walked out of the spiritual field, but to his surprise, Pockmarked son was nowhere to be found. "What?" Lin's son glanced around and felt strange in his heart. Suddenly, he saw 2 figures rushing towards him from a distance. One was thin and fierce, with a long spear in his hand. The other was burly and ferocious, with a huge hammer in his hand. They were Xianxia and Lu Ting. Obviously, they were not friendly, but Lin's son did not panic. He had expected that Lu Ting and Xianxia would come for him, but he did not expect it would be today. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of Pockmarked son, Lin's son suddenly realized that Pockmarked son must have colluded with Lu Ting and Xianxia. Now there was no one here, and it was far from Feiyun village. It was impossible to ask for help here, so it was indeed a good place to kill someone. Lin's son knew that this must be Xianxia's plan. Lu Ting was so rude that he would not have Such a thorough plan. He stood there quietly, watching Lu Ting and Xianxia getting closer and closer. His face was calm, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Finally, you two are here. Lin Sun said softly. Both Lu Ting and Xianxia were stunned. They had thought that Lin Sun had encountered such a sudden change and were worried that Lin Sun would run away. Little did they expect that Lin Sun would just stand there quietly, as if waiting for them. Don't pretend. I'd like to see who can save you today. Lu Ting swore loudly. Seeing Lin Sun so calm, he became more angry and resentful. Xianxia was also surprised by Lin Sun's calmness, but he soon regained his composure. His eyes were cold and sharp. No matter what tricks Lin Sun would play, he would definitely die today. You've picked a good place. I've been worrying about where to kill you silently. I didn't expect that you've already dug a burial ground for yourselves, which makes me feel much more relaxed. With a smile, Lin Sun slowly drew out the pale cyan dagger from his waist. At this moment, his temperament suddenly changed. His eyebrows were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to have become another person. His breath was solemn and calm, not like that of a 13-year-old boy at all. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Lin Sun made his move. His figure flashed, and the pale cyan dagger in his hand drew a tricky arc and chopped at Xianxia. Under such circumstances, there was no room for maneuver. Taking the initiative was the best choice. The air was torn apart by the saber light like a piece of cloth, and the whistling sound of the saber stung people's eardrums. The saber was like a waterfall, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Buzz, Xianxia reacted quickly. He shook the iron spear in his hand, and with a flash of cold light, he met Lin Sun's attack skillfully and fiercely. Following Lian roughing to escort goods between Green Sun Tribe and Feiyun Village all year round, Xianxia had not only killed fierce beasts, but also fought bloody battles with many bandits. His fighting experience was incomparable. At this moment, of course, he would not be caught off guard by Lin Sun's sudden attack. Lu Ting was similar to Xianxia. Reckless as he was, he had rich fighting experience. Seeing Lin Sun pointing his spear at Xianxia, Lu Ting could not help but sneer in his heart. What an idiot. Any normal person would not fight with Xianxia under such circumstances. After all, there seemed to be only one level between the second level and the third level of martial realm, but there was a world of difference between the two levels. However, to Lu Ting's surprise, when Lin Sun was about to fight with Xianxia, Lin Sun suddenly turned around, stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, and suddenly changed his direction to attack Lu Ting. Whoosh, the pale cyan saber light was as fast as lightning and as fierce as the wind. It was the stab of the chop of six-word saber play. Stab was the way of deceit. It was a surprise attack. Stabbing and chopping was unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It had an indomitable aura of killing with a single strike. Lu Ting's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized that Lin Sun was just fainting, and his real target was not Xianxia. Lu Ting roared and raised his giant hammer to block in front of him. At the same time, he retreated quickly to avoid the attack. However, how could Lin miss such an opportunity? The pale cyan blade suddenly changed from stab and chop to sticky of entanglement. Like a silkworm spinning silk, the blade was attached to Lu Ting's giant hammer like a magnet. Boom, it seemed to be a gentle and lingering saber, but when it touched the giant hammer, an unparalleled force surged over. Lu Ting's right wrist cracked and the giant hammer fell to the ground. Lu Ting, on the other hand, felt as if he had been hit by a raging bull. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fainted before he could even scream. Lin Sun didn't look at Lu Ting anymore after he succeeded in his attack. He moved his body and narrowly avoided Xianxia, who was coming at him from one side. Lu Ting. Xianxi's face darkened, and his heart trembled. This series of actions was completed in a few blinks of an eye, so fast that he couldn't even help. Xianxia also didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so cunning that he would change his moves in the middle of the fight. Lin Sun's target was not him but Lu Ting. However, Lu Ting's performance was so weak that he was defeated with only one blow. What a cunning little thing. Xianxi's voice was cold and full of killing intent. He stared at Lin Sun with eyes as sharp as a blade. Obviously, he was really angry. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He just smiled and rushed at Xianxia with his saber. He didn't want to talk nonsense. After killing Lu Ting, he had one less stumbling block and could focus on dealing with Xianxia, a strong practitioner at the third level of martial realm. Whoosh! 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 The cyan blade danced in the air. Sometimes it was agile like a dancing butterfly, sometimes it was heavy like a mountain, sometimes it was like a landslide or a tsunami, and sometimes it was like a spark or lightning that shot out in all directions. The six-word saber technique was fully displayed. It could be said that he was like a dragon and his saber was like an avalanche. Lin Sun didn't give Xianxia a chance to breathe. The spear skill Xianxia practiced was called Sparrowhawk Spear. Its moves were cunning and vicious, with irresistible force. As a strong practitioner at the level of mansion opening, his fighting capacity was undoubtedly strong. It only took him a moment to kill an ordinary practitioner at the second level of martial realm. However, at this moment, Xianxia was too tired to fight back. He kept retreating and couldn't fight back at all. Xianxi's eyes were so sharp that he could tell at a glance that the power of Lin Sun's saberplay was extraordinary. If that was all, he could suppress Lin Sun with his higher cultivation. But Xianxia didn't expect that Lin Sun's strength was not inferior to his at all. How could it be possible? How could a 13-year-old boy at the second level of martial realm have such strong spiritual energy? Xianxia was shocked and angry. As a cautious person, he soon realized that he had underestimated this boy. He often went to the Green Sun tribe these years, so he knew that there were many talented young practitioners in the world who seemed to be of low cultivation, but once they started fighting, they could often defeat those at higher levels. Such young heroes were usually only seen once in 100 years. Even in the Green Sun tribe, which had 8,000 residents, only a few people had such talent and fighting capacity. Was Lin Sun also a genius with excellent aptitude? Although Xianxia forced himself to stay calm, he was a little confused. He originally thought that Lin Sun was just a spiritual apprentice and nothing to worry about. But later, because Lu Ting was defeated by Lin Sun twice in a row, he finally began to pay attention to Lin Sun. But when he really fought with Lin Sun this time, he finally realized that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was completely beyond his expectation. This was not a good thing. Crack! Suddenly, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his arms. The iron spear in his hand was cut into two. Oh no! Xianxia suddenly came to his senses. His face suddenly changed, and he dared not to let his imagination run wild anymore. With a shrill cry, he turned around and fled. He was already frightened. The broken iron spear was no less than a heavy blow to him, which made him realize clearly that he was not Lin Sun's opponent at all. So if he didn't run away now, when would he? Xianxia had made up his mind. After this escape, he would immediately go to the Green Sun tribe and tell Lian Ruffing about this. Lin Sun was too scary. However, at the moment when Xianxia turned around to flee, Lin Sun threw out the pale cyan dagger without hesitation. Whoosh! The dagger pierced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as if it was chasing after a soul. It was incredibly fast. In just an instant, a loud bang was heard as the dagger stabbed into Xianxi's back, sending him flying to the ground with blood gushing out. Xianxia screamed, his face full of fear and pain. He struggled to get up, but Lin Sun rushed over and stepped on him. Lin Sun pulled out the dagger from his back and cut Xianxi's throat. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun did not say a word, and his actions were experienced and skillful. Xianxi's eyeballs bulged. He wanted to turn around and look at Lin Sun, but he finally fell to the ground and died. Gurgling blood flowed from Xianxi's throat and dyed the ground red. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to it. After making sure Xianxia was dead, he turned to Lu Ting in the distance and pierced his heart with his dagger. At this point, Lu Ting and Xianxia were completely dead. It was only a moment from the beginning to the end of the battle. Lin Sun let out a long breath and stared blankly at Lu Ting's body. His eyes were a little unfocused. It was the first time for him to kill someone in his life, so it was natural for him to be nervous. In order to make himself less nervous, Lin Sun had been practicing crazily in the past few days. He knew he would have to confront Lu Ting and Xianxia one day, so he didn't forget to deduce and prepare various tactics and means while practicing. Sometimes, perfect preparation was the beginning of creating miracles. Lin Sun didn't want to create miracles. All his efforts were just to kill Lu Ting and Xianxia. But even Lin Sun didn't expect that Xianxia and Lu Ting's fighting capacity was not as strong as he thought. Yes, it was not surprising that Lin Sun could suppress Lu Ting with one blow. What surprised him was that he didn't feel much pressure when facing Xianxia, a strong practitioner at the third level of martial realm. Moreover, as the battle went on, he increasingly felt that Xianxi's fighting capacity was no threat to him at all. At first, Lin Sun thought Xianxia was deliberately showing weakness. But when he killed Xianxia, Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that Xianxia was really weak. What was going on? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out. In order to kill Xianxia, he had prepared other means and even prepared to risk his life. Who would have thought that he could defeat Xianxia with only his own cultivation? It seems that this guy is also an ordinary person. Lin Sun took a deep breath and couldn't help laughing at himself. He had been nervous for several days, which was really making a mountain out of a molehill. In fact, Lin Sun misjudged Xianxia and underestimated himself. Although Xianxia wasn't one of the best in the third level of martial realm, he was also a tough guy with rich fighting capacity. But Lin Sun didn't realize that because of the spiritual vortex, his cultivation had been refined to a very solid level. The spiritual energy in his body was not only pure and vigorous, but also its quality had been improved 4 times. In addition, he had been practicing hard these days, feeding on the flesh and blood of the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard, which made his strength both inside and outside of his body greatly improved. With the help of the unique and cruel 6-word saber play, it was reasonable for him to kill Xianxia, a practitioner at the third level of martial realm. Without thinking more, Lin Sun glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on the smoking mountain in the distance. It was said that there was a mine tunnel dug out in the hinterland of the smoking mountain. Although it was abandoned now, it was a good place to destroy the corpses. Before long, Lin Sun came to the foot of the smoking mountain with the dead bodies of Lu Ting and Xianxia and found the abandoned mine tunnel. Lin Sun didn't know that Xianxia and Lu Ting's original plan was to kill Lin Sun and discard his body in the abandoned mine. However, it turned out that Lin Sun and Lu Ting had planned to kill Lin Sun and discard his body in the abandoned mine. The abandoned mine was so deep that Lin Sun couldn't see the end of it. After a careful look, Lin Sun walked in with Xianxia and Lu Ting's bodies. The mine was winding and dark. The walls were covered with rugged rocks of a bloody red color. Many excavated places could be seen. There used to be a small Feiyun fire copper vein here, but it had been abandoned for more than 100 years. Maybe all the Feiyun fire copper in it had been dug out. But Lin Sun didn't come here for it. After walking in the winding mine for about 15 minutes, Lin Sun stopped in front of a pit. After throwing Lu Ting and Xianxi's corpses into the pit, Lin Sun didn't leave. Instead, he continued to move forward along the mine. But the deeper he went, the more damp and cold it was, and the quieter it was. The dark environment made Lin Sun's hair stand on end. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp howl resounded out as a wisp of a fiery line suddenly shot out violently from the depths of the mine, and it tore through the darkness and was extremely dazzling. Sure enough, Lin Sun wasn't surprised. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Puff! With a shake of his wrist and a flash of saber light, the line of fire was split open and fell to the ground like a rain of fire. Lin Sun bent down and saw that it was a bat, but its head was chopped off at this moment. The bat looked extremely ferocious, with fangs and bulging eyes. Its wings were bright red as if they were made of fresh blood. Red blood bat. Lin Sun had read an ancient book called All Spirits Atlas collected by Master Lu when he was a child. There was a record of red blood bats in it. It was a strange species that lived at night and lived by thirsting for blood. If one was bitten by it, he would be poisoned by blood. If not treated in time, he would die in less than 3 days. But Lin Sun didn't care about it. According to the All Spirits Atlas, there must be blood marrow grits in the places where the ruddy blood bats appeared. The blood marrow grit was actually the teeth shed by the scarlet blood bats. Every 3 years, the scarlet blood bats would hit rocks with their beaks and break off their fangs. After resting for a month, they would grow new teeth. For Xianxia, blood marrow grit was a kind of spiritual material with high value. It could be used as medicine, and it could also be used to smelt spiritual ink. However, its greatest value was to help Xianxia cleanse their muscles and bones, and refine their marrow, for practitioners who wanted to break through to marrow cleansing, the 5th level of martial realm, the chance of success would increase by at least 20% if they could get the blood spirit sand. Therefore, this blood marrow grit could be considered an expensive spirit material. When Lin Sun learned that there was a mine of Feiyun fire copper in Feiyun village, he had an idea. He knew very well that the places where Feiyun fire copper could be found often attracted the ruddy blood bats to live. The natural environment of Feiyun fire copper could form a natural protection for the bats. Lin Sun was clear about this, so he came up with the idea of exploring this place. However, he couldn't be sure whether the big shots who dug in the mine had also discovered this secret. But now, seeing the ruddy blood bat bumping into his hand, Lin Sun was sure that there must be a lot of blood marrow grit hidden in the depths of this mine. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help quickening his pace. The blood marrow grit was a good thing. Even if it was sold, it would still fetch a high price. If he could collect some, it would be no less than getting a considerable amount of wealth. Now Lin Sun was poor. If he wanted to enter Xiao Empire in the future, he had to have money. Even if it was for his own cultivation and to go further in spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun had to work hard to make money. There was no other way. Cultivation needed money, and practicing spiritual tattoos also needed a lot of money. There was a saying in the world that every spiritual tattooist was born from mountains of gold and silver. This was not an exaggeration. Inscribing spiritual tattoos required inscribing pen, spiritual ink, and carrier. Among them, spiritual ink was the most expensive. This was because the spirit ink required a variety of spiritual materials to be smelted. The higher the grade of the spirit inscription, the higher the requirements for the spirit ink. In this way, the requirements for the various spiritual materials needed to refine the spirit ink would not be low. And this was only the spiritual ink. If the selection of inscribing pen and carrier was taken into account, it would be impossible without money. Moreover, it was normal to fail when inscribing spiritual tattoos. A failure was equal to wasting a lot of money. No spiritual tattooist dared to guarantee a perfect success rate. Therefore, to become a spiritual tattooist, in addition to talent and aptitude, a lot of money was also needed. If Lin Sun wanted to go further in spiritual tattoos in the future, he was bound to need money. Of course, if he became a real spiritual tattooist one day, it would be easy for him to make money. There was an old saying in the world that every spiritual tattooist's fingers contained the taste of money, because the spiritual tattoo formations they inscribed could be sold at sky-high prices. Lin Sun had learned spiritual tattoos from Master Lu since he was a child. How could he not understand this? Before becoming a spiritual tattooist, one had to make money crazily, learn and inscribe spiritual tattoos crazily, so that he could have the hope of becoming a spiritual tattooist. But when he became a real spiritual tattooist, wealth, status, and fame were all at his fingertips. In Lin Sun's view, inscribing spiritual tattoos was his survival skill. Only by surviving could he provide wealth and material guarantee for his cultivation. He was neither a son of a rich family who didn't need to worry about money, nor a descendant of a noble family who had all kinds of cultivation resources. He came to Xiao Empire alone, poor and could only rely on himself. As Lin Sun went deeper into the mine, more and more ruddy blood bats rushed out. Fortunately, these little bats looked ferocious, but their attacking power was very weak, so they were easily killed by Lin Sun. Puff, puff, puff along the way, there were only the dull sounds of killing ruddy blood bats, and only Lin Sun's footsteps could be heard. However, as time went by, the number of red blood bats grew larger and larger. Sometimes they came in groups like a rain of fire, so Lin had to be careful. He waved the cyan dagger in his hand so that not even a drop of water could penetrate it. This cyan dagger was given to Lin Sun by Master Lu for self-defense when he was a child. It was made of several rare spiritual materials. Unfortunately, even Master Lu couldn't inscribe spiritual tattoos on it. Therefore, although this cyan dagger was extremely sharp, it was not a graded treasure and could only be regarded as an ordinary weapon. The so-called standard grade meant that it had a grade, and there was only one sign of whether or not it was standard grade, and that was whether or not the treasure had spirit patterns engraved on it. Such treasures inscribed with spiritual tattoos were also called spiritual weapons. According to their power, spiritual weapons were divided into 4 categories: human level, earth level, heaven level, and Puryang level. Each level was further divided into lower level, middle level, upper level, and top level. Generally speaking, only practitioners whose cultivation was above Gang Spirit Realm could exert its full power. Now Lin Sun was only at the second level of Martial Realm. Even if he held a spiritual weapon in his hand, it was difficult for him to exert its power. However, although this cyan dagger was not graded and was just an ordinary weapon, its power was extraordinary. After all, it was made of several rare spiritual materials. How could an ordinary one compare to it? This dagger was also called Sky Breacher by Lin Sun, which meant there will be a time when it breaks the sky. With the Sky Breacher in hand, Lin Sun continued to move forward. But to his surprise, this mine was extremely deep, as if there was no end. Up to now, he had been walking for more than 2 hours, at least dozens of miles. The deeper he went, the darker it was. Lin Sun could barely see the road ahead with the help of the dark red halo reflected on the walls on both sides. All this greatly affected his eyesight, which made Lin Sun a little embarrassed when facing the sudden attack of the Ruddy Blood Bats. Later, Lin Sun gave up the idea of distinguishing the Ruddy Blood Bats with his eyesight. He held his breath and began to perceive the danger around him with his mind. This was no different from fighting with his eyes closed. At first, Lin Sun was not used to it, and his vital parts were almost bitten by the Ruddy Blood Bats several times. But later, he gradually became familiar with this fighting style and began to fight with ease. What's more, fighting with perception gave Lin a lot more insight into martial arts cultivation. Some obscure and mysterious parts of the six-word saberplay that he hadn't figured out yet were mastered by him one by one. Swish! 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 The saber gleam was like a sudden rainbow that appeared in the darkness, killing all the scarlet blood bats that came charging at him. By this time, Lin Sun had been immersed in the comprehension of the six-word saberplay, completely forgetting the passage of time. His mind was clear and pure. Under such circumstances, his saber technique grew more and more skilled, more and more condensed, and it faintly revealed a strand of the true essence of profundities and sharpness. Fortunately, after comprehending the meditating magic, Lin Sun's soul had been improved and tempered a lot, and his perception of the surrounding environment had become clearer. If it were another practitioner at the second level of martial realm who dared to fight like this without the help of his eyesight, he would have been bitten by the Ruddy Blood Bats and died on the spot. After a long time, Lin Sun felt that his perception suddenly became empty, and he immediately came to his senses. Looking around, he found he had come to the end of the mine. There was a huge rock wall at the end of the mine, which had not been excavated yet. Obviously, it was a dead end. The white bones on the ground were frightening. Judging from the postures and clothes of those skeletons, Lin Sun could tell at a glance that they should be slaves who had been caught to mine in those years. Lin Sun squatted on the ground and picked up a piece of bone with a trace of dark red color. He knew that these people should have been killed by the blood poison of the Ruddy Blood Bats. Thinking of what he had encountered along the way, Lin Sun felt a little sad. These dead slaves were all ordinary people. How could they resist the attack of the Ruddy Blood Bats? Without much emotion, Lin Sun searched around and found densely packed caves in the shape of beehives on one side of the rock wall. These should be the nests of the Ruddy Blood Bats. Lin Sun went forward and easily saw a pile of fine white teeth piled up in each nest. These were the blood marrow grits, only the size of a grain of sand. Each grain was as white as jade and felt a trace of coldness in his hand. Crack! Lin Sun picked up a blood marrow grits and pinched it with his fingertips. The white shell of the blood marrow grits broke, and a stream of bright liquid flowed out. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling excited. There were no less than 1,000 nests nearby, and each nest was piled up with blood marrow grits. If all of them were collected, it would definitely be an amazing fortune. Lin Sun took action without hesitation. He peeled off some rags from a skeleton on the ground, took a cloth bag, and began to search for the blood marrow grits. After 10 minutes, all the blood marrow grits were collected, and the cloth bag in Lin Sun's hand had become at least 5 kilograms heavy. Lin Sun smiled. With this bag of blood marrow grits, at least he wouldn't have to worry about money for a period of time. Just as Lin was about to leave, his eyes inadvertently glanced over a rock wall at the end of the mine, and he let out a slight cry of surprise. He went forward and knocked on the rock wall. Then he seemed to think of something. Holding the sky breacher, he cut the rock wall hard with the blade. With a rustle, the rock debris fell, and a crack as deep as 4 fingers appeared. Lin Sun dipped a little rock powder on the crack with his fingertips and rubbed it gently. A trace of slight heat spread on his fingertips. Lin Sun's eyes brightened, and he continued to dig with the blade in his hand. When he dug more than a foot deep, a faint red halo came into view. This made Lin happy again. He dug about half a foot deeper, and a mottled red stone was dug out. The rock was the size of a fist and had a craggy surface. There was a fiery red color in the middle that was rather eye-catching. Lin Sun raised his knife and cut the stone into pieces. Soon there was only a thumb-sized piece of fire copper left in his palm. The surface of the fire core copper seemed to be enshrouded in mist, and it was bright red and beautiful. Even though it was merely the size of a thumb, it was heavy and actually weighed around 3 kg. As expected, the Feiyun fire copper in the mine hadn't been fully excavated. Lin Sun smiled. Just a casual glance, he noticed that the rock wall was quite dry, quite different from the cold and humid environment around. This abnormality made his heart skip a beat, and he guessed some of the reasons. Thus, he started to dig into the rock wall, and sure enough, he found this thing. This was an unexpected surprise. Feiyun fire copper was a kind of spiritual material used to refine weapons. By tempering it with refined steel, the weapon forged would be extremely sharp, flexible, and hard. If the spiritual tattoo formation of fire property could be inscribed on it, the weapon would be more powerful. In terms of value, although Feiyun fire copper was not as expensive as blood marrow grit, it was more popular among practitioners. Blood marrow grit, Feiyun fire copper vein. Lin Sun took a deep breath to calm himself down. In the end, he didn't continue to excavate the Feiyun fire copper, but returned along the mine path. He was very clear that it was unrealistic for him to dig out all the Feiyun fire copper ores in the mine by himself. Therefore, he had to discuss this matter with the village head Shirao Tianren. Lin Sun was not a greedy person. Now that he lived in Feiyun village, he owed Shirao Tianren a lot of favors, so he must return the favor. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lin Sun returned to the village alone with the cloth bag of blood marrow grit on his shoulder. However, just as his figure appeared at the entrance of the village, a little kid who was playing at the side let out a loud cry and turned around to run into the village. He's back. Uncle Lin Sun is back. He's not dead. The childish voice was full of surprise. Lin Sun was in a daze and felt a little puzzled. He stepped forward quickly and walked in a hurry. Not long after, he saw a group of people coming towards him in a mighty manner. The leader was Shirao Tianren, and the others were all villagers. In the crowd, Lin Sun could see Pockmark's son being tied up by Zhou Zhong and others and escorted like a prisoner. In an instant, Lin Sun vaguely understood. He immediately went forward and cupped his hands to Shirao Tianren with a smile. Uncle Shirao. Shirao Tianren, who was full of anxiety, felt relieved when he saw Lin Sun came back unscathed. He smiled and asked, "Is it settled?" Lin Sun nodded with a smile. He knew Shirao Tianren was asking about Xianxia and Lu Ting. Shirao Tianren let out a long breath and patted Lin Sun's shoulder hard, saying, "Good. Well done, well done." Seeing this scene, the other villagers all understood that Xianxia and Lu Ting might not be able to come back in this lifetime. For a moment, they all looked at Lin Sun with a touch of shock. Xianxia was a practitioner at the 3rd level of martial realm, but he was no match for Lin Sun. This was too shocking. At this time, Shirao Tianren pointed at Pockmark's son who was tied up and said, "Pockmark's son has confessed to what happened today. What are you going to do with him?" Pockmark's son's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked dispirited. Hearing this, he cried with a sad face, "I was forced to do this. Xianxia said that if I didn't agree, they would kill my 3-year-old son. I had no choice." In the end, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Many villagers couldn't bear it. Pockmark's son was honest and dull. It was impossible for him to conspire with Xianxia and Lu Ting to kill Lin Sun. Glancing at the villagers, Lin Sun understood and said with a smile, "This has nothing to do with Brother Sunday. He was forced to do this. Please let him go, Uncle Shirao." Shirao Tianren let out a sigh of relief. Of course he knew the whole story. Seeing that Lin Sun didn't intend to pursue the matter, he didn't insist and waved his hand to let Pockmark's son go. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lin Sun. Pockmarked Sun was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was about to kneel down and kowtow, but Lin Sun stopped him and comforted him. Well, Lin Sun is back safely. You can go now. Shirao Tianren waved his hand. In the courtyard of Lin Sun's house. While eating, Lin Sun told Shirao Tianren what had happened today, but he didn't mention the discovery of Feiyun fire copper. Hearing all this, Shirao Tianren looked at the 13-year-old boy who was concentrating on eating in front of him. He sighed with emotion and couldn't help feeling shocked. Xianxia had traveled far and wide and had rich experience in bloody battles. He was a master second only to Lian Rufeng, but now he was killed by Lin Sun, who was one level lower than him. How strong was Lin Sun's fighting capacity? More importantly, it was not only Xianxia but also Lu Ting who attacked Lin Sun. Lin Sun and Lu Ting still couldn't defeat Lin Sun, which showed how strong Lin Sun was. Could it be that Lin Sun was a genius with excellent aptitude in the cultivation world? Shirao Tianren couldn't calm himself down for a long time. If Lin Sun hadn't confirmed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Uncle Shirao, when I entered the abandoned mine tunnel in the hinterland of the Smoking Mountain, I found something unexpected. After eating, Lin Sun picked up the bag next to him. With a clatter, a pile of blood marrow grits appeared on the table. They were snow-white and looked like crescent moons made of sand. Shirao Tianren was confused. What's this? Lin Sun was in a daze, but soon realized that Shirao Tianren didn't recognize it. He explained patiently, this is the blood marrow grit, the fangs shed by the red blood bats. It's a valuable spiritual material for cultivation. Shirao Tianren didn't recognize blood marrow grits, but he knew about ready blood bats. He couldn't help gasping and asked in shock, you met ready blood bats? In Shirao Tianren's memory, ready blood bats were bloodthirsty monsters. More than half of the slaves who excavated the Feiyun fire copper mine were killed by them. That was why no villager dared to approach the abandoned mine tunnel all these years, because they knew ready blood bats lived there. Lin Sun smiled, don't worry, Uncle Shirao. I've killed all those animals. Killed all of them? Shirao Tianren was shocked and felt a little dizzy. After a while, he said with a bitter smile, don't blame me for losing my composure. What happened today really surprised me. Lin Sun understood. Although Shirao Tianren was the village head, he was just an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. In his eyes, there was no difference between ready blood bats and demons. After calming down, Shirao Tianren said, put away the blood marrow grits quickly. You are the only practitioner in Feiyun village now, so you can't take them out and let others waste them. It could be seen from his words that Shirao Tianren didn't regard Lian Rufeng and others who were still in other places as his own people. At the same time, Shirao Tianren's behavior proved that he really cared about Lin Sun. If it were someone else, he would have asked for a share of the blood marrow grits after hearing its amazing value. But Shirao Tianren didn't, which meant he already regarded Lin Sun as his own people. Lin Sun didn't refuse, and because of Shirao Tianren's words, he immediately made a decision. Uncle Shirao, there's another good news. Lin Sun took out the thumb-sized piece of Feiyun fire copper and handed it to Shirao Tianren. I found a vein of Feiyun fire copper that hasn't been excavated yet. Puff, Shirao Tianren spat out the tea in his mouth, dumbfounded. He had been shocked too many times today. After the shock, Shirao Tianren was overjoyed. He knew clearly what an unexcavated Feiyun fire copper meant. He also knew what amazing changes it could bring to the whole Feiyun village if he could control it. In the past, there was nothing in Feiyun village. They could only exchange some meager living materials by selling spiritual grains, which could barely meet the villagers' needs of food and clothing. But if they sold Feiyun fire copper, the villagers would become rich and no longer have to worry about their livelihood. Moreover, with sufficient material support, the children in the village would be able to study, learn to read, and even embark on the true path of cultivation. They would be able to wander about in the flourishing and prosperous cities, and they wouldn't have to be like their fathers who could only live in a remote and desolate village and endure the pain of poverty. Uncle Shirao, I want to ask you to mobilize all the villagers to excavate Feiyun fire copper together. We will have a share of the wealth we get from selling the ore. Lin Sun said quickly. Shirao Tianren was so excited that his face turned red. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, no. You found the ore vein, so the wealth is yours. I can mobilize all the villagers to help you excavate the ore, and you only need to pay them a salary. Lin Sun shook his head. This is the Commonwealth of Feiyun Village. I just found it. I can't do that, or I'd rather not have the wealth. His words were calm but extremely resolute. Shurao Tianren stared at Lin Sun for a long time and said, do you know how amazing the value of a Feiyun fire copper is? He picked up the thumb-sized piece of Feiyun fire copper on the table and said, such a small piece of treasure could be sold for 30 imperial copper coins more than 100 years ago. If we sell it in the city, we will get even more copper coins. Speaking of this, he took a deep breath. The market price was more than 100 years ago. The value will only be higher now. You really want to do that? Lin Sun was a little surprised by the value of Feiyun fire copper, but he nodded without hesitation and said, yes, I will. He was an orphan who grew up with Master Liu. At the age of 13, the mine prison where he lived was destroyed and Master Liu's life and death were unknown. He had to come to the territory of Xiao Empire alone. Feiyun village was his first home in Xiao Empire. Shurao Tianren, the village head, and all the villagers treated him as one of their own. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun care about the wealth contained in a piece of Feiyun fire copper? Compared with these worldly possessions, Lin Sun cared more about the kindness of Feiyun village. At this point, Shurao Tianren no longer regarded Lin Sun as a junior. Even though Lin Sun was only 13 years old, his wisdom was far beyond that of an ordinary adult. What's more, Lin Sun was a spiritual apprentice who was proficient in inscribing and a practitioner with strong combat power, Shurao Tianren asked himself. If Lian Ruffing had found the Feiyun fire copper, he would not have shared it with anyone else. Compared with Lin Sun, Shurao Tianren appreciated Lin Sun more and more and even had an inexplicable respect for him. It was not easy for him, an old man who had lived for more than half of his life, to respect a 13-year-old boy. Shurao Tianren stopped persuading Lin Sun. After Lin Sun made up his mind, Shurao Tianren began to think about how to mobilize the villagers to excavate the Feiyun fire copper. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly said, Uncle Shurao, it's not urgent. It's not too late to announce the news after we solve some hidden dangers in the village. Hidden dangers? Shurao Tianren was shocked, but he soon realized what Lin Sun meant. His face became serious. Indeed, Lin Sun had killed Lu Ting and Xianxia. If Lian Ruffing and his men came back one day, they would not let it go easily. It was obvious. For the entire Feiyun village, Lian Ruffing and his men were a great threat. Shurao Tianren had noticed a few days ago that Lian Ruffing and his men must be planning something against Feiyun village. If they returned to the village successfully, Lin Sun would not be the only one who would be threatened. Even the villagers would be in danger. Shurao Tianren frowned. Lin Sun, what do you think we should do? Lian Ruffing was very powerful, at the 4th level of martial realm. He was accompanied by a group of guards. The villagers were no match for him at all. Lin Sun pondered, Uncle Shurao, I want to know what the villagers think of Lian Ruffing and his men. After all, they used to be a member of the village. If we really want to deal with them, we have to consider the villagers' opinion. This was indeed a problem. Although Lian Ruffing and his men were increasingly rampant and coveted the wealth of the village, without their help to transport goods to the Green Sun tribe to exchange for supplies, the villagers of Feiyun would not be able to live on. In other words, the villagers of Feiyun had to rely on Lian Ruffing and his men if they wanted to survive. This was the reason why Lian Ruffing and his men dared to be so arrogant. Shurao Tianren thought for a while and made no attempt to hide his disgust. In recent years, as the supplies brought back by Lian Ruffing and his men have become less and less, we have long hated them to the core. But in order to survive, we have to swallow our anger. Speaking of this, Shurao Tianren couldn't help sighing. The most important thing is that everyone is worried about who will replace Lian Ruffing and go to the Green Sun tribe to exchange goods if they are gone. Hearing this, Lin Sun felt much more relaxed. He smiled, that's easy. After we deal with Lian Ruffing and his men, I will help you solve the problem of living supplies. Shurao Tianren cheered up, Lin Sun, you want to know how sure you are to deal with Lian Ruffing and his men? Lin Sun didn't answer directly, but smiled, Uncle Shurao, leave it to me. You don't have to worry about it. The smile on Lin's fair and delicate face was calm. Under the sunshine, He was shrouded in an indescribable confidence, which unconsciously influenced Shirao Tianren and swept away all the hesitation in his heart. He said decisively, "That's settled then." That night, Lin Sun sat alone at the desk, looking at the dense stars outside the window, lost in thought. Now that he had cured the remaining injuries in his body, his cultivation was no longer hindered, and he had gained the heaven-accessing place. He was full of confidence for his future cultivation. Under such circumstances, it seemed unnecessary for him to stay in Feiyun village. After I solve the problem of Feiyun village, I can go on my way. Master Lu, who was the enemy who dug away my spiritual vein? Where is he hiding in Ziyao Empire? Lin Sun had known for a long time that he was an abandoned baby, and he didn't expect to find out who his parents were. But Master Lu's words made him realize that if he could find the person who dug away his spiritual vein, he might get some clues about his parents. Of course, Lin Sun was not interested in finding his parents. He just wanted to know why the enemy dug away his spiritual vein. Because of this, he almost died. Even if he survived, it was almost impossible for him to cultivate. How could Lin Sun not hate him? He had to avenge himself. Even without Master Lu's order, he would go and find out the truth. Why did he dig away the spiritual vein that belonged to him? After pondering for a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and sealed the hatred in his heart. He grew up in the dark and bloody mine prison, so he knew very well that it was never easy for a person to take revenge. Besides, Master Lu's words only let him know that the murderer was in Ziyao Empire. How could it be easy for him to take revenge? Ziyao Empire was so big. Who was the name of the murderer? What did he look like? What status or cultivation did he have? Lin Sun knew none of these. But he was not in a hurry. He had enough patience. As long as he kept searching, he would realize it one day. Of course, the premise was that he not only had to survive in Ziyao Empire, but also become very powerful. After dealing with Xianxia and Lu Ting, Lin Sun's life returned to peace in the following days. He spent the rest of his time on cultivation except teaching the children in the village martial arts. 3 days later, all the spiritual grains in the village had ripened. The villagers all set out to harvest the spiritual grains day and night. On this day, Lin Sun made another breakthrough after more than 2 years of stagnation. His cultivation reached the 3rd level of martial realm, mansion opening. This breakthrough was not intentional, but a natural one. It was like a teacup that was filled to the brim with water, and the water naturally overflowed. This kind of breakthrough also proved that Lin Sun's cultivation foundation was strong and solid, which was absolutely outstanding and far beyond the ordinary. Mansion opening opened the meridians of the 5 internal organs. Among the 5 internal organs of the human body, the liver was wood, the heart was fire, the spleen was earth, the lung was metal, and the kidney was water, which corresponded to the 5 elements. Therefore, this level was also called opening the 5 elements. At this level, the spiritual energy around the practitioner could run in the 5 internal organs, wash them, nourish the meridians, and repeat endlessly. For example, Qi guiding, the 1st level of martial realm, allowed the spiritual energy to run in the body for 9 cycles. The 2nd level, inner strong, allowed the spiritual energy to run in the body for 18 cycles. And the 3rd level, mansion opening, allowed the spiritual energy to run in the body for 36 cycles. The number of spiritual energy cycles indicated the strength of the spiritual energy and the endurance of the fighting power. Anyway, after 2 years, Lin Sun's cultivation finally broke through. In the training field in the center of Feiyun village, under the light of Venus dawn, a group of children were practicing marching boxing with a serious look on their faces. Their movements were skillful and methodical. Compared to the past, the marching boxing performed by the children in the village had a more condensed flavor. It was big and powerful. Lin Sun, who was supervising the children, couldn't help nodding to himself. In the past, the children's marching boxing was scattered in both form and spirit, so they neglected many skills of exerting force. If they kept practicing it, they would inevitably go astray. But now, it was different. After Lin Sun's guidance and correction, the children had begun to master the essence of marching boxing. Lin Sun once speculated maliciously that Lian Ruffing and other escorts didn't pay attention to teaching the children martial arts at all. Otherwise, with their eyesight, how could they not be able to see the flaws in it? On the other side of the training field, 4 children were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Among them was Ing Luer, the son of Ing Hao. These 4 children were all 7 or 8 years old, and their aptitudes were slightly higher than other children's. Now, they could already sense qi and could draw qi into their bodies. As long as they slowly trained, they would be able to step into the ranks of true cultivators. Lin Sun didn't hide anything from them. He taught them the spirit-concentrating manual one by one and took out some flesh and blood of snowspot leopard and one-horned lizard to help them strengthen their bodies and replenish their spiritual energy. This was also for the future development of Feiyun village. Lin Sun knew that if Lian Ruffing and the other escorts were eliminated one day, Feiyun village would lose all its escorts. Besides, Lin Sun couldn't stay in Feiyun village all the time. Under such circumstances, someone was urgently needed to protect the whole village on behalf of Lian Ruffing and the other escorts. Ing Luer and the other 3 were chosen by Lin Sun. Before leaving, Lin Sun would teach them as much as he could about the cultivation experience he had mastered. As for the future, it was up to them to make great efforts. Lin Sun didn't stay idle while supervising the children. He held a cyan wooden saber in his hand, and without using spiritual energy, he was practicing the 6-word saber play with the strength of his muscles. Swish, a small willow leaf floated down. With a flash of the blade, the willow leaf was chopped off. This was originally very normal, and almost any other Xianxia could do it, but if one looked closely, they would find that the way the willow leaf was split was very particular. Because this saber followed a curved vein on the willow leaf, it was not a straight line. In other words, Lin's saber was not only as fast as lightning, but also precisely split along a vein on the willow leaf. The willow leaf was fine, the blade was as sharp as lightning, and he only used the strength of his wrist. Yet, he was able to achieve this. If it was seen by those with high cultivation, they would probably not be stingy with their praises. This was minute subtlety. Martial Tao was also divided into 4 stages: first glimpse, minute subtlety, accuracy, and perfection. Take the marching fist as an example. If one was able to display the moves one by one at the beginning, it would be considered to be at the first glimpse level. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Once one could begin to comprehend the essence of a move, it could be called the minute subtlety level. On top of this foundation, the essence of the move could be displayed, and it could be called precision. As for the perfection level, it was to thoroughly comprehend all the mysteries of marching fist and give full play to its power. Once one attained this realm, every single move was smooth like flowing water, and it was entirely possible for one to grasp it at one's fingertips. Moreover, the combat strength one brought forth was extremely formidable. These were the 4 stages of general combat cultivation methods. Now Lin Sun had practiced marching boxing to the level of precision, and only one step was needed to perfect it. This was quite normal. After all, this was a basic boxing method, which didn't have high requirements for practitioners. However, it was not so easy to practice a simple boxing method to the perfection level. This required a kind of understanding. After all, the personalities of the practitioners in the world were different, and the spiritual power they cultivated was different. The style of the marching boxing they displayed was also different. If they wanted to reach the perfect level, they must find their own style. However, most of the Xianxia in the world wouldn't waste time on a basic martial art. The reason why it was called a basic martial art was that its power was limited, and it wasn't worth much effort to figure it out. But for Lin Sun, marching fist was the only boxing method he had mastered, and he had no other choice. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to spend more time to practice this martial art. In his view, even if it was a basic boxing method, as long as it could be practiced to the perfection level, its power would be beyond imagination. For example, a high-level martial art was like an iron sword, and a basic martial art was like a wooden sword. A wooden sword was definitely not as powerful as an iron sword. But the key was who used it. In the hands of a master, a wooden sword could also kill people, but in the hands of an ordinary person, no matter how sharp an iron sword was, it would be useless. To reach the perfection level of marching fist, one needed a kind of understanding, which couldn't be rushed. Now Lin Sun focused more on practicing 6-word saber play. This saber play was indeed unique and powerful beyond imagination, but it was also more difficult to practice than usual. For example, Lin Sun could only reach nuance, far from accuracy, let alone the perfection level. This was what he had learned from fighting with red blood bats. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the nuance level of six-word saberplay under normal circumstances. It was also this incident that made Lin Sun realize that no matter how much he practiced the saberplay, it was the same as building a car behind closed doors. Only through actual combat could he have a deep understanding of the essence of the saberplay. I must find a chance to go to that deep forest again. It would be even better if I could encounter some fierce beasts to practice my saberplay. An idea came to Lin Sun's mind. Actual combat could not only improve one's martial arts, but also improve one's perseverance, courage, and experience. A practitioner who didn't know how to fight was doomed to be unable to go further on the road of cultivation. After 7 days of hard work, all the spiritual grains planted in Feiyun village were harvested. A rough calculation showed that there were about 6,000 caddies of spiritual grains. Although it was a little less than in previous years, the villagers were satisfied. They all knew that it was absolutely worth celebrating to be able to harvest so many spiritual grains after the disaster of insects. Because of Lin Sun's meritorious deed in clearing the pests, every household in the village gave him a lot of spiritual grains, which added up to nearly 100 caddies. In the past, these harvested spiritual grains would be sent to Green Sun tribe thousands of miles away as goods to be exchanged for daily necessities. But this time, no one intended to do so, for the villagers now understood the reason. Although they were worried about whether Lin Sun could make it, they didn't oppose the decision of the village head, Shirao Tianren. The peaceful days went on. Unknowingly, it had been nearly a month since Lin Sun killed Lu Ting and Xianxia. In addition to teaching martial arts to the children in the village, Lin Sun spent most of his time on cultivation. After this period of practice, Lin Sun's cultivation of viscera opening, the third level of martial realm, had become extremely profound, and his fighting capacity was more than twice as strong as before. If he met Xianxia now, he could easily kill him with one strike. The cultivation of meditating magic was also very effective, making Lin Sun's spirit more condensed and powerful. He was only one step away from lighting up a star in his sea of consciousness. Even so, the strength of his spirit brought great benefits to Lin Sun. At least he wouldn't feel any discomfort or fatigue even if he only rested for 6 hours a day, which saved Lin Sun a lot of time imperceptibly. Moreover, the strength of his spirit made it much easier for him to practice and comprehend the six-word saberplay. This change made Lin Sun quite happy, and he became more aware of the uniqueness of meditating magic. In addition to practicing cultivation and martial arts, Lin Sun didn't neglect the cultivation of spiritual tattoos. He would certainly spare some time every day to practice the speed, strength, and skills of inscribing spiritual tattoos. The only regret was that Lin Sun still lacked a handy inscribing pen after the disappearance of the dark gray inscribing pen along with the ancient scroll. Otherwise, with some spiritual materials he collected, he could smelt some spiritual ink and inscribe some real spiritual tattoos. Unable to inscribe real spiritual tattoos meant that he couldn't really feel his current level of inscribing spiritual tattoos, and he didn't know how far he was from a spiritual tattooist. But Lin Sun wasn't in a hurry. The cultivation of spiritual tattoos couldn't be done overnight. It depended on the accumulation of practice, comprehension, and progress over time. There was no shortcut. Of course, whether it was cultivation, martial arts, spiritual tattoos, or the cultivation of soul, they were all progressing well, which made Lin Sun very satisfied. But as time went by, the villagers of Feiyun were not as relaxed as Lin Sun. They all knew very well that the day when Lian Ruffing and his companions would come back was getting closer and closer, and they might appear in Feiyun one day. This caused the emotions of all the villagers to become much more nervous and depressed. Although they weren't gloomy, they weren't as relaxed as before. Lin Sun couldn't do anything about it. What would come would come. The most urgent thing was to think about how to deal with it. One morning, after washing up, Lin Sun left home and headed straight out of the village with a bone bow and a bag of arrows on his back and the sky breacher on his waist. In the past month, the flesh of the snow-spot leopard and the one-horned lizard had been eaten up. It was impossible to fill his stomach with spiritual grains. Therefore, Lin Sun decided to go to the deep forest again for the sake of filling his stomach and the needs of cultivation in the future. This time, Lin Sun set out alone, without Zhou Zhong and other hunters. This was also for the sake of safety. Last time when they entered the deep forest, if Lin Sun hadn't been vigilant, they would have met the lava wolf which they had never met, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. But Lin Sun didn't know that the lava wolf, which he regarded as a terrible threat, had already been killed by a mysterious girl. Whoosh in the morning wind, Lin Sun's figure was vigorous as if he was flying. In just 1 month, Lin Sun's thin and weak body had become much taller. He was thin and dignified, full of energy and strength. His slightly childish face was no longer pale, and it had an extra sense of clarity and carefreeness. All of this had something to do with his hard work. Coupled with the daily consumption of the spirit-quenching liquid and the flesh of the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard, he seemed to have been reborn. He was like a completely different person from before. At the 3rd level of martial realm, one could run as fast as flying. With the support of the spiritual energy in his body, he wouldn't feel tired even if he ran for more than 2 hours. This was as fast as a galloping horse and as agile as a tiger or a leopard. When Xianxia reached the mansion opening level, they could all do this. It took only a quarter of an hour to reach the place where it used to take more than 2 hours in the past. The vast ancient forest came into view again. Lin Sun took off the white bone longbow on his back and pulled out a foot-long black arrow from the quiver. Then he jumped and disappeared in the dark forest. A moment later, bang! A stream of energy violently shot out like a bolt of lightning and fiercely collided with the body of a striped tiger, causing its enormous body to be sent flying and fall a few meters away. Fresh blood sprayed out, and it let out a shrill cry before it died. At the same time, a figure jumped down from a tree in the distance and quickly came to the corpse of the striped tiger. He was dignified and thin, with sharp eyebrows and a huge white bone longbow in his hand. It was Lin Sun. The white bone longbow in his hand was made of the spine of the snowspot leopard and a long tendon of the one-horned lizard. After many days of polishing and tanning, it was so strong that it couldn't be pulled open without the strength of more than 50 kilograms. In order to make this bow, Lin Sun spent a lot of time and effort. For example, he refined the bowstring with the powder of Feiyun fire copper mixed with several spiritual materials for 7 days, which made it so tough that ordinary knives and swords couldn't cut it. Such a strong bow, of course, should be matched with special arrows. The 4 ink-colored arrows in Lin Sun's quiver were all made from the leg bones of one-horned lizards. They were not only sharp but also harder than refined steel, and each of them weighed half a kilogram. When Lin Sun was a child, Master Lu told him that ordinary weapons might not be suitable for him to practice, but he could choose bows and arrows as his weapon, knowing that he was too weak to fight for a long time. Archery was about concentrating all the strength in one's body and killing with a single strike. It was undoubtedly the best choice for those who were weak and unable to fight for long periods of time. From then on, Lin Sun began to practice archery and fell in love with this kind of arrow power that could kill with one shot. Although he had been reborn and was totally different from the past, Lin Sun would not abandon the bow and arrow. Sometimes, it was easier to kill an opponent with a bow and arrow, such as a surprise attack or long-range attack. It could also better protect one's own safety. If one sensed that the situation was not right, one could turn around and leave without being entangled by the opponent. In short, although Lin Sun's fighting skills were simple, they were extremely comprehensive. He could use bows and arrows for long-range attacks and use sabers and fists for close-range attacks, which complemented each other. However, Lin Sun knew that it would be better if he could get another body movement for escaping. It was a pity that Master Lu did not seem to be good at it, so he never taught Lin Sun. Puff, Lin Sun raised his hand and pulled out the arrow from Banwenhu's body. Then, he quickly covered the corpse of the striped tiger with the fish-blocking grass he had prepared in advance to cover the smell of blood. Then, he used the slender and flexible grieving ghost vines to wrap around the striped tiger's carcass and hid the spoils of war in a nearby lush bush. The striped tiger was a fierce beast, even more powerful than the snowspot leopard. But it was no longer a threat to Lin Sun now. After making a mark nearby, Lin Sun continued to walk into the depths of the forest without hesitation. Before long, the forest in the distance shook violently. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he climbed up a nearby tree. He drew his bow and put an arrow on it, ready to fight. Just by listening to the sound, Lin Sun knew a big guy was running towards him. Sure enough, a huge figure of a 3-horned bull rushed towards him with rumbling steps, knocking down all the ancient trees along the way. It was extremely fierce. Lin Sun's heart tightened. This was a terrible beast that could kill a practitioner at the 5th level of martial realm. It was so powerful and ferocious that even tigers and leopards would flee at the sight of it. But soon, Lin Sun found that something was wrong. The three-horned bull was obviously running away in a panic, as if it was afraid of something. Lin Sun finally decided not to take action. This fierce beast was still a great threat to him now. Unless he had no other choice, Lin Sun would not joke about his life. Fortunately, the three-horned bull only cared about running away and didn't notice Lin Sun hiding in the tree. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun was about to set off again when he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. Almost at the same time, there were bursts of beast roars in the forest from all directions. It seemed that all the fierce beasts hiding in the forest were alarmed by something at this moment, and their roars were full of horror. Rumble, the earth began to tremble violently. The ancient trees trembled, and their branches and leaves rustled. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see that in every area of the ancient forest, wild beasts, and ferocious beasts were fleeing madly. They formed a torrent that knocked down and crushed the towering trees along the way. What happened? At this moment, Lin Sun also realized that something was wrong. He put away his bow and arrow and climbed to the top of the tree in a flash. Looking into the distance, he saw a battle taking place in the far distance. It was a black bear that was over 100 m tall like a small mountain, and it roared towards the sky with a voice that was like a thunderclap. With a slap of its palm, it shattered numerous ancient trees, and it practically possessed the might to overturn the heavens and the earth. Its eyes were like a pair of lanterns, and its fur was shining with black light. Its evil spirit was soaring to the sky. Looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. Fierce bear. According to the Atlas of all spirits, this kind of fierce beast could be called the overlord of the mountain. Its strength was so great that it could destroy mountains and tear a strong practitioner of Gang spirit realm alive. The opponent of the fierce bear was a tall and burly figure with dazzling golden light all over his body. Lin Sun couldn't see his face clearly because of the distance. What made Lin Sun's heart tremble was that the tall figure was not afraid of the attack of the fierce bear at all. The figure wandered in the void and suppressed the fierce bear with only a pair of fists, making it unable to raise its head and roar again and again. The figure could fly in the air and completely suppress a fierce bear that was strong enough to kill a strong practitioner of Gang spirit realm. The tall figure must be a strong practitioner of Sea spirit realm. Only a strong practitioner of Sea spirit realm had the ability to fly in the air. Realizing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. How could a strong practitioner of Sea spirit realm suddenly appear in the barren 3,000 mountains? Boom! Before Lin Sun could figure it out, with a loud bang, the ancient tree under his feet was suddenly knocked down, making Lin Sun stagger and fall to the ground. Lin Sun reacted quickly. He twisted his body in the air, tiptoed on the branch, and landed safely on the ground like a hawk turning over. Gee! At this moment, Lin Sun saw a little girl of 6 or 7 years old rushing to him not far away. She wore an animal skin skirt, revealing a pair of bare feet as white as lotus roots. Her long black hair fluttered because of running at a high speed, revealing a beautiful face with picturesque eyebrows. Seeing Lin Sun, the little girl was obviously stunned, and then immediately became anxious. She babbled, as if telling Lin Sun to run away quickly. Lin Sun also knew that the situation was not good, so he nodded. When he was about to say thank you, he felt a blur in front of him. The little girl rushed to him, grabbed his clothes with one hand, and rushed to the distance. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old, whose height was not even as high as Lin Sun's chest, now carried Lin Sun as easily as carrying a chick, which shocked Lin Sun. What surprised Lin Sun most was that from the beginning to the end, he had no time to dodge, and was caught. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of the wind swept past his ears, and Lin Sun also realized that the little girl seemed to have no evil intentions, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, his heart was in turmoil. He was now at the 3rd level of martial realm, but the little girl could carry him so easily. Was her cultivation much higher than his? Rumble. Soon, Lin Sun had no time to think about it. In his field of vision, he saw the forest collapsed one after another along the way, and all kinds of fierce beasts fled for their lives. It was turbulent and chaotic. In this case, he really had to leave here as soon as possible to save his life. Soon, the little girl rushed out of the forest with Lin Sun. After arriving here, Lin Sun couldn't help saying, "Little girl, please." His voice stopped abruptly. Because at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced the sky from afar. Boom! Almost at the same time, a fist wind with terrible spiritual power fell from the sky, tearing the void and smashing towards the little girl. The little girl seemed to be able to predict the future. Her figure flashed, and she took Lin Sun to dodge to the side. However, the fist wind was unexpectedly powerful, smashing a big pit on the ground. The terrible aftermath of the fist spread, shaking the little girl's small and delicate body, and then she fell to the ground with Lin Sun. How horrible! Lin Sun's pupils shrank, but before he could react, another fist wind with dazzling golden light had broken through the air. One punch after another, Lin Sun could not avoid it even if he had the power of Gang Spirit Realm, not to mention that he was only at the 3rd level of Martial Realm. It was so terrible that it was impossible to resist the sudden attack. However, at this critical moment, Lin Sun only heard a voice suddenly exploding in his ears. How dare a mere barbarian to be presumptuous in the territory of Xiao Empire? You're courting death. Every word resounded through the world like thunder. Lin Sun only felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and then he and the little girl were rolled up by an unparalleled force. They narrowly avoided the killing of the terrible fist and fell on the open space dozens of meters away. At this time, Lin Sun saw clearly that under the blue sky, there was a man in a cyan robe, with his hair in a bun and sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was standing on a blue long sword with pine patterns. Another Sea Spirit Realm practitioner, seeing the immortal-like man standing on the sword, Lin Sun was both shocked and grateful. If the man hadn't saved him in time, he and the little girl would have been killed. At the same time, Lin Sun finally saw who the murderer was. It was a man with an abnormally robust and mighty figure. The muscles on his entire body glowed with a light golden color, and they were as hard as rocks. They were filled with explosive power. His beard and hair were like spears, and his eyes were like lightning. Standing there casually, his momentum seemed to be connected with the sky, towering and powerful like a mountain. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened very fast. From the moment the man appeared, the blue pine-patterned sword under his feet made a buzzing sound and broke through the air. Whoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow, chopping down from the sky. At that moment, Lin Sun felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The sword chi was so strong that it was like the scorching sun in the sky, intending to destroy the world. Almost at the same time, the strong man also moved. With a loud shout, his fist wrapped in blazing golden light whizzed out. Boom! The sky and the earth shook, the clouds cracked, and the force spread by the collision of spiritual power swept across, making the world pale. This scene was too horrible. How could the fight between two top overmatches with the strength of Sea Spirit Realm be child's play? There had always been a saying in Xiao Empire that once the overmatches of Sea Spirit Realm took action, it would be like a disaster sweeping across, destined to cause unimaginable disasters. Now, although this duel didn't take place in a densely populated city, the destructive power caused by it turned the rocks and trees within a radius of 300 meters into powder, and the earth cracked like a spider web. Some fierce beasts that didn't escape in time even had time to scream before their flesh and blood burst and they died on the spot. Such a shocking scene made Lin Sun dare not look at it anymore. He rolled over, shielded the little girl under his body, and ran all his strength to protect himself. The gap was too big. Lin Sun was only at the 3rd level of Martial Realm. In the face of the duel of Sea Spirit Realm, it was difficult for him to resist, let alone escape. His life and death were no longer in his control. Now Lin Sun could only pray that the battle would end soon. Rumble! The battle was fierce, and the sound of collision was like thunder, shaking the field, making Lin Sun's eardrums stinging, his blood and spirit rolling, and his soul agitated. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. He didn't dare to think too much. Almost subconsciously, he operated the star circulation of meditating magic. His mind and spirit were as one, and he visualized the secret of stars shining in the sky and circulating in the sky. Soon, his soul stopped throbbing, and his consciousness became ethereal. All the negative emotions receded like the tide, no longer existing. Suddenly, Lin Sun found that although he couldn't see, the surrounding scene was clearly presented in his mind. Beneath the sky, the jade-robed young man's clothes fluttered while a sky-blue ancient sword that was swift and fierce like a bolt of lightning whistled through the air like a dragon, and it emanated ghastly sword chi that covered the sky. On the other hand, the mighty man in front of him seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. His skin that was hard like rock was covered in sword scars while fresh blood flowed from them. Especially his fists, the skin and flesh on them had actually split open, and ghastly white bones were faintly visible. However, even if his entire body was covered in injuries, this mighty man actually didn't notice it at all, and his imposing aura was still heavy, murderous, and peerlessly ferocious. Sword manipulation. Suddenly, the green-robed young man seemed to be a little impatient. He let out a long roar, and the momentum of the blue ancient sword changed abruptly. Whoosh, like a flash of lightning that cut through the darkness, it disappeared in a flash. This sword was incredibly fast, and Lin Sun couldn't even capture the trace of this sword in his mind. Immediately, the mighty man let out a muffled groan. One of his arms was cut off, and blood splashed in the sky. Horizontal sword manipulation. The green-robed young man's momentum became more and more powerful, just like a legendary sword immortal who could turn the world upside down with his sword. Obviously, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill the mighty man in one fell swoop. Screech, at this critical moment, above the sky, a huge ferocious bird swooped down, and its wings were like knives, cutting the clouds apart. Its whole body was golden, as if it was made of gold. When it spread its wings, it was more than 30 meters long. Its speed was also unbelievably fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it was like a phantom. In an instant, it had rescued the mighty man. The green-robed young man was caught off guard by this sudden change. When he was about to chase after the golden ferocious bird, it had already disappeared in the distant sky. Dark species, golden ray condor. The green-robed young man said unwillingly, I didn't expect that the voodoo barbarian would come from there. The battle was over. Lin Sun couldn't care less about the voodoo barbarian or the golden ray condor. When the battle was over, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Only then did he feel a burning pain on his back. When he touched it with his hand, he found that it was bloody. Obviously, he had suffered a flesh wound in the battle just now. Fortunately, it was just a flesh wound, and his muscles and bones were not hurt. He pulled the little girl up. Seeing that the little girl was covered with dirt and was not hurt, he was a little relieved. Are you all right? The green-robed young man came over. This area was already full of scars and traces of battle were everywhere. Lin Sun hurriedly saluted and said, Thank you for saving us. Only now did he notice that this green-robed man was actually rather young, handsome, and confident. Moreover, every single move he made revealed an innate and noble aura. It's good that you are all right. I didn't expect that there were voodoo barbarians in the 3,000 mountains. Did they also come for the peerless treasure? The green-robed young man sighed as if he was talking to himself. Peerless treasure, Lin Sun was stunned. You should go now. The green-robed young man glanced at Lin Sun and the little girl. Seeing their old clothes, it was obvious that they were mountain people living nearby. So, he immediately gave up the idea of asking them. May I know your name, benefactor? If there is a chance, I will repay you in the future. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said seriously. The green-robed young man seemed to be proud and noble, but he was a good person. At least, he saved their lives just now, which was a great kindness. Repay me? The green-robed young man was stunned and seemed to feel it was very interesting. Then he shook his head and said, You'd better take good care of yourselves. As for me, you can just treat me as a passerby. As he said, he flashed away on his sword and went straight to the clouds. His green robe was fluttering in the wind. A passerby? Lin Sun had a good impression of him. Through this sentence, he had roughly guessed that the green-robed young man might have saved him by chance and never thought about repaying him. What a good man. Lin Sun praised. Meanwhile, the little girl at the side seemed to be slightly unusual. Since the end of the battle, she seemed as if she'd lost her soul, and she'd completely disregarded everything in the surroundings. She stared blankly at the forest in the distance while her young, beautiful, and fair face was suffused with a wisp of dense sorrow. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help whispering, Little girl, have you lost your parents? Yeah. The little girl shook her head and made a complicated and incomprehensible sound. Lin Sun was stunned. What kind of language was this? Seeing that Lin Sun didn't understand, the little girl bit her lips and finally sighed softly without saying anything. By the way, thank you for your help just now. Lin Sun thought of the scene when he was carried by the little girl and fled in the forest. Although he felt a little strange, he was still very grateful to the little girl for her help. Yeah. The little girl raised her head and opened her dark jewel-like crescent eyes. She looked confused and didn't seem to understand what Lin Sun said. Lin Sun scratched his head and muttered in his heart, could this little girl be a descendant of the savages in the mountains? He had heard from the villagers of Feiyun village that there were all kinds of demons and monsters in the depths of the 3,000 mountains. Fierce beasts and beasts were common, and there were even many uncivilized primitive barbarians and savages. But looking at the beautiful and tender appearance of the little girl, Lin Sun immediately dispelled the speculation in his heart. How could a savage be so beautiful? Suddenly, the little girl frowned, seeming to be a little tired. Then she blacked out and her delicate and young body fell down. Seeing this, Lin Sun subconsciously held the little girl's body and checked her. Seeing that she was just in a coma, Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without further delay, Lin Sun carried the little girl on his back and hurried back to Feiyun village. Along the way, thinking of today's experience, Lin Sun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He just wanted to hunt some fierce beasts to supplement his food, but he never thought that he would encounter such a great turmoil. First, he saw the voodoo barbarian kill a mighty grizzly bear, which caused a beast riot. Then he witnessed the peak duel between the voodoo barbarian and the man in green robe, which almost caused him to be affected and lose his life. Although he survived by luck, he saved a little girl who couldn't even speak clearly. Now, the prey he hunted was lost, and he had to go home with a little girl in a coma, which really made Lin Sun not know whether to laugh or cry. However, for Lin Sun, being able to witness the duel between two people in Sea Spirit Realm by chance made Lin Sun more deeply realize the power of cultivation, and his dedication to cultivation became firmer. If he had enough power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, he wouldn't be in such a passive and helpless situation today. He must become stronger, Lin Sun secretly made up his mind. Hundreds of miles away, while flying, the man in green robe took out a gorgeous and delicate jade edict and began to read it. This edict was issued by the Flamen of the Imperial Observatory more than a month ago. Only the most powerful figures of Xiao Empire could have it and know it. There is a strange phenomenon coming to the 3,000 mountains in the southwest border of the empire. This phenomenon is mysterious and unpredictable. I can't see through its mystery with my power. I'm afraid that a peerless treasure will appear. Your Majesty, please treat it with caution. The man in green robe read it casually with a thoughtful and wise look in his eyes. Did the voodoo barbarian also come for this? Thinking of this, he couldn't help sighing softly, but where on earth is the peerless treasure hidden? I've been searching for it in the 3,000 mountains for more than 20 days. When Lin Sun arrived at Feiyun village with the little girl on his back, he saw a group of people standing at the entrance of the village, all looking surprised and doubtful. Seeing Lin Sun's return, they all greeted him with joy. According to Shurao Tianren, the village head, the battle that took place dozens of miles away just now was so powerful that it was like a landslide and a tsunami, which alarmed all the villagers in Feiyun village. Fortunately, it was far away and didn't affect Feiyun village. What happened there? Shurao Tianren asked worriedly. Beasts riot. Lin Sun thought for a while and didn't tell the truth. The battle between two Sea Spirit Realm practitioners was too shocking, so it was better to keep it a secret from the villagers. Speaking of this, Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, Village head, when I came back, I saw many beasts in the forest had been killed. This is a rare and unexpected harvest. Shurao Tianren's eyes lit up. This was good news. If they could collect enough beast meat, the villagers would have a good meal in the future. If they could collect some beast skin, tendons, and bones, they could even exchange them for a fortune. Without hesitation, Shurao Tianren hurriedly gathered more than 10 strong villagers and set off in a hurry. In such a busy time, no one even forgot to ask where the little girl on Lin Sun's back came from. Back home, Lin Sun put the little girl on his bed, covered her with a quilt, and wiped the dust off her face with a hot towel. When he saw the little girl's skin as white as suet jade, and her beautiful and tranquil face, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. She was so beautiful. She was only 5 or 6 years old, but the beauty that was portrayed by the outline of her facial features was like a clear lotus in the hazy misty rain, and she possessed an aura of spirituality that caused everything in the world to dim in comparison. Even with Lin Sun's wisdom, he couldn't help being stunned. After a long while, he murmured, "She's so beautiful when she's young. I'm afraid she'll be a peerless beauty who can bring disaster to a country and people." The little girl's origin was mysterious, and she didn't look like a resident of Zhou Empire at all. This could be seen from the obscure words she spoke and the animal skin skirt she wore. Most importantly, even though the little girl was only 5 or 6 years old, there was an extremely powerful force hidden within her small and delicate body. Lin Sun would never forget that in the forest, he was picked up by the little girl like a chicken before he had time to react. How could an ordinary little girl do this? In addition, although the battle just happened very abruptly, Lin Sun vaguely felt that the voodoo barbarian didn't seem to want to kill him, but the little girl, why would a warrior at the Sea of Souls realm want to deal with such a little girl? This was also a mystery that puzzled Lin Sun. In short, in Lin Sun's eyes, the little girl who was sleeping now must have many secrets. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? It has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Sun shook his head, walked out of the room, and went into the kitchen. The girl had a dream. In her dream, she was running madly. Behind her, there were earth-shattering sounds of battle, and from time to time, there were cries of pain. Her heart was full of grief, helplessness, and hesitation. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew that if she stopped, she might be taken away by death. After running for a long time, the girl seemed to notice something. She suddenly turned her head, and then she saw a scene that almost made her collapse. A black bear that was over 100 feet tall fell to the ground with a loud bang and never stood up again. Opposite it stood a tall and sturdy man whose entire body was suffused with a golden light. Why did this happen? An indescribable pain surged in the little girl's heart. She couldn't help but cry out in grief. But at this moment, she felt a hand wiping away her tears. The temperature of the palm was like a mother's embrace, which calmed her frightened and sorrowful mood. She wanted to turn her head and see who it was. At this moment, she woke up from the dream. The little girl opened her eyes and saw a delicate and pretty face. There was a hint of tenderness and warmth in the pair of clear black eyes. She remembered this face, and she also remembered the smell of this person. It was an aura that made her soul feel happy and comfortable. After killing the molten lava wolf that day, she had actually smelled this scent, but it wasn't as clear as it was now. "You're awake." Seeing the little girl wake up, Lin Sun couldn't help smiling. He picked up the cooked spiritual grain porridge and said, "Have something to eat first." The little girl looked at Lin Sun blankly, and then looked at the hot and fragrant porridge in his hand. Suddenly, she felt that she was really hungry. She sat up, held the bowl, and swallowed. In the blink of an eye, she drank up all the porridge. The little girl raised her head and looked at Lin Sun with her clear and dark crescent eyes. "More?" Lin Sun was stunned and filled another bowl for her. The little girl didn't stand on ceremony and finished another bowl like a whirlwind. Lin Sun's eyes widened at once. This little girl looked so young, but she could eat so much, but it was good that she could eat. At least it proved that the little girl was healthy. Lin Sun directly carried the pot in and watched the little girl eat bowl after bowl of porridge. The smile on his lips froze little by little. How could she eat so much? It didn't take long for the whole pot of spiritual grain porridge to be wiped out. The little girl licked her lips, looked at Lin Sun, and babbled. Lin Sun didn't understand, so he could only look at the beautiful foodie and judge what she wanted to express from her expression. "Have a good rest." "You're welcome." Lin Sun cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, turned around and walked out of the house. Looking at the dusk sky, he was a little worried. He didn't know who the little girl's parents were. How could they be so cruel to leave her in the deep forest? If she followed him in the future, the food at home would be even more insufficient. But soon, Shurao Tianren brought good news to Lin Sun. When the night was about to fall, Shurao Tianren and the others finally returned with a bunch of huge fierce beasts. Among them were snowspot leopards, green vine pythons, bloodthorn wild boars, and even a rare iron-beaked pheasant. More than a dozen of them were carried into Lin Sun's courtyard by a group of strong villagers, sweating profusely. Shirao Tianren was full of excitement and high-spirited. Before Lin Sun asked, he waved his hand and said, "Take whatever you need. We have to go again at night. I didn't expect that we could pick up so many prey this time. God bless us." Before his voice died away, Shirao Tianren left with a group of people in high spirits. Looking at their eager faces, it was obvious that they were going to have a big fight. Lin Sun was speechless. He hurried to the door and saw not only Shirao Tianren and the others, but also the women and children of the village followed them and left the village with torches in their hands. If it wasn't for the little girl to take care of, Lin Sun couldn't help following them. Back in the courtyard, Lin Sun was also happy to see the fierce beasts dying one by one because he didn't have to worry about food anymore. In the next few days, the villagers ran back and forth between the deep mountains and Feiyun village as if they were celebrating a festival, bringing back many preys. But most of them were wild beasts and fierce beasts, and the number of fierce beasts was relatively small. Even so, the bodies of these fierce beasts were piled up like a mountain in Lin Sun's courtyard, which was quite spectacular. As for the wild beasts and fierce beasts, Lin Sun didn't need them, so they were all distributed to every household in the village by Shirao Tianren. At the same time, Shirao Tianren and other villagers also knew about the existence of the little girl. They didn't say anything about it, but every time they saw the beautiful and almost perfect face of the little girl, every villager was shocked. Shirao Tianren was no exception. As for the little kids, they were all dumbfounded by the little girl, which was extremely funny. They had planned to play with the little girl, but now they all flinched, as if they didn't dare to blaspheme her beauty. Lin Sun found it funny, but also gave him a headache. Sometimes it was hard to get close to someone who was too beautiful. In the end, Lin Sun asked Aunt Qiao in the village for help. She made a hooded cloak made of animal skin for the little girl to cover her beautiful face. Only then did Lin Sun feel much more at ease. The only thing that puzzled Lin Sun was that the little girl seemed to be unsociable. Except for being close to Lin Sun, she was never willing to get in touch with others. And Lin Sun noticed that the little girl always looked at others with a kind of indifference and alienation, even though her eyes seemed to be calm. Only when she was facing Lin Sun, the indifference and alienation would disappear. Why was it like this? Even Lin Sun didn't know. But after a few days of contact, Lin Sun already knew the name of the little girl. Shiraoji. It was a very special name. Apart from that, Lin Sun knew nothing about the origin of the little girl. There was no way to communicate because of the language barrier. But to Lin Sun's surprise, Shiraoji had already understood what he was talking about in just a few days, and even understood some simple words. This undoubtedly proved that under the beautiful face of the little girl, there was intelligence and amazing learning ability which were not inferior to her beauty. Lin Sun was an orphan. Now that he had Shiraoji, who was also alone, by his side, he had long regarded her as his younger sister. Another 3 days passed. The villagers went deep into the forest and found that they could no longer pick up any prey. Only then did they stop this vigorous mopping up operation. At this time, the number of dead beasts piled up in Lin Sun's house had reached nearly 30. Lin Sun didn't stay idle these days. He spent almost all his time dissecting the dead beasts. It couldn't be helped. After a long time, the dead beasts would stink, which would be a great loss. Shiraoji had been sitting quietly on one side, watching Lin Sun's busy figure, as if in her eyes, there was only Lin Sun in the world. Gurgle in the courtyard, a pile of phosphorescent wood was burning fiercely, and a big pot on the fire was boiling with white smoke. Dozens of spiritual materials were boiling in the iron pot, including the flesh and blood of fierce beasts and some herbs. This was not refining medicine, but smelting spiritual ink. Generally speaking, a spiritual tattooist needed a special ink furnace to melt spiritual inks, which was specially cast for melting spiritual inks. Some precious ink stoves were even engraved with many spiritual tattoos inside, which were no different from spiritual weapons. However, Lin Sun couldn't refine an ink stove now, so he had to make do with an iron pot to smelt spiritual ink. The spiritual ink smelted in this way had ordinary effects and was a great waste of spiritual materials, but it could be used anyway. At this moment, Lin Sun was smelting a pot of red fire spiritual ink. The formula of red fire spiritual ink was very common, but the spiritual ink produced by different spiritual materials had completely different effects. For example, the spiritual material purple sunflower, which was also used to refine red fire spiritual ink, had different grades. 3-leaf purple sunflower was the most common but had ordinary effects, while 9-leaf purple sunflower was the rarest but had the best effects. The spiritual materials in the pot of red fire spiritual ink Lin Sun refined could only be regarded as medium in quality, neither too high nor too low, but it was enough to meet his needs. While smelting the spiritual ink, Lin Sun's hands were not idle. He was holding a piece of dark purple bone half a foot long, about the thickness of a chopstick, and grinding it on the whetstone over and over again. This dark purple bone was taken from the leg bone of the fierce beast iron-beaked pheasant, which was a very precious spiritual material. Its value lay in its ability to be refined into an inscribing pen, whose tip was as sharp as a knife, was the key tool for inscribing spiritual tattoos, so it was also called a tattoo knife. To judge the quality of an inscribing pen, one only needed to look at its material. The better the inscribing pen was, the easier it could communicate with the perception and spiritual energy of the spiritual tattooist. Similarly, when inscribing spiritual tattoos with a superior inscribing pen, the spiritual tattooist could precisely control the power of the spiritual ink, so that the spiritual tattoo traces inscribed by the inscribing pen could perfectly meet the needs of the spiritual tattooist in terms of shade, thickness, and curvature. After the dark gray inscribing pen left by Master Lu disappeared, Lin Sun lacked a suitable inscribing pen to practice the way of spiritual tattoos. Fortunately, there happened to be an iron-beak pheasant among the prey they obtained this time, and its leg bone was a kind of spiritual material to refine inscribing pens. Chi-chi, under Lin Sun's constant polishing, the dark purple bone produced a sound of friction and sparks, which vaguely took the shape of an inscribing pen. Around the courtyard, there were piles of snow-white ferocious beast skeletons. The walls were hung with marinated beast meat that weighed at least 500 kilograms. It was like a mountain of meat. Besides that, the beast skin, beast tendons, various scales, sharp claws, and beast horns were separated and piled up in an orderly manner. These were all valuable treasures that could be used to refine medicine, smelt spirit ink, and even be used to exchange for money. These were the results of Lin's hard work these days. Shirao Tianren and his fellows had brought back so many rewards that Lin Sun got nearly 30 dead beasts. There were even more ferocious beasts and wild beasts, but they were of little use to Lin Sun, so they were all distributed to the households in the village. Therefore, Lin Sun was not the only one who was busy these days. The villagers also got up early and worked late at night to marinate the beast meat, for fear that the meat would go bad. It was not until today that Lin Sun finally dissected all the dead beasts and got rid of the useless ones, leaving only the valuable ones. The courtyard was filled with a strong smell of blood, but Lin Sun didn't notice it and concentrated on polishing the dark purple bone in his hand. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense. When the inscribing pen was completely formed, Lin Sun stood up and washed off the dust on the surface of the pen with clear spring water, revealing its true appearance. In the sunlight, the pen was slender and straight, with a faint dark purple color. The body of the pen was heavy and simple, and the tip of the pen was as thin as a cicada's wing, shining with dazzling cold light. Lin Sun calmly sensed the inscribing pen in his hand, and separated wisps of spiritual energy to run in it, feeling the subtlety of it. After a long while, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was no problem with the inscribing pen itself, and he only needed to refine and nourish it with some special methods and spiritual materials, and then it would be a success. At this time, the iron pot on the fire made a sharp boiling sound, as if it was about to explode. The spiritual ink was ready. Lin Sun immediately put out the fire and watched the iron pot cool down. Then he took out a white and clean porcelain bowl and walked to the iron pot. The entire cauldron of spirit materials had now been refined to the point only a layer of liquid that was like amber remained at the bottom of the cauldron. It was bright red and translucent, and there seemed to be a ball of flames burning enshrouded on its surface, causing it to emit a sweet fragrance that refreshed the heart. This was the red fire spiritual ink. It looked like a successfully refined spiritual medicine, but it was not meant to be swallowed. Lin Sun carefully put the red fire spiritual ink into the porcelain bowl, and the smile at the corner of his mouth widened. He could use it to inscribe spiritual tattoos in the evening. Is it edible? Xiaxia came to Lin Sun's side and asked in a sweet voice, pointing at the red fire spiritual ink. But what she said scared Lin Sun. He shook his head and said, "It's not food. You will be poisoned if you eat it." Oh, Xiaxia said nothing more and stood quietly on the side. "I will cook something delicious for you in the evening." Lin Sun touched Xiaxia's little head and turned to walk into the house. Xiaxia frowned, as if she didn't want to be touched by Lin Sun. She stood there for a long time and finally decided not to argue with Lin Sun. Speaking of this 5 or 6-year-old girl, she was indeed very special, completely different from other children. She was quiet and taciturn, but her learning ability was amazing, and she had extraordinary intelligence. Lin Sun talked with Xiaxia when he was free these days. He didn't expect that she could recognize the meaning of every sentence and say some simple words in just a few days. Like, "Is this edible? I'm not full yet, I want to eat more. Is there anything else to eat? This tastes good." It was no wonder that Lin Sun took Xiaxia as a beautiful little foodie. It was not difficult to see some clues from her words. In the evening, Shurao Tianren, the village head, walked into Lin Sun's yard. He was in a hurry, and as soon as he saw Lin Sun, he said directly, "Everything is ready. We can set off tomorrow morning." Lin Sun smiled, "It's faster than I expected." Just a few days ago, Lin Sun and Shurao Tianren had a discussion and finally decided to move all the villagers to a safe place before Lian Ruffing and his men came back. This was also to prevent the villagers' safety from being affected when Lian Ruffing and his men came back. Although they didn't know what Lian Ruffing and his men were planning, both Lin Sun and Shurao Tianren knew it was not going to be a good thing. Haha, speaking of which, thanks to the disaster of the beasts, we got a lot of prey. The food marinated with the prey is enough for all the villagers to hide outside for some time. Shurao Tianren laughed. Lin Sun also smiled and said, "That's settled, Uncle Shurao. Tomorrow, you take everyone to the abandoned mine tunnel and hide there. When I finish Lian Ruffing and the others, we won't have to worry about anything else." Shurao Tianren nodded, and then asked seriously, "Lin Sun, this is too dangerous. If you fail, don't risk your life. We can just admit defeat. Lian Ruffing and his men won't dare to kill us all. As long as there is life, there is hope." Lin Sun's eyes were clear and calm, and he said, "Uncle Shurao, maybe other villagers have a way out, but if you and I fail, we are doomed to die. So we have to win this battle." His voice was full of determination. Shurao Tianren knew that Lian Ruffing had been patient with him for a long time, and he would seize the opportunity to kill him. He also knew that after killing Lu Ting and Qianqi, Lin Sun had no way out. He had to kill Lian Ruffing or be killed by him. Thinking of this, Shurao Tianren couldn't help feeling worried, and asked, "Are you ready?" Lin Sun nodded, "Just the last step." Shurao Tianren patted on Lin Sun's shoulder and said, "Take care. If you fail, you must run away. The 3,000 mountains are so vast that Lian Ruffing can't do anything to you. Remember, don't lose your life for the sake of others." Lin Sun felt warm in his heart, and smiled, "Don't worry, Uncle Shurao. I know what I'm doing." Seeing this, Shurao Tianren gazed at Lin Sun for a long time, and then turned to leave. But when he walked out of the gate, he suddenly said, "Being alive is more important than anything else. Remember that." His voice was old, floating in the blood-like ink of the evening. Lin Sun smiled, and then turned back to his room. Yes, only when he was alive could he have the chance to take revenge. But if he died, everything would be over. He had learned this a long time ago. The next morning, the villagers left the village with their luggage, led by Shurao Tianren. They were just ordinary people, not practitioners, and they were powerless to fight against practitioners. Staying in the village would only be a burden to Lin Sun. Lin Sun stood at the entrance of the village, watching them leave, and then turned back. Looking at the deserted village, he was as calm as ever. The autumn wind was blowing, and the sky was covered with a layer of dark clouds, making the atmosphere oppressive, as if a storm was coming. Although Lian Ruffing hadn't come back yet, Lin Sun knew it wouldn't be long. "Are you going to fight?" When Lin Sun returned to his house, he saw Shiraoji in an animal skin cloak, waiting for him there. Lin Sun nodded. He knew it was hard to hide from the little girl, who was smart. "Let me help you." Shiraoji raised her head, showing her beautiful face under the hat. Her eyes were as clear as black jewels, full of seriousness. P.S. I can't help but think of what Xianxia said in the group a few days ago. You want to fight for the monthly votes? Let me help you. Rumble, under the clear sky, the earth quaked. A group of people galloped at full speed, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the head of the group were two magnificent scaly horses. The burly Lian Ruffing was sitting on one of them. Beside him was a skinny old man in brocade robes with a goatee. The old man was dressed splendidly and had an arrogant bearing. Obviously, he was not a native of a remote village. Behind Lian Ruffing and the old man were about a dozen guards. Some of them were from Feiyun village, and some were the subordinates of the old man in brocade robes. Elder Wu, we will arrive at Feiyun village in 2 hours. Lian Ruffing said with a smile, with a hint of awe and flattery on his face. Elder Wu was Wu Henshui, the chief deacon of Wu's pharmacy in Green Sun tribe. He had reached the 8th level of martial realm, De Zhou Tian, and was extremely powerful. Even in Green Sun tribe, where merchants gathered, Wu Henshui was very famous. He could be regarded as a big shot in Green Sun tribe. Over the years, Lian Ruffing and a group of guards escorted goods to Green Sun tribe to exchange for daily necessities. Their target was Wu's pharmacy. Through Wu Henshui, Lian Ruffing successfully sent his son, Lian Fei, to Donglin City for cultivation. For Lian Ruffing, Wu Henshui was an omnipotent master, so he had to respect him. Wu Henshui nodded indifferently and suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of blood marrow grit?" Lian Ruffing was stunned. Is that the name of a herb? Lian Ruffing's ignorance was exposed by this question. Wu Henshui glanced at Lian Ruffing with slight contempt and shook his head secretly. This man from a remote village was indeed vulgar and ignorant. Though vulgar, Lian Ruffing still had sharp eyes. He immediately realized that he had made a fool of himself. He asked, "Elder Wu, what do you mean by mentioning it?" Wu Henshui thought for a moment and said, "I don't mind telling you. I heard that there is an abandoned Feiyun fire copper vein near your village." Lian Ruffing nodded, "Exactly." Wu Henshui said, "Do you know that, generally speaking, as long as there is Feiyun fire copper, there will be scarlet blood bats building their nests?" Lian Ruffing nodded and flattered, "Elder Wu, you are really knowledgeable. I remember there are scarlet blood bats in the abandoned mine tunnel. I was worried about the danger of entering it, so I regarded it as a forbidden area. I almost forgot about it if you didn't remind me." Wu Henshui stroked his goatee and said complacently, "What a coincidence. I happened to read an ancient book a while ago, and it said that wherever the scarlet blood bats appear, there will be blood marrow grit. This is a very valuable spirit material. Just 1 grit can be exchanged for 10 copper coins." Lian Ruffing immediately flattered him, "Elder Wu, you have a pair of sharp eyes. We vulgar people are no match for you. But what is the use of the blood marrow grit?" Wu Henshui felt proud and didn't mind giving some advice. "This thing is very precious. It can refine the blood marrow and improve the physique. If it can be used for cultivation, it can at least increase the chance of breaking through the 5th level of martial realm by 20%. Lian Ruffing was shocked. So magical? He was now stuck in the 4th level of martial realm, unable to break through, because he couldn't refine his blood marrow until it was as white as snow. But the blood marrow grit could be used to refine the blood marrow, which shocked Lian Ruffing. Wu Henshui looked at Lian Ruffing with a little rumination and said, "You are still too inexperienced." Lian Ruffing hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, is the blood marrow grit the purpose of your visit?" Wu Henshui nodded, "This is one of the reasons. The other is for the spiritual land near Feiyun village." Lian Ruffing smiled, "Don't worry. I have been planning for a long time. I promise I can accomplish this task." Yes, this was Lian Ruffing's plot. He wanted to help Wu Henshui occupy the spiritual land of Feiyun village. In this way, Lian Ruffing and his fellows could take root in Green Sun tribe with this credit. In the future, with the help of Wu Henshui, they could even make a name for themselves in Donglin town. As for whether the villagers in Feiyun village would object or not, Lian Ruffing didn't care at all. It was for his future cultivation. So what if they objected? He could just kill them all. They were just a group of ordinary people. What was the difference between them and ants? Wu Henshui said calmly, "That's good. When these spiritual lands are planted with spiritual herbs, we will make more money, and you will have a share." Lian Ruffing beamed with joy. Thank you so much, Elder Wu. They talked like this. Soon, spiritual lands came into view one after another, and the outline of a village could be seen in the distance. Seedlings of spiritual grains were planted in the spiritual lands, green and tender, like green silk, covering the ground, pleasing to the eye. Here we are. Looking at the familiar village and spiritual lands, Lian Rufeng's heart was burning with excitement. As long as he finished today's task, he would have a bright future. Behind him, a group of guards could not hide their excitement. What a waste. Such good spiritual lands are planted with spiritual grains. Isn't it a waste of such a good place? Wu Henshui looked at the seedlings of spiritual grains in the spiritual lands and could not help shaking his head and sighing. Lian Ruffing was startled. Elder Wu, spiritual lands can be divided into good and bad? Wu Henshui glanced at him disdainfully. There is a lot of land in the 3,000 mountains. But how much can be reclaimed as spiritual lands? He pointed at the spirit fields in the distance and said, look, there must be traces of spirit veins hidden under every piece of spirit field. Otherwise, how could such rich soil be produced? You country bumpkins are really ignorant and crude. Being called a country bumpkin, Lian Ruffing was angry, but he put on an apologetic smile. Elder Wu is right. We are indeed ignorant. Wu Henshui snorted. What are you going to do with the villagers? Lian Ruffing gritted his teeth. If they are willing to help you plant spiritual herbs, it will be easy. If not, I will kill them. Wu Henshui nodded. It's better to keep them alive. Planting and harvesting spiritual herbs need a lot of manpower. I don't want to buy a batch of slaves to help. Lian Ruffing hurriedly nodded. Elder Wu is right. Wu Henshui said no more nonsense. Let's go to the village and have a look. Immediately, the group of people rode toward Feiyun village in the distance. They were so aggressive that they didn't even try to hide their arrogance. It made sense. For them, the villagers living in Feiyun village were just a group of poor country bumpkins who didn't practice cultivation and were shallow and ignorant. To deal with them, they didn't need any tricks at all. They just needed to kill them in a straightforward way. Wu Henshui thought so did Lian Ruffing, and so did the guards behind them. However, what they didn't expect was that after a few months, Feiyun village was indeed different from before. Buzz, just when they arrived at the entrance of the village, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from afar. It was soul-stirring. Shit. There's an ambush. Wu Henshui's face changed slightly, and he stopped his horse. Lian Ruffing felt a chill in his heart, and his hair stood on end. He almost subconsciously urged his horse to dodge. Bang! A sharp black light brushed past Lian Ruffing's shoulder and pierced the chest of a guard behind him. Blood spurted out. It was an arrow, and it was unbelievably fast. If Lian Ruffing hadn't dodged in time, he would have been killed by this blow. Lian Ruffing was sweating all over, but before he could react, the arrow in the chest of the guard behind him suddenly exploded. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the guard's body was blasted into pieces, causing blood to spray into the surroundings, and it shocked all the nearby guards to the point of dodging in astonishment. Bastard! Is this what you've been planning these days? When Wu Henshui saw this, although he was shocked and angry, he still maintained his composure. He got off the horse and hid behind the horse's buttocks, on guard. Elder Wu, please calm down. Lian Ruffing gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of ferocity. He drew out a long saber and shouted, "Don't panic. Get ready for battle." Buzz, before his voice died away, the familiar whistling sound came again. An arrow, like a shooting star, suddenly burst from the village. Boom! Another guard didn't even have time to dodge. He and his horse were blown into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Just 2 arrows had taken the lives of 2 guards in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the guards were panic-stricken. They abandoned their horses and hid far away. Until now, they hadn't been able to track the enemy. They could only roughly guess that the arrow came from the village. Lian Ruffing, of course, could see this. He was shocked and angry, and his face turned livid. Since when did an archer who was proficient in archery hide in the village? An archer who could kill a practitioner was by no means an ordinary person. Is it Lin Sun, the little bastard? No, I've sent Lu Ting and Xianxia to guard the village. I'm afraid he's already disabled. Wait, no. Suddenly, Lian Rufeng thought of something. Where were Lu Ting and Xianxia? Bastard! Hurry up and kill your way into the village. Do you want to stay here and be a live target? Wu Henshui was experienced in fighting. He naturally knew that on the flat ground, there was no way to block the arrow. His body would be directly exposed to the enemy, which was extremely dangerous. However, Wu Henshui would not rush into the village rashly. Who knew how many masters were hiding in the village? Lian Rufeng suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Brothers, follow me. Let's kill that damn archer." With a roar, he moved forward like a tiger, quickly approaching the village. Behind him, the guards were panic-stricken, but they knew that if they couldn't kill the archer, they would only be a live target. So they braced themselves and followed Lian Rufeng. Buzz! Lian Rufeng's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously threw himself to one side. Boom, a jet-black arrow shot out. Although one of the guards blocked the attack with his saber, the arrow suddenly exploded when it collided with him. The guard let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body exploded into pieces. Lian Rufeng and the others' faces changed again. The arrow was not only fast, but also extremely powerful. It had an unimaginable explosive power, which could not be blocked at all. The enemy is over there. A guard roared, pointing to the distance of the village. Lian Rufeng immediately saw a figure flashing on the top of a stone house in the village. The figure was vaguely familiar. Lin Sun, Lian Rufeng's pupil shrank. Was it the 13-year-old boy? Go! With no time to think, Lian Rufeng shouted and rushed into the village first. The terrain of the village was complicated, and there were many places to hide, which made it difficult for the archer to exert his power. It was not like outside the village, where there was no place to hide and could only be exposed to the air as a live target. These guards were all experienced in fighting, so they naturally knew the reason. They all rushed into the village with Lian Rufeng. In the distance, Wu Henshui witnessed all this with a livid face. How could he expect such a powerful archer was hiding in such a small village? Elder Wu, the arrow is extremely powerful. It seems to be not an ordinary weapon. If I guessed right, the arrow should be inscribed with the explosive flame spiritual tattoo. A middle-aged man nearby said in surprise. This was Han Junshan, a capable subordinate of Wu Henshui, who had the cultivation of the 4th level of martial realm. What was more, Han Junshan was an apprentice of spiritual tattooist. Although Han Junshan had long lost the hope of becoming a spiritual tattooist due to his poor aptitude, he had studied spiritual tattoos, so he still had good eyesight. Explosive flame spiritual tattoo, Wu Henshui's heart skipped a beat. You mean there is a spiritual tattooist in the village? Han Junshan shook his head, I don't think so. Explosive flame spiritual tattoo is only one of the basic spiritual tattoos. I am sure I can inscribe it, but what? Wu Henshui asked. The quality of spiritual ink needed to inscribe this explosive flame spiritual tattoo is extremely strict. Moreover, it is inscribed on an arrow. Such an arrow can be sold for 30 copper coins in Donglin town. It's hard for me to imagine how such a poor place could have such a precious thing. Han Junshan frowned. That was what puzzled him. Wu Henshui's eyelids twitched. You mean, there are masters in the village? After that, he shook his head and denied it. No, if there's an expert, there's no need for them to hide here and ambush us. According to my judgment, the opponent's combat strength shouldn't be strong, and that's why they would act in this way. Han Junshan nodded and said, that's what I think too. He must have consumed a lot of his energy with the arrows just now. If we can seize the opportunity now, we can definitely take him down. Wu Henshui thought of something and said, in this way, we may know the origin of these arrows. Maybe we can make a fortune. Han Junshan smiled cooperatively, exactly. Who would have thought that there are dozens of acres of good spiritual fields, a good place to hide blood marrow grits, and even treasures like explosive flame arrows in this poor little village? Wu Henshui took a deep breath and said coldly, that's good. When Lian Rufeng and the other bumpkins get rid of their opponents, everything will be in our pocket. Han Junshan asked, Elder Wu, shouldn't we go and help them? Wu Henshui sneered and looked at the village in the distance. He said leisurely, the son of a noble family should not sit under the eaves. It's better to leave it to those bumpkins. Feiyun village was not large, but the streets were winding and messy. The houses in the village were not uniformly planned and were built in disorder like a spider web. If a person wanted to hide in the houses, it was not easy to be found. Unless a strong practitioner above the gang spirit realm came, he could locate the hidden trace in a flash with his strong mind. Otherwise, he could only search by feeling and eyesight when he entered the village. Lin Sun was not worried about this. He knew that his opponents were all strong practitioners in the martial realm. That was why he moved all the villagers out of the village in order to kill Lian Ruffing and the others with the help of the intricate terrain. In this way, he didn't have to worry about Lian Ruffing threatening him with the villagers' lives. At this moment, Lin Sun was hiding in a house. He took out a water bag and gulped it down while gasping for breath. The water bag contained spiritual refining liquid, which could quickly replenish his spiritual energy. Although he only shot 3 arrows just now, it consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Thanks to the fact that he had just reached the 3rd level of martial realm and refined by the spiritual vortex, his spiritual energy had been condensed to the extreme. It would have been impossible for him to do this in the past. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body gradually recovering, Lin Sun looked calm, but in his heart he felt pity. Just now, he wanted to kill Lian Ruffing by surprise, but he failed in the end. Thinking of this, the figure of Wu Henshui came to Lin Sun's mind. He didn't know this old man with a goatee, but his intuition told him that this old guy was more dangerous than Lian Ruffing. What on earth is he after that Lian Ruffing brought such a strong practitioner back? Lin Sun frowned. He knew that today was going to be troublesome. He thought he was just going to deal with Lian Ruffing and the others, but now there was a dangerous man of unknown origin, which made Lin Sun feel pressured. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body recovered to its original state. The abundant strength refreshed Lin Sun and drove all the distracting thoughts out of his mind. Lin Sun took off the white bone big bow and replaced it with the sky breacher. He took a deep breath and flashed out of the room like a nimble leopard cat. The fight had begun, and Lin Sun was doomed to die. There was no time for Lin Sun to think about anything else. The village was no longer peaceful. Footsteps and shouts sounded from time to time, which indicated that Lian Ruffing and the others were trying their best to find Lin Sun. 3 dead, 12 to go. The most dangerous one is the old man with a goatee. Lian Ruffing can't underestimate him, Lin Sun calculated quickly as he sneaked through the alleys of the village cautiously. When Lin Sun came to the corner of an alley, he suddenly stopped, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't hear any sound, Lin Sun sensed that danger was approaching. Holding his breath, Lin Sun quickly approached the corner and waited. Silently, the figure of a guard appeared, light and alert. He held a saber in one hand and a shield in the other, fully alert. When Lin Sun saw his opponent, the guard also saw Lin Sun. The distance between them was only 1 meter. Swish, with a flash of green light, Lin Sun used the heavy chop of the chop formula without hesitation. The momentum of the saber was like a mountain. The guard reacted quickly. With a roar, he moved forward instead of retreating. He raised his shield to block, and at the same time, the long saber in his right hand stabbed out. Boom, however, the guard had underestimated Lin Sun's strength. With a loud bang, the shield in his hand shattered, and his whole body was hit by a huge force. With a bang, he flew out and hit the opposite wall. His head tilted to one side, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Puff, without any delay, Lin Sun leaped forward and stabbed his opponent's throat. With a swish, blood spurted out. But Lin Sun had already swooped down like a cheetah. He tiptoed on the ground, turned around, and disappeared in the alley. The opponent was only at the 2nd level of martial realm, which was no threat to Lin Sun. Therefore, this sudden confrontation was a clean win for Lin Sun. When Lin Sun disappeared, someone heard the news and saw the guard's body on the ground, roaring angrily. Not long after, the same scene occurred again in the other corner of the village. A guard was carefully moving forward, but a blade suddenly rushed down from the wall and slashed his head in half. He didn't even have the time to scream before he fell to the ground, never to get up again. Like a ghost, Lin Sun disappeared again. As early as a few days ago, Lin Sun had walked through every corner of Feiyun village, imprinting every possible hiding place in his mind in order to deal with the current situation. In this case, Lin Sun was waiting for the right moment, while Lian Ruffing and others were totally unprepared. They were caught unprepared at once. As time went by, Lian Ruffing and others' faces became gloomy. Their hearts were filled with unspeakable anger and fear. First, they were killed by arrows at the entrance of the village, and then they entered the village and started a street fight. No matter how stupid Lian Ruffing and others were, they knew the enemy had prepared for all this. A quarter of an hour later. Elder brother Lian, the villagers are not here. We can't threaten them with their lives. This is obviously a trap. A guard said in a low voice with fear on his face. Of course I know that. Lian Ruffing looked at the remaining 6 people around him, feeling very agitated. Realizing the situation was not good, he gathered his scattered subordinates together. However, he did not expect that 5 more people would be killed in just a quarter of an hour. Including Lian Ruffing, there were only 7 people left in the village. Lin Sun. Lian Ruffing gnashed his teeth with hatred. By this time, he had completely understood that there was only one opponent, the thin 13-year-old boy. But, Lian Ruffing did not expect that the boy, whom he had never taken seriously, would change into another person after a few months. He was cunning, cruel, and incredibly powerful. Obviously, the disappearance of Lu Ting and Xianxia was caused by Lin Sun. Shurao Tianren, that old bastard, where did he find such a cruel little thing? Lian Ruffing figured it out. Buzz, suddenly, the familiar strange whistling sound came from afar again. It was the sound of something tearing through the air. Despite his anger, Lian Ruffing and his fellows had to dodge to one side. Boom, the arrow was like a waterfall, exploding a big pit on the ground. Dirt splashed everywhere, making Lian Ruffing and his fellows covered in dirt. Wang Juan, Xiaoshi, you two go to Elder Wu for help. Lian Ruffing roared. His face was ferocious, and he was furious at Wu Henshui's inaction. Your life is valuable, but mine is not. What kind of F***king situation was this? Were they still not going to make a move? Did they really want to wait for all of them to die? Wang Juan and Xiaoshi also knew the situation was serious, so they hurried away. Brother Lian, what should we do? Someone asked. Wait. We can't take the initiative anymore. That boy is as cunning as a ghost. He won't fight face to face. Only a master like Elder Wu can defeat him. Lian Ruffing took a deep breath and said coldly. He would not risk his life again. If he died, everything would be over. As for what Wu Henshui would think, Lian Ruffing didn't care. The others heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they saw this. Truthfully speaking, up until this point in the battle and watching their companions die successively, they'd been terrified as well. Everyone was waiting for Wu Henshui's help. As time went by, the atmosphere in the village became more and more bleak. A gust of wind blew, stirring up a pile of fallen leaves and bringing the smell of blood. Lian Ruffing suddenly had a bad feeling. The distance from the village to the entrance was less than a few miles. Even if he walked step by step, half an hour would be enough. But now there was no news at all. Was there an accident? When this thought flashed in his mind, Lian Ruffing's heart suddenly tightened, and an indescribable panic arose in him. Let's go and have a look together. Lian Ruffing gritted his teeth and left with his fellows. He could not wait to die like this anymore. The village he was so familiar with now seemed so strange, like a place of the dead. It was chilling. Before long, Lian Ruffing and his fellows stopped at the entrance of an alley. In the shadow of the alley, there were 2 dead bodies. One had his chest broken, and the other's throat was crushed, and his head was twisted and soft. The 2 bodies were Wang Juan and Xiaoshi, who had gone to ask for help. Lian Ruffing and his fellows felt like falling into an ice cave. 2 more dead. Run. One of the guards seemed to be unable to endure this kind of stimulation, and with a maddened roar, he rushed out of the village. Come back. Lian Ruffing's expression changed abruptly. However, it was already a step too late. With a bang, an arrow shot out from the leaves of an old locust tree in the distance, instantly killing the guard. Another comrade had died in front of him, just a few hundred feet away. Lian Ruffing looked ferocious and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too much. Kill. Kill that little bastard for me. Lian Ruffing roared and rushed to the old locust tree in the distance like a madman. He had already seen Lin Sun chase. The remaining 3 guards hesitated for a moment, but in the end they gritted their teeth and followed. I was careless. At the entrance of the village, Wu Henshui and Han Junshan walked side by side. Along the way, they found many corpses. Experienced as they were, they could tell from the wounds that the enemy was not as simple as they had imagined. Indeed, the enemy has obviously been preparing for a long time. Taking advantage of the village terrain, he adopted the strategy of breaking through one by one. Sneak attack, snipe, breakthrough. He didn't confront Lian Ruffing at all. But there is no doubt that this strategy is the most suitable. Han Junshan said in a low voice, I didn't expect to meet such a cunning and ruthless person in this remote village. Anyway, he is just one person. I'd like to see who he is. How could he have such a scheming, ruthless and meticulous mind? But in my opinion, his cultivation should not be higher than the 5th level of martial realm, otherwise he would have killed Lian Ruffing first instead of waiting until now. Wu Henshui's expression was indifferent as he walked forward leisurely. He seemed extremely relaxed, but his shoulders were slightly arched and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was condensed and did not dissipate. It was obvious that he was ready to fight. Elder Wu, we have suffered a heavy loss this time. Han Junshan frowned. You think too much. I won't let such an opponent go. If he is alive, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. Wu Henshui said indifferently. Han Junshan nodded, that's right. At this time, Wu Henshui suddenly raised his head. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he pointed to the distance and said, the enemy is over there. Clang, Han Junshan pulled out a huge black sword, full of killing intent. Seeing this, Wu Henshui heaved a long sigh. Since I reached the 8th level of martial realm and became the deacon of the medicine house in Green Sun tribe, I rarely have the chance to fight by myself. This time, I hope the opponent is not too weak. Han Junshan smiled and said, Elder Wu, leave it to me this time. Such an opponent is not worthy for you to fight. Wu Henshui glanced at him and said, all right. Their words showed that they didn't take Lin Sun seriously at all. They were extremely confident. They did have the capital to be proud. One was on the 8th level of martial realm, the other was on the 4th level of martial realm. Besides, the cultivation methods they practiced were far superior to the villagers like Lian Ruffing. Under such circumstances, there was only one way to deal with an enemy who hadn't reached the 5th level of martial realm. No matter how cunning the enemy was, in the face of absolute power, there was only one way to choose, death. However, just as the two of them were about to take action, they suddenly noticed that a small and delicate figure had appeared on the street several hundred feet away. This figure wore a black beast skin cloak, and the hood covered his face, only revealing a small section of his fair and delicate chin. His skin was glistening, and when contrasted with the black cloak, he actually had a breathtaking feeling. She was obviously a very young girl, but standing in the middle of the street at this time, Wu Henshui and Han Junshan both felt an indescribable horror in their hearts. When they saw that the little girl was holding a 3-meter-long spear that was completely white and suffused with a chilly and hazy starlight, the expressions of the two of them couldn't help but change drastically. A spiritual weapon, the breath from the white bone spear was so strong that it couldn't be possessed by an ordinary weapon. Was this little girl a practitioner in Gang Spirit Realm? Thinking of this, even Wu Henshui and Han Junshan felt it absurd. How could a little girl have such a cultivation, or, this spiritual weapon didn't belong to her? Thinking of this, Wu Henshui's heart skipped a beat, and a touch of passion surged in his eyes. After the little girl appeared, she just stood there, her slim figure bathed in the bloody twilight, adding a trace of mystery to her. She didn't move. But Wu Henshui and Han Junshan knew clearly that the little girl was here to stop them. Go, test out this little girl's background. Wu Henshui winked at Han Junshan. It was obviously abnormal that a little girl with a spiritual weapon suddenly appeared in this weird village. Out of caution, Wu Henshui chose to wait and see. Little girl, get out of the way. Han Junshan was not a fool. He naturally knew that the little girl's appearance was strange, so he tested her with words. The little girl shook her head and didn't speak. Han Junshan's heart sank. The little girl was really here to stop them, which made him inexplicably nervous. He couldn't tell why he was so vigilant against a child, but years of battle experience told him that it was absolutely right to be careful. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for killing you. Han Junshan's killing intent was revealed, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He stepped forward with the black giant sword in his hand, looking as powerful as a mountain. He was a master in the aperture opening realm, the 4th level of martial realm. His acupoints were full of qi, and when he ran his body, the momentum generated was like a wolf and a tiger, extremely frightening. Swish, before he finished his words, the little girl seemed to feel the killing intent. She suddenly raised her head, revealing a pair of beautiful black crescent eyes, but the eyes were full of indifference and no emotion. What? Han Junshan felt that his whole body trembled under the gaze, as if a sharp sword was pointed at his throat, and his heart was filled with endless fear. The next moment, he only felt that his eyes were blurred, and wisps of beautiful and clear starlight suddenly appeared, like a dream, an illusion, a magnificent dream. Han Junshan was in a trance. So beautiful, almost at the same time, he heard a thunderous shout, "Watch out!" Han Junshan was confused. "Watch out, puff!" Before he could react, he felt a pain in his throat, and his whole body flew out as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. Han Junshan finally came to his senses, but it was too late. He only felt that his eyes went black, and the world instantly fell into endless darkness. The wisp of dreamy and gorgeous starlight suddenly vanished as well. Wu Henshui felt cold all over, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Just at that moment, he saw Han Junshan stand there stupidly, as if he was possessed. Without any reaction, his throat was easily pierced by the white bone spear in the little girl's hand. It was so fast that Wu Henshui had no time to save him. It was too terrible, and the scene was too strange. A 5 or 6-year-old girl, holding a spear, killed a master in the 4th level of martial realm in an incredible way. Wu Henshui couldn't imagine it. Because he couldn't imagine it, he was frightened by the scene, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, Wu Henshui completely lost his confidence. Even the cultivation of the 8th level of martial realm couldn't bring him a sense of security. He forgot about the blood marrow grit, forgot about devouring the spiritual fields, and forgot about dealing with the archer. He just wanted to leave. This place was too horrible, with unimaginable dangers everywhere. It was not a remote village, but a land of death. Without any hesitation, Wu Henshui turned around and fled. But in the blink of an eye, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he flew out. Everything went black and he completely lost consciousness. There was no time to react or dodge. Everything happened in a flash. Under the setting sun, Xia Ji, in a black cloak, came to Wu Henshui and frowned. She found that this blow didn't kill him completely, which made her a little dissatisfied. When she was about to give another blow, she suddenly heard a triumphant and cruel laughter in the distance. Was Lin in danger? In the northwest corner of Feiyun village. It was a row of old houses that had fallen into disrepair. When Lin Sun appeared here, he knew he was surrounded and had nowhere to retreat. At the intersection, 3 guards surrounded him in a triangular formation. They all looked ferocious and their eyes were full of hatred and killing intent. Behind the intersection, Lien Ruffing was waiting with a long saber in his hand. Lin Sun could not escape even if he had wings. But there was not a trace of nervousness on his face. There was even a smile on his lips, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Lin Sun knew it would be a fierce fight as early as the beginning of the battle. Fortunately, there were only Lien Ruffing and 3 other guards left, and the dangerous old man with a goatee did not show up. Lien Ruffing laughed, but his smile was grim and ferocious. "Why don't you run away, you little bastard?" Lin Sun smiled, and with a sudden push of his toes, he twisted his body and rushed to Lien Ruffing, exposing his back. The 3 guards behind were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed and rushed to Lin Sun with their swords. Clang, the guard with a short axe rushed to Lin Sun first. But to his surprise, Lin Sun's figure, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly stagnated as if he was frozen. Then his arched back sprang up like a spring, and he suddenly spun in the air. Whoosh, with a sound of saber, Lin Sun's sky breacher rolled back and drew a semicircle in the air. From a distance, Lin Sun and his saber became one, spinning in the air like a top, and the blade rolled up thousands of waves. This was the whirl of the 6-word saber play. With the saber as the blade, it rotated like a whirlpool, which was the most treacherous and ruthless. Puff, the guard's arms holding the short axe were cut off by the whirlpool. He could not stop his body from rushing forward and hit the whirlpool of the blade. His head was cut off and thrown away in an instant. Blood splashed everywhere. It was a ghastly scene. The two guards behind Lin Sun were a little late. Seeing this scene, they were scared out of their wits and hurriedly dodged to one side. But Lin Sun was already like a rainbow flashing in the sky. He launched a surprise attack with his saber. Swish! 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 Bastard! Lien Ruffing, on the other side, dashed forward with a ferocious look on his face. His breath was raging, and his long saber was as fast as lightning. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would turn around and point his spear at the three guards behind him. For Lien Ruffing, this kind of diversion tactic was nothing. But he didn't expect that Lin Sun was still so brave and fierce in close combat. Lin Sun killed one of his men with one saber strike, leaving him no chance to rescue his men. Seeing that Lin Sun was attacking the other two, Lien Ruffing could no longer hold back his anger and rushed to Lin Sun. Woo woo, the long, narrow, and dark blade was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, rubbing against the void and making a ghostly wail and wolf-like howl. It went straight to Lin Sun's back. This attack was shrewd and cunning. If Lin Sun wanted to save his life, he had to give up the attack on the two guards. To Lien Ruffing's surprise, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. Instead of dodging, he kept chasing after a guard. He was courting death. Lien Ruffing was overjoyed. How could he miss such an opportunity? He slashed at Lin Sun's back with the blade in his hand. Bang! Although the saber hit, there was no bloody scene as expected. Instead, it made a harsh sound as if it hit a steel plate. Oh no, the little bastard was wearing armor. Lien Ruffing's heart thumped, and his face changed. At this time, Lin Sun had already accelerated like a cannonball with the help of the shock force of his saber. At the same time, the saber in his hand poured down like a cyan waterfall. With a puff, the head of a guard was cut off. Crash! The headless body of the guard fell to the ground with a loud crash. Lin Sun's face suddenly turned pale, and he almost coughed up blood with a sweet taste in his throat. But with a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, he forced himself to endure it and rushed to the last guard. The last guard had already been shocked by the change in front of him. Seeing Lin Sun rushing towards him, he roared and fled to the distance regardless of anything. This scene stunned Lin Sun and Lien Ruffing. It seemed that they didn't expect that Lien Ruffing would run away. Lien Ruffing was so cowardly. You are the last one. Lin Sun gasped and looked at Lien Ruffing. Up to this point, Lin Sun had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. If he hadn't replenished himself with the spiritual refining liquid from time to time, he would have died long ago. After all, he was at the third level of martial realm. No matter how pure and vigorous his spiritual energy was, it was still limited. Lin Sun suffered a serious internal injury after being hit by Lien Ruffing's saber. Under such circumstances, the fact that Lin Sun could still hold on made Lien Ruffing's heart palpitate. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. But the young man was still standing, blood dripping from the blade in his hand, and the killing intent all over his body showed no sign of weakening. How could a young man at the third level of martial realm be able to do this? Lien Ruffing couldn't figure it out, but he could see that Lin Sun had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lin Sun was at the end of the fight, which made him feel a little relieved. Just me alone is enough to take your life. Thoughts flashing in his mind, Lien Ruffing didn't slow down. He strode forward with a fierce momentum and slashed at Lin Sun with his long saber. Compared with Lin Sun, he didn't consume much physical energy since the beginning of the fight. He was at the peak of his momentum. Most importantly, his cultivation was much higher than Lin Sun's. Swish, the long saber splashed, and the spiritual energy gathered, dazzling. Lien Ruffing hated Lin Sun to the core, so he wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. Bang, 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 within a few breaths, the two had fought dozens of times. Lin Sun's face was getting paler, but his saber skills were not disordered. Every move was as delicate as an antelope's horn. His spiritual energy was running out, but he still had the strength of flesh and blood. With the subtle understanding of six-word saber play, he could resolve all the attacks with entanglement. Entanglement was the art of detour. Entanglement was the art of subduing the enemy with skill and using his strength to fight back. It was like using a small amount of force to overcome a strong force. At this time, Lin Sun's entanglement was like a silkworm spinning silk in spring. It was as slow as the spring rain and as rustling as the river waves. The key was to use the enemy's strength to fight back. Lian Rufing's face grew gloomier. He felt that Lin Sun was like a slippery loach, making his every move feel like hitting in a swamp. What kind of saber play was this? Lian Rufing had been traveling between Feiyun village and Green Sun tribe since he started his cultivation. He had even been to Donglin City, where he had seen many powerful practitioners and martial arts. But he couldn't find a martial art as mysterious as Lin Sun's saber play. However, Lian Rufing soon found that Lin Sun's face was getting paler and paler, soaked in cold sweat. Obviously, he couldn't hold on any longer. After I kill this little thing, I might be able to snatch the cultivation technique he has learned. Lian Rufing was even more determined to kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun's background was mysterious. He was only a teenager, but he already had such terrible fighting power. If he was allowed to live, how powerful would he be in the future? Whoosh, suddenly, a white bone spear pierced through the void and arrived at Lin Sun. The body of the spear was shining with bright starlight. What? Lian Rufing's pupils shrank. What was this? Puff, there was no time for him to dodge. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the next moment, everything went black and he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Sun was stunned. Then he exhaled a long breath of foul air, feeling an indescribable tiredness spread all over his body like a tide. He bit the tip of his tongue to cheer himself up. It was not the right time to rest. Kill them all. A tranquil and sweet-sounding voice sounded in his ears, like a gentle breeze blowing over. Kill them all? The image of Wu Henshui flashed in Lin Sun's mind. Yes. Xia Ji raised her fair and beautiful face. Looking at Lin Sun's pale face, she couldn't help frowning and said seriously, "You should have a rest." Saying this, she grabbed Lin Sun's clothes at the waist, lifted him up, and then rushed away. Taken away by this little girl again, Lin Sun smiled bitterly, feeling ashamed. Then he could no longer bear the exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. So far, Wu Henshui, Lian Rufing and the other 16 people were all killed. Corpses were scattered in different corners of Feiyun village. It was a ghastly scene under the bloody sunset. Lin Sun had a dream. In the dream, he heard a familiar cold voice. Tao Seeker, the next time the heaven accessing place opens is 3 months later. The second test of Green Cloud Path is called Body Refining. There are 108 chances to pass the test. If you fail in the end, the heaven accessing place will be sealed again, and it won't open again until 1,000 years later, 3 months. There doesn't seem to be much time left since the last time I tried to break through. Suddenly, Lin Sun woke up from the dream and opened his eyes. Seeing the familiar house decoration, he pondered for a long time and finally shook his head. There was still some time before the next test. It was useless to think too much. He got out of bed, feeling his tiredness had been swept away, but he was still weak. Xia Ji pushed the door open and entered. She didn't seem surprised to see Lin Sun up. She just said, "I'm hungry." Lin Sun was stunned. He thought Xia Ji would ask about his well-being, but she urged him to cook as soon as he woke up. He shrugged helplessly, "I'm going to cook." Speaking of this, he suddenly asked, "How many days have I slept?" Xia Ji answered, 4 days. Lin Sun opened his eyes wide, "You haven't eaten anything these days?" Xia Ji nodded. Lin Sun immediately turned around and rushed into the room. He felt quite distressed to let his savior starve for 4 days. While Lin Sun was busy in the kitchen, Shurao Tianren came in a hurry. When he saw Lin Sun, he was pleasantly surprised. "Lin Sun, you finally woke up." "Uncle." "Shurao, what's the matter?" Lin Sun said casually while he was busy cooking. Seeing Lin Sun's absent-minded look, Shurao Tianren was speechless. Such a big thing happened 4 days ago, how could it not be a matter? You have been in a coma for 4 days, how could it not be a matter? In the courtyard, the leaves of a weeping willow in the center of the courtyard had turned golden. It was a refreshing autumn day. Lin Sun and Xia Ji were sitting in the courtyard with a stone table between them. 5 big pots of beast stew were piled on the stone table, giving off a fragrant aroma. These beasts didn't look good, but they were all cooked with various spiritual materials and meat of different fierce beasts, so the taste was naturally delicious. On the other side of the stone table was an iron pot filled with spiritual rice. Lin Sun and Xia Ji ate like crazy. They hadn't eaten for 4 days, so they were starving. Sitting on the other side, Xia Tianren looked at them with a smile and quickly told them what happened 4 days ago. It turned out that after the battle, Shirao Tianren returned to the village with a group of villagers. Seeing the corpses strewn all over the village, they couldn't help feeling shocked, but more excited and happy. The death of Lian Ruffing and his companions eliminated a hidden danger in the village, but there were also many problems waiting to be solved. For example, Xia Tianren found that 5 or 6 strangers, including Wu Henshui, died with Lian Ruffing and his companions. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously not ordinary people. Now that they were all dead in Feiyun village, it was hard to say whether there would be any future troubles. Another example was that the death of Lian Ruffing and his companions meant that there were no guards in Feiyun village, which meant that there would be no helpers to escort goods to Green Sun tribe for exchange. This matter also needed to be solved. After eating 4 bowls of spiritual rice and a pot of beast stew, Lin Sun felt comfortable all over. Making himself a cup of spiritual medicine tea, Lin Sun sorted out his thoughts and asked, "Uncle Xia, do you know the identity of those people who came with Lian Ruffing?" Xia Tianren immediately stood up and said, "Come with me and have a look." Lin Sun glanced at Xia Ji, who was still engrossed in eating, nodded and left home with Xia Tianren. In the center of the village, on the spacious martial arts field, there were dozens of weapons, soft armors, boots, belts, jade pendants, and other miscellaneous items piled up on the floor. In addition, there were 6 corpses. When Lin Sun and Shirao Tianren arrived, they saw Zhou Zhong and other hunters guarding these things. These were found on Lian Rufeng's body. Besides, these 6 bodies are not from our village. I didn't let others touch them. I'm waiting for you to check them and see if you can find some clues. Shirao Tianren explained. Lin Sun praised Shirao Tianren in his heart for being so meticulous. Without hesitation, he went directly to the corpse of Wu Henshui and squatted down to examine it. As early as 4 days ago, when he saw the old man with a goatee for the first time, Lin Sun had sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. However, the old man had died a violent death. There was a ghastly bloody hole in his chest. It was obvious that he had been killed by a sharp weapon. This reminded Lin Sun of Xia Ji. He was secretly surprised that the little girl's fighting capacity seemed to be more vigorous than he had imagined. At this time, Shirao Tianren, Zhou Zhong and others all gathered around, looking at Lin Sun with curiosity and unspeakable awe. 4 days ago, when they saw the corpses of Lian Ruffing and others, they were all shocked for a long time and finally realized the horror of this 13-year-old boy. It was unimaginable for the villagers that Lin Sun had killed more than 10 practitioners, including Lian Ruffing, who was at the 4th level of martial realm. Therefore, in their hearts, Lin Sun's image had unconsciously changed. Under the handsome and warm appearance, there was a kind of horror that made them awe. Lin Sun was unaware of these. He searched the body of Wu Henshui for a while, but there was nothing but a black ring. Could it be? Lin Sun looked at the ring carefully. It was dark all over, like iron or jade. It was heavy in his hand and gave off a cool air. Lin Sun thought of something. A wisp of spiritual energy gushed out from his fingertips and poured into the ring. In the blink of an eye, a small and narrow space appeared in his mind. It was like a small house, and there were many items piled up inside. There were piles of copper coins, tokens, some spiritual materials, medicinal herbs, and some bottles and jars. Besides that, there was nothing else. It was indeed a spiritual storage device. Lin Sun was delighted. As far as he knew, spiritual storage devices were very precious. They were mainly made of a rare spiritual material called space crystal. As the saying went, store a mountain in a mustard seed. This kind of spiritual storage device had the same effect. It was impossible to have such a treasure unless it was from a wealthy family, Lin Sun murmured. It seems that this guy has a very complicated background. With a thought, he took out the token from his storage ring. The token was about the size of a palm, and it was forged from a spirit material that looked like warm jade called wood grain stone. There was an image of a medicinal herb on the front, which seemed to be a unique symbol. On the back of the token, a line of words was engraved in the seal script of the Empire: Deacon of Green Sun Tribe, branch of Wu's medicine shop. In an instant, Lin Sun knew that this guy was indeed from Green Sun Tribe. Judging from his identity, he should be a deacon of the branch of Wu's medicine shop. Soon, Lin Sun made another discovery. In the storage ring, there was an incomplete book page, on which was recorded the content about blood marrow grit. At the same time, there was an animal skin bag containing various spiritual medicine seeds, weighing more than 10 kilograms. According to the cultivation method of spiritual medicine seeds, these seeds alone could be used to plant at least hundreds of acres of spiritual land. So this is what he wants. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Shuro Tianren couldn't help asking, "What did you find?" Lin Sun answered casually, "If I'm right, Lien Ruffing and his gang must have colluded with this deacon of Wu's medicine shop to occupy the spiritual land of Feiyun village to cultivate spiritual medicine." Occupy the spiritual land, Shuro Tianren, Zhou Zhong and the others were all furious. The whole village depended on the spiritual land to make a living. Who would have thought that Lien Ruffing was so ambitious as to collude with outsiders to occupy the spiritual land? Obviously, he didn't want to let the villagers live. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that Lin Sun had eliminated Lien Ruffing and his gang, which made their plot fail. Otherwise, if it really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun didn't tell Shuro Tianren about the blood marrow grit. Instead, he took out the sky breacher that he always carried with him and cut open the belly of Wu Henshui with the cyan blade. Blood flowed out. What was he going to do? Shuro Tianren and the others were all shocked. Looking at the colorful viscera and blood, they almost vomited. Lin Sun didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. His eyes were focused, and his hands were soon covered with blood after checking the meridians and viscera of the dead body. The scene was so horrifying that Shuro Tianren and the others couldn't stand it anymore. They all turned their heads away and didn't dare to look again. Fortunately, only a moment later, Lin Sun got up and came to the pool on one side of the martial arts field. He washed his hands and said, "This guy is really powerful. He has reached the 8th level of martial realm, Great Zhou realm." He looked relaxed, but he couldn't calm down inside. The reason why he cut open the dead body just now was to verify the old guy's cultivation. After all, the old guy hadn't reached the gang spirit realm, and there was no trace of gang chi around him. It was impossible to judge his cultivation when he was alive just from his appearance. After verification, Lin Sun finally realized that the old guy not only had an unknown background, but also had an extremely high cultivation. If Xie Ji hadn't helped him this time, he might have been killed by this guy. What about Xie Ji? The little girl killed an overmatch on the 8th level of martial realm with one strike. Wouldn't her cultivation be even more powerful? Shuro Tianren looked solemn and worried. Such a big shot died in our village. Will there be some troubles in the future? Lin Sun shook his head and said, "I'm not sure yet. I'll go to the Green Sun tribe to inquire about it later. Maybe then I can make a judgment." Shuro Tianren was surprised. "You're going to the Green Sun tribe?" Lin Sun shrugged and smiled, "Of course. Without Lien Ruffing and the others, I have to help you exchange some living materials in the Green Sun tribe." Shuro Tianren understood and couldn't help feeling touched. Lin Sun waved his hand and interrupted, "Uncle Shuro, you don't have to say thank you. Since I'm a member of Feiyun village, it's what I should do." Shuro Tianren took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. "Okay. Lin Sun, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. Although Feiyun village is poor, as long as you need help, we will do it for you even at the cost of our lives." Zhou Zhong and others beside him also nodded. Lin Sun smiled and turned around to check the trophies in other places of the martial arts field. The trophies this time were not worth mentioning. Most of the things carried by Lien Ruffing and others were not of high value. The only thing that caught Lin Sun's attention was a pair of boots engraved with Gale Wind spiritual tattoo. The boots were stripped from Lien Ruffing and could be regarded as a spiritual weapon. But judging from the appearance of the Gale Wind spiritual tattoo, they were only crude and common, so the value was not high. Lin Sun took the storage ring and boots and left the rest of the trophies to the village head Shuro Tianren. In the end, the corpses of Wu Henshui and the others were also moved out of the village by Zhou Zhong and the others. They were burned clean, and even the ashes were not left. Before leaving, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and said to Shirao Tianren, "By the way, Uncle Shirao, the danger has been resolved. How about we go to dig the Feiyun fire copper in a few days?" Hearing this, Shirao Tianren was also excited. He nodded and said, "It's up to you. We don't need to worry about anything when we get the wealth in our hands." When Lin Sun got home, he heard a series of knocking sounds. In the yard, Xiaxia was hammering a pair of inner armor with a giant hammer. Every time the hammer was hammered, sparks would burst out. Xiaxia was only 5 or 6 years old, but she was carrying a rough giant hammer in her white hand, which looked very incongruous. But in her hand, the giant hammer was as easy as an embroidery needle. With a unique rhythm, she kept hammering with ease. Lin Sun recognized the inner armor. It was made by himself with the scales of a one-horned lizard. 4 days ago, when he was fighting with Lian Ruffing, this inner armor helped him fend off a blow from the back. But it was also because of this blow that the inner armor was damaged. But Lin Sun didn't expect that Xiaxia would take the initiative to repair his inner armor. It was so unexpected. Lin Sun stepped forward and looked down at the giant hammer in Xiaxia's hand. He was shocked again. The hammer head was like a lump of iron, and there were many fingerprints on its surface. "Did you make this with your hands?" Lin Sun asked. Xiaxia nodded, and without stopping, she said casually, "I didn't have a suitable hammer head, so I made one with iron." Lin Sun gasped. This was refined iron. This little girl actually used the strength of her fingers to pinch out a giant hammer. He stared at Xiaxia in a daze, wondering if there was an ancient fierce beast hidden in her delicate and beautiful body. Xiaxia dropped the giant hammer, picked up the inner armor and handed it to Lin Sun. "It's repaired. Have a try." Looking at the new inner armor, Lin Sun smiled and praised, "I didn't expect you to have such good craftsmanship." Xiaxia ignored him and walked into the room. "I'm going to sleep for a while. Remember to cook for me, Lin Sun. I'll be hungry when I wake up." Bang, with that, the door was closed. Lin Sun shrugged. He had long been accustomed to Xiaxia's maverick behavior, which was totally different from other children. His gaze landed on the giant hammer and he reached out to pick it up. However, the giant hammer was incomparably heavy and did not budge at all. Lin Sun was shocked. He exerted all his strength and ran all the spiritual energy in his body to lift the hammer. With a slight sense, he immediately knew that the hammer was at least 250 kilograms in weight. Boom. Lin Sun loosened his grip and the giant hammer fell to the ground, smashing a pit directly. What a little monster. When Lin Sun thought that the hammer was made by Xiaxia, his face became very interesting and he became more curious about the origin of Xiaxia. "I'll have to ask her when she wakes up." Soon, Lin Sun stopped thinking about it and went into the kitchen to cook. Then, he sat down on a chair in the courtyard. With a flip of his hand, an imperial copper coin appeared in his palm. He held it in front of his eyes and looked at it. This was the first time that he had seen a real copper coin. It was about the size of a baby's palm, dark yellow, and felt warm and delicate in his hand. As far as Lin Sun knew, the currency of Xiao Empire was made of a special mineral called Cloud Spirit Stone, mixed with more than 10 kinds of materials such as gold, silver, and copper, and refined through many complicated and strict unique techniques. It was impossible for the outside world to master this kind of money-making technique. The currency of Xiao Empire was divided into 3 categories: gold coin, silver coin, and copper coin. The exchange rate was 1:100. Both sides of the copper coin, silver coin, and gold coin were engraved with unique patterns of Xiao Empire. The pattern on the obverse of the copper coin in front of him was composed of 3 parts. A cluster of blazing Xiao flower represented the royal family of Xiao Empire. An extraordinary green deer standing in the air represented the Green Deer School, the first school of the empire. It was a holy sword that pierced through the sky on purpose, representing the military ministry of Xiao Empire. In addition, the edges of the 3 patterns were engraved with dense and gorgeous cloud-patterned branches and leaves, representing the upper-class dignitaries, aristocratic families, and clans that had made great contributions to Xiao Empire. On the reverse side of the copper coin, a landscape was engraved with clouds and mist, magnificent and unpredictable meaning. Even Lin Sun didn't know what the landscape pattern on the reverse side of the copper coin represented, but there was no doubt that it was meaningful. Lin Sun blew on the copper coin in his hand, which made a unique, sweet-sounding sound. This was the Xiao coin. Whether he wanted to survive in Xiao Empire or to cultivate himself, the support of Xiao coin was absolutely inseparable. From the storage ring left by Wu Henshui, Lin Sun unexpectedly gained 1,500 copper coins, which was equivalent to 15 silver coins. The value of the imperial currency was very high. For example, 3 copper coins could buy half a caddy of spiritual grains. The piece of Feiyun fire copper Lin Sun showed to Shurao Tianren was only the size of a thumb, but it could be exchanged for 30 copper coins in the Green Sun tribe, which was equivalent to 2.5 caddies of spiritual grains. However, Lin Sun didn't know much about the specific exchange value of various items in Xiao Empire, so he couldn't understand the purchasing power of 1,500 copper coins. In addition to the copper coins, Lin Sun also gained a bag of spiritual medicine seeds from the storage ring, most of which were not very valuable but were necessary for cultivation. Lin Sun didn't intend to try planting them either. The cultivation of spiritual herbs was very complicated and required a specialized spiritual botanist to plant them. Moreover, spiritual herbs took a long time to grow, usually taking 3 to 5 years to mature. Some rare spiritual herbs even took hundreds or thousands of years to mature. If Lin Sun guessed right, among Wu Henshui's subordinates, there should be spiritual plants masters who were responsible for planting spiritual medicine. However, all this was meaningless to Lin Sun. He planned to find a chance to sell this bag of spiritual medicine seeds and exchange them for money. To Lin Sun's delight, there were some matured spiritual medicines in the storage ring, all of which were valuable. Some were used to refine one's body, some were used to refine one's cultivation, and there were bottles of medicinal pills for healing. These were all treasures. Wu Henshui was on the 8th level of martial realm, so the items in his collection would naturally not be ordinary. After sorting out the items in the storage ring, Lin Sun found there was still a lot of space inside, so he directly threw the sky breacher into it. With this storage ring, it will be easier for me to sell goods in the Green Sun tribe. At least I won't have to worry about being robbed. Lin Sun carefully put away the ring and didn't wear it on his hand. Wu Henshui was the deacon of Wu Herbal Store in the Green Sun tribe, so many people must have recognized it. In this way, it would be too easy to expose himself if he wore it on his hand. Though this pair of gale-like boots is in poor quality, it is still a spiritual weapon. It's a pity that it's too big. I can sell it later. Lin Sun took out the pair of boots he peeled off from Lian Ruffing. After thinking it over, he finally decided to sell them and threw them into the storage ring. After doing all this, Lin Sun stretched himself and finally felt much more relaxed. In the following time, his top priority was to cultivate. As for the mining of Feiyun fire copper, Shurao Tianren could be in charge of it. Lin Sun calculated that it had been more than 2 months since the last time he passed the test. In less than half a month, it would be time to pass the second test of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place. For this matter, Lin Sun absolutely dared not neglect it. After all, when he passed the first test, he got the meditating magic, which was needed to refine the spirit. What kind of benefits would he get after passing the second test? Lin Sun was looking forward to it. In the evening, Shiraoji woke up and sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Before long, Lin Sun brought up the prepared meal. A few days ago, the village had a good harvest of spiritual grains, which had not been sold yet. So Lin Sun also received bags of spiritual grains from the villagers as gifts. Together with the flesh and blood of nearly 30 fierce beasts, he didn't have to worry about food for a period of time. The only thing that worried Lin Sun was that as time went on, Shiraoji's appetite grew larger and larger. Almost every day, she had to eat 1 more bowl of rice and a large amount of beast meat. Her little belly was like a bottomless pit. According to the speed of her appetite, Lin Sun couldn't guarantee how long the food supply at home could last. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about it now. While eating, Lin Sun asked casually, "Shiraoji, where are your parents?" Shiraoji chewed a piece of fragrant beast meat and shook her head. Lin Sun continued, "What about your home?" Do you remember? Shiraoji thought for a while and shook her head again. As long as I can remember, I have lived in the mountains with Uncle Xiong. She looked quiet and serious, but her words made Lin Sun feel a little complicated. This little girl actually lived in the mountains since she was a child. Who is Uncle Xiong? You saw him that day. Lin Sun suddenly thought of the mighty grizzly bear he saw in the deep forest that day. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is it the fierce beast killed by the voodoo barbarian? Shiraoji frowned, raised her eyes to look at Lin Sun, and said seriously, you can't say that about it. Lin Sun hurriedly apologized, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. In fact, he also felt strange. Shiraoji was brought up by a mighty grizzly bear. No wonder the words she said were so complicated and obscure when he saw her for the first time. Wait, no, what Shiraoji said before was not the language of beasts. It was obviously a completely different language. I don't know what the voodoo barbarian is, but I will kill him with my own hands one day to avenge Uncle Xiong. Shiraoji said seriously, with a pair of clear black gem-like crescent eyes full of firmness. Saying this, she buried herself in the food again. Interrupted by her, Lin Sun forgot to ask her how she learned the language she used to speak. He thought of the scene of the duel between Sea Spirit Realm that day. One was in a green robe and riding on a sword, obviously a strong practitioner from Xiao Empire. The other one was called Voodoo Barbarian, which should not be a strong practitioner from Xiao Empire. Lin Sun still remembered that the Voodoo Barbarian really wanted to kill Shiraoji that day, not himself. Coupled with the complicated and strange language spoken by Shiraoji, Lin Sun couldn't help but speculate that Shiraoji actually came from somewhere outside Xiao Empire. After dinner, Xiaoji lay on the bed and slept on Lin's pillow, covering Lin's quilt. Of course, it was Lin's bed. Xiaoji's behavior was straightforward. She never said polite words. She was also quiet, which made her special. Only when she slept did she really look like a little girl. Her eyelashes were curved like a pair of fans, her breath was light and long, and her almost perfect white face was full of innocence. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoji, Lin Sun smiled. He could feel that the little girl had a unique kindness, affection, and even dependence on him. Although he still couldn't determine Xia Solstice's origin, Lin Sun no longer cared about it. In his opinion, Xia Solstice's existence made his life no longer lonely, and added a sense of steadiness and stability that he had never had before. Perhaps it was also a kind of emotional dependence. Lin didn't know about it, but he had already noticed that Xiaoji had integrated into his life. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin held his breath and began to meditate. The third level of martial realm, body opening, emphasized on guiding the spirit to circulate the 5 viscera and consolidating the source. The next level was acuporescope. The so-called acuporescope was to dredge the acupoints all over the body. Acuporescope led to spiritual concentration, and spiritual concentration led to sufficient qi and blood. After reaching this level, the practitioner's cultivation would undergo another transformation. Not only would his strength be doubled, but his body would also be further tempered and the impurities in his body would be removed. After the fierce battle 4 days ago, Lin had been keenly aware that his cultivation had been further consolidated and tempered. As long as he kept practicing hard, it might not take long for him to break through again. This was the benefit of actual combat. Through the baptism of blood and fire, practitioners would not only improve their fighting means, cultivation methods, and experience, but also further consolidate their cultivation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Sun ran his spiritual energy through his body 36 times, then stopped meditating and began to meditate on star circulation. Needless to say, the meditating divine arts was indeed extremely marvelous and profound. Although it only had 3 realms, star circulation, moon transformation, and sun glory, every realm could be said to be all-inclusive, and the more one comprehended it, the more unfathomable and profound one felt. At this time, Lin Sun's sea of consciousness was covered with a starry sky. The starry sky was deep and vast, dotted with thousands of stars, but each star was out of reach and dim. It was really shameful. Although Lin had been practicing meditating magic day and night, he hadn't been able to step into the realm of star circulation until now. But no matter what, Lin Sun's soul was condensed and strengthened every time he meditated, which brought obvious benefits. Lin Sun's breath became long and deep. In his sea of consciousness, all his perceptions were concentrated, reflecting the billions of stars in the starry sky. When he was able to perceive the star path and use the star path to guide a ray of star radiance down, he would be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of the star circulation realm. This step was also called lighting the stars. Lin Sun had no distractions, no desires, and just meditated quietly. In a trance, he seemed to fly up to the sky, flying thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles without tiredness or desire. There was an instinctive force of nature pulling him up. He flew to the sky, flew beyond the ninth heaven, and flew to the vast and boundless starry sky. Countless stars were reflected. At this time, Lin Sun found that those stars were not fixed, but circulated along different trajectories. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling all of this. Every star's orbit was unconstrained and unconstrained, indescribably mysterious. Looking at it, the starry sky was like a chessboard, and those stars were the chess pieces in the chessboard. The circulation trajectory was the place where the chess pieces moved. Lin Sun watched and perceived it quietly. As time went by, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. If the starry sky was the chessboard and the stars were the chess pieces, who could play this game? It was me, Lin Sun suddenly understood, and all his perceptions spread like a tide, like a ray of light rushing up to the starry sky, lighting up one of the stars. At that moment, it seemed that an invisible hand had placed a chess piece on the chessboard. The stars were the chess pieces. When they were lit up, the chess pieces came to life, and the real game and journey began. Clatter at the same time, in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, in the dim starry sky, a vague star suddenly lit up, sprinkling a clear light across the void and falling into Lin Sun's sea of consciousness. Lin Sun also suddenly became sober at this moment, and his soul felt an indescribable coolness and comfort from inside to outside, as if soaking in a hot spring. All his pores opened, and he was so comfortable that he almost moaned. The star circulation realm. Finally, he stepped into the threshold. Lin Sun was excited. It took him more than 2 months to unintentionally light up the first star in the sea of consciousness, which really surprised Lin Sun. At this moment, his perception spread out like a delicate spider web, and in a twinkling of an eye, it covered the courtyard where he lived. All the scenes in the courtyard appeared in his mind, including the grass swaying in the night wind, the crickets resting under the window lattice, a drop of cold dew on the edge of the well, and the weeping willow swaying in the moonlight. Everything was so clear, vivid, and ethereal. This was perception, a power from the soul. All this was also called the spirit comes out of the body, and all things reflect in the heart. Generally speaking, only after breaking through the martial realm and stepping into the gang spirit realm could practitioners have such a power of perception. But now, Lin Sun, who was only at the 3rd level of the martial realm, had achieved this step. All this was inseparable from the credit of meditating magic. Merely stepping into the threshold of the star circulation realm allowed him to possess such power. One could well imagine how profound this soul-refining technique was. This was indeed the entry stage. As far as Lin Sun knew, when one could use the power of self-perception to light up all the stars in the night sky in the sea of his consciousness and lead the starlight to shine on everything, he could be regarded as the consummation of star circulation. Lin Sun felt it carefully and found that he could perceive everything within a radius of 30 meters at most. Any further would be beyond his power. What? Lin Sun was about to get up and use the inscribing pen to inscribe a spiritual tattoo to test the specific changes brought by the strengthening of his soul. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he found that Xianxia had put her head on his lap, sleeping lazily, with a trace of attachment on her beautiful and tranquil face. A rare smile hung on the corner of her mouth. Lin Sun thought for a while and carefully moved her head away. She frowned and muttered, "No." Then she hugged Lin Sun's leg. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to wait for the test tomorrow so as not to disturb the little girl's sweet dream. Lin Sun lay down and looked at Xianxia beside him, thinking quickly about how to prepare for the second challenge of the heaven accessing place that would come soon. After a long time, Lin Sun also fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Sun got up and repeated the marching boxing in the yard. He didn't stop until his whole body was sweating and his blood was boiling. He washed his face and rinsed his mouth with the cold well water, put on a set of clean clothes, and then went into the kitchen to busy himself. Lin Sun clearly felt that he was full of vigor, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were all refreshed. Xiaoji immediately woke up when she smelled the fragrance from the kitchen. It seemed that in her world, sleeping and eating were always the most important things, which could not be neglected. While eating, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaoji, have you practiced the body refining method? Xiaoji shook her head blankly, no. Lin Sun pointed at the huge hammer thrown in the corner of the yard and asked, then how did you make this huge hammer? Xiaoji answered casually, I made it with my hands. Lin Sun was speechless. Xiaoji frowned and looked at Lin Sun for a while. Then she asked, are you going to refine your body? Lin Sun nodded. He thought for a long time last night. The second challenge of the heaven accessing place was called body refining, so it had something to do with body refining. Moreover, the number of challenges this time was 108, which proved that it was extremely difficult and had a high chance of failure. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun naturally had to prepare in advance. It would be better if he could further refine and improve his body. But to Lin Sun's regret, he didn't know how to refine his body except for some nourishing medicine soup with the flesh and blood of fierce beasts and various spiritual materials. There were many special methods for refining the body in the world, but Lin Sun didn't have any, and he couldn't find any in Feiyun village. In fact, according to the realm of cultivation, the 9 levels of martial realm were actually a kind of cultivation for the practitioner's body. The first level, Qi guiding, refined the sense of Qi inside the body. The second level, internal strength, refined the muscles and tendons of the limbs and bones. The third level, opening, refined the 5 viscera. The fourth level, orifices clearing, refined the acupoints of the whole body. The fifth level, marrow cleansing, refined the fascia and bone marrow. The sixth level, blood burning, refined the blood inside the body. The seventh layer of minor circulation realm was similar to the 8th layer of great circulation realm. It was a comprehensive tempering of one's flesh, tendons, bones, acupoints, and internal organs. Small circulation was the preliminary practice. The great heavenly cycle was a further tempering. The 9th level, spirit transformation, involved tempering one's spiritual energy along with one's body, causing it to undergo a transformation. All the practice in the 9 levels of martial realm was to lay a solid foundation for the practitioner, so that he could smoothly condense Gang Qi from the spiritual energy when he reached the Gang spirit realm. But obviously, Lin Sun was only at the 3rd level of martial realm. If he wanted to further refine his body, it would be difficult to do so in a very short time without other means. Xiaoji thought for a moment and said, how about we fight? Lin Sun was stunned, fight? Xiaoji nodded seriously, yes, fighting with pure physical strength is also one of the most direct ways to refine the body. Lin Sun was surprised, how do you know? Xiaoji was confused. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head, I don't remember, but I know it's not wrong. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and decided to believe in Xiaoji this time, anyway, let's have a try. P.S. Thanks to Xiaoji's Piaohong for the reward. You've become the first supreme master since the beginning of the Tianjia War. Applauding after dinner, Lin Sun stood in an open space in the courtyard, took a deep breath, and looked at Xiaoji, let's get started. Fighting with physical strength was one of the most direct and effective ways to refine one's body. Lin Sun wanted to have a try to see if the little girl's words were true. Xiaoji got up unhurriedly and stood 3 meters away from Lin Sun. She rolled up her sleeves unhurriedly, revealing her white arms. Then, she raised her little face and looked at Lin Sun with her clear black gem-like eyes, saying, you attack. Lin Sun was in a daze. To be honest, it was a little difficult for him to attack a girl who was only 5 or 6 years old and whose height was only up to his chest. Although he also knew that Xiaoji's fighting capacity was incredibly strong, he always felt a little uncomfortable to bully a little girl. However, when he saw Xiaoji's serious expression, Lin Sun finally gritted his teeth and punched her with tiger roaring in the forest. Whoosh! The fist force produced by physical strength shook the air, showing a strong and heavy momentum, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain. It could be seen that Lin Sun's practice of marching boxing had indeed reached the level of precision, and he could precisely display the essence of the boxing. But in the face of this punch, Xiaoji didn't move at all. She just raised her arm and clasped Lin Sun's wrist with her white and tender fingers, which were as firm as iron tongs. Lin Sun was shocked. When he was about to struggle, Xiaoji's arm shook slightly. With a bang, Lin Sun's whole body trembled violently like a cloth that was about to be lifted up, and then he fell to the ground heavily. All his bones seemed to be broken, which made him grimace in pain and gasp for breath. Compared with the physical pain, Lin Sun was extremely shocked. This blow was as fast as lightning, and he was suppressed to the ground before he could react. Lin Sun could clearly feel that Xianxia didn't use her spiritual power. In other words, she just defeated him with just a shake of her wrist. Lin Sun got up and looked at Xianxia awkwardly. There was no trace of contempt in his eyes, but seriousness and seriousness. At this time, Xianxia also frowned and said doubtfully, "Your control of physical strength is too poor. Even the fiery bristled boars in the mountains are better than you." Lin Sun's face darkened at once. How could a 5- or 6-year-old girl say that he couldn't even compare to a pig? It was simply a disgrace. Boom, exhaling like thunder, Lin jumped to his waist, clenched his fingers into a fist, and launched a move of Songling suppressing the moon. This move was both offensive and defensive. Lin Sun didn't believe that he could be defeated by this little girl. However, he only felt his vision blur, and then his wrist was grabbed again. With a bang, his entire body was like a meteorite, fiercely smashing into the ground, causing dust to fly into the air, and his face to be bruised and swollen. Too pathetic. No matter how shrewd Lin Sun was, he was just a 13-year-old boy, a promising and hot-blooded teenager. How could he tolerate such a disgrace? Again. Lin Sun didn't care about anything else. He shouted and rushed out again. This time, he learned his lesson. He crossed his arms and stretched his fists like a big bow. It was the iron chain crossing the river in marching boxing. Xianxia couldn't touch his wrist at all with her height. As expected, this time, Xianxia frowned and suddenly rushed forward. Her footsteps were like dragons and snakes rising to the land. She suddenly rushed into Lin Sun's line of defense and kicked Lin Sun's knee with her toes like a drill. Lin Sun suddenly felt that his right leg was numb, as if he had lost consciousness. His body suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, his wrist was grabbed by Xianxia again and shook slightly. The familiar scene happened again. Lin Sun once again had a deep hug with the earth face to face. The ground shook a little and the dust rose. When Lin Sun got up, his hair was disheveled, his face was swollen, and his clothes were covered with dust. He was extremely embarrassed. He stared at Xianxia with mixed feelings in his heart, including shock, surprise, doubt, anger, shame, and so on. Xianxia seemed to be unaware of it. She frowned at Lin Sun, and her quiet and beautiful white face was full of doubt. "Lin Sun, you are indeed much worse than the fiery-maned pig. Are you more stupid than the fiery-maned pig?" Boom, hearing this, Lin Sun felt a rush of blood to his head, and an unspeakable sense of shame and indignation burned all over his body like fire. How could she say that he was inferior to a pig? How could she say that he was stupider than a pig? Lin Sun almost fumed with anger. With his eyes wide open, he roared and rushed up again. Bang! Xianxia curled her lips and raised her hand with flagging interest. She shook it slightly and pressed Lin Sun to the ground again. Again. Like an unkillable cockroach, Lin Sun got up and rushed over again without hesitation. The strong sense of shame stimulated his fighting spirit and made him forget everything and put aside all kinds of distractions and restraints in his heart. At this moment, he was like a teenager who did not want to admit defeat. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun looked like a real 13-year-old teenager, hot-blooded, passionate, angry, unwilling, and happy and angry. Bang, he was beaten down again. Again. Bang. Again. Bang. This afternoon, in the courtyard of Lin Sun's house in the east of the village, such noises kept ringing out one after another. The noises made people panic and frightened a flock of skylarks that originally lived on the weeping willow tree to flee in panic. When Shurao Tianren, the village head, heard the noise and entered Lin Sun's house, he saw Lin Sun being carried by Xianxia like a broken sack and thrown to the ground. Shurao Tianren was dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes hard, thinking it was an illusion. But soon, he was sure it was not an illusion. The teenager who saved Feiyun village from the abyss of suffering and was worshipped by all the villagers was now beaten beyond recognition by a 5- or 6-year-old girl. Shurao Tianren could not help but be in a trance. It was crazy. How could the world become like this? It was so hard to understand. Shirao Tianren came to discuss the mining of Feiyun fire copper with Lin Sun, but after seeing such a scene, he left resolutely. Shirao Tianren felt that he needed to calm down and sober up. What he saw just now was so thrilling that he was in a trance. It was not until the sun set that the courtyard returned to its former tranquility. Gritting his teeth, Lin Sun staggered with his wounded and almost broken body, took off his tattered and dusty clothes, and jumped into the prepared wooden barrel. In the barrel were all kinds of spiritual materials that had been cooked, which had a significant effect on repairing and strengthening the body. Feeling the warm medicinal soup caressing the scars all over his body, Lin Sun could not help but exhale a long turbid breath with a comfortable face. However, when he saw Xianxia at the side, his heart instantly twitched fiercely, and a wisp of shame and unwillingness appeared on his face before vanishing in a flash. For the whole afternoon, Lin Sun forgot how many times he had been suppressed. Every time, he felt as if he was being pressed by Mount Tai, and his bones almost fell apart. By now, his body had long been numb, and his strength was about to be exhausted. Every inch of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones showed unbearable pain. If that was all, it would be fine. If it was just pain, he could grit his teeth and endure it. The only thing that Lin Sun could not accept was that he had been defeated many times in the whole afternoon, and they were all defeated by the same move. Lin Sun could not help but wonder if he was really more stupid than the fiery-maned boar. Lin Sun shook his head hard. He would never admit that he was worse than a beast. I'm going to sleep. Xianxia got up and walked into the room. Oh, I'll be hungry when I wake up. Don't forget to cook. Lin Sun was stunned and almost cursed out loud. I'm already like this, and you still want me to cook? You don't know how to pity me at all. Immediately, Lin Sun smiled bitterly and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Sitting in the wooden tub, he raised his head and looked at the sky where the night was coming. All the emotions in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his eyes became clear and deep as before. In his mind, he silently meditated on the battle in the afternoon. Every detail was deliberated and gradually immersed in it. Xianxia's fighting method was very simple. She defeated him with a grab and a shake. Her grab was as unbreakable as an iron hoop. And a shake was as clean and neat as a sieve. But when he thought about it carefully, there was a great deal of knowledge in it. For example, the strength of her grab was as fast as lightning and precise, just like a goshawk catching a rabbit. It would be fine if she didn't move, but once she moved, she would definitely hit the target. This kind of ability was a test of eyesight and speed. It was not very mysterious, and anyone could do it as long as he practiced hard. What really moved Lin Sun was the strength of the shake. It was like a sieve, conveying the power of vibration like a tide, which violently shook and collapsed all the muscles of his body, and his bones almost fell apart. This was too terrible. How on earth did Xianxia achieve this with just the strength of her body? Lin Sun was lost in thought. As the night fell, the sky was sparsely dotted with stars, vast and deep. The efficacy of the medicine in the wooden tub had been swallowed up. Lin Sun's numbness and tiredness were swept away. Without hesitation, he put on a clean suit and began to prepare dinner. The battle with Xianxia in the afternoon was actually very meticulous. Lin Sun seemed to be beaten miserably, but all the wounds where skin and bones were not hurt. When Lin Sun thought of it, he guessed that Xianxia should have been merciful, but he didn't know how much of her strength she had used. When the dinner was ready and placed on the table, Xianxia immediately appeared. Lin Sun smiled and said casually while serving rice to the little girl, I've roughly figured it out. Xianxia answered. She took a piece of animal bone as thick as an arm and chewed it while saying, if you still can't figure out such a simple thing, you are really too stupid. Lin Sun was speechless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun decided to ignore the inadvertent blow in Xianxia's words. He spat out 4 words from his lips in a serious and firm tone, let's continue tomorrow. Every word was sonorous, but Xianxia always felt there was a trace of bitterness and unwillingness in his voice. She couldn't help looking up at Lin Sun, tilting her head and saying thoughtfully, diligence can make up for one's inadequacy, and clumsy birds fly early. These are the 2 words I have just learned, and I think they are very suitable for you now. Lin Sun's face darkened at once. Was this little girl addicted to torturing him? What did it mean to make up for one's inadequacy? What did it mean to be a clumsy bird? Was he such an unsightly image in her mind? Let's eat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Sun glared at Xianxia and vented all his emotions on dinner, stopping the conversation that made him full of frustration. The next morning. After breakfast, Lin Sun got into position and looked at Xianxia, who was standing 3 meters away from him. He was full of fighting spirit. Last night, he hardly rested. After cultivating his spiritual qi and soul, he had been deducing Xianxia's fighting skills in his mind. This was a kind of fighting with only physical strength. The purpose was to refine his physique. But after yesterday's fiasco, Lin suddenly understood that as long as his physique was strong, he could master the technique of exerting force, which could also be regarded as a real means to kill the enemy. Like Xianxia, she didn't need to use spiritual energy at all, but her fighting capacity was already terrible. Let's start. Xianxia looked tranquil. The soft light of the morning evoked a dazzling and holy aura on her beautiful face. Whoosh, without hesitation, Lin Sun stepped forward like a galloping horse, with a heavy momentum. If one looked carefully, the muscles on his body bulged up like ripples that rose and fell. All his strength was concentrated, and his entire body was like a fully drawn bow that was accumulating strength while waiting to be shot. Tiger roaring in the forest, this punch was completely different from yesterday's. It was simple, neat and direct. The strength of the arm sank into the spine along the shoulder blade, driving the muscles of the ribs to exert force together. All the muscles suddenly twisted like taut steel wires. Boom, the air was rubbed by this punch and made a dull explosion. Xianxia was still unperturbed by this. She turned over her palm and clasped Lin's wrist again. However, before she exerted her strength, she felt that Lin's wrist muscles were shaking at an extremely high frequency, which made him as slippery as a loach. In a flash, he got rid of her iron-like palm and fingers. Lin Sun's eyes brightened. Sure enough, as long as he mastered the technique of exerting force, he could move every joint and bone of the body as easily as he wanted. In the past, he only knew how to use spirit energy as the main method of battle, and it was only after some contemplation last night that he understood that every inch of his skin, tendons, and joints contained formidable strength. As long as he was able to drive them together and circulate them in his heart, he would be able to exert unimaginable strength. It was like comparing the body to a battlefield. Every inch of muscle and joint was like soldiers distributed on the battlefield. As long as they could be commanded in unison, they would be able to unite into the most powerful army. But before Lin was happy, Xianxia's fingers suddenly flicked on Lin's wrist like a snake. Lin felt his wrist was numb, and then he lost consciousness. Then, with a bang, Xianxia grabbed him by the arm and shook him again. His body was like a sieve as he fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Lin Sun stood up and rushed forward again. The tip of Xianxia's brush just now happened to pierce his wrist joint, breaking his continuous muscle strength and causing him to lose consciousness. Lin Sun didn't need to think about it to figure it out. Therefore, when he fought again, he began to guard against it carefully. However, after merely 2 moves, he was once again beaten to the ground. This time, he was defeated by Xianxia's unexpected lock wrist. Her hands were like iron hoops, locking his wrist. Her left hand pushed forward and her right hand pulled back, showing a kind of opposite impact force, directly dislocating his wrist joint. Her action was crisp and neat. With a crack, Lin's wrist hung down softly. Not until he was knocked to the ground did he feel a sharp pain in his wrist. This was called separating tendons and dislocating bones. When Lin Sun put his wrist joint back together, there was no trace of frustration in his eyes when he looked at Xianxia. Instead, his fighting spirit was blazing like fire. Although he was defeated after only 2 moves, he was much stronger than yesterday, which made Lin Sun very clear that he was making rapid progress. Go on. Lin Sun shouted in a low voice and exerted force again. However, he had abandoned the inherent framework of marching boxing, no longer rigidly sticking to the moves. Instead, he exerted force with his palms and fingers more freely. Bang! 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 In the following period of time, a series of rising and falling sounds once again rang out in the courtyard, causing one's heart to tremble. It was unknown when the gate of the courtyard was opened, and a group of little kids came in. They were all children in the village. When they saw Lin Sun, their adored martial arts master, was defeated by Xianxia again and again, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide and gasp. Xiaxi was only 5 or 6 years old, the same age as many little kids, or even younger. But now she defeated Lin Sun again and again, which was really incredible. Seeing Lin Sun hit the ground again and again, even they felt frightened. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't provoked Xiaxi before, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Before long, a group of uncles and aunts in the village also heard the news and came to watch the fun. They also felt distressed about Lin Sun's experience, but they were more shocked by Xiaxi's fierce fighting power. Not until now did they know that this incredibly beautiful little girl turned out to be even stronger than Lin Sun. Was she really a little girl of 5 or 6 years old? Being surrounded by so many people, Lin Sun felt quite ashamed and annoyed no matter how thick-skinned he was. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word, venting all his strength in the fight. As for Xiaxi, she still looked quiet and dealt with every move. She beat Lin Sun down again and again without mercy or giving him any face. Perhaps in her eyes, all this was for Lin Sun to refine his body, which was a serious matter. As for face and self-esteem, Xiaxi didn't have such concepts. After watching for a long time, seeing Lin Sun fall down again and again, even Shirao Tianren couldn't bear to see it. He stared at the villagers around and waved his hand, saying, "You have nothing to do? Then come with me to the smoking mountain to mine." He immediately dispersed the crowd and closed the gate, leaving the courtyard for Lin Sun and Xiaxi to concentrate on the fight. Until the night fell, Lin Sun jumped into the wooden barrel again with all his wounds, silently deducing the details of the fight during the day. Xiaxi went straight to bed. Days like this lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, Lin Sun fought with Xiaxi in addition to eating, recovering his wounds with the help of medicine soup, and silently deducing the details of the fight. It seemed boring, but it was a very fulfilling process. During these 5 days, Lin Sun had mastered the skills of exerting force in his body. He could easily mobilize the strength of every muscle, joint, and bone in his body. Moreover, his physique had also changed significantly. Judging from the appearance, Lin Sun's body was still thin and slender, but under the thin appearance, every inch of muscle and skin seemed to have been hammered thousands of times. It was as hard as rock and as tough as steel wire. Every inch of tendons and bones seemed to have been polished over and over again like jade, as if they were made of fine steel. Even his chi and blood were stronger than before. Undoubtedly, the continuous failures in these 5 days seemed to be frustrating, but the benefits were also obvious. Lin Sun's physique was further refined and improved. This was undoubtedly an exciting thing for Lin Sun. However, during these 5 days, the fierce beast's flesh and blood, spiritual grains, and various spiritual materials stored in his house were consumed at an alarming rate. Not only did they consume a lot of materials to heal their wounds every day, even Lin Sun and Xiaxi's appetite had increased. Now, Lin Sun could eat half an adult snowspot leopard and 10 kilograms of spiritual grains a day. As for Xiaxi's appetite, it could only be higher than Lin Sun's. At this rate, all the fierce beast's flesh and blood in his house would be eaten up in less than half a month. As for the spiritual grains, they might not even last for a month. Lin Sun had to start thinking about how to replenish the materials. Fortunately, under the leadership of Shirao Tianren, villagers in Feiyun village had begun to dig the Feiyun fire copper. Now they had harvested more than 50 kilograms of ore. If the impurities in the ore were removed, there would be about 25 kilograms of Feiyun fire copper left. If they were sold, they would be able to get a fortune. Lin Sun planned to go to Green Sun tribe after a while. In addition to selling the Feiyun fire copper, he still had many valuable items that he could exchange for a lot of materials. On the 5th morning, when Lin Sun got up, he was surprised to find that Xiaxi was nowhere to be found. Only a note was left in the room. A line of crooked words was written on it, "I'll be back soon." Relieved, Lin Sun looked at Xiaxi's handwriting and wanted to laugh. It was so ugly that he almost couldn't recognize it. Lin Sun had taught Xiaxi these days. Although Xiaxi could communicate with him fluently, she was still illiterate. For the sake of her future, Lin Sun began to teach her how to read and write. Since Xiaxi said she would be back soon, Lin Sun didn't need to worry anymore. He went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When Lin Sun put the hot breakfast on the table, the gate of the courtyard opened. With a bang, a fierce beast like a calf with a flaming mane was thrown into the courtyard, causing the ground to tremble. It was a fiery-maned boar. At this moment, it was tied up by thick and tough vines, and its mouth was stuffed with mud. It could only lie on the ground and groan, and its scarlet eyes were filled with anger and hostility. At the same time, Xiaxi's young and delicate figure came in. She washed her hands, sat at the table and began to eat. Lin Sun looked at all this in a daze. He pointed at the fiery-maned boar and asked, "You went out to catch this beast?" Xiaxi nodded and said seriously, "After you eat, go and fight with that boar. Only a bloody battle can let you know how strong your body is." Lin Sun's expression was a little complicated. "If I fail, does it mean that I'm not even as strong as a pig?" Xiaxi thought for a while and agreed, "That's right." Lin Sun felt depressed. She was just joking before, but now she really wanted to catch a fiery-maned boar. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass him. "Don't worry, I won't be defeated by a pig." The fiery-maned boar was an extremely fierce beast. Its body was covered with flaming fur, which looked soft but was actually extremely tough and hard to be injured by swords. It had a violent temperament and unparalleled strength. The pair of tusks in its big mouth was enough to scare a practitioner at the 4th level of martial realm. Compared with the hot-tempered fiery-maned boar, the snowspot leopard and the one-horned lizard could be regarded as tame. Boom! In the courtyard, when Xiaxi untied the vines on the fiery-maned boar, the fierce beast suddenly roared and stamped on the ground with its 4 hooves. Smoke and dust splashed everywhere. Its bull-like body was like a moving hill, fiercely rushing towards Lin Sun. Its sharp tusks were like a pair of sharp blades, shining with a bloodthirsty luster. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Sun flashed and punched the side of the fierce beast's neck. The fiery-maned boar just shook its head as if nothing had happened. It suddenly turned around and stabbed its tusks at Lin Sun's abdomen like a sharp blade. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and dodged with a wrong step. He was a little surprised. Although the blow just now was just pure physical strength, it was enough to make a practitioner at the 4th level of martial realm unable to bear it if he was hit. But this fiery-maned boar didn't have any effect at all. Boom! The fiery-maned boar was extremely arrogant. It stared at Lin Sun with its scarlet eyes, and its huge body dashed forward. Lin Sun failed to dodge and had to fight with it. Suddenly, he felt like being hit by a huge rock. His chi and blood rolled over, and his body fell back uncontrollably. What a powerful force! Lin Sun's face darkened. His muscles tightened like steel wires, and his figure moved like a cheetah. He suddenly rushed forward and clamped one of the tusks of the fiery-maned boar with his palms and fingers. Then, he exerted strength in his wrists, and his arm muscles bulged inch by inch. The fiery-maned boar, which weighed more than 500 kilograms, was forcibly lifted up. Then, the muscles of Lin Sun's arms undulated like a tide. All the accumulated strength gathered in his wrists and suddenly burst out, shaking them hard. Boom! The huge body of the wild bristled boar trembled like sifting chaff, and all its bones and tendons made cracking sounds. Lin Sun smashed it hard on the ground, creating a big pit. Lin Sun learned this strike from Xiaxi. With a shake, the power spread like a tide, which was enough to disperse all the power of the opponent. If it was serious, it could even shatter the internal organs of the opponent. But before Lin Sun had time to rejoice, the fiery-maned boar shook its body and got up again. Its scarlet eyes were incomparably violent and ferocious. Howling, it rushed to Lin Sun again. Lin's eyes widened at once. How could this beast be so powerful? As he dodged, he observed and found that the wild bristled boar did not seem to be injured at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Its 4 hooves moved as if they were flying as it charged about in the narrow courtyard, bringing with it a wave of smoke and dust. Cracks even appeared on the ground from its steps. If it weren't for Xiaxi, the collision would have destroyed all the 3 huts of Lin Sun's house. Bastard! Lin Sun was enraged. He would never admit that he couldn't even defeat a boar. If he did, how could he raise his head in front of Xiaxi in the future? Bang! Lin Sun stopped dodging and rushed forward. He stretched out his arms and suddenly collided with the wild bristled boar. He firmly grasped the boar's tusks in his palms and blocked the wild bristled boar. The wild bristled boar was obviously very angry. It exerted force on its 4 hooves and twisted its body violently, trying to break Lin Sun's arms. But at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly exerted force on his arms like a noose. With two cracking sounds, the wild bristled boar's tusks were broken and blood gushed out. The wild bristled boar roared madly in pain and almost sent Lin Sun flying. At this moment, Lin Sun lowered his body and locked the wild bristled boar's leg joints like a lock. With a fierce twist, the wild bristled boar's right foreleg joints were removed and its body fell down with a loud bang. This was not the end. Lin Sun seized the opportunity and removed all the joints of the wild bristled boar's limbs in a few breaths. The wild bristled boar completely lost its support and could only roar miserably on the ground. At this point, Lin Sun stood up, clapped his hands and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Looking at the wild bristled boar that had been completely subdued, he couldn't help feeling a touch of pride in his heart although he was exhausted. A few months ago, he was still a weak guy. Now, he could suppress a fierce beast whose strength was comparable to that of a practitioner at the 4th level of martial realm with only his physical strength. How could Lin Sun not be excited by such a great change? In addition to his diligent practice day and night, he could achieve all this with the help of Xianxia. It was the constant fighting with Xianxia that made Lin Sun's body stronger day by day. His skin, tendons, and bones were as hard as iron and steel, full of explosive power. At the same time, through these days of continuous fighting, Lin Sun understood the tricks of physical combat and could easily gather the strength of every inch of his body. Even without spiritual energy, it seems that I can compete with a practitioner at the 4th level of martial realm with my current physical strength. Lin Sun thought for a moment and shook his head. Practitioners were different from ferocious beasts. They had equipment, weapons, and cultivation methods, but more importantly, they had wisdom and experience in fighting, which was not comparable to a beast at all. Therefore, it would not be so easy to defeat a practitioner at the 4th level of martial realm with physical strength. Xianxia came over and patted the wild bristled boar's head with her white and tender little hand. The wild bristled boar fainted as if it was struck by lightning. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun and said, "You're barely stronger than this boar." The trace of pride in Lin Sun's heart disappeared at once. He shrugged helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "Can't you praise me?" Xianxia frowned and thought seriously, "Is there anything worth praising about you?" Lin Sun was speechless at once. At lunch, Lin Sun thought of a question. Compared with spiritual energy, physical strength is only suitable for close combat. No matter how strong the body is tempered, it seems that the strength obtained by concentrating on cultivating spiritual energy is not as powerful as that obtained by cultivating spiritual energy. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't say a word. She put her fingers together like a knife and gently cut. A sharp airflow swept out and cut off a weeping willow branch more than 30 meters away. Lin Sun was stunned at once. And Xianxia buried her head in the food again. After a long while, Lin Sun said with a complex expression, "How on earth do you cultivate?" Just now, he clearly saw that Xianxia's attack did not have a trace of spiritual power at all. It was completely condensed from the strength of her body. In other words, this fact undoubtedly proved that when physical strength reached a terrible height, it could completely break the shackles of close combat. As far as Lin Sun knew, even if one cultivated spiritual energy, only after stepping into the gang spirit realm could he achieve the stage of releasing spiritual energy and killing enemies at a distance. Compared with this, Xianxia could exert force at a distance only with her physical strength, which was more and more remarkable. Xianxia doubted, "It's easy to do this. I've known it since I could remember." Lin Sun didn't feel discouraged this time. Instead, he really believed it. Through these days of observation, he found that there were too many incredible things about Xianxia. She was no different from the legendary genius who was born with knowledge. Otherwise, who could see such a terrifying fighting power of a 5- or 6-year-old girl? Lin Sun thought for a long time and finally gave up the intention of getting to the bottom of it. Instead, he asked the name of this fighting skill of Xianxia. In his opinion, this kind of physical combat skill was just like a martial art, which should not appear out of thin air. Xianxia shook her head, "No name." Lin Sun smiled bitterly, "Then let's give it a name." Xianxia answered absent-mindedly. Lin Sun seemed to be in high spirits. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's just call it separating tendons and dislocating bones." These days, he had mastered many skills of physical combat, such as the vibration skill produced by a shake, the strangulation skill with 2 arms, the clavicle skill, and so on. These skills were all simple, direct, and neat, specifically aimed at the enemy's vital parts. Just like separating tendons and dislocating bones, it was really ruthless and decisive. Xianxia nodded perfunctorily, but it didn't dampen Lin's enthusiasm. With bright eyes, he said with assurance, "This martial art still needs to be perfected. But I believe that with our wisdom, this martial art will definitely become more and more powerful. Maybe in the future, it will be famous all over the world and leave its name in history." Xianxia didn't seem to hear him at all and continued eating. After talking for a long time, Lin felt bored when no one agreed with him. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not urgent. We can talk about it later." At this time, Xianxia suddenly looked up at Lin and said, "Didn't you say you were going to the Green Sun tribe a few days ago?" Lin nodded and said, "Well, if everything goes well, we can set off in 5 days." The reason why he said so was that according to his calculation, the second test of the heaven accessing place would come in 3 days. Before going to the Green Sun tribe, he naturally had to solve this matter. As he refined his body these days, Lin gradually became more confident and looked forward to the second test of the heaven accessing place. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly realized something and said, "Why do you ask this?" Xianxia said, "I'm a little reluctant." "It's okay. I'll be back soon." Lin felt warm in his heart. Although this little girl had been beating him up these days, she still had a conscience. But the next moment, Xianxia shook her head and said, "I'm just thinking, if you suddenly leave, who will cook for me?" Lin expression suddenly froze. It turned out that she was reluctant to leave. He said fiercely, "Don't worry. Even if I leave, I won't let you starve to death." Xianxia said with a tranquil look, "That's good." Saying this, she began to eat again. At the same time, a dazzling rainbow suddenly flew over the deep mountain forest dozens of miles away from Feiyun village. The rainbow swept across the sky like a gorgeous waterfall. When it reached the sky above the deep mountain forest, the rainbow suddenly stopped and turned into a flying carpet with an area of more than 10 meters. The surface of the flying carpet was engraved with dense spiritual tattoo formations, shining brilliantly as if it had intelligence. It was absorbing and releasing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth all the time, which was extraordinary. Obviously, this flying carpet was an extremely precious flying spiritual weapon. At this time, a man and a woman were standing on the flying carpet. "Young master, why do you stop here?" The woman was puzzled. She wore a black dress, had a slender waist, and a graceful figure. She had a bright and beautiful oval face, and her black eyebrows were straight. However, the space between her eyebrows carried an aura that was as sharp as a blade. She was like a wild rose with thorns, delicate and beautiful, but full of thorns. If there were bigwigs in Donglin town here, they would definitely recognize that this woman was Mu Wansu, known as Black Rose. At the same time, she was also the person in charge of Keystone Business, the first chamber of commerce in Donglin town. Keystone Business was one of the few chambers of commerce in Xiao Empire, with influence all over the world and many branches in the vast territory of Xiao Empire. It could be said to be as rich as a country. Fortune Godshire, the behind-the-scenes boss of Keystone Business, was a legendary figure in the empire. It was said that his wealth was so astronomical that even the most powerful members of the imperial family could only envy him. As a Black Rose, Mu Wansu could become the person in charge of the branch of Keystone Business in Donglin town. It could be imagined that she was not a simple person. But such a person was standing there with a little subservience at this moment, with a hint of admiration for the man beside her in her tone. "Don't you see that there should have been a battle here not long ago?" The man looked down with his hands behind his back. He was tall and strong, with shoulders as broad as mountains. His face was firm and broad, and his eyes overflowed inadvertently with a profound and disdainful breath. Just by standing there casually, he gave people a sense of oppression as if they were looking up to a high mountain, which was extremely frightening. Battle. Mu Wansu narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked carefully. As expected, she found that the forest below had obviously suffered terrible destructive power, and shocking traces of battle were exposed everywhere. "Young master, you have a good eye," Mu Wansu praised in surprise. The man who was addressed as the eldest young master didn't care about this kind of flattery at all. He continued, "If I'm not wrong, it's the ninth brother of the Xia clan from the Black Cloth Alley of the imperial capital who made a move. However, his opponent is somewhat thought-provoking. The ninth son of the Xia family? A flash of inspiration flashed in Mu Wansu's mind, and the image of a handsome figure in a jade-green robe suddenly appeared in her mind. She asked in surprise, the ninth young master of the Xia family who has recently risen to fame in the empire and is praised as Young Sword King? Except for Xia Yutong, who else can display the sword scripture of Unstoppable? This sword manual has a great history, and it's rumored that it's only a fragment and not complete. But even so, it still possesses a terrifying power that can shake the heavens and the earth and kill ghosts and gods. A wisp of a blazing bright light suddenly flashed within the eldest young master's eyes when the topic of martial techniques was mentioned. It's just a pity that we're a step too late. Otherwise, we would be able to seize this opportunity to witness the might of the sweeping sword. There was a hint of regret in his voice. Mu Wansu was stunned, and her heart was in turmoil. It was really the young sword king Xia Yutong. Xiao Empire was extremely vast. As the capital of the Forbidden City, there was a very famous alley called Black-Clothed Alley. Right now, almost all of the influential and powerful upper echelons of the empire were entrenched in the Black Cloth Alley. The Xia family was a martial arts family with a 1,000-year history in the empire, which had been entrenched in Black-Clothed Alley. As a descendant of the Xia family, the young sword king Xia Yutong was very famous. It was rumored that he was a first-class cultivation genius. When he successfully mastered his ancestral sword scripture of Unstoppable last year, he caused a sensation in the whole Forbidden City and became famous. It should be noted that no one had been able to master the sword scripture of Unstoppable since it was inherited from the Xia family for nearly 100 years, although Mu Wansu was not a resident of the Forbidden City. As a person in charge of Keystone business, she had naturally heard of it. That was why she was so shocked at the moment. So, the ninth young master of the Xia family had come to the 3,000 mountains long before us? After Mu Wansu calmed down, she soon realized the key of the problem. It must be so. The eldest child nodded. Now everyone in the Forbidden City knows that the flamen of the observatory has observed a strange phenomenon in the 3,000 mountains. It is said that a peerless treasure is likely to be born. I'm afraid that Xia Yutong is also here for this. Then he frowned. I'm just curious about who Xia Yutong has fought with. Mu Wansu thought for a while and took out a map. After a brief identification, she pointed to the distance and said, there is a village called Feiyun dozens of miles away from here. Maybe we can go there and have a look. The eldest child was surprised. There are people living here? Mu Wansu said with a smile, before we set off, I specially inquired about the 3,000 mountains. I know by chance that someone once found a small Feiyun fire copper vein here. As they spoke, they drove the flying carpet under their feet and flew away. On the way, Mu Wansu introduced the origin of Feiyun village to the eldest child, and then he suddenly understood. A moment later, they appeared in the sky above Feiyun village. No wonder these villagers can survive. It turns out that they have reclaimed the spiritual fields. The eldest child looked at the spiritual fields below and said thoughtfully. Immediately, he stopped and pointed to the east of the village, saying, there are spiritual fluctuations there. There should be cultivators living there. Let's go and have a look. At dusk, Lin Sun had already prepared dinner. There were 6 big pots of fragrant animal meat and a pot of white spiritual rice. Lin Sun and Xia Ji sat at the desk under the weeping willow in the courtyard and concentrated on eating. There were only 3 days left before the challenge of heaven accessing place. Lin Sun didn't intend to refine his body anymore. He wanted to take advantage of these 3 days to recuperate and build up his energy for the challenge. I've already roughly summarized the tendon dislocation bone locking technique. It's divided into 5 major tricks, namely shock, twist, lock, drill, and collapse. Of course, this is only a preliminary arrangement. In the future, when I study more combat skills, I'll further improve this combat technique. While eating, Lin Sun introduced quickly. Whether Xia Ji heard him or not, she concentrated on eating, as if Lin Sun's words were not as attractive as the food in the bowl. Lin Sun didn't seem to be angry and just talked to himself. Learning and summarizing were a habit Lin Sun had developed when he was with Master Lu since childhood. Because Master Lu never explained anything, Lin Sun often had to comprehend, learn, and summarize any problems and gains by himself. Although the practice of martial arts was different from that of spiritual tattoos, the principles were the same. While talking, Xiaxia suddenly put down her chopsticks and raised her little face to look at the sky in the distance. A trace of solemnity flashed through her dark, jewel-like crescent eyes. "Someone is coming." Lin Sun was shocked. Usually, if it was a resident of the village, Xiaxia wouldn't have such a reaction. This could only mean one thing: someone had come to Feiyun village. "Let's continue eating." After thinking for a while, Lin Sun decided to deal with changes by remaining unchanged. "Oh," Xiaxia lowered her head and continued eating. "It smells so good." Just a moment later, a tall figure came uninvited and pushed the door open, followed by a woman in a black dress. They were the eldest child and Mu Wansu. The eldest child's eyes swept over the animal meat and animal skin hanging on the walls, and then fell on the boy and the little girl in front of the stone table in the center of the courtyard. "May I ask who you are?" Lin Sun stood up and asked, cupping one hand in the other before his chest. He was secretly surprised by the unfathomable breadth of the boy and the girl. Obviously, they were extremely powerful. Just by facing them, Lin Sun felt a kind of pressure blowing on his face. "Oh, we're just passing by," the eldest child said and came to the stone table. He looked down at the 6 pots of animal meat on the table and said, "Green vine python, green feather mountain marten, striped tiger. These dishes are really rich. I haven't tasted them for a long time. No wonder they smell so good." Lin Sun squinted and suddenly smiled. "In that case, if you don't mind, you can sit down and have a taste. Then I won't stand on ceremony." The eldest child smiled and sat down. He took a pair of chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Indeed, he didn't stand on ceremony at all. Looking at him, it was as if he were in his own home. Even Mu Wansu, who followed beside him, was slightly stunned. It seemed that she didn't expect that the eldest child would be interested in these dishes. With such a high status, he had eaten all kinds of delicacies in the world. Mu Wansu didn't understand. She glanced at Lin Sun and felt relieved when she found that he was just a teenager on the 3rd level of martial realm. Although Lin Sun was also curious about the purpose of the boy and the girl, he was a little relieved when he saw that they didn't show any bad intention after coming in. However, he wouldn't relax his vigilance before he figured out their purpose. "I'm going to bed." Suddenly, Xiaxia stood up and turned around to leave. Since some time, she had covered her face with a hat, so Mu Wansu didn't pay much attention to her and only regarded her as Lin Sun's younger sister. Only the eldest child inadvertently glanced at Xiaxia's back. He seemed to notice something and frowned imperceptibly. But finally, he shook his head and continued to chew the animal meat piece by piece. Lin Sun saw all these small details. Seeing that Xiaxia didn't make any special reaction, he was relieved. "Little brother, would you like a cup of wine?" The eldest child invited Lin Sun with a smile. Nobody knew when he took out a pot of wine, and the intoxicating fragrance of the wine filled the air. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Lin Sun walked forward and sat down with a smile, looking happy and at ease. Seeing this, Mu Wansu couldn't help but take another look at Lin Sun. A touch of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Few people could remain so calm in front of the eldest child. Although she was a little surprised by Lin's calmness, Mu Wansu's face changed slightly when she saw the flagon the child took out. "Child," Mu Wansu couldn't help but speak with a touch of anxiety on her face. "Don't worry." The child waved his hand to stop Mu Wansu from talking. Then he picked up the flagon and poured a cup for Lin. The wine was dark green in color, crystalline and translucent like amber, and it emitted a light, elegant, and continuous fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind. Looking at the cup, Lin's eyes brightened. "Good wine." He'd noticed Mu Wansu's expression earlier, and he'd roughly guessed that this wine was either a highly poisonous thing or an extremely expensive and rare wine. In Lin's view, the latter was more likely. After all, if the man and the woman really wanted to kill him, they didn't have to do this with their terrible breath. As he said, Lin raised the cup and drank it up, and then his eyes brightened again. After the wine entered his mouth, it was like the spring rain, permeating with warm spiritual energy and spreading to his limbs and bones. In just one breath, Lin felt that the spiritual energy in his body was gradually boiling, saturated and flowing as if it was cheering. Lin couldn't help but praise again, "It's really a good wine." Seeing Lin Sun drink so straightforwardly, the child couldn't help but look at him in surprise, and then he said with a smile, "This wine is called Four Seasons, brewed by Master May of the Heaven Workshop of Green Deer School. The first cup is like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening everything silently." As he said, he poured another cup for Lin. "Have a taste of the second cup." Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony and drank up the cup. He only felt a roar, as if a scorching torrent broke through the dam and poured into his mouth. The burning and violent airflow made Lin Sun shiver all over, and his skin turned red inch by inch. His face instantly flushed. It felt like being in a hot summer. The hot air like a furnace was steaming inside and outside his body, and every acupoint and pore was gushing abundant spiritual energy. Lin Sun opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, saying, "The same pot of wine has two different unique flavors. Master May of Green Deer School is really a great brewer." Hearing this, Muwansu couldn't help but feel speechless. What kind of person was Master May? He was a first-class pharmacist in the empire. This pot of wine of 4 seasons was a priceless treasure even in the forbidden city of the imperial capital. Only the most powerful and influential people could enjoy it. As the person in charge of Keystone business in Donglin town, Muwansu was also a powerful figure, but she still didn't dare to have a taste of 4 seasons. But now, the eldest young master had used this wine to entertain a youth from a remote village. Besides causing Muwansu to be speechless, she couldn't help but feel envious in her heart. This kid was ignorant, but his luck was extremely good. No one knew what was on Muwansu's mind. The young master laughed and said to Lin Sun, "The second cup is just like the scorching sun entering the throat and the fire running to the heart. It's all about the word scorching." Looking at Lin Sun's red cheeks, he said, "Little brother, can you drink the third cup?" Lin Sun did feel a little dizzy, not because he couldn't bear the wine, but because the spiritual energy in his body suddenly soared after only 2 cups of wine, like a mountain torrent suddenly surging in a small pond. He was almost out of control. Obviously, the so-called 4 Seasons wine was a kind of spiritual wine. And it was an extremely precious and rare spiritual wine. Lin Sun forced himself to run his cultivation and drove the surging spiritual energy in his body to circulate constantly with his qi, trying to digest the efficacy of the wine. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Since it's 4 Seasons wine, it would be a pity if I don't taste the third and fourth cup." How shameless this guy is. Muwansu thought to herself. She could tell that Lin Sun had obviously experienced the benefits of the wine of 4 seasons. Logically speaking, he should decline it in fear and trepidation. After all, it was so expensive that no one would dare to take the initiative to ask for it. But this brat, he looked like he wanted a yard after being given an inch. Child was also stunned. He looked at Lin Sun for a moment and said, "To tell you the truth, little brother, you really surprised me. Ordinary practitioners in martial realm will fall to the ground drunk after drinking the first cup of wine because they can't bear the spiritual energy in it. But you are obviously different from them." Lin Sun's eyes were blurred, his cheeks were burning, and his words became slurred. "Well, maybe I'm really good at drinking." Child smiled and poured the third cup of wine for Lin Sun. Suddenly, he pointed to the beasts' meat and hides hanging around the courtyard and said, "Little brother, did you kill all these fierce beasts?" Lin Sun shook his head. "No, there was a battle in a distant forest a few days ago. Most of these fierce beasts were affected at that time and died on the spot. But I got lucky." Battle, child and Muwansu's eyes were fixed at the same time. Lin Sun seemed to be drunk at the moment and said to himself, "You don't know yet, but both sides in that battle were strong practitioners in sea spirit realm. One of them was walking on a sword like a sword immortal. Sure enough, it was Shi Yutong." Child and Muwansu confirmed another judgment. Who was his opponent? Muwansu couldn't help asking. "I think, he was called Voodoo Barbarian." Lin Sun frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I don't remember clearly." As he spoke, he drank the third cup of wine. This time, the taste of the wine was refreshing and sweet, and it gurgled like a stream in an empty valley. It gave off a feeling of spaciousness, as if he was situated in the autumn sky with thin clouds, and it was lonely and bleak. Boom, the spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body was like an erupting volcano, roaring and tumbling, rumbling and scouring the meridians all over his body, becoming more and more violent. Even after being constantly refined by the spiritual vortex of heart vessel and 4 acupoints, it was difficult to restrain the trend of spiritual energy skyrocketing. If it went on like this, it would cause irreparable damage to his body. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and started to break through regardless of anything else. Child and Mu Wansu were not too surprised by his abnormal behavior. On the contrary, Lin Sun's current behavior was normal. It should be noted that wine of 4 seasons was specially brewed for practitioners above Gang Spirit Realm, which contained enormous spiritual energy. It was incredible that Lin Sun, a teenager at the 3rd level of Martial Realm, could insist on drinking 3 cups of wine. What really attracted their attention at this time was the voodoo barbarian mentioned by Lin Sun. There are strong practitioners of the Empire of the Dark in the 3000 Mountains. Did they also find out about the abnormal phenomenon of the peerless treasure? Child frowned, his resolute eyebrows full of killing intent. The Empire of the Dark, standing in the depths of the turbulent wasteland, was the mortal enemy of Xiao Empire. Since Xiaotong said so, it can't be wrong. But I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the Empire of the Dark began to move again. Mu Wansu pursed her lips, and a touch of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. Let's not talk about this. I'm just curious whether Xiaotong has found the peerless treasure mentioned by the Flamen. Child's eyes were full of cold light. Mu Wansu didn't know how to answer. There were too few clues. Unless she found Xiaotong himself and asked him, all speculations were unreliable. Child obviously understood this. He immediately shook his head and looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting on the ground to practice. Mu Wansu also looked at him and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Child, why do you entertain this person with the treasure of wine of 4 seasons? It's too wasteful. Child shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to say more. Seeing this, Mu Wansu was confused, but it was not appropriate to ask again. After a short time, Lin Sun, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He was full of spiritual energy. In a short time, his temperament had changed a lot. Compared with the past, he was more fierce, just like the unsheathing of a sword. In his body, the vigorous and pure spiritual energy flowed through the meridians and acupoints, passed through the heart vessel and the 4 acupoints, circulated along the 5 viscera, and returned to the meridians. Compared with the past, the acupoints in his body faintly glowed, making the blood and qi in his body surge with it. This was the 4th level of Martial Realm, orifices clearing. As the saying goes, the acupoints are connected to the gods, and the gods are full of qi and blood. Reaching this level meant that the qi and strength of practitioners would undergo another transformation. Congratulations, little brother. You've taken another step forward on the road of cultivation. Child cupped his hands with a smile. Lin Sun hurriedly got up and saluted, thanks to the wine, child. Otherwise, how could I get such a blessing? Child laughed and waved his hand, don't mention it. It's just a cup of wine. Please sit down. Lin Sun gladly accepted the order. This promotion was so accidental that he felt a little unprepared. But when he thought about it carefully, he knew that he had unconsciously owed Shai a big favor. But Lin Sun wouldn't say it out. Who knew whether Shai Child did it on purpose or not? If there was a chance in the future, he would pay it back. If there was no chance, he would pretend that it had never happened. Lin Sun was not that kind of old-fashioned and stubborn person, and he would not immediately be grateful to Shai Child just because he owed Shai Child a favor. Looking at Lin Sun sitting down naturally and calmly, Mu Wansu couldn't help but think highly of him. If it were someone else who got such an opportunity, who could maintain such a well-mannered attitude? To tell you the truth, I came to 3000 Mountains this time to look for peerless treasure. It's said that there was a strange phenomenon here nearly 3 months ago. Little brother, do you know about it? Child said casually and poured the 4th cup of wine for Lin Sun. I don't remember. Lin Sun shook his head. If there was any strange phenomenon in the past few months, I must remember it clearly. But I really can't think of any strange phenomenon. Other people in the village can also prove this. Child said oh and fell into meditation. Mu Wansu frowned and asked, little brother, are you sure? Before Lin Sun answered, Child waved his hand and said, well, don't ask more. I know what I'm doing. Muwansu was a little dissatisfied and glared at Lin Sun. It was fine that this boy didn't know how to be grateful after drinking wine of 4 seasons, but he couldn't give any valuable clues, which really annoyed her. But she also knew that a poor boy like Lin Sun probably wouldn't know the secret about the peerless treasure. At this time, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. Shurao Tianren, the village head, said excitedly, "Good news. Today we have gained a lot." His voice stopped abruptly. Shurao Tianren came at the wrong time. This was Lin's first thought. When he saw the villagers following behind Shurao Tianren, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Each of the villagers was carrying a huge sack on his back, which contained the Feiyun fire copper ores that they had dug out. What made Lin's head hurt was that the 2 little kids also came with a piece of Feiyun fire copper in their hands, which could not be concealed anymore. Lin's mind flashed, but he had taken the initiative to greet them and said with a smile, "Uncle Shurao, put these things down." Shurao Tianren nodded blankly and led the villagers to move quickly, directly ignoring the 2 strangers in the courtyard. They also sensed that something was wrong with the situation. Although they were puzzled, no one asked any questions. Even the 2 brats were hugged tightly by the adults to prevent them from talking. At last, Lin Sun winked at Shurao Tianren. The latter understood tacitly and hurried away with the villagers. Feiyun fire copper? Seeing all this, Muwansu opened her mouth. "Didn't you say that the small vein had been excavated long ago?" "Sister, you may not know this, but I accidentally broke into that abandoned mine a few days ago and found that there was an undiscovered vein in the deepest part of the mine." Lin Sun explained frankly since he couldn't hide it anymore. "It's a big fortune." Muwansu took a deep look at Lin Sun. Child Shurao was also surprised and said, "Spiritual fields, ferocious beasts, and Feiyun fire copper, your village is really good at making money." Lin Sun shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Child, you may not know this, but Feiyun village is located in the depths of 3,000 mountains, and the nearest Green Sun tribe is more than 2,000 miles away. Although we have some ores, spiritual grains, and prey, it's not easy to exchange them for wealth." Child Shurao smiled and saw through Lin Sun's concern at first glance. But he didn't point it out and said, "This is indeed a big problem." Lin Sun sighed, "Exactly." Child Shurao pondered for a while, took out a token and threw it to Lin Sun. "There is a chamber of commerce in Green Sun tribe called Keystone Business. If you want to exchange materials, you can go there with this token." "Eldest young master, you mustn't." Muwansu was shocked and said, "This token is something you always carry with you. It's too precious. How can you give it away so easily?" Lin Sun originally intended to decline, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but grasp the token tightly. "It's useless for me to keep this with me. I might as well give it away. Moreover, how can I take back something that I, Shi Xuan, have given away?" The eldest young master spoke indifferently, and his tone was calm yet revealed a strand of arrogance. Muwansu was still anxious and said, "But this," the eldest young master waved his hand and said, "It's settled then. You don't have to say anything else." He turned to Lin Sun and said, "Little brother, it's fate that we can meet here. If you go to the Forbidden City one day, you can come to Keystone Business to find me. Goodbye." With that, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Muwansu glanced at the token in Lin Sun's hand unwillingly, and then glared at Lin Sun fiercely, trying to make Lin Sun hand it over voluntarily. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and simply ignored her. He turned his head and solemnly said to the eldest young master in the distance, "Child, I will repay your kindness today in the future." Seeing this, Muwansu knew that the shameless teenager had made up his mind to take the token. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Boy, I'll settle accounts with you later." Lin Sun suddenly showed an expression of fear and trepidation, but his voice was loud and clear. "Sister, what account do you want to settle? Is it because I didn't take good care of you just now that you are angry with me?" As soon as these words came out, Muwansu secretly knew that she was in trouble. Sure enough, the voice of the eldest young master soon sounded in the distance. "Ha ha ha, little brother, don't be angry. Wansu is just joking with you. Wansu, hurry up." Muwansu was both angry and annoyed. She didn't expect that the teenager in front of her could be so shameless. Though she thought so, she still put on a sweet smile on her face. With her beautiful eyes sparkling, she said in a sweet voice, "Little brother, I remember that the Green Sun tribe is not far from Donglin town. If there is a chance, we will definitely meet again. As she said this, her black dress swayed, and she floated away. Don't worry, sister. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to Donglin town to see you. If someone bullies me, I will have to ask you to help me. Lin Sun said loudly with a smile. Mu Wansu, who had just walked out of the door, paused. Thinking of Lin Sun's shameless and cunning look, she couldn't help but gnash her teeth with hatred. Little bastard, since you dare to call me sister, I will let you have a taste of my means when there is a chance in the future. Mu Wansu cursed in her heart and hurried away. If she didn't leave soon, she was really worried that she couldn't help but beat the hateful little bastard. It was not that Mu Wansu was stingy, but she was very clear about the weight of the token worn by the eldest child Xianxia. The identity of the token was not only the identity, but also the unimaginable power, but now, this token was casually thrown by Xianxia to a village boy. How could Mu Wansu not be anxious, but what was done could not be undone, so Mu Wansu had to accept it. Watching the two leave, Lin Sun stood there quietly for a long time until he saw a streak of rainbow flying away. Then he let out a long breath of turbid air and lay on the chair like a broken skeleton. What he had experienced just now seemed to be calm and peaceful, but Lin Sun felt more tired than a fierce fight. Whether it was the eldest young master Xian or the woman called Wansu, both of them were extremely powerful. Not only were they powerful in terms of cultivation, but they were also smart and resourceful. Sitting with such people, Lin Sun seemed to be calm, but he was nervous all the time, not daring to be careless. Although it was all over now, Lin Sun still had some doubts in his heart. The eldest child Xianxia should be a strong man with a high status. His purpose of coming here was also easy to speculate. It must be for the so-called peerless treasure. The key point was that if Lin Sun's speculation was right, the time when the heavenly vision mentioned by Xianxia happened to be nearly 3 months ago, the day when Lin Sun cracked the secret of the heaven accessing place. Was there any connection between them? Lin Sun didn't dare to talk nonsense, but he would never tell anyone about it. What puzzled Lin Sun was that it seemed that people like Xianxia didn't have to entertain him with such a precious thing as wine of 4 seasons, and even gave him a token before leaving. Why did he do that? Lin Sun didn't believe that there was such a thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if there was, it would never fall on him. However, Lin Sun couldn't figure out Xianxia's mind no matter how hard he thought about it. Finally, he had to give up. As long as Xianxia didn't show any malice, it was enough. There was a glass of wine on the stone table. It was winter wine of 4 seasons. Lin Sun took it and drank it up. He felt a bone-chilling coldness piercing his throat like a knife, and then turned into countless tiny cold currents flowing all over his body, making him shiver all over. This wine was really amazing. It came from the same pot, but it was divided into 4 different flavors, and contained extremely terrifying spiritual power. Even with his current cultivation, Lin Sun could only refine 20% of its power, and most of the remaining power was suppressed and stored in his body. It wasn't absolutely a good thing to have a surge of power. Once one advanced too fast, it would easily lead to an unstable cultivation foundation, which would cause great hidden trouble for future cultivation. What Lin Sun pursued was the perfect cultivation state of water overflowing when it's full, so he attached great importance to the tempering of cultivation foundation. He didn't want to blindly pursue rapid advancement, which would make his cultivation path narrower and narrower. That was like seeking fish from a tree, and the loss outweighed the gain. At the same time, a flying carpet spiritual weapon was galloping in the clouds far away from the sky. Child, why did you do that just now? Now that there were no outsiders, Mu Wansu couldn't help asking the question she had been suppressing in her heart. I knew you couldn't help asking. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia's tall and sturdy figure was as unshakable as a mountain. If I said it was just a whim of mine, would you believe me? Mu Wansu was in a daze and shook her head honestly. But I do believe in this kind of fate. Xianxia said indifferently, this lad is about the same age as my 3rd brother, but it's rare that he doesn't have a trace of arrogance that a young man should have. What's more, his courage, wisdom and adaptability are also outstanding. A small place like Feiyun village is doomed to be unable to keep such a person. Mu Wansu sneered, I think he's just a shameless and cunning thief. He's not as good as you said. Szechuan smiled and looked down at the mountains and rivers in the distance calmly. He said, "You don't understand. There is a kind of person in the world who will burst into dazzling brilliance as long as he is given a chance. It's too early to talk about this. Whether he's a dragon or a snake, we'll know in the future." Mu Wansu didn't expect that the child would have such a high evaluation of a countryside lad. She couldn't help but look serious. Thinking about it carefully, from the moment he suddenly entered Lin Sun's house to the things that happened in the middle, Lin Sun's bearing and words were indeed not what a country boy should have. However, when Mu Wansu thought of the cunning look Lin Sun showed before leaving, it was hard for her to regard this lad as an outstanding person with great potential. Mu Wansu sighed, "I'm just worried that this lad won't understand your intention. There are too many ungrateful people in the world." The corners of Szechuan's mouth curled up into a smile. "It's just some wine and a useless token. What's the big deal? Even if he doesn't remember me in the future, it doesn't matter. Do you think I'll care about making a lad feel grateful to me?" Mu Wansu answered without hesitation, "Of course not." What a joke. Who was Szechuan? He was the eldest son of Fortune Godshire, the behind-the-scenes boss of Keystone Business. He was a first-class dazzling figure among the young generation in the Forbidden City. Most importantly, Szechuan was a strong practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm who could compete with Shi Yutong, the young Sword King. Perhaps it was just as Xian had said, everything he had done just now was merely a form of fate that he had conveniently done. Lin Sun held the token in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. The token was made of a special kind of jade, and it was engraved with a dense spiritual tattoo pattern. It was heavy in the hand. On the back of the token, there were 3 gilded ancient characters, Keystone Business. If Lin Sun guessed right, the spiritual tattoo should be a unique symbol of Keystone Business. With this token, I can solve a lot of problems. Lin Sun carefully put the token into the storage ring, and began to think about going to Green Sun Tribe to exchange materials. A few days ago, Wu Henshui, the deacon of Wu Medicine Shop, was killed by Xia Ji. According to Lin Sun's speculation, Wu Henshui would not let it go. Now that he had the token of Keystone Business, maybe he could start from this token to solve the hidden danger of Wu Medicine Shop. Anyway, I have to go to Green Sun Tribe. Lin Sun's eyes were full of thoughts. Green Sun Tribe was the closest place to Donglin Town in the 3000 Mountains. According to the village head Shirao Tianren, it was comparable to a prosperous town. Whether it was to solve the living problems of the villagers in Feiyun village or for his future cultivation, Lin Sun had to go there. But before that, Lin Sun had one more thing to solve, the second test of Green Cloud Path in Heaven accessing place. At night, Xia Ji woke up from her sleep. She walked out of her room and watched Lin Sun busy in the kitchen. After a long silence, she said, "Lin Sun, I want to become stronger." Lin Sun was stunned. He quickly brought out the cooked dishes one by one, and then looked at Xia Ji with a serious face and asked, "Why do you think so?" Xia Ji pursed her lips and said, "No reason." The little girl's expression was as tranquil as before, but an unprecedented firmness appeared in her pitch-black eyes. Lin Sun was silent for a moment. Thinking of what happened during the day, he vaguely understood and said, "The man and the woman are not bad people." Xia Ji shook her head and said, "I don't know what is good or bad. I only know that if I don't become stronger, I will be very passive when I meet people who are more powerful than me. I don't like this kind of passivity." Lin Sun nodded and said, "I see." He did understand that Xia Ji's worldview might be simple, but she was born with a keen insight and knew what she needed. Just like today, when eldest young Master Szechuan and the others came, Xia Ji didn't even eat her favorite food and directly turned around and went into her room. At that moment, she must have realized that she was no match for Szechuan and could only choose to temporarily retreat. Lin Sun asked while filling her bowl with rice, "How do you plan to become stronger?" Xia Ji picked up her chopsticks and thought for a long time before she said, "Fight. As long as I fight with powerful people, I can quickly become stronger." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. The answer was beyond his expectation and made him distressed. It was a helpless way to become stronger. If they had the guidance of the elders in the sect, if they had all kinds of powerful inherited cultivation techniques, if they had abundant cultivation resources, who would choose to become stronger by fighting? Unfortunately, both Lin Sun and Xia Ji were now alone, like a pair of orphans who could only rely on themselves. Lin Sun finally made up his mind and said, "Let's talk about it later. I'll give you an answer in a few days." Xianxia nodded. She had never questioned or resisted Lin Sun's decision, which was a kind of complete trust. And it was this trust that made Lin Sun secretly decide to take Xianxia away to Donglin town after he solved the problem in Feiyun village. By any means and at any cost, he would find her the best place for cultivation. Lin Sun absolutely didn't want to see Xianxia fighting with powerful enemies, which was too dangerous. 3 days passed in a flash. At night, Xianxia had fallen asleep. The starlight floating in from the window sprinkled on her quiet and beautiful white face, giving off an innocent atmosphere. Lin Sun sat cross-legged, his handsome face calm like an ancient well. In the sea of his consciousness, wisps of consciousness rushed to the mysterious bloody gate, the gate to heaven, that had been floating quietly like a tide. Just for a moment, a familiar feeling came over him, as if he was walking in time and space. In a trance, he appeared in that mysterious space again. The straight green cloud path went straight to the distance, and at the end was the mysterious and towering gate to heaven. Standing on the green cloud path, Lin Sun looked around and couldn't help sighing with emotion. This was the heaven accessing place. What kind of person made it? An obscure wave swept over Lin Sun's body in an instant. The next moment, a cold, empty and emotionless voice sounded in this world. "Practitioner, the second test of green cloud path is called body refining. You have 108 chances to pass it. Every time you fail, you will have 3 days to rest. If you fail all 108 times, you will fail, and the heaven accessing place will be sealed again." "I see. Let's start." Lin Sun looked calm, with a touch of determination in his clear and deep eyes. "Let's begin." Along with the voice, a light curtain suddenly gushed out from the green cloud path, which was like a vast ocean with raging waves sweeping across the sky. Before Lin Sun could react, a huge whirlpool of water gushed out from the light curtain, like a black hole, and swallowed Lin Sun instantly. The test of body refining is open. The place is the battlefield of spiritual tattoos, Mill Waterfalls. The conditions for passing the test are to break through the waves and reach the peak. In the dark room, Xianxia, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Sun sitting cross-legged, she couldn't help but close her eyes again. But just for a moment, she opened her eyes again, with a touch of confusion on her face. In her perception, Lin Sun seemed to evaporate out of thin air, leaving not even a trace of his breath. But when she opened her eyes, she found Lin Sun in front of her, which made her confused. She opened her dark eyes wide and stared at Lin Sun for a long time. After making sure that he was real, she closed her eyes again and began to sleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she lost Lin Sun's breath, which made Xianxia feel inexplicably agitated for the first time. After a long time, the little girl fell into a deep sleep. Rumble, the deafening sound of flowing water echoed in his ears like a clap of thunder. When Lin Sun opened his eyes, he saw that he had appeared in a boundless sea. The blue sea was vast and mighty, intersecting with the sky. Less than 3,000 meters away, there was a mountain peak that pierced the sky. The mountain peak was extremely unique. Huge waves that were like white dragons poured down from the peak of the mountain, rumbling as they crashed into the surface of the sea, causing huge waves to rise. From a distance, it was like a water mountain, with hundreds and thousands of waves rushing down from the top, which was spectacular. At the same time, a series of information about passing the test appeared in Lin Sun's mind, which made him instantly understand that if he wanted to pass the test, he must face the falling waves and climb to the top of the mountain. Lin Sun's face suddenly became solemn. Now that he was only at the 4th level of martial realm, it was not difficult to climb the mountain. The difficulty was how to break through the pouring waterfalls. There was no way to dodge. Lin Sun looked carefully. The mountain was extremely high, probably thousands of meters high. Heavy waterfalls fell from the top of the mountain, like roaring water dragons. If he wanted to climb to the top of the mountain, he could not avoid the impact of those waterfalls. There were 108 chances to pass the test, which seemed to be a lot. But Lin Sun was very clear that the more it was, the more difficult it was to pass the test. Lin Sun would never waste these chances to pass the test. "I'm afraid the key to this test is how to resist the impact of those waterfalls. If I want to climb the mountain, I must be steady. Once I fall down, it means that I fail the test. Since this test is called body refining, maybe I should start with physical strength. As for spiritual energy, it may not be useful anymore. Lin Sun stepped forward and found that although he couldn't fly, he didn't feel any sinking when he stepped on the sea as if he was walking on the flat ground. This might be some special arrangement of the spiritual tattoo battlefield. Lin Sun didn't think too much and didn't rush to climb the mountain. Instead, he spent a full hour to carefully observe the mountain around. There was no shortcut. After confirming this fact, Lin Sun also gave up the idea of taking shortcuts and carefully came to the foot of the mountain. The rolling waterfalls, like roaring dragons, poured down from the top of the mountain with a terrible force, splashing thousands of waves. Even standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Sun felt a suffocating sense of oppression. He tried to run the spiritual energy in his body, and found that it seemed to be imprisoned and couldn't be used at all. This proved even more clearly that this test tested the strength of one's body refinement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the magnificent picture. He couldn't help feeling lofty in his heart. How comfortable it would be if he could set foot on this mountain and conquer it. Without hesitation, Lin Sun's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were like taut bowstrings. His muscles bulged and the strength of his body was condensed to the extreme, like a fully drawn bow. Then he stepped forward and stepped on a rugged rock at the foot of the mountain. Boom! In an instant, a waterfall rushed down and hit Lin Sun hard. Lin Sun staggered and almost flew out. This blow was even stronger than the full blow of a practitioner at the third level of martial realm. Lin Sun was shocked. His toes were like iron claws, and he exerted the strength exertion skill of 1,000 pounds falling to the surface of the rock to stabilize his body. But even so, he had to bear the impact of the waterfall all the time, which felt like someone with a giant hammer constantly smashing on his body. It was unbearable pain. Lin Sun knew clearly that he couldn't stop here. If it went on like this, he would be finished sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his arms to face the impact of the waterfall. His fingers suddenly inserted into the rock wall, and at the same time, he jumped up and climbed up. Boom! Boom! However, in just a moment, 2 consecutive waterfalls rushed to him. Lin Sun didn't have time to react, and his whole body was knocked out. Fuck! It's too difficult. In the air, Lin Sun couldn't help swearing. The next moment, he returned to the green cloud path of the heaven accessing place. The seeker failed for the first time. At the same time, the hollow and cold voice sounded. In the room shrouded in darkness, Lin Sun gasped for breath. Every inch of his skin was tingling as if being pricked by needles, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. I didn't expect that the second test would be more perverted than I expected, Lin Sun murmured, but he was not discouraged. He had expected that the chance of success in his first attempt was small. What he didn't expect was that he failed in a hurry at the beginning, which was hard for Lin Sun to accept for a while. Glancing at Xianxia who was sleeping soundly, Lin Sun didn't feel sleepy at all. He walked out of the room alone, intending to take a cold bath. Walking out of the room, Lin Sun didn't notice that a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth, which disappeared in a flash. In her sleep, she felt Lin Sun's existence again. Although she didn't know what happened to Lin Sun, as long as she could feel his breath, Xianxia felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was already late at night, and the sky was shining with a faint luster. In the courtyard, Lin Sun was soaking in a wooden barrel, feeling the cold feeling of water moistening his skin, and the tingling all over his body faded a lot. The second test will start in 3 days, but I'm afraid I'm doomed to fail according to my current physical strength. Lin Sun leaned against the barrel, staring at the vast night sky in a trance. The water mountain that stood towering above the ocean was 3,000 feet tall. The current was rapid, and the waterfall was like a dragon. The force of the impact was so great that it was unimaginable. Wanting to ascend the mountain while facing the waterfall was practically impossible. Lin Sun even doubted that even if he refined his body to the 9th level of martial realm, he wouldn't have much hope to pass this test, let alone now. It's really a headache. Lin Sun couldn't come up with a solution after thinking for a long time, so he couldn't help sighing. What? But soon, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that the strength of his body seemed to be recovering at an incredible speed. Every inch of his skin, tendons, bones, and flesh produced a feeling of numbness, as if they were growing. Lin Sun's mind was immediately attracted. Sensing carefully, he found that there was a faint strange power in his body, which was constantly integrating with his body. And his body that had been tingling not only recovered quickly, but also became stronger than before. This unexpected change refreshed Lin Sun at once, and he suddenly remembered the situation when he left the heaven accessing place for the first time a few months ago. At that time, he thought he had passed the first test of Green Cloud Path, and the reward he got was only of meditating magic. Who would have thought that even the wounds on his heart vessel and 4 acupoints would not exist? Instead, he had condensed 4 spiritual vortexes. Not only that, but also from that time, his thin and weak body was greatly improved. Could it be that every time I enter the heaven accessing place, I can improve my body imperceptibly? Or perhaps, the changes in my body are related to my attempt to break through the barrier of body refinement? Of in Lin, in, he, and he of the in, he of. In, and the body of Lin, of heart, he, in, and of, in, and. Just now, the stinging pain all over his body was the aftereffect of being hit by the waterfall. But now, it seemed like it was also a kind of training for his body. It was possible, when Lin Sun thought that this test was called body refining, he could only use his physical strength instead of spiritual energy. He felt more and more that the faint strange power in his body might come from the mill waterfalls. This discovery cheered up Lin Sun, who was originally depressed. He hurriedly dried his body and put on clean clothes. Standing in the courtyard, he began to practice marching boxing. Hoo! 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 The wind generated by his fists shook the air. Feeling his physical strength carefully, Lin Sun found that his strength had improved a lot. In the past, he could only make the air vibrate with a full force punch, but now, he could do it with a casual strike. From the looks of it, even if I fail, I can't give up on those opportunities to challenge the trials. If I can improve my physique time and time again, my strength will only become stronger. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the trials will gradually become easier for me. The more Lin Sun thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. That should be it. This is the real purpose of body refining in the second test of Green Cloud Path. It is to train my physique. Even if I fail many times, I can still face failure more calmly. Like the first test of the Green Cloud Path, it seems that it is only to comprehend and grasp the mystery of the flowing light spiritual tattoo. Who would have thought that the real mystery of the flowing light spiritual tattoo is the secret of practicing the meditating magic? It seems that I have underestimated the trials on Green Cloud Path. Who can imagine that behind each trial there is an unimaginable mystery? At this moment, Lin Sun felt that he was suddenly enlightened. Standing alone in the boundless night, his eyes were as bright as stars. Another 3 days passed. At night, Lin Sun entered the heaven accessing place and tried the mill waterfalls again. Because of his stronger physique, Lin Sun climbed more than 6 meters high this time before he was smashed out by the torrents of the 3 waterfalls. Compared with this failure, Lin Sun cared more about the change in his physique. After careful perception, he found that his previous speculation was right. After this test, his physique became stronger again. Lin Sun calculated that if he tried every 3 days, 108 times would take him 3 or 2 or 4 days, which was almost a year. If he could improve his physique every time, the benefits would be immeasurable. More than that, he could also refine his physique in different ways during daily cultivation. With such superposition, he could imagine how strong his physique would be at that time. All this also rekindled Lin Sun's fighting spirit to conquer the second test of Green Cloud Path. It's a pity that I have to go to Green Sun Tribe because I have accumulated too many goods. Otherwise, I would like to spend all my time on cultivation. That night, Lin Sun sighed. He had promised Shirao Tianren, the village head, that he would set off for Green Sun Tribe more than 2,000 miles away tomorrow. The next morning, at the entrance of Feiyun village, Lin Sun waved goodbye to the villagers, riding a tall and handsome scaled horse. "I'll wait for you to come back." Standing beside the scaled horse, Shiraoji raised her little face and said seriously, "If you don't come back, I'll definitely go to find you." "Okay." Lin Sun smiled, which was indescribably brilliant in the morning sunshine. Neigh, the scaly horse let out a long neigh and galloped away with Lin Sun on its 4 hooves. Shiraoji gazed at it for a long time until Lin Sun's figure disappeared from her sight. Then she withdrew her gaze and returned home alone. Her young and delicate figure looked very lonely. Some villagers wanted to invite Xiaoji to their homes. After all, Lin Sun was gone and no one would cook for her, which was too pitiful for a little girl. Shirao Tianren, the village head, stopped them and shook his head. There's no need to do that. Xiaoji is different from others. We just need to take good care of her. The villagers thought about it and agreed with him. Xiaoji was very unique, totally different from other children. Even Lin Sun was no match for her. Coupled with the indifference and alienation that Xiaoji exuded, none of the villagers dared to approach her rashly. I just hope little brother Lin Sun can come back as soon as possible. Shirao Tianren took a deep breath and murmured. The boundless mountains, like the backbone of the world, stretched up and down, dotted with mountains and rivers. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate everywhere. This was the 3,000 Mountains, located in the southwest border of Xiao Empire. It had been called the natural moat since ancient times. It was said that there were many ferocious beasts and numerous dangerous areas in the 3,000 Mountains. Once an ordinary person set foot in it, he would definitely die. Rumble the scaled horse galloped, kicking up dust. On its back was an animal skin bag more than 3 meters high, weighing at least hundreds of kilograms. Inside were some fierce beast skins, bones, sharp claws, and other materials. There were also some spirit herbs and spirit materials that grew deep in the mountains. Of course, compared with these visible goods, the goods in Lin Sun's storage ring were the most valuable. That was 150 kilograms of Feiyun fire copper. It was not an ore, but a refined pure Feiyun fire copper of amazing value. Riding on the scaled horse, Lin Sun didn't rush at full speed. The 3,000 Mountains were too dangerous, with dangerous mountains and rivers everywhere. One careless move and he would run into danger. In addition, this was the first time Lin Sun went to the Green Sun tribe alone. He only knew that he would arrive at the destination in about 3 days if he went all the way to the north. As for the specific road conditions, he had no idea at all. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to be more cautious. Fortunately, there was no other danger until noon, except for some beasts along the way. The noon sun was scorching. Seeing that the scaled horse was already out of breath, Lin Sun didn't go on. He slowed down his pace and found a dense forest, where he dismounted and took a rest. Lin Sun took out some dried beast meat and chewed it to replenish his strength. In his mind, he was thinking about what to do when he arrived at the Green Sun tribe. After 30 minutes. Seeing that the scaled horse had enough rest, Lin Sun immediately mounted it and planned to continue his journey. Boom! Just at this moment, the earth in the distance suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. From a distant mountain peak, huge rocks poured down with a rumble. At the same time, there was a burst of beast roaring in the forest, full of horror. Even the scaly horse he was riding was restless. Lin Sun felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. He looked around, but found nothing at all. What was going on? Right at this moment, a bright golden light suddenly charged out from the extremely distant mountains. The light was dazzling, and one could faintly see that it seemed to be an enormous golden claw. The giant claw, which looked like it was made of gold, rose up and covered the sky. At that moment, even Lin Sun was frightened and felt cold all over. What the hell was that? But just a moment later, the giant golden claw disappeared, the golden light in the sky faded away, and everything returned to normal. The earth was no longer shaking. That scene was so abrupt that Lin Sun couldn't imagine why such a shocking scene would suddenly happen. Until he calmed down, Lin Sun drove the scaly horse forward, but he was more careful than before. The 3,000 Mountains were really dangerous and unpredictable. He had encountered such a horrible scene when he was less than 1,000 miles away from Feiyun village. It was most likely an unimaginable fierce beast. Dozens of miles ahead, Lin Sun saw the traces of the mountain collapse. Many rocks, ranging from tens of thousands of kilograms to hundreds of thousands of kilograms, were scattered among the mountains. This area was also very creepy. The ground was scorched black and barren, which formed a sharp contrast with the luxuriant forest in the distance. That place was full of vigor and vegetation, but here it was dead silent and everything was barren, appearing desolate and forbidding. Lin Sun remembered that the giant golden claw he just saw came from this area, but he couldn't tell where it came from. After arriving here, the scaly horse began to be restless again, its forehoofs trembling, as if it was about to fall to the ground. Lin Sun's heart also palpitated, and his hair stood on end. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he chose a roundabout way and carefully bypassed this area. It wasn't until he ran for dozens of miles that the palpitations in his heart disappeared, and the scaly horse also returned to its former tame and calm state. Weird. Lin Sun pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the reason. He shook his head and continued on his way. Only in the evening, when night was about to descend, did a surging river appear before them. It was grand and powerful, the waves surging violently as it surged between the mountains and lofty ridges. Under the setting sun, the water was dyed orange, like burning blood, which was quite spectacular. Lin Sun got off the horse and came to the river bank. He found a safe place near a pile of rocks, planning to rest here for the night and set off tomorrow morning. He caught 2 fish from the river, set up a bonfire, and began to prepare dinner for himself. The scaly horse was lying lazily on one side, snoring. The atmosphere was exceptionally peaceful. At the same time, a group of people were dashing hastily a few tens of kilometers away. The person in the lead was a young man in an embroidered robe. He had narrow eyes, a hawk nose, and a gloomy and ruthless bearing. Beside him were over a dozen experts, and every single one of them was extraordinary. This was especially true of a gray-robed old man. Although his figure was emaciated, when his eyes opened and closed, violet electricity flowed about. And his aura was like an abyss, shocking to the extreme. However, at this moment, the old man's face was a little pale, especially on his shoulder. There was a shocking wound. His skin and flesh were split open, and his bones were faintly visible. Although the wound had stopped bleeding a long time ago, strands of golden light were still burning, causing the wound to be unable to heal. Haha, it's all thanks to Elder Xingting that we were able to snatch that treasure from that bastard. When we return, I'll definitely ask my father for a reward on your behalf. The young man in front suddenly laughed out loud, his voice filled with excitement and pride. Young master is too kind. This old man doesn't deserve it. The gray-robed elder forced a smile. His face was pale, and the wound on his shoulder was still being burned by the golden flames. It was clear that he was suppressing this pain, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Elder Xingting, are your injuries really fine? The young man asked with concern. Although the power of the true flame of the mysterious sparrow is extremely vicious, as long as you give me some time, I'll be able to destroy it. However, I can't fly anymore, which delays your journey. Xingting, the gray-robed elder, was obviously very respectful to the young man, and his words were quite humble. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it takes some time. What's more, if I fly, I'm afraid that I'll be found by that bastard again. If it catches up with me, there will be endless troubles in the future. Speaking of this, the young man suddenly thought of something and couldn't help laughing proudly again. Elder Xingting, do you think this treasure is the peerless treasure mentioned by the flamen on the observatory of the Forbidden City? Xingting thought for a moment and said, Young master, the origin of this treasure is quite strange. It should not belong to that bastard. According to my speculation, maybe your guess is right. The young man laughed and said, no matter what, many top figures in the Forbidden City have come to the 3,000 mountains because of this peerless treasure. It can be said to be a gathering of wind and clouds, attracting the attention of the whole world. But now that this treasure has been obtained by us, their efforts are destined to be in vain. Xingting frowned and reminded, Young master, please be careful with your words. This matter must not be publicized, or it will be coveted by others. The young man nodded repeatedly, yes, Elder Xingting is right. After a pause, his eyes suddenly flashed a touch of coldness. He glanced at the powerful followers around him and said, Did you hear what Elder Xingting said? From today on, no one is allowed to mention this matter again. If this matter is leaked, don't blame me for being ruthless. Those followers hurriedly promised. Before long, a mighty long river appeared in their sight. Young master, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here and continue our journey tomorrow? Xingting suddenly said. Okay. The young man pondered for a moment before agreeing. Among their group, Xingting had the highest cultivation base, possessing Sea of Soul Realm battle power. However, he had suffered quite a bit of injuries. Since he requested to rest, they naturally couldn't neglect him. "Young master, there seems to be someone over there." At this time a follower said and pointed to the opposite bank of the river. In the distance, they could see a bonfire burning. Immediately, the young man and others became nervous. In the 3,000 mountains, those who dared to walk in it were absolutely not ordinary people. What was more, many top figures had come for the peerless treasure. If they encountered one of them, the situation would be a little bad. "Don't panic, everyone. It's just a young man on the 4th level of martial realm." Xingting glanced around and instantly found some clues, saying carelessly, "Oh, let's go and have a look." The young man suddenly felt relaxed and led the others to cross the river with lightness skill. As Xingting said, it was a young man about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in old coarse linen clothes. Although he looked clean and tidy, he looked too shabby in the eyes of the young man and others. This young man, of course, was Lin Sun. Just now, he also noticed that someone was approaching. Now seeing such a group of people approaching, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. If he didn't see it wrong, almost all of these people had the cultivation of gang spirit realm, and they were surrounded by wisps of gang spirit chi. It was absolutely true. Even the spirit revealed by the gray-clothed old man was more horrible. Lin Sun had to be vigilant when such a group of people appeared in the wilderness. "Oh, it seems that he is a little native living in the 3,000 mountains." The young man glanced at Lin Sun, smiled frivolously, and waved his hand disdainfully. "Little guy, we all have a rest here. If you don't mind, you can leave now. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't embarrass you." The group of followers burst into laughter. The gray-clothed old man frowned, and finally didn't say anything more. A young man didn't deserve too much attention. Thank you, everyone." Lin Sun stammered with a look of awe and trepidation. Then he led the scaly horse and ran away. Looking at Lin Sun's frightened look, the young man and his followers couldn't help laughing again. Sure enough, he is a little bumpkin who has never seen the world. Child's light words scared him away. "Ha ha ha." A follower flattered, which made the young man couldn't help laughing and said, "This little bumpkin is smart. He knows that if he doesn't leave, he will definitely suffer some hardships. But he is too cowardly and spineless." "Child, you're wrong. No matter how spineless this little bumpkin is, he can only retreat with his tail between his legs when he sees you." The followers flattered like a tide, making the young man laugh again and again. Only Xingting frowned, but he couldn't do anything about it. His child was the eldest son of Lu Wujuan, the governor of the southwestern province of the empire. His status was noble, but his temperament was so domineering that even Xingting dared not say anything. They didn't notice that in a place dozens of miles away, Lin Sun, who was running in a panic, suddenly stopped and climbed a big tree. His eyes were like cold stars, looking at the bank of the river in the distance. At this time, there was no trace of fear on Lin Sun's face. He became calm and indifferent, holding a huge white bone bow in his hand. Just now, Lin Sun was humiliated and driven away. Although he seemed to retreat, he was actually very angry in his heart. But he had no choice. Compared with those people, his current cultivation was really not good enough. If he fought recklessly, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg, and he would die in vain. "I really don't want to give up," Lin Sun murmured. He knew that even if he waited here, he couldn't find a chance to teach those people a lesson. But he was extremely unwilling to swallow his anger and leave. At this time, the sky and the earth suddenly shook in the distance. At the same time, a golden light rushed up from a very far place, piercing the darkness and extremely dazzling. That was the towering beast claw that he had seen before. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed at once, and then a strange smile appeared on his lips. The place where the towering beast claw appeared seemed to be the riverside just now. Those guys were going to be out of luck. Lin Sun almost laughed out. It was really God who opened his eyes. He suddenly jumped down from the tree and approached there like a gust of wind. Lin Sun wanted to see whether those guys would be in trouble or not. At the same time, he was really curious about what kind of horrible beast the towering beast claw belonged to. Soon, Lin Sun stopped and looked shocked. In his field of vision, he finally saw a huge golden beast, like a mountain, galloping under the night sky. Its whole body was shining with golden light, illuminating the whole world. the golden light was like fire, illuminating the world. The giant beast was as huge as a mountain. It galloped in the air like a fierce beast from ancient times. It could cover the sun and the moon and break mountains and rivers with its roar. Although it was far away, Lin Sun still felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He trembled all over and his soul was inexplicably oppressed. It could be vaguely seen that the giant beast was like a deer or a horse. Its head was like a dragon's head, and its tail was like a rainbow. Its whole body was covered with golden fur, and its 4 hooves were stepping on blazing light. It galloped in the air with overflowing golden light and billions of divine flames. It roared and poured down, burning the mountain and turning the ancient forest into ashes. It was extremely terrible. Its opponent, holding a spear, kept waving it, and emitting terrible spear shadows and cold light. Obviously, he couldn't bear it and was suppressed to dodge. Lin Sun judged in an instant that it was the gray-robed old man and the group of people who were fighting against the giant beast just now. It was them. Lin Sun's smile was weird. It was absolutely a lie to say that he was not gloating. But when he saw the power of the old man in gray fighting in the air, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. This was another sea spirit realm existence. Together with the man in green robe, Xia Yutong, the barbarian, and Shuan, the young master of Keystone business, this was the 4th sea spirit realm existence Lin Sun had seen. It could be imagined how many top figures were attracted to the 3,000 mountains for the so-called peerless treasure. But these had nothing to do with Lin Sun. Compared with the sea spirit realm, his cultivation was still not good enough, and he couldn't get involved in this storm at all. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes were attracted by the golden beast. He secretly speculated that the golden beast claw he saw at noon was caused by the old man and his companions. But what on earth did they do to make this giant beast so furious? Boom, the earth shook, and the light rain splashed like falling meteors, smashing the earth, burning the ancient forest, destroying the mountains, and scorching the earth inch by inch. This scene was too terrifying, and once one was affected by it, one was bound to die without a doubt. Lin Sun didn't dare to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. After confirming that the old man and his companions were really in trouble, his anger had been released. If he didn't leave now, he would be risking his life. Bang! However, when Lin Sun ran for less than 1 mile, he heard a rapid sound of something breaking through the air, and then a sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from the forest not far away. Then, a series of painful moans were heard. Lin Sun was startled. This voice was so familiar. He carefully approached and saw a badly mutilated figure lying on the ground, covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Even so, Lin Sun could still tell from his clothes that he was the young child of that group of people. Lin Sun was overjoyed. God seemed to favor him today. Not only did he send a giant beast to trample on those people to avenge him, but he also sent the culprit to him. Of course, Lin Sun knew that he was just imagining things. He turned around and saw that the battle in the distance was still ongoing. If Lin Sun guessed right, the young child was thrown out of the battlefield by the gray-robed old man, in case the young child, who seemed to be of extremely noble status, was killed. Unfortunately, this fellow had landed right in front of him. Child, we meet again. Lin Sun walked forward with a smile. At this moment, the young man was dying and seriously injured. Even with the cultivation of Gang Spirit Realm, he was no different from a disabled person. You, the young man gasped and opened his bloody eyes. When he saw Lin Sun clearly, he immediately shouted, "Little native, take me away from here. When I'm safe, I promise you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future." His voice was rapid and hoarse. In the end, he even coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely miserable. Child, I don't want glory and wealth. Lin Sun shook his head and still said with a smile, I'm already very satisfied to see you like this. Goodbye. Saying this, he turned around and left. Wait a minute. The young child cried, Little brother, what do you want to promise to help me once? Tell me and I'll promise you everything. Lin Sun turned around and looked at the young child's eager eyes. He sighed and said, Child Lu, you occupied the magpie's nest with poison and drove me away. It's already very benevolent of me not to kill you now. Do you want to push your luck? Lu Yukuan cried, Little brother, it's all my fault just now. I apologize to you. I only ask you to be magnanimous and save me once. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. But at the end of his words, he suddenly coughed violently and trembled all over. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground and his breath became extremely weak. Lin Sun pondered for a moment and stepped forward, saying, "Well, there's no great hatred between us. It's okay to save you once." He squatted down and reached out to help Liu Yukuan up. Whoosh! At this moment, Liu Yukuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of ruthlessness and coldness. His originally weak body suddenly stood up. At the same time, he shook his arm and clasped Lin Sun's neck. A dagger appeared in his hand and was pressed against Lin Sun's throat. Liu Yukuan laughed grimly, "Little bastard. Be obedient, or else this sword will take your life." Lin Sun didn't move, but there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he laughed, "Sure enough, I knew people like you wouldn't have good intentions even if you asked for help." Liu Yukuan said coldly, "What do you mean?" Bang! At this moment, the muscles of Lin Sun's shoulder blades suddenly expanded, releasing a huge shock force. In an instant, Liu Yukuan's arm around his neck was shaken away. At the same time, he tilted his head back and twisted his wrist in a strange way. He clasped Liu Yukuan's arm tightly and twisted it violently. With a crack, Liu Yukuan's arm was dislocated and his joints were dislocated. The dagger in his hand suddenly lost its strength and fell to the ground. With a snap, Lin Sun turned over and slapped Liu Yukuan in the face, causing him to howl miserably and lose several teeth. "How could it be, you?" Liu Yukuan was horrified. How could he have expected that Lin Sun, who had been subdued by him, would turn defeat into victory in just a moment? All this was due to Lin Sun's practice of separating tendons and dislocating bones from Xia solstice. In the case of close combat, this kind of skill in using physical strength was absolutely incredible and impossible to guard against. Unfortunately, Liu Yukuan only regarded Lin Sun as a practitioner on the 4th level of martial realm. He had been guarding against Lin Sun's use of spiritual energy, but neglected Lin Sun's terrible physical strength. "Child Liu, I saved you out of kindness. Is this how you treat me?" Lin Sun sighed and picked up the dagger. Without any hesitation, he pierced Liu Yukuan's throat with one blow, and blood burst out. Looking at the shock, resentment and unwillingness in Liu Yukuan's eyes, Lin Sun smiled and said, "Child Liu, although the little native is inconspicuous, he has a clear distinction between love and hate. Once he has the chance, he will not hesitate to kill a scum like you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself, can't you?" Liu Yukuan's lips made a sound, and finally fell to the ground. And died unwillingly. Lin Sun put away his smile and looked back at the distance. Seeing that the battle there had already ended, Lin Sun was shocked. He quickly searched Liu Yukuan's body, but only found a purple jade belt that he was wearing. It should be a storage spiritual weapon. Lin Sun didn't look at it and hurried away. Not long after, the scaly horse galloped, carrying Lin Sun's figure to the distance in the night, and soon disappeared. He had to leave as soon as possible. Lin Sun was very clear that Liu Yukuan's identity was absolutely not simple since he was followed by a sea spirit realm practitioner as a guard. Once such a child with a strong background died, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Roar! Lin Sun, riding on the scaly horse, was running wildly. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shaking roar coming from a distance. The scaly horse was so frightened that it whined and became restless. Turning his head, Lin Sun saw a huge golden fierce beast roaring in the distant sky, its voice full of anger. Endless flames poured down like a rainbow from the sky, burning the world as if it had turned into a fiery hell. It was terrible. Lin Sun felt lucky in his heart. If he had left a little later and stayed in front of Liu Yukuan's body, he would have been doomed to be affected and die. But Lin Sun couldn't judge whether the grey-clothed old man and his group had died in the battle. "Anyway, I must leave this place as soon as possible." Lin Sun took a deep breath and urged the restless scaly horse to continue running wildly. Golden Flame Beast. It's this beast, could it be? How many years has it been? Who would have thought that there was a golden flame beast hidden in the 3,000 mountains? This is a strange beast with a trace of blood relationship with the ancient divine beast, Fire Kylan. It's really not simple. I underestimated the 3,000 mountains before. It's the first time that I've found traces of this beast in nearly 1,000 years. Let's go and have a look. Maybe the appearance of this beast has something to do with the peerless treasure. At the same time, in different areas of the 3,000 mountains, the shocking roar of the golden flame beast also attracted the attention of many top practitioners who came to look for the peerless treasure. For example, Shi Yutong, the ninth young master of the Xia family, Shi Xuan, the first young master of Keystone business, and so on. This night was doomed to not be peaceful. It was the same for Lin Sun and those practitioners who gathered in the 3,000 mountains because of the rumor of a peerless treasure. But Lin Sun didn't know that it didn't take long for Lu Yuquan's charred body to be found, which caused a great disturbance. This was the eldest son of Lu Wujuan, the governor of the southwestern province of the empire, who was Lu Wujuan. He was a well-known strong practitioner of Tao Insight realm in the empire, and he was also famous in the cultivation world of the empire. Lu Wujuan was a brave and iron-blooded soldier. He had been in charge of the southwestern province of the empire for nearly 50 years. He was famous and powerful. Lu Yuquan died in the 3,000 mountains. As his father, how could Lu Wujuan let it go? When dawn was about to break, the scaly horse couldn't bear it anymore after running all night. It staggered and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Sun turned over and landed on the ground steadily. Looking at the sweaty scaly horse, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was so sorry that he had exhausted the horse while he was running. "Brother horse, I'm sorry." Lin Sun took out some spiritual materials and gave them to the scaly horse. Seeing the horse chewing happily, Lin Sun smiled slightly. The scaly horse was a kind of fierce beast, but once it was tamed, its temperament would become extremely docile. Lin Sun couldn't live without the scaly horse when running between Green Sun tribe and Feiyun village in the future. Lin Sun also found a place to rest. He took out the spirit refining liquid and gulped it down. Then he took out the purple jade belt peeled from Lu Yuquan. This was a precious spiritual storage device. The belt was not only engraved with exquisite and dense spiritual tattoos, but also inlaid with fine pearls and jades. It was extraordinarily luxurious. However, in Lin Sun's view, these decorations were too flashy. If it were him, he would never make a spiritual storage device so dazzling, for it would only attract thieves' attention. He opened the purple jade belt, and the storage space inside suddenly appeared. To Lin Sun's surprise, there was only a bronze chest of 1 square foot in such a large space. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Slightly disappointed, Lin Sun couldn't help but look at the bronze chest. The box showed a kind of antique color accumulated over the years. The 4 corners of the box were engraved with 4 patterns: cloud pattern, landscape pattern, exotic beast, sun and moon. Around the box, there were mysterious spiritual patterns, which released an obscure and palpitating aura. This seems to be a kind of spiritual tattoo formation specially used for sealing. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. Based on his knowledge of spiritual tattoos, although he couldn't judge the name of those spiritual tattoos, he could roughly tell from its breath that it should be a kind of sealing power. Only spiritual tattooists could inscribe a spiritual tattoo formation. Who would spend so much effort to inscribe a spiritual tattoo formation specially used for sealing on a bronze chest? This price was too high. However, it could be determined from this that this bronze chest was definitely made to seal some extremely precious treasures. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart shook. At first glance, he knew that Lu Yuquan's identity was not simple. They were chased by the golden beast tonight. Was it because of the things sealed in the bronze chest that caused all this to happen? What was hidden in this bronze chest? Lin Sun continued to investigate. After a while, he couldn't help but gasp. There was an extremely terrible spiritual tattoo restriction at the opening of the bronze chest. The so-called spiritual tattoo restriction was a spiritual formation used for sealing. Those who could arrange spiritual tattoo restriction were definitely powerful figures with the title of spiritual tattoo master. A spiritual tattoo grandmaster was a transcendent figure who was even more distinguished than a spiritual tattooist. The bronze box was not only engraved with a special spiritual tattoo formation for sealing, but also engraved with a spiritual tattoo restriction at the opening. The value of this bronze box alone could be regarded as an immeasurable and amazing figure. What on earth was the treasure sealed in the bronze chest at this time? It was a pity that Lin Sun couldn't open it. With the existence of the spiritual tattoo restriction, even a spiritual tattoo master couldn't do anything if he didn't know the real mystery of the spiritual tattoo restriction, let alone him. Well, it won't be too late to open it later when I have a chance. Lin Sun thought for a long time and finally gave up. His current mastery of spiritual tattoos could only be regarded as a little better than other spiritual apprentices, but he couldn't be regarded as a qualified spiritual tattooist, let alone a spiritual tattoo master. The standard of becoming a spiritual tattooist was also very simple. One had to inscribe a spiritual tattoo formation alone. However, it was not so easy to inscribe a spiritual tattoo formation. At least, it was difficult to do this without the cultivation of gang spirit realm. The reason lay in the spiritual power and soul power. The spiritual power and soul perception of a practitioner in martial realm were not enough to support the inscribing of a spiritual tattoo formation. Of course, this was in a general sense. There were still some special cases in the world. For example, Lin Sun knew that Master Lu once inadvertently mentioned after getting drunk that when he was on the 8th level of martial realm, he could skillfully inscribe a complete spiritual tattoo formation and became one of the youngest spiritual tattooists at that time. Since Master Lu could do it, Lin Sun thought that as long as he worked hard, he could also do it. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Lin Sun took out the bronze chest. Boom! To his surprise, the bronze chest was extremely heavy, at least 5,000 kilograms of force. As soon as it was taken out, it smashed a hole in the ground, but the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun concluded that there must be some great treasure sealed in the chest. Without hesitation, he moved the bronze chest into his storage ring and let out a long sigh of relief. After resting for 2 hours, the scaly horse had recovered its strength. Lin Sun identified the direction and set off again. There were no more dangerous storms along the way. When he passed by a crater, Lin Sun deliberately stopped and threw the purple jade belt into the boiling lava. Lin Sun would not carry this thing with him. He didn't even touch the jewels inlaid on the belt. This was to prevent any future troubles. Precious as this thing was, it was Liu Yuquan's personal belongings after all. It was hard to guarantee that there was no unique breath left on it. If it was found by the power behind Liu Yuquan, there would be endless troubles. Sunset Plain. This was a plain distributed among the 3,000 mountains, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. To the north, it led to Donglin town on the southwest border of Xiao Empire. A river flowed down along the mountain range, winding around the plain like a jade belt, and irrigating a plentiful spiritual field. Green Sun Tribe was located on this sunset plain. Tracing back to history, Green Sun Tribe was originally a barbarian tribe in the mountains. But with the expansion of Xiao Empire, Green Sun Tribe gradually integrated into the territory of the empire. Until now, it was rare to see real barbarian descendants of Green Sun Tribe. Although it was called a tribe, it was now like a bustling town, a pivotal fortress between Xiao Empire, Donglin Town, and the 3,000 mountains. Most of the goods such as fur, bones, spiritual herbs, and spiritual materials produced in the 3,000 mountains would be gathered in Green Sun Tribe and then flowed into Donglin Town. Similarly, because of the special geographical location, many chambers of commerce from all over the empire and practitioners who ventured to the 3,000 mountains would also choose Green Sun Tribe as a foothold. It was for this reason that the prosperity of Green Sun Tribe today was forged. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sunset glow was like fire. A scaly horse came to the front of Green Sun Tribe with dust. In order to resist the attacks of the fierce beasts in the mountains, the Green Sun Tribe had built thick and tall city walls around it. The north and south walls each had a gate for pedestrians to pass through. As the scaly horse approached, the guards stationed on both sides of the gate saw clearly that it was a 13 or 14-year-old boy in gray riding on the horse, carrying an animal skin bag as tall as a man. 3 copper coins are required to enter the city. A guard came forward and said, "Okay." Lin Sun dismounted from the horse, took out 3 copper coins with a smile and handed them over. The guard nodded and waved his hand to let Lin Sun pass. There was no strict order in the Green Sun Tribe. Just like a temporary place to settle down, new faces appeared and old faces disappeared every day. No one would be willing to stay here for the rest of their lives. After all, compared with the prosperity of Xiao Empire, the Green Sun Tribe in the 3,000 mountains was still far behind. It was too backward and dangerous, and they had to guard against the attacks of fierce beasts in the mountains at all times. Soon, Lin Sun led the scaly horse into the gate and disappeared in the crowded street. Go and tell the shopkeeper of Wu business that the Mount of Lian roughing from Feiyun village has appeared. Tell him everything you saw just now. Watching Lin Sun leave, the guard who had been collecting the copper coins suddenly waved his hand to summon a black-cloaked man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks, and whispered to him. Okay. The black-cloaked man nodded, turned around and hurried away. Wu business has been waiting for so many days, but only a young man came. It seems that if they want to know the news of Wu Henshui, they have to start with this young man. The guard thought for a while and then shook his head. These things had nothing to do with him. He was only responsible for delivering some news. Lin Sun didn't know that he had been secretly watched as soon as he entered the city gate. At this time, he was walking along a spacious street in the bustling crowd. There were many people and it was very lively. Strong laborers in animal skins were carrying bags of goods. Some peddlers and pawns were peddling some mountain specialties on both sides of the street, including spiritual herbs, animal skins, and ores. From time to time, merchants in brocade clothes could be seen running wildly in the street in their carriages. There were also practitioners carrying weapons on their backs, hurrying through the crowd. On both sides of the street, there were rows of stone houses, restaurants, medicine shops, weapon shops, inns, chambers of commerce, and brothels. As the saying goes, small as a sparrow is, it has all the vital organs. Although the Green Sun tribe was not large, it was lively. All kinds of people shuttled back and forth, forming a bustling scene. It was the first time for Lin Sun to enter a bustling area where people gathered in his life. His emotions were somewhat complicated, including excitement, curiosity, and admiration. Growing up in the mine prison, Lin Sun's first place in Xiao Empire was the poor and remote Feiyun village. No matter how shrewd Lin Sun was, he was only a 13-year-old boy after all. In the face of such prosperity, he could not help but be in a trance. Just the Green Sun tribe alone was so lively and prosperous. If he really entered the city of Xiao Empire, how prosperous would it be? Walking along the street, Lin Sun also found that many eyes were looking at him along the way, and some of them had a trace of greed that couldn't be concealed. Lin Sun was clear that the huge hide bag on his horse was indeed too eye-catching. If it were an experienced veteran, he would be able to tell what was hidden in it by just looking at it. Just by sniffing it, he would know the quality of the goods and how much they were worth. Plus, he was alone with a horse, so he naturally couldn't stop some people from peeping. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd in the distance, attracting many onlookers. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw a man in animal skin had no time to dodge, and his head was cut off by a practitioner with a saber. Blood splashed out, which was extremely horrifying. Seeing this, the onlookers not only didn't panic, but also cheered loudly, as if they were watching a good show. How dare you steal from me? You're courting death. Bah! The practitioner put away his saber, glanced at the body on the ground, and swaggered away. This was murder in the street, but no one stopped him. Obviously, people here had long been used to this kind of thing. Before long, two figures dressed as guards hurriedly cleaned up the headless body and took it away. In just a moment, the street returned to its previous liveliness, as if the murder had not happened at all. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but squint. He had roughly seen that there were no rules in the Green Sun tribe at all. To establish a foothold here, a strong force was an indispensable condition. Not long after, Lin Sun saw two groups of people fighting in the street, seemingly for a batch of goods, but they were soon stopped by a passing practitioner. The way he stopped them was also very rough. He directly killed two people, and the fact that he used blood to frighten the crowd, instantly resolving the dispute. Under the prosperity, there must be a dirty undercurrent. Lin Sun suddenly remembered the words of a prisoner imprisoned in the mine prison. At that time, he was still young and didn't understand the meaning of these words. But now walking in the Green Sun tribe, looking at the greedy eyes hidden under the prosperous atmosphere, Lin Sun instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. But Lin Sun was not afraid. Along the way, he had roughly judged that compared with those ordinary people, the number of practitioners was obviously very small, and most of them were in the martial realm. Few practitioners in the gang spirit realm could be seen. If someone dared to covet his goods, Lin Sun wouldn't mind giving him an unforgettable lesson. Unfortunately, Lin seemed to be lucky today. Even though he noticed many greedy eyes along the way, no one came out to make trouble. the sky darkened and night fell. Lin Sun stopped in front of a building called Old Crow Inn. He threw 2 copper coins to the waiter and asked him to take care of the scaly horse. Lin Sun himself entered the inn. He planned to go to Keystone Business to exchange materials tomorrow morning. There were many tables set up on the first floor of the inn, and it seemed to be extremely bustling at this moment. Many figures sat there eating, drinking, and chatting loudly, causing it to seem rather noisy. The boss was a huge one-eyed man with a rather ferocious face. At this time, he was drinking lazily. When they saw Lin Sun walk in, the eyes of many people in the inn lit up, and they all fell on the huge animal skin bag that was as tall as a man in Lin Sun's hand. When they saw Lin Sun's face clearly, there was undisguised greed in many people's eyes. But there were also some people who withdrew their eyes sensibly. It was very eye-catching that a 13-year-old boy dared to appear here alone with an animal skin bag weighing hundreds of kilograms. As long as they were not stupid, they would know that this boy should be a ruthless character. Stay in the inn? The huge one-eyed man sitting behind the counter asked absent-mindedly. Stay in the inn. Lin Sun smiled and nodded. 20 copper coins a night. The huge one-eyed man glanced at Lin Sun. As soon as his voice fell, many people burst into laughter. One-eyed, are you ripping off customers again? Don't you know how you lost your eye? The huge one-eyed man ignored the laughter and just looked at Lin Sun without explaining anything from beginning to end. Okay. Lin Sun took out 20 copper coins and handed them over. Where's the room? It's yours tonight. The huge one-eyed man raised his hand and pointed to the corner of the second floor. Then he took the flagon and drank lazily. Lin Sun smiled, thank you. He turned around and walked upstairs with the animal skin bag. Watching Lin Sun's figure walking into the room, a drunk fat man suddenly came to the counter and said, this is a rare little fat sheep. He has enough goods, at least this amount. As he said, he stretched out 4 fingers and gestured in front of the huge one-eyed man. The huge one-eyed man seemed to be unaware of this and continued to drink. After a long time, he squinted at the fat man and said, Fatty Xiao, you have been in the Green Sun tribe for almost 6 years, haven't you? Do you plan to stay here for the rest of your life? Xiao's face suddenly changed. What do you mean? The huge one-eyed man sighed and said, listen to me, don't worry about it. That boy is not to be trifled with. After thinking for a while, he added, no, he's not to be trifled with. Xiao's expression changed. After a long time, he said with a wry smile, I see. He turned around and left. The huge one-eyed man squinted and watched Xiao walk out of the inn. He had said what he wanted to say. As for whether the fat man understood, it was none of his business. The huge one-eyed man picked up his cup and looked at the ripples on the amber wine, murmuring, it's not peaceful recently, at the same time, in the Wu business. As one of the leading businesses in the Green Sun tribe, the Wu business was rich and powerful. Its boss was said to be a big shot in the Donglin town of the empire. In the darkness of the night, the hall of the backyard of the Wu business was brightly lit. Wu Deong sat in the main seat with a gloomy face and said nothing. He was sent to the Green Sun tribe to take charge of the operation of the Wu business. He was about 40 years old, in the prime of his life. As a member of the clan of Wu in the Donglin town, he had reached the 7th level of the martial realm and was a well-known figure in the Green Sun tribe. Below Wu Deong sat a group of stewards of the business. At this moment, they all looked silent and did not dare to make a sound. So far, it has been more than 3 days since the deadline agreed with the great deacon Wu Henshui. So far, no news has been sent back. What do you think of this matter? Wu Deong said in a low voice, breaking the dead silence in the hall. It's more than 2,000 miles from Feiyun village. The great deacon may have been delayed by something on the way. Someone said cautiously. Humph. Even if something happened, with the great deacon's meticulous mind, he would certainly send a subordinate back to deliver the news. But now there is no news. Do you think it's normal? Wu Deong frowned and said coldly. Shopkeeper, do you think that the great deacon has met with some mishap? Someone couldn't help asking. Wu Deong was silent, his face as gloomy as water. Obviously, that was what he thought. At this time, a servant hurried into the hall and said, Manager, there is news from the gate guards that a young man riding Lian Rufeng's scaly horse has entered the Green Sun tribe in the evening. Hearing this, Wu Deong's eyes lit up. He remembered Lian Rufeng, the leader of the guards from Feiyun village. Where is the young man now? Wu Deong asked. According to the spy, the young man has been living in the Old Crow Inn. The servant answered quickly. Something is wrong. If the young man was sent back by the great deacon to deliver the news, he should have come to our Wu business immediately. But now he has gone to the Old Crow Inn. Obviously something is wrong. A man in the hall frowned and said. Wu Deong's eyes flashed. After a moment of thinking, he waved his hand and said, "Send some people to the Old Crow Inn. By any means, bring the young man back to me." The servant immediately took the order and left. Wu Deong thought for a moment, and then he changed the topic and said to everyone present, "Everyone, the 3,000 mountains have been rather restless lately. Many top great figures from the empire have gathered here for the sake of a peerless treasure. During this period of time, all of you must be careful and not give any clues. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save all of you if something happens." Everyone nodded solemnly. Of course, they were also aware of this matter. In recent days, many strange faces had come to the Green Sun tribe, including some extremely powerful nobles. Under such circumstances, the local bullies like them had to keep a low profile. "Well, you can go now. When the young man is brought back and everything is clear, I will tell you." Wu Deong waved his hand. Things had been made clear, so there was no need to mobilize the people. Most importantly, in Wu Deong's view, a teenager from Feiyun village could be easily brought back by a few people without any accidents. In the room on the second floor of the Old Crow Inn. As soon as Lin Sun walked in, he looked around the room and found nothing wrong. Then he threw the animal skin bag in his hand into the storage ring. When he was outside, he had to expose the animal skin bag in order to cover up his spiritual storage device. But now that there was no one around, there was no need to do so. All he had to do was wait until he left the inn to take out the beast skin pouch. "I rode Lian Rufeng's scaly horse into the Green Sun tribe. I don't know whether Wu business found out or not. But no matter what, this problem has to be solved sooner or later." Lin Sun crossed his legs and lay lazily on the bed, lost in thought. He knew that because of Wu Henshui's death, Wu business would never let it go. Instead of passively letting them find trouble in Feiyun village, it was better to settle the matter in the Green Sun tribe. This was also the reason why Lin Sun swaggered into the Green Sun tribe on Lian Rufeng's scaly horse. He wanted to attract Wu business's attention. Although it was dangerous, Lin Sun already had a plan in mind, so he was not nervous. When the 4 or 5 people entered the Old Crow Inn, the one-eyed bruiser sitting behind the counter narrowed his eyes and looked at the leading young man, with an imperceptible resentment flashing across his face. The leading young man was thin and vigorous, with long and narrow eyes. Dressed in a leather robe, he exuded an unruly aura. "Wu Jia, what are you doing here?" the one-eyed bruiser asked in a low voice. At this moment, the noisy atmosphere in the hall was gone. The diners and drunkards all looked unnatural, as if they were quite afraid of the young man named Wu Jia. In the Green Sun tribe, the nickname Mad Dog Wu Jia was quite well known. Backed by the Wu business, he was cruel and bloodthirsty. Over the years, at least hundreds of people had died in his hands and he had offended countless people. But because of the Wu business, he was still free and unfettered. For example, the other eye of the one-eyed bruiser, the owner of the Old Crow Inn, was gouged out by Wu Jia with his fingers 2 years ago. Wu Jia grinned and said, "Old one-eyed, you'd better sit down. I'm here to take someone away." Then he turned to ask a man beside him, "Which room is the boy in?" "The southwest corner of the second floor." "Let's go." With his hands behind his back, Wu Jia leisurely walked to the second floor. Watching them swagger past him, the one-eyed bruiser's face was also changing, but in the end, he held back and said nothing. Immediately, the one-eyed bruiser seemed to realize something. He suddenly looked up and the image of a handsome and warm young man quietly emerged in his mind. It seems that the young man is really not simple. But this time he has offended Mad Dog Wu Jia. I'm afraid he's doomed. The one-eyed bruiser drank a glass of wine and sighed in his heart. Mad Dog Wu Jia, with the cultivation of the 4th level of martial realm, was not the top in the Green Sun tribe, but he had the backing of Wu business. What's more, those he killed were all ordinary people, so he did not offend those powerful figures. So far, no one could do anything to him. The diners in the hall on the 1st floor also realized that Mad Dog Wu Jia seemed to want to deal with the young man with an unfamiliar face, and they couldn't help but start discussing. In my opinion, it's the first time that strange young man has entered the Green Sun tribe. Look at the huge bag in his hand, it's obvious that it's rich. It's a pity that he's targeted by this notorious mad dog. There's no chance for him to survive. Pity? Are you drooling? Earlier, I saw that you've been thinking about that little fat sheep and were looking for an opportunity to make a move. Humph. Don't talk about me, look at the others in this hall. Which one of them isn't thinking about this little fat sheep? The crowd had different expressions on their faces. Some of them were more or less regretful, not because they sympathized with Lin Sun, but because Lin Sun, the little fat sheep, was about to be eaten by a mad dog. Amidst the discussion, the door on the southwest corner of the 2nd floor was opened. Wu Jia and the others walked in and closed the door again, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Fatty Xiao, why are you back? The one-eyed bruiser glanced at Fatty Xiao, who had left before, and saw that he had returned with 4 people. When he saw the appearance of the 4 people behind Fatty Xiao, the one-eyed bruiser couldn't help but feel strange. These 4 people were all ruthless characters in the Green Sun tribe. But compared with Mad Dog Wu Jia, these 4 people were still far behind. Fatty Xiao smirked and said in a low voice, I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm not willing to watch a fat sheep without being able to take a bite. So, I invited some friends to join me. The one-eyed bruiser sneered, you're too late. The little fat sheep has already been taken. Fatty Xiao's face changed, who the hell is so wicked? The one-eyed bruiser was about to say something when he heard a loud bang. The door on the southwest corner of the 2nd floor opened, and a black shadow was thrown out and smashed on a table on the 1st floor. Wine glasses, plates, jugs, and the table were all broken. Several drunkards who were drinking at the table were so shocked that they staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Many screams rang out, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. The figure that was thrown down was one of Mad Dog Wu Jia's subordinates, but at this moment, his neck had been twisted and he had turned into a corpse lying on the ground. His eyes were still wide open, and there was still a trace of fear written on them. Seeing this scene, all the people present fell silent. It was Wu Jia's man. Fatty Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He finally knew who had attacked the little sheep before him. However, he never expected that the dead body that was thrown down the building was not the little sheep. The one-eyed bruiser's face also changed, and he couldn't help looking at the room in the southwest corner of the 2nd floor. Bang! Almost at the same time, another dead body was thrown down the stairs. It was also Wu Jia's man, which caused another uproar in the room. Everyone's face changed. The way this dead body died was even more frightening. Its arms were twisted like fried dough twists, and its chest had collapsed as if it had been trampled by a bull. Its face was extremely miserable. Fatty Xiao's cheeks twitched fiercely and he gasped. He finally realized that the one-eyed bruiser's previous warning was right. The boy was not a little fat sheep, but a fierce wolf in sheep's clothing. Wu Jia is also up there? Fatty Xiao couldn't help but ask. The one-eyed bruiser nodded. He was also quite shocked. It was unusual that 2 of his men had been killed by Wu Jia in a row. Bang! Bang! Soon, another body was thrown down. This time, there were 2 bodies. One had its head split open, and blood and brain matter gushed out. The other had its throat cut open, and blood flowed out and soon gathered into a pool of blood on the ground. At this time, the diners and drunkards were all frightened by the tragic and bloody scene in front of them. Some of the greed in their hearts disappeared without a trace. It was too horrifying. From beginning to end, there was no sound of fighting. The 4 men brought by Mad Dog Wu Jia were turned into dead bodies and thrown down one after another. This was not something an ordinary person could do. However, even though they were shocked, no one left. They all looked up at the room in the southwest corner of the 2nd floor, as if waiting for something. The one-eyed bruiser was no exception. Now there were only Mad Dog Wu Jia and the strange boy left in the room. Who would be the loser of this battle? As for Fatty Xiao and the others, they had long been scared out of their wits. They rejoiced in their hearts that Mad Dog Wu Jia had taken action in advance. If it had been them, they would have become corpses on the ground now. No more dead bodies were thrown out. Just when everyone was waiting anxiously, they saw the figure of a boy coming out of the room. He wore coarse gray linen clothes, and his long hair was casually tied behind his head, revealing a handsome and warm face. His black eyes were clear, his nose was straight, and there was a trace of youthfulness between his brows. There was still a trace of a smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. Coupled with his thin figure, he seemed harmless. He carried a huge animal skin bag on his back and a bloody package in his hand. Drops of dark red blood oozed from the surface and dripped on the ground, which looked extremely horrifying. Needless to say, this boy was Lin Sun, and there must be a head in the package in his hand. Seeing such a scene, the atmosphere became even more deathly silent. Only the sound of Lin Sun's unhurried footsteps could be heard. The one-eyed bruiser's hand trembled, and the wine in his hand spilled. He didn't know it, because his heart had been overwhelmed by deep shock. Although he had long seen that Lin Sun was not an ordinary person, he still did not expect that Mad Dog Wu Jia would also die in Lin Sun's hands. Fatty Xiao and the others, as well as the diners present, were also stunned, with undisguised fear in their eyes. There were many fierce characters in the Green Sun tribe. If they were not strong, there was no way they could survive in this unruly place. Because of this, when they saw Lin Sun kill Mad Dog Wu Jia and his men in such a short time, everyone present realized that there was another fierce man in the Green Sun tribe today, and he was not just any ordinary fierce. "Boss, that room has to be checked out." Lin Sun came to the counter and said with a helpless smile. The one-eyed bruiser trembled all over. He immediately took out 20 copper coins and handed them over. "This is the room fee." Lin Sun took 15 copper coins and left the remaining 5 to the one-eyed bruiser. "There was some accident today, and a lot of things in the inn were destroyed. Take the money from the corpses as compensation." Immediately, Lin Sun glanced thoughtfully at Fatty Xiao next to him and reminded him with a smile, "Dude, you wet your pants." Fatty Xiao was stunned and looked down. There was a water stain under his feet, and between his legs was also wet. He couldn't help but feel hot and uncomfortable, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Lin Sun had already left, and the deathly silence in the hall soon dissipated. At this time, everyone looked at Fatty Xiao's embarrassing situation and couldn't help laughing. Fatty Xiao was scared to wet his pants. The one-eyed bruiser saw all this, but he didn't smile. He knew very well that Mad Dog Wu Jia and his men died here today. It wouldn't be long before the wrath of Wu business was aroused, and the consequences would be very serious. "I can only hope that the young man can get out of danger." The one-eyed bruiser sighed in his heart. Lin Sun's killing of Wu Jia was equivalent to indirectly avenging him for gouging out his eyes. Naturally, he didn't want Lin Sun to be harmed by Wu business. But unfortunately, the one-eyed bruiser knew that, according to the influence of Wu business and Green Sun tribe, the young man might not survive tonight. "I didn't expect that they would be so impatient to take action in advance tonight. It seems that I have to change my plan and go to Keystone business at night." Lin Sun led the scaly horse and walked on the street at night, calculating in his heart. Killing Mad Dog Wu Jia meant that all the hatred was concentrated on him, but this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted to see. Since Wu Henshui disregarded the lives of the villagers of Feiyun village and wanted to encroach on everything in Feiyun village, it was destined that this matter would not end well. Lin Sun would not let Wu business vent all their anger on the villagers of Feiyun village because of Wu Henshui's death. But what Lin Sun didn't expect was that they acted so fast, so Lin Sun had to change his plan temporarily. He knew that the moment he left the Old Crow Inn, the news of Mad Dog Wu Jia's death would inevitably spread to Wu business at the fastest speed. So, he must solve this matter tonight, or he would be in danger. The Green Sun tribe was brightly lit at night. Although it was not as prosperous as the daytime, there were still many pedestrians coming and going on the streets. Keystone business was located in the central area of the Green Sun tribe, covering an area of more than 10 acres. The 3-story building made of bluestone was magnificent and eye-catching, which stood out among the nearby buildings. When Lin Sun arrived, he found that Keystone business was not closed. Instead, it was quite lively. Many animal carriages were parked nearby, and many practitioners could be seen going in and out. Lin Sun tied the scaly horse to one side and walked directly into Keystone Business with the huge animal skin bag. Keystone Business was quite magnificent and spacious, with a row of long white stone counters. On both sides were different areas, where spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, weapons, equipment, and other necessities for cultivation were listed. Many attendants shuttled back and forth among the guests, their attitudes refined and courteous, neither servile nor overbearing. There were also some guards scattered around, with sharp eyes and long breaths. They all had the cultivation between the 4th level of martial realm and the 6th level of martial realm, especially the old man sitting behind the counter in the lobby, whose whole body was faintly overflowing with evil chi. He was actually in Gang Spirit Realm. All of this showed that Keystone Business was extremely powerful and rich in resources. Lin Sun watched all this silently and was amazed in his heart. He didn't know that Keystone Business was a top chamber of commerce even in Xiao Empire, nor did he know that the boss behind Keystone Business was a legendary figure known as Fortune Godshire. But from many details, he could see that Keystone Business was indeed incomparable to ordinary chambers of commerce. A waiter came up to him and took him to the exchange area on one side after asking him some questions. This area was relatively quiet, with only a dozen or so figures scattered around. "May I ask what items you want to sell?" A middle-aged man in brocade robe came forward and asked with a smile. He didn't look down on or perfunctory Lin Sun because of his young age, but he wasn't too enthusiastic either. His attitude was neither cold nor hot, and he was well-mannered. "I'd like to meet your shopkeeper," Lin Sun said with a smile. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Sorry, the shopkeeper has something important to do. I'm afraid he can't come out to meet you at this time." A 13 or 14-year-old boy in coarse linen wanted to see the shopkeeper directly. It was a little arrogant. Did he think that as the shopkeeper of Keystone Business, he could see the shopkeeper at will? "Oh, it's okay, I can wait," Lin Sun said casually, as if he didn't notice the change of the middle-aged man's attitude. The middle-aged man's brows knit together even more tightly, and his attitude became slightly cold and indifferent as he said, "Young master, may I know what rare treasure you possess that you must personally come here with the shopkeeper?" Lin Sun laughed. "Do you think I don't deserve to meet your shopkeeper?" The middle-aged man in embroidered robe said indifferently, "How could I dare? It's just that I know that the items in young master's hands aren't that precious. If you want to sell them, there's absolutely no need for shopkeeper to come here personally." As he said, he pointed at the huge animal skin bag carried by Lin Sun with a little pride and said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be 31 pieces of beast fur, some bones, sharp claws and other items in it. In addition, there are dozens of spiritual materials, right?" Lin Sun was surprised and said, "Good eyesight." The middle-aged man in embroidered robe said indifferently, "Young master, in our business, our eyesight and sense of smell are incomparable to ordinary people. Perhaps these items are of high value in your eyes, but in our Keystone Business, these items can only be exchanged for 4,000 copper coins, which can buy an ordinary spiritual weapon at most." After a pause, he continued, "So, young master, have you changed your mind now?" Lin Sun shook his head, "I think it's better for you to inform your shopkeeper. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have something else to discuss with your shopkeeper." The middle-aged man in embroidered robe saw that the boy in front of him was still ignorant after he explained patiently to this extent. He was immediately displeased and snorted coldly, "Young master, goodbye." This was tantamount to driving Lin Sun away. Lin Sun was stunned and said helplessly, "Uncle, I don't know why you are angry, but if you really do this, it will be too ungracious." The middle-aged man in embroidered robes was so angry that he laughed, "You are just a young boy. How dare you say that I am ungracious?" There was a touch of sternness in his voice. Lin Sun said with a smile, "I just think that you can inform your shopkeeper first. If I really come to make trouble, you can drive me out, can't you?" The middle-aged man in embroidered robes was already impatient. He didn't listen to Lin Sun's explanation at all. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, ask this young master to leave." Immediately, 2 practitioners who were guarding nearby came over. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel helpless. He had spoken sincerely enough, but he didn't expect that the middle-aged man didn't even bother to pay attention to his request. Lin Sun sighed, "Uncle, I think you will definitely regret it later." The middle-aged man's face darkened and he shouted, "Why don't you kick this arrogant boy out?" The two practitioners exchanged a look and suddenly stretched out their arms to grab Lin Sun from left and right. Bang, however, although they moved fast, Lin Sun moved faster. He suddenly stepped forward, bent his elbow and swung his arm. He suddenly clasped the neck of the middle-aged man in embroidered robes, and then shouted, "Whoever dares to move, I will break his neck immediately." The two practitioners suddenly hesitated. Being subdued by one blow, the middle-aged man in embroidered robes was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared angrily, "Someone comes to make trouble in our Keystone business." There was a commotion in the nearby area. Before long, many guards rushed over and surrounded Lin Sun. However, because the middle-aged man in embroidered robes was subdued, no one dared to come forward without authorization. "Young man, I advise you to stop. Don't make a mistake." An old man separated the crowd and paced towards them. It was the practitioner of Gang Spirit Realm in the lobby. Lin Sun looked at ease and even laughed, "Do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding?" The old man was obviously stunned. "Oh, what misunderstanding? Tell me." The middle-aged man in embroidered robes shouted first, "This little bastard just sells some cheap goods, and he wants the shopkeeper to meet him in person. Isn't it obvious that he is here to make trouble?" The old man glanced at the huge animal skin bag beside Lin Sun and said coldly, "Young man, is this the misunderstanding you said?" Lin Sun said seriously, "I just want to meet your shopkeeper." "Is that called making trouble?" The old man was stunned and said in a low voice, "Anyway, let him go first." Lin Sun shook his head, "I can't agree unless your shopkeeper comes." A killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. "It seems that you are going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Sorry, old man. I'm not scared." At the same time, he pinched the middle-aged man in embroidered robes so hard that he almost suffocated and his face turned red. The threat was self-evident. "Don't worry about me. Kill this bastard first." The middle-aged man in embroidered robes shouted in a hurry. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, "What are you shouting and shouting?" The shopkeeper came. Suddenly, everyone present showed a touch of awe, even the old man kept silent. "It seems that if I don't make such a big noise, I really can't see the shopkeeper." Lin Sun muttered to himself and looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man in a navy blue robe walked over. He had 3 strands of willow whiskers under his chin and an elegant face. His every movement was dignified. This man was Xianxia, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business. "Young man, let him go first." As soon as Xianxia appeared, he said calmly, "I can give you a chance to explain." "Okay." Lin Sun let go of the middle-aged man in embroidered robes without worrying whether he would be killed on the spot after doing so. Xianxia was a little surprised. He waved his hand to signal the crowd to leave and said, "I hope your explanation won't let me down." Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain anything. Instead, he took out a token and threw it to Xianxia. "Look at this first." Xianxia frowned, but when he took the token and looked at it, his eyes narrowed and his expression changed slightly imperceptibly. He blurted out, "Where did you get this token?" Seeing this, all the people nearby were stunned. "Did this token have any origin?" Lin Sun answered concisely, "Someone gave it to me." Xianxia pondered for a long time and suddenly took a deep breath. A touch of fierceness flashed through his eyes. "Someone gave it to you? Do you think I will believe it? This token is not something a young man like you can have. Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude." The token was real. Xianxia could be sure that the unique mark on it was absolutely not fake. But in his opinion, it was impossible for a teenager to have this token. Obviously, Xianxia had regarded Lin Sun as a thief who came to Keystone Business with a token to swindle people. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling annoyed. The middle-aged man in brocade said that he was not qualified to meet the shopkeeper and deliberately came to pick a fight with him. When he met the shopkeeper, the middle-aged man obviously questioned Lin Sun as a liar. How could Lin Sun keep calm, but he still wore a smile on his face and sighed, "It seems that Shishuan lied. It's useless to have his token." Shishuan, this was the name of the eldest child. Yanjin's face changed slightly again. He couldn't help but hesitate. "Young man, did the eldest child send you here?" The others present were also shocked. How could this shabbily dressed young man know the eldest child Shurshuan? It was impossible, this guy must be fooling them. How could the eldest child make friends with a poor young man? At this time, when he heard Yanjin said that he was sent by Shurshuan, Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless. Was he the kind of person who could only listen to others in their eyes? Although it was not snobbish, it was obvious that they never really took Lin Sun seriously, but Lin Sun also understood that many people in the world were like this, so he was not angry about it. Mu Wansu returned to the Green Sun tribe alone 2 days ago in order to find out more about Shai Yutong, the young Sword King. The Green Sun tribe was undoubtedly the best choice to inquire about Shai Yutong. In Mu Wansu's view, since Shai Yutong had come to the 3,000 mountains, he was bound to choose the Green Sun tribe as his temporary residence. As long as she found out if anyone had seen Shai Yutong recently, she could probably figure out when he arrived at the 3,000 mountains. It was Shurshuan's idea to do so. Mu Wansu didn't understand why the young master was so anxious to meet Shai Yutong. Was it just to see the uniqueness of the Invincible Sword Sutra, or did the young master think that Shai Yutong had found the peerless treasure? But whether she understood or not, Mu Wansu had to act. It had been 2 days since she returned to the Green Sun tribe, but so far she had not found any news about Shai Yutong. Mu Wansu couldn't help but feel helpless. Shai Yutong was so mysterious that it wasn't easy to find out anything about him. Fortunately, tonight, Mu Wansu received news that a golden flame beast, which had not appeared in the world for hundreds of years, had appeared by a river thousands of miles away from the Green Sun tribe. It was highly likely that it had something to do with the peerless treasure. And it was said that Lu Yukuan, the eldest son of Lu Wujuan, the governor of the southwestern province of the empire, was killed by this beast. This was shocking news, and it was sufficient to cause a great uproar. Mu Wansu had made up her mind to investigate the whereabouts of this golden flame beast tomorrow morning. However, to Mu Wansu's surprise, on this night, when she was going to discuss something with Yan Zhen, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business, she saw the shameless and cunning boy again. At this moment, Mu Wansu stood in the distance, watching Lin being questioned by Yan Zhen and surrounded by people like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a touch of joy in her heart. Little bastard, you deserve this? Mu Wansu couldn't wait for Yan Zhen to teach this shameless boy a good lesson and vent her anger. But as soon as this idea came to her mind, she found that the little bastard in the distance was looking at her. Mu Wansu's heart thumped. Just as she was about to dodge, it was already too late. The little bastard waved his hand in surprise and shouted, "Sister Wansu, what a coincidence! Prove to them what's the matter with this token. Brother Shurshuan never said that I would be treated coldly if I entered Keystone Business with this token." Mu Wansu was completely speechless. She held her forehead with her hand. How could this guy be so shameless? He called her so intimately. If she didn't know better, she would really think that it had something to do with her. Mu Wansu wanted to turn around and leave as if she didn't know him. However, she remembered that the token was indeed given to her by the eldest young master Shurshuan. If the eldest young master found out about this, it wouldn't be right. What to do? Mu Wansu hesitated. If it was possible, she really wanted to grab that little bastard's ear and fiercely ravage it. It was simply too infuriating. Even when asking for help, he acted so righteously. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhen and others couldn't help but feel puzzled. They all looked into the distance and immediately saw Mu Wansu in the distance. Mu Wansu was still in a black dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was beautiful and delicate, and her figure was graceful. Her eyebrows were straight, but there was a sharp spirit like a knife between them. She was like a wild rose in full bloom on the cliff, delicate and beautiful, but with thorns. Seeing her, Yanjin's pupils suddenly shrank. He said in a daze, "Miss Wansu, do you know this young man?" Others were also puzzled. Mu Wansu sighed in her heart. She could only walk over and lightly opened her red lips, saying, "This token was indeed given by the eldest young master." She didn't answer directly, but the meaning of her words was clear. In an instant, Yanjin's doubts were swept away. Mu Wansu was the person in charge of Keystone Business in Donglin town. Even Yanjin's status was far lower than hers. Most importantly, Yanjin was very clear that Mu Wansu had been helping the eldest young master these days. How could her words be false? It seemed that he had wronged this young man. Yanjin thought in his heart. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes had changed. He didn't know why the eldest young master would give such a precious token to this young man. But since the eldest young master did so, there must be a reason. The expressions of the middle-aged man and others changed continuously. Was this young man a friend of the eldest young master? If the eldest young master knew what happened today, they dared not to think about it, especially the middle-aged man. He couldn't help regretting his rude behavior just now. But how could he know at that time that this shabbily dressed young man had such a powerful background? At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly saw Lin Sun turn around and look at him. His heart thumped, thinking that Lin Sun was going to get even with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun cupped his hands apologetically and said, "I was impulsive just now. It's my fault. Please forgive me, uncle." The middle-aged man was stunned and said subconsciously, "It's okay. It's just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, child." Lin Sun smiled and said no more. Seeing this, Yanjin waved his hand and said, "You can all leave." As he said, he led Lin Sun and Mu Wansu along a long corridor into an elegant room and sat down separately. "May I know your name, child?" Yanjin's attitude had become upright and enthusiastic. He was quite elegant, so he talked with a smile, which made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. "Senior, you are too polite. My name is Lin Sun." Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Mu Wansu sat alone on one side, absent-mindedly playing with a delicate teacup. It seemed that she didn't want to be involved in this conversation at all. Her attitude made Yanjin feel a little strange, but he still said with a smile, "Child Lin, it's my fault today. Please don't take it to heart." Yanjin was polite, but Lin Sun was even more polite. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands, looking ashamed and apologetic. "Senior, you are too polite. It's my fault." "How can you blame others?" Yanjin couldn't figure out Lin Sun's mind. Lin Sun was so arrogant in the hall just now. Why did he become so humble now? With that in mind, Yanjin opened his mouth and said, "If I may be so bold as to ask, young lord, if you had taken out your medallion earlier, perhaps this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened." Before Yanjin finished, Lin Sun said embarrassedly, "Senior, the situation was urgent at that time. Besides, I really couldn't figure out the use of the token, so I made such a bad plan. I thought that as long as the matter got out of hand, I could definitely alert you to come here." Yanjin was speechless. This brat was quite honest, to be able to speak his mind so frankly. His character could be considered not bad. Unconsciously, Yanjin had a good impression of Lin Sun. It was rare for a 13 or 14-year-old boy to have such a mind. The key was that Lin Sun was flexible and knew when to advance or retreat. If Yanjin didn't see it with his own eyes, he would doubt that Lin Sun was a sophisticated adult. "Did you really think so at that time?" Suddenly, Mu Wansu opened her mouth and stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes like knives. She could tell with a single glance that this little brat had been talking nonsense since the moment he entered the room. He seemed to be very humble, but in reality, the words he said made it impossible for anyone to find fault with him. He was extremely cunning. In particular, Mu Wansu knew that Lin Sun wouldn't make such a big noise in public just to lure Yanjin out. Maybe he had other intentions. At this time, Lin Sun smiled bitterly and sighed, "Sister Wansu, it's the first time for me to go out of the mountain village in my life. I have no experience and insight. If I do something wrong, please don't hesitate to give me some advice." As he spoke, he bowed to Mu Wansu in a sincere and earnest manner, which made Mu Wansu unable to accuse him of anything, even though she knew he was acting. Otherwise, she would seem to be too stingy. This bastard is getting more and more cunning. Mu Wansu was annoyed in her heart, but she put on a sweet smile and said in a clear voice, "Well, it's over. Don't mention it again. Besides, you are favored by the young master. Even if you make a mistake, everyone can forgive you." "Haha, Miss Wansu is right. Don't mention it again." Yanjin laughed. "By the way, what is your purpose in coming to Keystone Business this time?" Lin Sun's face suddenly became solemn. He cupped his hands and said, "To tell you the truth, I have two things to do this time." "Go ahead." Yanjin stroked his beard and smiled. "First, I'm here to sell some goods in exchange for some daily necessities for the villagers of Feiyun Village. At the same time, I hope to reach a trade contract with Keystone Business. Lin Sun said quickly, Senior, you may not know that Feiyun Village is now rich in Feiyun Fire Copper. I think Keystone Business needs these spiritual materials, so I plan to sign a trade contract with Keystone Business for the purchase and sale of Feiyun Fire Copper, which will pave a long-term way for Feiyun Village to make money. Yanjin raised his eyebrows. Feiyun Fire Copper? Lin Sun said with a smile, yes, that's it. Sister Wansu saw it last time when she was a guest in Feiyun Village with the young master. Mu Wansu was also involved in Lin Sun's words. She glared at Lin Sun and finally nodded, he's right. Yanjin was immediately relieved and said with a smile, well, I can make the decision on this matter. It's a win-win situation. Lin Sun smiled, thank you, Senior. Once this matter was settled, under the protection of Keystone Business, anyone who dared to touch the Feiyun Fire Copper would have to go through Keystone Business first. At the same time, because of his relationship with Xuan, Keystone Business wouldn't dare to cheat the villagers of Feiyun Village. In this way, even if Lin left Feiyun Village in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about this matter. Moreover, selling Feiyun Fire Copper could bring lasting profits to Feiyun Village, which was enough to gradually improve the villagers' lives and make a living. This was killing two birds with one stone. Lin Sun had been planning this matter as early as when he came to Green Sun Tribe. Seeing that it was settled so smoothly, he felt relieved. Child, what's the second matter? Yanjin asked. Lin Sun glanced at Mu Wansu and then at Yanjin. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mu Wansu's heart skipped a beat even though he didn't say anything. She thought to herself, this little bastard is full of evil tricks. He must take this opportunity to raise some thorny issues. Mu Wansu said almost subconsciously, don't tell me. Yanjin was also stunned. What was going on? In his impression, Mu Wansu rarely lost control like this. On the contrary, she was beautiful, wise, and resourceful. She was also a famous and powerful figure in Donglin town. The nickname Black Rose was not for nothing. However, ever since she met Lin Sun, she suddenly found that all the schemes and means she had in the past were useless. Moreover, every time she saw Lin Sun, she felt as if she was unlucky. She was used again and again. She could only endure the bitterness, unable to express it. This feeling really made Mu Wansu feel aggrieved. At this moment, when she saw Lin Sun's bitter face, she couldn't help but vent her anger. Lin Sun sighed as if he didn't notice it, Sister Wansu, we have to let Senior Yanjin know about this. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding. Mu Wansu was stunned. What did he mean? Did he think she already knew what he was going to say? But soon, Mu Wansu understood the purpose of Lin Sun's words. Yanjin said seriously, since Miss Wansu also knows about this, please tell us directly. Don't worry about any misunderstanding. Even if it's a big trouble, we have to discuss it and come up with a solution. Mu Wansu was completely speechless. Yanjin was too cooperative. Lin Sun looked solemn. He took a deep breath and was about to say something. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning, but Mu Wansu immediately smiled. This was God's help. Yanjin stood up and said, someone still rashly knocks at this time. Something urgent must have happened. Saying this, he opened the door. A waiter stood outside with a trace of surprise on his face. What happened? Yanjin asked directly. Manager, Wu Daong, the manager of Wu Business, came with a large group of people. They want us to hand over a person. The waiter said quickly. Yanjin was stunned and his face darkened. Hand over who? Is Wu Daong here to make trouble? Lin Sun stood up and said helplessly, Senior, they should be here to deal with me. The smile on Mu Wansu's lips suddenly froze. How could she not understand that the second thing Lin Sun was about to say was related to Wu Business? He was tricked by this bastard again. Mu Wansu gnashed her teeth in hatred. Yanjin exclaimed, catch you? Why is that? Lin Sun quickly told the story about Wu Henshue, insisting that Wu Henshue was killed by the villagers in order to occupy all the spiritual fields and Feiyun Fire Copper Mine in Feiyun Village. At the same time, he also said that as soon as he entered the Green Sun tribe, he was hunted by Wu Business. In desperation, he had to come to Keystone Business for help. Yanjin frowned. I see. He also felt that things were a little tricky. The owner of Wu Business was a big shot in Donglin town. Even Keystone Business was reluctant to offend such a local bully easily. But when he thought of the relationship between Lin Sun and Shuan, Yanjin knew that he had to help Lin Sun, but he was bound to pay a high price. For a moment, Yanjin couldn't help hesitating and looked at Mu Wansu. Mu Wansu also felt a headache coming on. This little bastard was really good at making trouble. He had just entered the Green Sun tribe and had already made such a big noise. If the eldest young master knew about this, would he regret giving away the token? In Mu Wansu's opinion, she couldn't wait to send Lin Sun to Wu Business so that she could vent her anger. But the reality didn't allow her to do so. Mu Wansu sighed in her heart. Well, she would help him again this time. If he went too far in the future, even if she had to bear the blame of the eldest child, she would draw a clear line with this little bastard. Mu Wansu's eyebrows showed a touch of sharpness and decisiveness. Yan Zhen, go tell them that Lin Sun is a member of Keystone Business, and tell them to behave themselves. Yan Zhen understood tacitly and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help saying, Sister Wansu, I don't care about my safety. What I care about is the safety of the villagers in Feiyun village. If they want to vent their anger on Feiyun village, I'd rather not help. At the end of his words, his expression became resolute. Mu Wansu gazed at him for a long time and couldn't help nodding. Although you don't leave a good impression on me, I can promise you that I won't let this matter affect Feiyun village. Lin Sun solemnly cupped his hands. Thank you very much. I will remember your kindness and pay you back 10 times in the future. Seeing Lin Sun's serious look, Mu Wansu felt slightly uncomfortable. She waved her hand and said, I don't ask you to pay me back, but please don't make trouble for me in the future. Lin Sun nodded and said nothing. As the saying goes, it's a taboo to talk too deep with a shallow acquaintance. He knew what he did today was a bit too much, but he could only do it now. Whether it was for the sake of the villagers in Feiyun village or to find a temporary shelter for himself. Not long after, Yanjin returned and said with a smile, the matter has been solved. With Wu Diong's courage, even the big shot in Donglin town behind him can only endure when facing our Keystone Business. Lin Sun got up again, thanked Yanjin again and left soon after. Miss Wansu, what's the relationship between the lad and the eldest child? Yanjin couldn't help asking as soon as Lin Sun left. Mu Wansu answered absent-mindedly, the eldest child said that the lad has a promising future. Apart from that, he didn't say anything else. Even I can't figure it out. Yanjin was stunned. He had thought that Lin Sun and the eldest child were close friends. Who would have thought that it was such a strange relationship? Mu Wansu took a deep breath and said, forget it. Let's not talk about him. The eldest child may return to Green Sun tribe in 2 days. You have to be prepared. Saying this, she got up and left. But inexplicably, she thought of Lin Sun. She didn't know whether the lad understood her meaning or not. She hoped that he would not use the token of the eldest child to intimidate others in the future. Otherwise, she would not spare him. When Lin Sun walked out of Keystone Business, it was already late at night. There were few people on the street. Scattered dim yellow lights sprinkled on the road. It was cold and quiet. Lin Sun led the scaly horse forward. He didn't encounter any ambush along the way. Judging from this, Wu Business did retreat after receiving the warning from Keystone Business. It seemed that the outcome of this confrontation of forces had been decided silently. But for the first time, Lin Sun knew the real meaning of the so-called forces. Old Crow Inn. When Lin Sun returned, the owner, the one-eyed bruiser, was sleeping behind the counter. But when he saw Lin Sun, he woke up with a shudder. There was shock, fear, and awe on his face. Sorry to bother you again. Can you get a room for me? Lin Sun smiled and handed over 20 copper coins. No. Only 5 copper coins are enough. The one-eyed bruiser said quickly. What happened tonight caused a sensation in the Green Sun tribe. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen to the young man. But the final result surprised everyone. Wu Business admitted defeat. It was also at that time that the one-eyed bruiser realized that the young man had a close relationship with Keystone Business. No wonder he dared to kill Mad Dog Wu Jiao without hesitation. He must have something to rely on. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony. He took back the 15 copper coins and walked into a room under the guidance of a waiter, who nodded and bowed. The moment the door was closed, the smile on Lin Sun's lips disappeared. He stood in front of the window, looking at the vast night in the distance. A rare trace of loneliness hung on his handsome and warm face. After a long time, he shook his head, put out the light, and lay on the bed in the dark. That night, Lin Sun didn't practice for the first time. The next morning, when Lin Sun left the Old Crow Inn, the usual warm smile hung on his lips again, and he looked radiant. In the daytime, the Green Sun tribe was very prosperous, bustling with people coming and going. Everywhere was full of hustle and bustle. Lin Sun drank a bowl of soybean milk brewed with green spirit beans and ate 10 steamed buns stuffed with black bull beef from a stall on the street. He touched his belly with satisfaction and went straight to Keystone business. This time, it was still the middle-aged man in brocade clothes who received him. His name was Shu Liang, an experienced treasure appraiser. Compared with last time, Shu Liang was obviously much more enthusiastic. After helping Lin Sun estimate the goods in the big animal skin bag, he personally helped Lin Sun get 43 silver coins, which was equivalent to 4,300 copper coins. Lin Sun knew that the price Shu Liang gave him was not only fair, but also much more generous. Lin Sun naturally knew why. However, he didn't refuse. When selling the 150 kilograms of Feiyun fire copper hidden in the storage ring, Lin Sun insisted on paying according to the market price. This greatly surprised Shu Liang, and he couldn't help changing his impression of Lin Sun. The original grudge in his heart also disappeared. In the end, 150 kilograms of Feiyun fire copper was exchanged for 550 silver coins, which equaled to 55,000 copper coins. This was a shocking amount of wealth. In the following shopping, Lin Sun deeply understood the purchasing power of this wealth. All the daily necessities he bought for the villagers of Feiyun only amounted to 1,500 copper coins, which equaled to 15 silver coins. And this batch of necessities was enough for the villagers of Feiyun to live for half a year. In addition, Lin Sun ordered a batch of spiritual medicine from Keystone Business, namely Qi Drawing Pill, Internal Strengthening Pill, Viscera Dredging Powder, and Aperture Dredging Liquid. Although each of them was ordinary, they were all necessary for practitioners of martial realm. They were prepared for the children of the village who were about to embark on the road of cultivation. In addition, Lin Sun also bought some spiritual ink for inscribing spiritual tattoos for himself and some clothes for himself and Xia Ji respectively. The total value of these items was only equivalent to 400 silver coins, which showed how amazing the purchasing power of the imperial currency was. However, it was also extremely difficult to make money. If Lin Sun hadn't sold the 150 kilograms of Feiyun fire copper, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many things at once. When Lin Sun came out of Keystone Business, he still had 173 silver coins with him, most of which were spent on elixirs and spiritual ink. But there was nothing he could do about it. Items used for cultivation were extremely expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford them at all. Lin Sun had heard that there were many people in the world who could set foot in cultivation. But because they were too poor and lacked financial support, they had no chance to cultivate all their lives and could only become an ordinary member of the crowd. Fortunately, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about it now. Near noon, Lin Sun decided to set off for Feiyun village. Shu Liang sent 2 guards to help Lin Sun escort the goods. At the same time, the 2 guards were also responsible for purchasing Feiyun fire copper. This time, they followed Lin Sun to explore the way. Every month, they would take the initiative to go to Feiyun village to purchase Feiyun fire copper. In this way, even if Lin Sun left Feiyun village in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about no one escorting and exchanging goods for Feiyun village. Lin Sun knew that this must be the arrangement of Yan Zhen, which indirectly proved that Keystone Business really kept its word. As long as Keystone Business was still in Green Sun tribe and Lin Sun was still alive, no one dared to break the contract. Moreover, with Keystone Business as his backer, it could ensure that no one dared to touch the wealth of Feiyun village. Shu Liang personally sent Lin Sun to the outside of Green Sun tribe, which attracted a lot of attention along the way. But when they recognized that Lin Sun was from Keystone Business, they all withdrew their eyes tacitly. "Child Lin, why don't you go to Donglin town to take the county test with your current age and cultivation?" As they talked along the way, Xu Liang was surprised to learn that Lin Sun was only 13 years old this year. Lin Sun was stunned. County test? Xu Liang explained patiently, every other year, the empire carries out a series of selections to recruit outstanding talents from all over the world. According to Xu Liang, in order to select talents, Xiao Empire set up county test, state test, province test, and nation test according to different regions. It was easy to understand. Xiao Empire had a vast territory. Except for the Forbidden City, the other territories were divided into 34 provinces. Each province had several states and counties, and each state and county had several prefectures and counties. In short, prefectures and counties, states, provinces, and the capital formed the vast territory of Xiao Empire. In a word, prefectures and counties, states, provinces, and the capital formed the vast territory of Xiao Empire. Among them, the county test was the lowest level of assessment. The conditions for the assessment were also very simple. The age of the examinee must not be more than 15 years old, and they must have a cultivation base. As long as they met this condition, they could pass county test. On the other hand, the requirements of the state examinations were stricter. It required a precise evaluation of the cultivator's aptitude, comprehension, and innate talent. Only the most outstanding cultivators could pass the examination. The assessment of the province test could not be described as strict, but harsh. Even Xue Liang could not explain the specific assessment content, but he knew that those who could pass the province test were all first-class figures in the world. It was the top test in the Forbidden City, state test, which was the top in. It was the top in the Sun City in the capital. The test was not. It was not to mention that county test, state test. Test. Chen's. Test. If you wanted to take part in nation test, you should be under the age of 18, and pass the approval of county test, state test, and province test. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help marveling in his heart. No one knew how many amazing talents would emerge in the annual assessment, and if these talents could stand out in the assessment, they would definitely become the mainstay of Xiao Empire and shine brightly in the future as long as there were no accidents. But soon, Lin Sun realized a problem and asked, Uncle Xu Liang, what are the specific benefits of taking part in the test? Xu Liang was speechless. After a long time, he said, there are many benefits. Not only can you get fame, but also many opportunities for promotion. Most importantly, it is of great benefit to your future cultivation. After a pause, he continued, take county test as an example. As long as you pass it, you will be favored by many clans, chambers of commerce, military headquarters, and schools. They will try their best to win you over and provide you with the wealth and resources you need for cultivation. Lin Sun was surprised. Why? Xu Liang said with a smile, it's very simple. Although it's just a county test, all the participants are young people under the age of 15 with great cultivation. Such people are good seedlings with great potential. If you can win them over and make them a member of your own force, they will definitely bring great benefits to your force in the future. Lin Sun nodded thoughtfully, I see. But if you don't want to join other forces, there are no other benefits? Xu Liang said, of course not. As long as you pass county test, the empire will reward you with a sum of money and provide you with the opportunity to take part in state test. As long as you can pass state test, you will get much more benefits than county test. At that time, some big forces will also pay attention to you. If you can pass province test, it will be great. Even if you don't have the opportunity to take part in nation test, you can have a very high status, enjoy endless wealth, and endless cultivation resources. As for nation test, as long as you pass, you can enter Green Deer School. That is the most famous school in the empire and the holy place for cultivation that countless practitioners dream of. When he spoke up to hear, Xue Liang's voice couldn't help but carry a wisp of excitement, and he revealed an expression of admiration. After a long time, Xu Liang calmed down a little and said with a wry smile, however, it is not easy to enter Green Deer School. Only 100 students are enrolled every year, and 99% of the practitioners who take part in nation test can hardly enter it. Lin Sun silently digested for a long time and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Green Deer School is really powerful. At least the surface of the currency in circulation in the empire is branded with patterns related to it. Shuai Liang felt the same way and said, "Isn't that right?" By the way, the examinations of the empire to select talents are not easy, and each examination is full of knowledge. If you are willing to take part in it, you can go to Donglin Town to inquire about the specific information. I heard that county test in Donglin Town will begin in 2 months. Lin Sun nodded. "I will think about it carefully." As they talked, they had arrived at the Green Sun tribe. Here, Lin Sun took the initiative to leave. "Uncle Shu Liang, you don't have to see me off." Shu Liang nodded. "Well, take care." Lin Sun smiled, turned around and galloped away on the scaly horse. The 2 guards from Keystone Business escorted the goods and followed him. What this little guy did last night seemed to be reckless, but he is clever and has a deep mind. If there is no accident, he will surely make a name for himself in the future. It's a pity that he was born in a remote and poor place with little knowledge and experience. I'm afraid he will encounter many twists and turns in the future. Shu Liang looked into the distance silently until Lin Sun and the others disappeared. Then he turned back and returned to the Green Sun tribe. At the same time, in Wu Business, Wu Deong sat in the hall. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had no idea how a boy from Feiyun village could become a distinguished guest of Keystone Business, and even Yan Zhen, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business, personally stood up for him. Wu Deong had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had to bear it. Keystone Business was too powerful. Not to mention Wu Deong, even the clan of Wu behind him couldn't afford to offend such a behemoth. Compared with Keystone Business, they were as small as an ant in front of a towering tree. If Keystone Business wanted to make trouble for them, Keystone Business could crush them with a flick of its finger, therefore, they could only bear it. At this time, a servant hurried to report, "Shopkeeper, the boy has left the Green Sun tribe, accompanied by 2 guards of Keystone Business." Hearing this, the last trace of unwillingness in Wu Deong's heart suddenly disappeared, and his face fell. Keystone Business had sent guards to accompany him. This was obviously a warning to Wu Business not to do something too extreme. "Shopkeeper, are we just going to let it go?" Mad Dog Wu Jia and others were all killed by this boy. Who in the Green Sun tribe doesn't know about this? If we don't solve this problem, how can we raise our heads in the Green Sun tribe in the future? A middle-aged man on the side of the hall said angrily, causing others to nod. Wu Deong shouted angrily, "If we don't let it go, do you still want revenge? Do you want Keystone Business to find an excuse to eradicate us all?" The crowd immediately fell silent. After a long time of breathing, Wu Deong calmed down and said, "This matter is over. Don't mention it again in the future." Someone couldn't help saying, "But now there is still no news of Great Deacon Wu Henshui. Are we just going to let it go?" The mention of Wu Henshui made Wu Deong's lips twitch involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and said, "Idiot, that boy single-handedly killed a round trip in the Green Sun tribe. Do you think Wu Henshui can still be alive now?" Everyone was silent. In fact, they also knew that Wu Henshui was probably dead, but they were extremely unwilling to let Lin go like this. This was not only related to their face, but also the reputation of Wu Business in the Green Sun tribe. "Shopkeeper, we can't do it ourselves, but we can find others to do it. Why not hire some desperados to do it?" After a long time, someone made a suggestion. But when Wu Deong heard this, he was so angry that he pounded the table and shouted, "Have you all forgotten what Yanjin said last night? As long as something happens to the boy, no matter whether we did it or not, Keystone Business will eradicate us as soon as possible. Do you know what that means? It means that even if the boy dies in the mouth of the fierce beasts, we will suffer the full revenge of Keystone Business. A bunch of idiots. Don't use your brain when you speak." The crowd was suddenly depressed, and their hearts were about to explode. This Keystone Business had gone too far. Seeing that no one spoke for a long time, Wu Deong took a deep breath and said, "Of course, this must be avenged, but not now. Don't forget that Lian Ruffing, the guard commander of Feiyun village, left with Wu Henshui. I remember that his son, Lian Fei, is now practicing in Donglin town. When the opportunity comes, Lian Fei may come in handy." At the end of his words, his voice had a touch of coldness. The boundless mountains rose and fell one after another. Galloping between heaven and earth, Lin Sun thought of his harvest from the Green Sun tribe with mixed feelings in his heart. Some were relaxed, and some were lost. But these were all in the past. Lin Sun had made up his mind to leave with Xianxia when everything was on the right track. Only by entering the city of Xiao Empire could they have a wider sky. This was the case for both Lin Sun and Xianxia. Similarly, they couldn't stay in Feiyun village forever for the sake of their future cultivation and finding the enemy who dug away their spiritual veins. This morning, I heard that the golden flame beast had been killed by Shi Yutong, the young sword king, and the spiritual crystal in its body was also obtained by young sword king. The spiritual crystal is a priceless treasure. It is said that it is the core treasure of refining the armor of spiritual tattoos. It is extremely rare. The armor of spiritual tattoos? What is it? Only spiritual tattoo masters can refine a powerful equipment for battle. But it's a pity that the spiritual materials needed for such a powerful battle suit are extremely harsh, and it's very complicated and difficult to refine. Even a spiritual tattoo master needs enough opportunities and luck to refine it. So, once the armor of spiritual tattoos is refined successfully, won't it be extremely powerful? Of course. The power of the armor of spiritual tattoos is earth-shattering and unpredictable. Suddenly, a conversation came into Lin Sun's ears, which made him feel excited. The two guards who followed Lin Sun to Feiyun village were from Keystone Business. One was Gao Guiyong, and the other was Zhou Quan. Both of them were at the 4th level of martial realm. The golden flame beast was killed by young sword king? Lin Sun asked. When he was in Green Sun tribe, he also heard about the golden flame beast. He had long determined that the so-called golden flame beast was the golden giant beast he had seen a few days ago. Yes, Dao Guiyong said quickly. He knew that the relationship between Lin Sun and Yan Zhen was not trivial, so he dared not neglect Lin Sun. On the other side, Zhou Quan also said, although the golden flame beast was killed, Lu Yukuan couldn't be saved. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and said in surprise, Lu Yukuan? Yes, it's the eldest son of Lu Wujuan, the governor of the southwestern province of the empire. According to the news, Lu Yukuan and his companions all died in the hands of the golden flame beast, especially Lu Yukuan. I heard that his whole body was burned into a charred corpse. Zhou Quan sighed, I'm afraid this matter will be known by Governor Lu Wujuan in a few days, and I don't know how much trouble it will cause in the future. Only then did Lin Sun know that Lu Yukuan, who had died in his hands, had such a great background. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. He actually killed the son of a governor by accident, but Lin Sun didn't worry about anything. At least no one knew that Lu Yukuan died in his hands. As night fell, Lin by sun by night by night. By and by. After eating their rations, Gao Guiyong and Zhou Quan split up. One of them rested for the first half of the night, while the other rested for the second half of the night. They took turns to guard the place. There were many ferocious beasts in the wilderness, so someone had to keep an eye on them. Seeing this, Lin Sun was relieved and began to practice meditating magic. First, he ran the spirit concentrating manual and guided the spiritual energy in his body to circulate 72 times until it was completed. Without any delay, he meditated and practiced meditating magic. It was not until late at night that Lin Sun opened his eyes and glanced around to make sure there was no danger. Then he concentrated his perception and entered the heaven accessing place to break through the barrier of milled waterfalls for the 4th time. In the end, Lin Sun failed again without any suspense. Lin Sun had already prepared for this. Compared with this, he cared more about the improvement of his physical strength. Sure enough, after careful perception, Lin Sun found that his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones had been refined again, and his strength was 30% stronger than before. All this was the gift of the Mill Waterfalls current in the spiritual tattoo battlefield. Although he failed every time, it was of great benefit to refining his body. But this time, Lin Sun found that his physical strength had reached a limit, like a bottleneck. If he wanted to improve it again, his strength had to undergo a comprehensive transformation. It seems that I have to start from the cultivation. Lin Sun pondered. He didn't know much about body refining, but he could roughly judge that physical strength and cultivation should be complementary to each other. The breakthrough of cultivation was an internal transformation, while the breakthrough of physical strength was an external transformation. Now that his physical strength had reached a bottleneck, he naturally had to break through from the inside to the outside. Now that Lin Sun's spiritual cultivation had reached the great accomplishment of the aperture guiding level, the fourth level of martial realm, he only needed one step to reach the mastery, and then he could break through the marrow cleansing, the fifth level of martial realm. But Lin Sun didn't worry about it. According to his calculation, he could smoothly enter the fifth level of martial realm within a month with the blood marrow grits and the power of the wine of 4 seasons accumulated in his body last time. At that time, the breakthrough of internal cultivation would inevitably lead to the breakthrough of his physical cultivation, so that his physical strength could enter a new level. For the time being, Lin Sun didn't need to worry about physical strength and cultivation strength. What really made him frown was the cultivation of spiritual tattoos and soul. The cultivation of soul had the star circulation of meditating magic. The only problem was that the progress was a little slow. So far, the second star in his sea of consciousness hadn't been lit. At present, his cultivation could only be regarded as entering the threshold of star circulation, one of the 3 realms of meditating magic. But the cultivation of spiritual tattoos had stagnated for several months due to the lack of the support of a large amount of spiritual ink, which made Lin feel quite helpless. Fortunately, this time he bought a lot of finished spiritual ink in the Green Sun tribe, which solved the problem. All these were only the cultivation of physical strength, cultivation, soul, and spiritual tattoos. In addition, there was also the cultivation of martial arts. For example, marching boxing was still at the precision level, only one step away from the mastery level, but it couldn't break through. Another example was 6-word saber play, which had just reached the nuance level. If one wanted to fully master the power of each martial art, he couldn't avoid the 4 realms of elementary, nuance, precision, and mastery level. Lin Sun admitted that he had only mastered marching boxing and 6-word saber play, but he hadn't mastered all of them to the mastery level, which was a bit unreasonable. What Lin didn't know was that although marching boxing seemed to be a basic martial art, there were very few people in the world who could practice it to the level of precision, not to mention mastery, which was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Similarly, Lin Sun did not know the origin of the 6-word saber play. But if Master Lu knew that Lin Sun had reached the nuance level of the saber play, he would be deeply shocked. All in all, the reason why Lin Sun thought so was that he was extremely lacking in knowledge and experience about martial arts. After all, he grew up in the Sunless Mine prison, and almost all his life was focused on spiritual tattoos. Master Lu had never taught him martial arts. Even when he taught marching boxing and 6-word saber play, it was to refine Lin's body and wrist flexibility, aiming at better inscribing spiritual tattoos instead of fighting. When Lin Sun arrived in Feiyun village, almost all the people he met were ordinary people, so he couldn't learn more about martial arts. That was why he had a misunderstanding about his own martial arts cultivation. When Lin Sun really entered Ziyao Empire in the future, there would be no more misunderstandings when he entered the vast world full of practitioners and forces. This was the lack of experience and knowledge. He couldn't be taught or learned, so he could only explore and comprehend by himself. This was the so-called reading 10,000 books and walking 10,000 miles. When Lin Sun opened his eyes, it was just dawn. The mountain wind whistled in from the entrance of the cave in the morning, bringing a refreshing coolness to his soul. After a night of cultivation, Lin Sun was full of strength and refreshed. He got up and walked out of the cave, only to see Gao Guiyong and Zhou Quan sitting on the scaled horses, waiting for him with their luggage ready. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to mount the scaled horse and set off. On the way, Gao Guiyong and Zhou Quan looked at Lin Sun with a trace of doubt and even a trace of awe. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned, so he found an opportunity to ask, "Did something happen last night?" Gao Guiyong shook his head. Zhou Quan hesitated for a moment and said, "Child, when you were cultivating last night, your breath suddenly disappeared and we couldn't sense your existence at all. We were so scared that we thought it was an enemy coming to make trouble. But it turned out to be a false alarm." Seeing this, Gao Guiyong also chimed in, "Yes, it was indeed a false alarm. Now it seems that child's cultivation method is extremely unique and has the magical effect of covering one's breath." There was surprise and envy in his voice. A cultivation method that could cover one's breath was not something ordinary people could have. Lin Sun suddenly realized that he might have been in the heaven accessing place at that time, but he didn't explain anything. Zhou Quan's serious words made Lin Sun's heart flutter. He thought to himself that if he met an enemy he couldn't defeat in the future, he could find a secret place to hide. As long as he entered the heaven accessing place, the enemy was doomed to be unable to detect his breath. But there was also a drawback in doing so, which was that Lin Sun would also lose his perception of the outside world. Once he was discovered, he wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, it was better not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. At the mention of Lin Sun, Mu Wansu, who was standing on one side, suddenly felt agitated. She took a deep breath and said, "It's true. But the boy is good at making trouble. In the end, he needs our keystone business to help him clean up his mess. His intention is really abominable." Shishuan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Mu Wansu didn't conceal anything and told Shishuan everything that happened that day. Finally, she sneered, "Young master, don't you think this boy is particularly abominable? Even a fox flaunting the tigers might shouldn't do this." Shishuan was lost in thought. After a long time, he clapped his hands and laughed. "Lin Sun, I used to think he was a good seedling, but now it seems that I underestimated him at that time. It's really rare for a 13-year-old boy to be so shrewd and resourceful." His voice was full of appreciation. This made Mu Wansu almost doubt whether she had heard it wrong. She couldn't help but ask, "Young master, this boy is shameless and cunning. Why do you always praise him?" Shishuan stopped smiling and said with emotion, "Let me ask you, was it the first time he entered Green Sun tribe that day?" Mu Wansu said, "Yes." "Let me ask you again. As soon as he entered Green Sun tribe, instead of keeping a low profile, he killed Mad Dog Wu Jia and others in public. Do you know why?" Mu Wansu said indignantly, "There's no need to guess. He must have made up his mind to let Keystone Business stand up for him. That's why he dares to be so fearless." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's right. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I was the one who gave him that token in the first place. If he did not make use of it, what value would the token have in his hands?" Mu Wansu was stunned and immediately frowned, but even if he wanted our help, he could have informed us in advance. But he acted first and reported later, which put our Keystone Business in a passive position. How could it be? After a pause, she gritted her teeth and said, "The most hateful thing is that after he entered Keystone Business, he not only didn't humble himself, but also started a fight, which embarrassed everyone present. If I hadn't been there, I'm afraid that there would have been a big mess." Shishuan sighed and said, "This is exactly what he wants." Mu Wansu's frown deepened. She suddenly found that her child's opinion of Lin Sun didn't change after she said so much. On the contrary, he seemed to appreciate Lin Sun more. This caused Mu Wansu to feel aggrieved in her heart, and she said, "I know he did it on purpose, and his objective was to draw out manager Yan Zhen." Shishuan shook his head, "This is just one of his purposes. The more important thing is to tell everyone that Lin Sun is in Keystone Business." Hearing this, Mu Wansu was completely stunned. Why would he do that? Shishuan asked, "If Lin Sun took the initiative to come here and proposed that Keystone Business deal with Wu Business, would you and Yan Zhen agree?" Mu Wansu hesitated. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit it. She said, "I don't think so. He is just a country boy. Even if he has your token, we will save his life at most. If we fall out with Wu Business because of him, it is not in the interest of Keystone Business." Shishuan nodded and said, "Yan Zhen will certainly do the same, so Lin Sun can only take an unconventional approach. With this move, he will draw people of Wu Business to Keystone Business and force you to make a decision. If Keystone Business flinched, it will inevitably become the laughingstock of Green Sun Tribe, and the reputation of the whole Keystone Business will be damaged. If Keystone Business chooses to keep the peace and only protect Lin Sun, it will be too narrow-minded. On the contrary, it will seem that Keystone Business is afraid of Wu Business. If it is known by others, it will also damage the reputation of Keystone Business." Speaking of this, Shishuan couldn't help laughing. "You have seen the result. Wu Business was forced to admit defeat, and Lin Sun became the final winner. Hearing this, Muwansu thought of Lin Sun's actions that night and thought about it with Shishuan's words. Inexplicably, she felt a touch of horror in her heart. She said, "Young master, don't you think too highly of him?" Shishuan said indifferently, "I know you are prejudiced against Lin Sun. But if you really calm down, you will not think so." Muwansu fell into silence, but her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. She silently thought about all the actions of Lin Sun that night, but still found it difficult to agree with him. Don't forget, he's just a teenager from a remote mountain village. He's only 13 or 14 years old. It's his first time entering a place like the Green Sun tribe, yet he's already able to turn the tides overnight. All he's been relying on is a token that's useless to me. Shishuan sighed with emotion. Not simple, not simple. Muwansu was obviously a little discouraged, but she was still not convinced. She said, "This is your token. How can it be useless? If it were not for this token, I am afraid he would have been cut into pieces by Wu business." Shishuan frowned and glanced at Muwansu. He said, "If it were not for this token, according to Lin Sun's wisdom and skills, there would be other solutions. At least, he would not have exposed his identity to Wu business so quickly. Remember, never act on impulse, or you are bound to suffer a big loss in the future." Muwansu looked solemn and nodded, "You are right. I will bear it in mind." Shishuan thought for a while and suddenly asked, "Wansu, have you ever been to the Forbidden City?" Muwansu shook her head, "It is the capital. I am afraid I will never have the chance to enter it in my life." Shishuan continued, "If one day you have the opportunity to enter the Forbidden City, but you are targeted by some enemies who want to kill you when you just enter the city. These enemies are very powerful and you have no power to fight against them. What will you do?" Muwansu pursed her lips and said, "Either run away or seek protection from others." Shishuan said, "But if others don't want to offend these enemies, what will you do?" Muwansu's expression suddenly changed. She suddenly understood that Shishuan was comparing her with Lin Sun. Indeed, Lin Sun came to the Green Sun tribe from a remote mountain village, just like Muwansu came to the Forbidden City from Donglin town. In the same situation, what would she do? Muwansu completely understood. She took a deep breath and bowed, "Thank you for your advice, young master." In her heart, Muwansu still retained her prejudice against Lin Sun. This guy had taken advantage of her too many times and made her suffer again and again. How could she forgive him so easily? Muwansu had made up her mind. Although the young master appreciated Lin Sun, she would never give Lin Sun a chance to take advantage of her in the future. Shishuan smiled and waved his hand, "It's just a trifle. Just pay attention to it in the future. After all, Lin Sun is too young and inexperienced. I'm afraid it will take a long time for him to rise. If he can break into the Forbidden City one day, maybe I will invite him to Keystone Business in person. As for now, just take it as a good karma with him. Whether he is a dragon or a snake, it all depends on him." Muwansu nodded repeatedly, "That's right." Shishuan glanced at her and couldn't help shaking his head. He knew that Muwansu's prejudice against Lin Sun could not be resolved in a short time, so he didn't say anything more. Suddenly, Shishuan seemed to think of something and said in a low voice, "Now Xia Yutong has killed the golden flame beast and left with the origin spiritual crystal. I'm afraid that he wants to return home and ask the elders of his family to help him refine the scarlet butterfly jade armor. If he succeeds in refining it, his fighting capacity will only become more horrible in the future. At that time, the top 30 of the golden list of Spirit Sea of the Empire will have some changes." Muwansu was surprised, "Is the scarlet butterfly jade armor so powerful?" Shishuan nodded, "That's the secret of Xia family in Black Clothes Alley. When used with the sword scripture, it can produce incredible power." Speaking of this, Shishuan stood up and said with a determined look, "It's time for me to go home. Xia Yutong has his own chance, but I can't admit defeat." Muwansu hurriedly said, "Young master, if you leave, what about the peerless treasure? Do you just give it up?" Shishuan shook his head and said, "There's no need to investigate it anymore. If I'm right, this treasure may not exist at all. Even if it exists, I'm afraid it has already been obtained by others. Don't forget that the peerless treasure mentioned by the Flamen of the Imperial Observatory is originally a speculation, not a fact. In this case, it's not worth wasting more energy. Saying this, he pushed the door open and floated away. On this day, not only Shuan left, but also many other top figures who gained nothing in the 3,000 mountains also floated away disheartened. The storm caused by the peerless treasure came to an end after Sha Yutong killed the golden flame beast. But the storm about the 3,000 mountains didn't end because of this. The turmoil caused by Lu Yuquan's death had just begun. But for now, all this had nothing to do with Lin Sun for the time being. After running for another day, Lin Sun finally saw the familiar Feiyun village in the evening, and his worried heart was completely relieved. Along the way, there were no more twists and turns except for several fierce beasts' attacks. Uncle Lin Sun is back. A group of kids who were playing at the entrance of the village cheered at once when they saw Lin Sun, and ran to the village to spread the news. Before long, the village head Shirao Tianren came with a group of villagers, all looking excited and happy. Lin Sun also felt warm in his heart. Perhaps only in Feiyun village could he enjoy the warmth that others couldn't give him, which was very precious. Lin Sun dismounted from the horse, introduced Gao Guiyong and Zhou Quan to Shirao Tianren, and briefly talked about the harvest this time. Then he left everything else and hurried home alone. He didn't see Xia just now. Although it had only been 4 or 5 days, he was really worried about how the little girl was doing these days. When he pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard, Lin Sun saw Xia sitting at the stone table under the weeping willow, eating alone. The setting sun sprinkled fine golden halos on the little girl, making her look exceptionally tranquil and holy. Seeing Lin Sun, Xia stood up, took out a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, and filled a bowl of spiritual rice for Lin Sun. She put it on the opposite side of the stone table and said, "Let's eat." There was no excitement, no cheering, and not even a little concern. But Lin Sun smiled, and his heart was full of warmth. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first time Xia helped him with a bowl and chopsticks since she came into his life, and also the first time she helped him fill a bowl of rice. This was the way Xia welcomed him back, as unique as her. End of chapter 62. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.